She laughs. All right, no beating around the bush then. It's been great, but there is so much to it. Everyone left us alone for the first week, which was amazing. She closed her eyes and smiled. Oh, yeah. How amazing are we talking? I need deets on our future Alpha King. You know, for comparison. Lillian chimes in. Well, I have two, so there's that. She smiles wickedly, and I can't decide if I want to know any more or not. The more they talk about SX around me, the less embarrassed it makes me. But she's also talking about Xander, my cousin, and Big Brother's stand-in. I'm curious and conflicted. Have you had them both at the same time? I always kind of wondered how that worked. I mean, having multiple mates isn't, rare, but it's not super common either. Do they get jealous at all? Nope, no jealousy. Actually, it's a turn-on to watch. They are both really hot, and I never knew I was into watching, but having to just sit and watch them touch each other. And I'm out. I can listen to a lot of things and I am not judging at all. But I don't not want that in my head every time I have to talk to my Alpha King. Wyatt gets up and grabs Nathaniel's arm as he approaches the table. What's up? He tries to balance his plate. That is a conversation you do not want to be a part of. Mina is here. I know I wanted to say hi. She's describing her escapades with her two mates. She just started going into detail about them pleasing each other. Nathaniel's eyes go wide. Got it. Hi, Mina. Let us know when you are not gossiping. They both turn around and walk away. I thought they would never leave. She giggles. Don't get me wrong, I was not lying. Watching my guys go at it all sweaty and animalistic is the hottest fucking thing I have ever seen in my whole life. Then it only gets better when they bring me in. But I am actually here for you. What do you mean? I actually saw your guys. They were at the castle for a couple hours yesterday, and I think they stayed around hoping to see you. But your mission took longer than we thought. Alpha Reggie gave them an overview of what your job is now, and they were trying to catch you in between. They brought you these. She handed me the duffel bag she had been carrying, but I didn't pay any attention to it since it looks like any other black duffel bag any of the warriors carry. Just so you know, they know about your mission at Umain and that you had been taken hostage, and it took a month to get you back. No other details. They also know about your connection to the Alpha King, but not that the Rogue King is more than likely targeting you because of your connection. Alpha Reggie gave them enough details to let them know how important you are, and have been to this mission, but not enough for them to lose their temper and pack you up and take you home. Oh, okay. I don't know why I felt disappointed that they just went with whatever Alpha Reggie said and didn't push for more information about me. I should be happy they were here to see me. But maybe that was just out of a sense of obligation. Don't look like that. Remember, it's been 1.5 years almost, and this is the second time they have been this close to you, but can't see you. It seems like something is always in the way, really. Yeah. The goddess wants me to stay as far from them as possible, so they can grow up and find their mates, and to stop being distracted with a feeling of needing to keep me safe. It's allowing them to focus. That did not sound bitter at all. Lillian laughed at me and I flipped her off. How long have you been stuffing down that particular feeling? My whole life. I roll my eyes. Well, I disagree. I think they have been smacked with reality and are coming to terms with it. Mina chides. What? Just open the bag. She shoves it at me. I open it, and it's full of black stuff kind of jumbled together. What is all this? I'll explain while you pull it out. They know you have a uniform that you wear while you're here and on mission, but they thought you could use some upgrades. She smiles, and I pull out the first thing. A set of wrist cuffs, with a small 2-inch blade stuck in each one and a few pockets for other things. I wrap them on my forearms and tie the laces. Oliver thought you could use the handheld weapons after your capture. I pull out boots next. We have combats that we wear with the warriors, but these go about halfway up my calf, and they also have blades tucked into hidden pockets. The boots are from your brother, and he must think you need weapons too. She laughs as I pull out the 4th-inch blades from the sheaths. I put these on and they fit perfectly and feel like pillows on my feet. Next is a supply belt. This one in leather, with extra hooks and D-rings for who knows what. But I can guess based on the very thick, sturdy look to it. This one is from Sam. On each side is an extension with a thigh strap gear, pockets, and more blades. Sam? I look at her with a knowing smile. Who else would buy you bondage in the form of gear? We all laugh. I'm just glad he's not here to see me put it on. Can you imagine the comments he would be making right now? Yes. He would tell you all the different ways he would tie your hot ass up to a bed. I can feel my entire body blush at that. There's one more thing. She bends down and reaches into the bag and pulls out a handful of material and passes it to me. It's a jacket. I shake it out and put it on. The hem is cropped just above my pants, so I have freedom of movement with the thick, soft material. The sleeves have bands of thick leather so I can move, but will be protected in a fight with minor weapons. The hood is lined with the same soft material from the body of the jacket, but lined with strips of the same leather as the arms on the outside. The jacket was the twins' idea. Apparently, you like to scrape yourself up when you fight. This will help with all the rogue stuff too, since they seem to use a ton of weapons. It will give you an extra layer of protection. I turn around with all my gear on. What do you think? I can't help smiling at the stuff they gave me. I don't know if they had help, based on the coordinations of the whole outfit. I should assume Sierra was involved. But it's all perfect, and what I need as these missions get longer and more difficult. You look like an assassin. Remind me not to piss you off now that you can beat 4 full-grown, fully trained wolves at one time, and are armed to the teeth with weapons too. Lillian laughs. 2 weeks later, our tracker on the supply trucks paid off, and we have found a consistent pattern of stops. Several teams are called in. We are going to finally pursue this from multiple fronts. Hopefully, this will end soon. Packs are still being attacked, but all we can do is go in and make sure everyone is trained enough to get to safety. We have noticed a higher number of survivors as we go in to help after attacks, but it's not enough for me. The attacks need to end. This rogue king is going to have nobody to rule if he keeps on like this. Tracker, you will lead a team here. Assistant points to a place on the map about 4 hours north of us. Thomas, your team will take the east flank. Drive them towards the ocean line where Nicholas and I will be with our teams to intercept. The southern end butts up to the northern portion of the Alpha King's territory. We will put our newer recruits and all of those packs' security detail heavy on those borders. With Gina, Nathaniel, and the rest of the tech team, we have been able to slowly cause problems with their supply chains coming and going from the sea. This attack will cut them off completely, and they will know we are onto them. There's no turning back. Do all team leaders understand your assignments? A confident yes, sir, echoes across the room. Get with your teams and discuss your strategy. Get to know your lay of the land, and remember to be aware of the invisible enemies too. Dismissed. Skylar, Gina, and Lillian, stick around. We all stop and turn back to him, and just stand there while he finishes several conversations, and is apparently waiting for the room to clear. I have a separate mission for you 3 that is in tandem to this one. We have visual confirmation on Mike's whereabouts. Gina and I stop breathing, waiting for him to finish. I am placing you 3 here. He points to a spot on the map that is about 100 miles from my pack's northwestern border, but not near the isthmus that connects the island to the mainland. That's a weird place to be unless he's planning to attack by boat, which is possible. According to Nathaniel, he has been moving in Blue Crescent's direction slowly over the last month. We think he is targeting you, little one. Now, whether that is because you got away from him or because the Rogue King wants you, we don't know. What we do know is that your pack is in imminent danger. I look up from the map and just stare at him. They have been warned and are taking all precautions, but I thought you would want to be placed in between your pack and the threat. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. He just nods. We are also working under the assumption that he thinks Gina is with you. He clearly tracked you home thinking that's where you would run to after being captured. We may be able to slow them down by using you both as a distraction, but only if you are up for it. It will be the three of you. I need Wyatt and Nathaniel on the defensive line to intercept Tracker's wave of rogues. He looks at both of us. We don't even need to confer with each other. Mike is going to die, and it will be at our hands. He won't get to hurt another girl again. Yes, sir, we both say confidently. A week later, most of the compound is packing up the different jeeps and SUVs we will all take to our initial starting positions. I hug Wyatt. Come back in one piece, all right? What are you talking about? I'm not the try-to-kill-me magnet. You be careful. I know you want Mike, but don't let him take you out in the process. He doesn't get to win like that. He pulls me into another headlock hug, then moves over to Lillian and Gina. I hug Nathaniel too. I'll see you soon. Keep me posted on that Overwatch. I wink at him and he winks back. Even though he's going to be working with the cleanup team, I know he'll have drones in the air for Alpha Reggie and the other leaders to keep track of what's going on all the time. It gives us the advantage because any one of them watching can link us to give us a heads up. We all climb in our vehicles and disperse like a flurry of ants in different directions. This is it, the beginning of the end, hopefully. I didn't realize how far the site of the training compound was from the ocean and my pack. I always just looked at a map, did the math for the closest border, and just always had it's only 2 hours away in my head. It took us nearly 5 to get to our assigned location. When we stepped out of the SUV, I could literally smell pack members on the breeze. I was so close to home, and yet I couldn't go anywhere near them until this threat was taken care of. We set up camp and checked in with the rest of the teams. We were one of the last 2 to check in. No one had any trouble getting to their position, and I don't know if I should be suspicious about that or not. I chose to keep the idea that somebody on the enemy's side probably knows something about us moving out of the compound. The following day, we got reports of our tech and cyber team being set up and picking up movement. Tracker, you're good to go. Looks like they are moving their latest shipment. Thomas, the team you're tracking has doubled in size. They seem to be in a holding pattern. Brogan, is your team ready to intercept? You have about an hour before the first wave. The lead truck seems to have all equipment. Take it out before you attack. It could buy some time. Nicholas, move your team north. One supply truck has veered from the route. It was a constant barrage of information all day. I forgot what it was like to have so many people in my head. It was starting to give me a headache. Midge, there's been no sign of Mike at all. I have a bad feeling about that, Nathaniel said over everyone. Most of the chatter died down. What do you mean, no sign? Assistant asks, opening the link to several more people. Based on the look on Lillian and Gina's faces, they were added, and probably the rest of the team leads. We saw him at his camp last night, and then nothing at all after he went inside his tent. They packed his shit this morning. I've been on this watch personally. We'll figure it out. Are we still the closest to his last known position? I can't dwell on what might have been missed. He's on his way. I can feel it, and he's ready for revenge after we got away from him. If he stays on the path he's been taking for the last 2 days. Yes, you are in his path. We'll start a scout party and keep you updated. He's not that smart, but I'm pretty sure the people around him are. I want to check in every 15 minutes from here until we find him. Understood? Assistant asks. Well, I guess growls is more like it. Understood. The three of us say together, "Let's pack up and start heading that way." I point just northwest of us. It didn't seem like he was following the coast, but he may be heading to the island entrance or somewhere near it. Both girls agree, and we make quick work of camp. We decided to leave the SUV parked as if we were hiking. It will mean more flexibility if we do find him, and we can leave unnecessary gear here too. Jenna and I have been working with Lillian and Sierra on shifting without destroying clothes, so none of us need to worry about any heavy bags slowing us down. We walk for most of the day, staying about 20 feet apart so we can cover more ground, trying to smell if they have been here or not. When the sunlight starts to change to a darker yellow, we shift our position in a wide arc and start to head back to where we came from. We didn't find anything, but it sure beats waiting around for nothing to happen. Once the sun set behind the mountains and the air started to take a cooler turn and dusk set in, we heard it. A crackling fire and murmuring voices. I stop and the girls follow suit, no questions asked. We are that attuned to each other and have developed a high level of trust. They listen too. We don't mind Link. None of us want to miss anything if these are rogue wolves. The conversation sounds serious, but whispered. They know anyone could be watching. At least they have some common sense. That B-Teach was supposed to be here. They fucking lied to us. Probably set us on a wild goose chase just to see how long we would stay out here looking for her. One guy says, "I can only see profiles with them being between the firelight and us." Yeah, I dare you to call Mike and tell him that. See what he says about the wild goose chase. The guy in the center pulls out a phone. I look back and forth to the girls at my sides. They are here for one of us, and Mike isn't here. What does that mean? We also know, some of them, at least, can't mind Link, so they are reliant on cell phones. We can probably make this work. I tilt my head to the right, signaling Lillian to head the way, and to the left for Gina. We are going to surround them, one for each of us. Oh, Siston, we have some activity. 3 guys. They mention Mike, but he isn't here. They are using cell phones to communicate. We are going to try and neutralize these guys and see what we can find out. Stay safe, little one. Always. I giggle at him, and he just huffs. We all get into position, and I give Lillian the lead. She's in front of them now and can see what they are doing. She holds her hand up to stop us. They are all looking at something, heads close together. Then all hell breaks loose. The silence was broken by a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the woods. I was thrown forward, but recovered quickly, rolling to the side as another swipe of an arm blew past my head. I lost track of the girls, but I'm sure they were keeping just as busy as me. A second guy joined my fight. Both of these guys were big-ish. I guess when you compare anyone to my guys, they are just ish. But everyone is always bigger than me, and the stupid ones think that makes them better than me. These two were no different. One lunges at me, trying to get at my legs. I turn away and use the move I used on one of the guys forever ago, and used one of his arms to swing me up and jab my elbow into the soft spot on his lower back, making his muscles spasm. He drops to recover while his buddy comes at me, grabbing one of my arms. I twist under, but he doesn't let go right away, and the skin-to-skin rubbing burns like a B-Teach. I manage to break his grip, though, as I continue to move behind him and kick his knee in. It was too much to hope I broke something, which would slow him down. Bonehead number 1 comes at me with a couple wild punches. I manage to grab one wrist and use his forward momentum to pull him towards me, punch his face, and knee him in the thigh. I push off of him and move onto his buddy with a side kick to the center of his chest, knocking him backwards. I'm not trying to let them get their hands on me. Number 1 comes at me, and I throat punch him as he reaches for me, and number 2 grabs me from behind, lifting me off the ground. Number 1 smiles his yellow rotted smile and stalks forward, panting hard. Fighting is clearly not their main job. When he gets close enough, I kick up hard, catching him in the jaw. This time I heard bones crack as his head whipped back unnaturally, and he fell backwards, and I let my body weight pull me and number 2 down and forward. I reach back and grab 2 handfuls of hair, throwing him over my shoulder and onto his back. I pull out one of my wrist blades and stab him in the upper chest and twist the knife, making it harder to heal. I hear a yell for help from Lillian, so I leave this douche to his wounds. Number 1 didn't get up. I made a quick check for his breathing. Nothing. Not sure how that works, but I'm also not going to question one less dickhead to deal with. I take off for the sounds of my friends. Gina has 1 guy fallen in front of her. She's got 2 more battling for her attention. Lillian's guy has her pin up to a tree and a knife at her throat. He's talking to her, but I can't hear what he's saying over the rest of the fighting noise. I move up behind him. I'm downwind, so he shouldn't scent me coming. I put my own blade on his throat. Where's your boss hiding? Is he too much of a chicken shit to come and find me himself? I dig the knife in. I don't care if these guys die. That really should bother me. But I can't dissect that train of thought now. You little B-teach. You're not worth the trouble. He can have any PSC he wants, and he chooses the biggest pain in the ass he could find. He didn't say you had to be pretty when we brought you back. He swings back and catches me with his elbow. My knife digs in and slices across his throat, but not enough to be lethal. You are GH. Just for that, I'm going to F you so hard up against this tree that you can't fight back anymore. At his words, I see red. My wolf and I seem to almost connect in our anger. This is the type of guy that needs to never walk this earth again. I don't even know what happened, but when I blink, I am straddling him, 2 knives in my hands and blood everywhere. Lillian grabs my shoulder and I flinch away from her. It's just me. Let's go. Gina needs help. We both take off, and Gina's guys are at least smart enough to know we pose a bigger threat than they thought. They take off, and we are in pursuit. We caught up with several guys. No, Mike. 4 down, and we are chasing 2 now. I basically scream into the mind link. I don't think I have ever had to report in while chasing down someone before. It's a little irritating. I have no idea what direction we are running in. I do know that we are not letting these guys get away from us, though, and we have adrenaline on our side right now. They shift as they head over a ridge, and we lose them for a few minutes. Then I hear the unmistakable sounds of growling. We shift immediately and let our wolves add their speed. We see our rogues engaged in a fight with pack wolves, my pack's wolves. I can smell the familiar scents as we cross into the patrol borderlines. The clash of fangs and claws echoed through the forest, and the wolves exchanged ferocious blows. The movements are so fast, it's hard to tell who caught these guys. I am stuck momentarily watching the beauty of the movement. Then I see it. The dark gray, almost black wolf with a small white patch on his front crouches down and snarls at one of the mangy-looking rogues. Oliver. It's Oliver's wolf, and he's beautiful in his furious glory. Before I can even say anything, he lunges at the rogue, clamps down on his neck, and rips back. The rogue stood no chance against him. He turns towards the other rogue, engaged with his partner. Oliver, I need him alive. I shout through our link, and it feels almost rusty and slow. Oliver's wolf whips his head towards us as we run forward, then looks back to the rogue lunging forward and sinking his teeth into its back flank. The rogue howls in pain, but there's enough damage that he can't fight anymore. The rogue falls to his side, panting and whimpering. Oliver's patrol buddy shifts, and it's one of the teens that trained with us forever ago. I can't remember his name, but he has certainly grown up. I don't pay much attention, though. I only have eyes for my friend. I slowly walk up to him, still in my wolf form, and he lets out a little growl, which makes me pause. Then he shifts and stands there in all his naked glory. I shift back, fully clothed, and he gives me a curious once-over. I can feel Lillian and Gina behind me. They have shifted too. Oliver. It comes out like a whisper. You're here? He says it like a question, but it also sounds accusing. I nod and take a tentative step forward. But not to stay? I shake my head, no. I'm sure you all heard the rogues are on the move. We chased these two here after we took out 4 others. We need to question this one. I'll find out where Assistant wants him. That's it? All business now. Too caught up in being a warrior to even check in with your friends? Yep, he's angry with me. My breath catches, but before I can say or do anything else, I am tackled to the ground by a white and ginger wolf, who starts aggressively licking my face. I hear exclamations from the girls, but I start to giggle, and it feels amazing. Sam, stop. I'm so gross, covered in blood and dirt and who knows what else. He licks my face one more time and then jumps off of me, shifting. He also stands up completely naked, reaching a hand down to help me up. I had to see it with my own eyes. You're really back. His smile is infectious as he picks me up in a hug and spins me around. Midge! Lillian shouts as the underbrush around us starts to rustle aggressively. Then my brother and the twins run out. My brother doesn't even stop crashing right into me. I am so happy to see you. He breathes into my hair. Me too. I tighten my arms around his neck. Tiny, what's going on? Cam moves to my side and I look up at him. I let go of Mateo and give him a hug around the waist, then move to Dakota before answering again. I don't want to keep explaining myself. I pull a silver collar out of one of my cargo pockets and take it over to the rogue. He's shifted back to his human form, his injuries too much to handle. I lock the collar around his neck. You try to shift the sliver in this collar won't kill you, but suffocating while being poisoned slowly by the silver will. Then I stand and turn to my guys. Yes, Oliver, it's all business right now. I need this rogue alive, for now. I side-eye the rogue. He needs to be questioned. Can we put him in the cells until I have my orders? I look back to the twins, who are glancing between Oliver and I. If he's going to be a DAK, then so am I. Of course. Any idea how long you'll be home? Cam asks, staying neutral. No, we didn't think the rogues would make it this far. We need to connect with Osiston and Alpha Reggie and have our guys expand the perimeter they have set to include where we found these guys. Declan, take this guy down to the cells. Little bit. It's late or early, depending on when you slept last. So let's get you and your friends back to the pack house. 'Cause you know Luna Ava will kick your ass if she finds out you were on the territory and didn't stop. At the mention of my friends, I turn around and look at Gina and Lillian hanging back, but still flanking me like the dedicated soldiers they are. Oh, Gina, Lillian. I gesture to each girl. These are my future pack leaders. Cameron and Dakota, future alphas. Mateo, my brother, and the future beta. Oliver, future gamma, and Sam, future delta. Declan is one of their warriors. Guys, these are 2 members of my team. Sierra, Wyatt, and Nathaniel are stationed with other groups. Come on, Shorty. You have some explaining to do. Mateo puts his arm around my shoulder and leads us back towards my pack. I'm home. We follow the guys. Mateo hasn't taken his arm off of me once in the whole 10 minutes we have been walking. Sam has had a running commentary the whole time. He met Lillian once while he visited Sierra at the Royal Pack. So little bit, I see you got our gifts. What do you think? Pretty amazing, right? He looks back over his shoulder at me. Yes, everything has come in very handy. I smile at him. Whose knives did you use first? He wiggles his eyebrows. You wouldn't know that we were just in a fight, covered in blood, with 5 guys dead, and 1 in captivity, based on the way he's talking. I roll my eyes. Oliver's actually saved my life and let me get to Lillian. I saw Oliver stiffen for just a second and then the smallest nod of the head, like he didn't want to acknowledge the compliment, but couldn't help himself. He's upset with me and we really need to talk, but alone. Told you they would be the most useful. He grumbles at Sam. Damn, I guess I owe you lunch. Sam huffs, slapping him on the shoulder and passing him to reach the truck first. The truck. It's so silly, but I missed the truck. Riding around in my spot between the twins. Sierra crammed in the back with Sam. The guys load a couple of bags. They must have been doing the same thing we were, camping out waiting for anything to happen. We got the message from Xander about the rogues and have been running wide patrols every day. We wanted to make sure that we kept whoever these guys are off the island. Cam reads my mind like he always does. Do you have anything you need to pick up? We left our truck and gear, but we have everything that is important on us. Lillian jumps in, probably feeling my hesitation. We don't need any of it right away. Something I am very curious about since you all arrived in your wolf forms. Mateo raises an eyebrow at me. That is a story that involves drinks and Mina, but she's busy getting ready to be the next Luna Queen. More stories and more drinks, Sam says from the back of the truck. Let's go grab it now so we don't have to double back. And if these guys have friends nearby, we can handle them. And they can't steal your gear or sneak up on us while we get you checked out. Okay, let's go. We have been up for a long-ass time. Gina chimes in as she moves to the bed of the truck and climbs in while Sam and Oliver lift the bound rogue into it. What are you doing? Mateo asks. Get in the truck, you're injured. 2 of us will ride back here. Thanks, Macho Man, but it's good. I want to be here in case he decides moving is a good idea. I owe him for some fractured ribs and this serious black eye. Gina points out and Lillian and I laugh. You're mad about a black eye? You didn't beat the ST out of the guy who broke your arm. I ask. That was different. He was hot as F-cock and it was a total misunderstanding. Is that the line he used when you threw him in your car and you decided to edge him? Lillian smirks. I got mine, and he did break my arm. Gina shrugs and sits down, her back to the back of the truck cab. He also stole from the royal pack and tried to beat his mate and his side piece. So he deserved it. All my guys are stunned into silence. Pick your jaws off the ground, let's go get our gear. I told you our stories require drinks. I move to climb in the front seat in my usual spot. Once I sit down, it dawns on me that this might not be my place anymore. Is this okay? I look at Coda, who is climbing in beside me. Why wouldn't it be? It's just been a while. I don't want to take someone else's place. I look down at my hands folded in my lap. Why am I so weak and timid around them? It's frustrating. It's no one's place but yours, Smalls. He says low into my ear. It took me a second to let my breath out. So does everyone call you something different? Lillian breaks the trance I am in with Dakota, and as I look over my shoulder, I see she knows exactly what she did. I roll my eyes. I mean, the Alpha King and Warrior Brogan call you Little One, and all the warriors call you Midge. But I think I have heard each of them call you something different. Yeah. It started as a joke and stuck. Xander actually came up with Midge too. I'm pretty sure. Where to, Tiny? Lillian laughs, and I roll my eyes at Cam, who is just looking at me, not angry. But I think he's not super happy to see me either. Let me get our SUV's location from Nathaniel. Hold on. Nathaniel, I need the GPS coordinates to our SUV. We met up with the Blue Crescent Pack, and we have a prisoner. We are going to take him back to their cells and get cleaned up. There are 5 down. Osiston or Nicholas. We'll wait for your orders. Not even 2 seconds later, I get a ping on my device. Big Brother was watching, wasn't he? Lillian smiles. You know he was. He was probably watching the fight and taking notes so we can watch the replay and critique the fight. Warriors seriously record their fights? Oliver asks, climbing in his side of the truck, looking skeptical. That's awesome. We should totally do that, Sam says, following suit on his side. Not all warriors do, but when you have one of the youngest, most advanced and diverse teams that can do the surveillance and the team leader happens to be a gigantic pain in the ass and tends to get herself into trouble. Excuse you. You have been along for almost every round of trouble. Missy, shut it. I also know Nathaniel is watching, so I use the tech to my advantage. I'm sure he has eyes on us now because I get the feeling we are the only ones who have seen any action at all, and he's bored as F. Obsessed much? Oliver snipes from behind me. Jealous much? I quip back. I don't know your team, and the idea of some guy watching and recording you all the time sounds sketchy to me. When you say it like that, yeah. It was a quiet drive after that. Thank the goddess it didn't take too much longer to reach the SUV. Midge, I'll take the keys and follow. It's okay, we can both go. I don't think Gina is going to leave her hostage anytime soon. I look out the back window at my friend. Although watching her yell at your brother this whole time has been entertaining. I didn't know we could even have sexual tension with these brands on, but I can feel it through the window from here. I smiled at Lil's comment, but looked back at my brother and my friend again. It does remind me of when Sierra and Sam first started hanging out. I'm going to have to pay close attention. Lillian goes to jump out of the car and I move to go with her, but Dakota stops me. I look at him confused. Stay. Oliver can go with Lillian and make sure she gets to the pack house. But No. Stay, please. The look in his eyes was somewhere between pleading and serious. I want to talk to you. This was going to happen sooner rather than later, but I figured I would be accosted by all the guys at the same time. Not have to individually talk to them about leaving and avoiding contact. I nod. Okay. I'll stay, but I have to get out to give her the keys. I don't give him time to think. I climb over and jump out. The keys are tucked into the back of one of my leg pockets. I pull them out and hand them to Lil. Stay close. The terrain gets a little choppy around this area. You act like I don't drive ever. She rolls her eyes. No, Gina shouts. We don't let you drive because you suck at it. Good luck, Oliver. I hope you don't get motion sick. Gina and I laugh, because she isn't joking one bit. Of all the things Lil is good at, driving she never really mastered. Oliver regarded me, then swiped the keys from Lil's hands. Hey, what the hell? Since I know where I am going, this will guarantee that we get there, and in one piece. Gina and I start laughing again. I follow Oliver and Lil to our SUV. Smalls, you said you would stay. I forgot that these big-ass guys could be such babies. Grabbing something, relax. I head back to their truck and throw Gina her jacket and a blanket. If you insist on riding back there, you might as well try to be comfortable. It's not going to be a short ride. Sleep while you can too. We've been up for almost 48 hours. Yes, ma'am. She winks and I stick my tongue out at her before I climb back in the truck. I notice Sam is messing with something in the back and then sits down next to my brother. Did you kick him out? What is so bad that you can't talk to me in front of the rest of the guys? Is it so bad that we just want you to ourselves, Smalls? That's fine, just not normal. I hesitate. A lot has changed since you left Tiny. Like what? Not as attached at the hip as we were. We all have jobs to do now. The full transition starts when we turn 18. That was all Cam said. That's not cryptic at all. Now, do you want to tell us what really happened the night you left? Honestly, no. It's something I've been working on forgetting. And before you all try to force me, I'd rather tell all of you at the same time, so I only have to relive it once. It was one of the worst experiences, and I have grown a lot since then. We can see that. Dakota tries to lighten the mood a bit by giving me a once-over. I shove him back with my shoulder. Thank you for the gear. I really do love it. You guys seem to always know what I need. Thank you for the necklace for my birthday. I was really surprised. I didn't think you all would remember. How could we forget your birthday, Tiny? You are too important to forget something like that. I just nod again and look down at my hands. We just wish you would have reached out. Let us know you were okay. Anything. We were right there more than once. Xander gave us one letter, and that was all the response to each of our letters to you. You know I wasn't allowed to, that's bullshit, and you know it. Cam's harsh words make me look up at him. We were able to get things to you, and we know that you are everybody's favorite. I bet Warrior Brogan would have hand-delivered a letter if you asked him to. Stop. I am not the favorite, and I'm tired of double standards all the time. I didn't want to, okay? I have been the weak little sister, the weak second-born beta my whole life. Then everything revolved around my attachment to you guys. I was noticed because of you guys and Sierra being my friends. I was only seen as good at fighting because of you guys. Not because of my own talents or hard work. I needed this for me. My tone is getting higher as I talk. I was always going to go to training no matter how many tantrums you threw. How I got there sucked ass, but I got there and have done nothing but bust my ass. Just answer this, because Alpha Reggie flat out refused to even talk about it. When you were captured and imprisoned for a month, he took a deep breath and let it out harshly. There's that growl again. Yes, we know about your capture. And no, Alpha Reggie did not want us to know about it, but Dad thought our reaction would have been worse if it was kept from us. Did he? Did they? Did that asshole touch you while he had you? From what we got of your friend Gina's story, there was a lot of mistreatment of the women who were captured. He almost choked on the words. No, I whisper and close my eyes. Not me. I look behind me out the window at Gina. But I witnessed more than I wanted to. But it's not my story to tell. Cam's shoulders relaxed a bit, and his anger seemed to simmer down a bit. I lean on his shoulder and reach for Dakota's hand. I'm okay. And for now, I'm home. Can you work with that? I promise we'll talk. Some stuff is just hard, and I don't want to say it more than once. He huffs, reaches for my hand and laces our fingers together, keeping his gaze forward and the other hand on the wheel. The rest of the drive was silent. There was no way I was going to be able to have any more conversation with them right now. Emotions were too high. Apparently, me leaving was still a point of contention, even when my intentions were very clear. Maybe after we have been here a couple days and my returning stops being a new novelty, we can talk. Until then, I have to keep my focus on the job. Mike and the Rogue King are the target, the top priority. I am dozing on and off as we drive about an hour and a half before we get to the stretch of land that connects the island to the mainland. Once we cross, it will be another half hour until we get to the pack house. A realization hits me suddenly. Does your mom know I'm coming? Should I link her? Are you kidding? Everyone knows you're here. Sam practically melted everyone's mind shouting it over the link. Coda laughed at me. I'll have to figure out where we are all staying. I didn't even think about being this close to the pack. We weren't sure what these guys had planned. You have been gone too long. Your team will stay at the pack house, like all important guests. Okay, that works. I'll talk to Mateo about my room at the Beta house. That is, if my dad hasn't converted it to something else. Again? Are you kidding? You'll stay in your room at the pack house. No one has touched it since you left. We actually all kind of avoided it. Coda looks pointedly out the window so I can't see his face. Okay. That works, as long as we aren't in your way. Like you said, I've been gone a long time. I'm sure things have changed, Just let us know if we are in your way, or anyone else that is in the pack house now. We pull into the driveway and a hot, pink-clad figure is standing on the porch, tapping her foot. I take a deep breath. This should be fun. We all pile out of the truck as Sam and my brother unload the Rogue and Oliver pulls up on the curb with our SUV. What's going on out here? You boys are never home in the middle of the day. Her dramatic gasp is audible. What the hell is she doing here? I thought you kicked her out of the pack. She snarls at me. My wolf raises her hackles and I let a small growl rumble out of me. I have been training with the elite warriors. Don't lie to make yourself sound better. You aren't old enough to be an elite warrior, and you're a weak little second-born beta who can barely defend herself. She steps towards me, a smirk on her face. I've never called her out on her treatment of me in front of the guys, and she's never been so blunt in her hatred. She probably thinks it's because she scares me and the guys won't do anything. I move to step forward, but Coda wraps his arm around my waist, and Cam steps in front of me. Might I remind you that you are a guest in the pack house out of courtesy? You need to show respect to our pack members and our guests. Lillian and Gina walk up beside me, flanking me, looking stern but not unpleasant. This is the B-teach that has been messing with you, isn't it? Lil links the two of us. No way. This skank? Please, can I punch her in the face? She looks very punchable. Gina chimes in. No, she's still a pack member. We can't just beat her up because we want to. You need proof and a cause. She's the worst kind of trouble, I replied, a little defeated. How is it that these two, like Sierra, picked up on the animosity between Kaylee and I, and no one else has a clue? Our discussion is interrupted by a blur of motion in the form of Luna Ava flying at me from the front door. Dakota jumps away from me, just barely out of his mom's path as she reaches me and pulls me into a bone-crushing hug. Oh, my sweet girl. I've missed you. Luna Ava, you act like you didn't just see me a couple weeks ago. I laugh into her shoulder. You were safe then. No one was chasing my girl. No one was trying to take you from us again. Luna Ava, I thought we were going to start going over plans for our fall celebration party. Callie tries to bring attention back to herself. Luna Ava squeezes me tighter and whispers into my ear. I'm sorry. This can't be avoided or helped. I will explain later. We have had a change in plans due to some activity at one of the borders. I'm sorry, Kaylee. Luna Ava looks me in the eyes as she pulls away from me, takes a deep breath, schools her face, and turns around. We have a meeting with the Alpha that cannot wait. Skylar, where would you like your prisoner? We need to deal with him quickly so we can get his information to the right people. And we need to get you and your friends settled in their rooms, and then you can tell me what you want for dinner. Lucas will be so excited to see you. We just didn't get much time at the castle. You were so busy with your work with the Alpha King. She wraps her arm around my shoulder and guides me inside, Gina and Lillian following behind. I don't know what they did, but Kaylee let out a growl as we passed. Nothing more was said until we were all the way upstairs on the guys' floor. Luna Ava looks around before heading to my room, like she's waiting for someone to jump out and say boo. She leads us to my door after then and grabs the handle gently and slowly, like she's afraid to open it. Please don't be upset at the state of it. I would have had everything put back to rights if I had known you were coming today. Huh? She opens the door. It looks like someone has been camping in here, and all the guys' scents are all over the room. I thought Dakota said they all avoided my room. What is all this? My bed is perfectly made, but there are piles of blankets everywhere. It looks like after a party and everyone sleeps wherever. Too drunk to drive home. Well, don't believe a word of that. Those boys have all been kind of lost without you and Sierra around. They actually have a rotation of who sleeps in here, but none of them touch your bed or your closet trying to preserve your scent. What the hell? That sounds crazy. Lil laughs. These guys sound like the guys on the compound. What do you do to make them just fall at your feet? You have to teach me your secrets. I don't do anything, and shut up. No one falls at my feet. I was just really close with these guys. I've known them my whole life, and the year before I came to training, we were pretty much inseparable. I struggled without them too. I just had other things to deal with at the time. Yeah, like spending a month in the hospital recovering from being poisoned by someone in your own pack. Sorry, Luna Ava, but I don't understand why she is still able to be out and about walking around when she hurts pack members, especially pups. Gina is bold. She always has been with me, but it is fun to see her come out of the shell. Her time with Mike put her in. She's embracing her alpha blood and an equal to Luna Ava. This room is a safe space and completely soundproof. And nothing I say leaves this room. I trust you girls because my Sky trusts you with her life. Kaylee is a problem. Always has been, and without concrete evidence, there's very little we can do. Trust me, we have tried, but we can't just come out and accuse her of anything without it. We can't be accused of playing favorites. Her family is the kind of family that will cause trouble. What am I talking about? They are causing trouble now. Just to give you a heads up, because your not so warm welcome is going to be a constant. The Cunninghams are staying with us while their home is being repaired. They are taking up half of the second floor, where you girls will be staying. She looks over at Lil and Gina with a grimace. If it's a problem, they can stay up here with me, I start. N-O. Sorry. No, they can't. Kaylee can't say anything about you being up here because you have always had a room up here. She will have a fit if we let your friends stay up here with you. It shouldn't matter, nor should it be anyone else's business. But they are the worst type of me to people I have ever met, and they tend to bog us down with useless business that really only benefits them. But Lucas and I have discovered that if we keep them busy, they don't go do things behind our backs. You pack members just do that? Gina is actually offended. Not necessarily, but many of our elders think they have more control and say than even the alpha, and they have gotten bold recently. Just making decisions and giving orders, and unfortunately our pack members don't know any different because they are trusted leaders. I know Xander is having a similar issue. There always is a power issue when the next alpha is getting close to taking over. That's when all the politics really start to kick in. She rolls her eyes. It's all about power, and we don't want to teach our pack members to not trust the leadership. They need to trust us. Know that our decisions are for their benefit and the safety of the pack as a whole. But some people who have been in power too long forgot what it is like to earn their position. So to not cause an uproar, we try to deal with these things quietly. Of course, we have our resident drama queen at the heart of several issues right now. She runs her fingers through her hair, like she is composing herself. All guests need to stay on the second floor. That's what we told her, and her father has been looking for any reason to get her up here, even claiming they had family visiting from out of town, who would need to be put up in the pack house, since their home isn't finished yet. Kaylee jumped on that train and tried to claim this room for herself when they brought their stuff over. We told them to make other arrangements for their guests at the local hotel. We even offered to pay for the inconvenience. But in the end, plans changed. She air quotes and rolled her eyes. I don't know how she keeps getting up here when we keep changing the entrance code to the door, but she does. The last time she tried, oh, that was an argument fit for TV. It was one of the few times I have ever had to use my Luna aura on a pack member. How long have they been here, Luna? Too long. Actually, their house caught fire after a small attack about a month after you left. The amount of damage was not that severe, but whoever they hired to inspect it said it would be better to tear the whole thing down and start over, making improvements while they were at it. Everything has taken twice as long and been stalled out more times than I can count. They are stalling for time. The boys all turn 18 in the spring. Kevin wants Kaylee near the twins to hopefully build a friendship good enough for them to consider her, if they don't find their mate or mates right away. So he's trying to hew her out in order to give her a better chance at being Luna. Lil surmises. It won't happen. They want their mate or mates. But boys will be boys, and they have acted like all teenage boys their age and slept around. What they realized too late is that some of these girls think that makes them the next Luna by default, which is ridiculous. None of the boys have really dated since you and Sierra left. They really have changed. She sighs, and I can't tell if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, let's go get these 2 rooms, and then I can show them around a bit since Lil didn't get to see much at trials, and Gina has never been here. I look at Luna Ava seriously. I don't want to feel any more guilty about how the guys have behaved since I chose to stay away. I shake myself from my thoughts. I have no control over how they act. I am not the cause for everything that they do. They have jobs to do and got serious about them is all. They are going to start the transition soon, and they know they can't mess around anymore. Will Gina and Lil be next to the Cunningham's room? Or are they on the other side of the hall? I don't know if I want anyone near them for an extended period of time. They have 3 rooms at one end of the hall. I will put you girls at the other end, but I think that will work in our favor, since you will be closer to the 3rd floor staircase. Maybe it will derail Kaylee's actions. We should check in with Lucas too, just to see if he has had contact with Warrior Brogan about your prisoner. Anything from him on your current situation? I haven't heard from him. Either of you had orders? I look at my friends, who both shake their heads. Weird. I told him we would wait for orders. Maybe he wants us to just stay put. Maybe they caught up with rogues too, and are tied up at the moment. We'll give it 24 hours, and then I will check in again. The 3 of us start to move towards my door when Luna Ava laughs. Girls, you have been at this roughing it thing for too long. Stay here and shower. Change. And for the love of my sanity, please tell me if any of the blood you are covered in is yours. We can meet with Lucas when you're done. Slow down. There is nothing rushing you right this moment. You could all actually rest. I think I heard you have been up for almost 2 days. We all look at each other. I know for me it's the first real look I've given my friends since we met up with the rogues in the forest. We look like a hot mess warmed over. Even though we are all in our standard issue black uniform, it is apparent that we were tumbling around in the dirt. There are still leaves and twigs in both girls' hair, so I can safely assume I have them in my hair too. The finishing touch is the streaks of blood we all have on our necks and hands. There is splatter across Lil's face, and Gina looks like she's a vampire rather than a werewolf. We all start laughing unreasonably hard. This should not be funny at all, but none of the guys said a thing to any of us about it. Although that may explain some of their reactions and the way they were talking to us. Sky, your clothes are still in the closet, but I dare say you have filled out in your time away. Look at these muscles. She smiles at me. Let me see what I can dig up for you ladies. We each make quick work of showering the battle off of us. Luna Ava brought us all clothes in every shade except black. I just rolled my eyes and laughed at the options. Then we all fought over the darkest colors. I ended up in navy blue leggings with a white t-shirt. Gina got the black leggings and a red t-shirt. Lillian got gray joggers and an orange t-shirt. It's so weird to be wearing colors. I almost feel too bright. Lillian laughs. I'm starving. Let's go see if we can grab some food before we head out. I lead the girls out the door. I half expected the guys to be waiting in the hallway like they used to, but no one was there. I am actually a little disappointed and then angry at myself for feeling that way. I left to follow my dreams. I can't expect them to just sit around and wait for me. I mentally shake myself and head downstairs. We all slow down as we hear voices coming from the kitchen. Daddy, fix this. She can't be here. She's a nuisance and she will mess up everything like always. I will do everything I can, sweetheart. You know that. But we can't just attack her. She'll be gone soon enough with her warrior missions. Why not? Everything was better when she left. The pack was getting back to what it should be. She was making people rebel against me, and as Luna, I can't have disloyal people in my pack. I know, sweetheart. And when you are Luna, you can put her on an assignment somewhere out of the way. But for now, tread carefully. She's a favorite, whether it was earned or not. It's a fact. A groan-like screech comes out of Kaylee's mouth, and I decide I have heard enough. The three of us walk in, and I head straight for the pantry. I hope Lenny left something good to eat, I say to my friends, pretending like the Cunninghams aren't even in the room. She always made the best snacks, but she had to hide them from the guys because they would eat them all in one sitting. I grab random things and hand them over, then turn to walk out. She's not worth my time and no longer a threat. I will beat her ass if she so much as approaches me aggressively. I am done with her and her rumors and threats. We step out of the door, and I take in a deep breath. The smell was so calming and comforting. This is home. The forest, the people. I can even smell the training grounds. This is my forever place. But I'm still tied to the royal pack and the warrior compound too. It's so weird to know that and have no idea what it means all at the same time. Now I am curious and have no desire to be in the pack house if Kaylee and her dad are there coming up with ways to get rid of me. So we ate, and we walked the short walk over to the training grounds. I am giving a running commentary of the pack as we go. I hear a lot of noise as we approach the smallest of the three arenas. What in the world? It's the middle of the day. What's going on here? I ask, no one in particular. We walk through the gate, and what I see stops me in my tracks. All of my guys are working with groups of pups in the middle of the day on a weekday. What is happening? There's never been training in the middle of the day before. I walk over, waving at Delta Kyle. What is all of this? This is all you, kiddo. What are you talking about? I look around as I ask him. You inspired a lot of things here. We train instead of doing gym class with the pups now, and all of the upperclassmen volunteer to help throughout the week. With all of the little attacks and you being gone, we have all bonded being here. I think it makes the kids feel safe being able to fight. And they know you're at warrior training getting better, and they want to do the same. You've had attacks? I didn't know that. Yeah, nothing major, but attacks nonetheless. Some houses and properties have been damaged. But I think you found that out too. He looks at me pointedly. Yeah, we got the idea. Lil speaks up. Lillian, elite warrior. Nice to meet you officially. Oh, I am so sorry. This is Lil, one of the elite warriors on my team. This is Gina, another warrior on my team. But she is also the alpha of the Black Diamond Pack. This is Delta Kyle, Sam's dad. Is there anything we can do? We are waiting for orders right now, so we are at a standstill. And none of us could sleep if we wanted to in the middle of the day. Do you really want to help? Of course. What do you need? Well, you are somewhat of a legend here. Some of these pups have never seen you in action. What do you say to a game of capture the flag? Really? Of all the things we could do, you want me to play capture the flag? Actually, I thought they could play against all of you and see how a team works together. That is something this group is struggling with. Everyone wants to be the hero, and they are starting to plateau working individually. You guys in? I look at my friends, and I know their answers before they say anything. We all smile at each other. What are the rules? What do we get when we win? Gina asks, and Lil and I both laugh. Basically, the kids put a flag out, and you all have to get it without being tagged by them and get it back to the starting line. Sky here still holds the record for the fastest time. No one can seem to beat it, although Sam has come the closest. That is now the bragging point, who gets the closest. He laughs, and we join in. He turns and starts walking toward the groups of kids, working with the guys and some of the other high schoolers I recognize, but don't really know names of. I can't tell if the guys don't notice me because they are focused on the kids or if they are ignoring me, but none of them look our way until Kyle shouts, "Listen up." All the commotion comes to a halt. "We have a treat for you today." Sky is visiting and has a break from her current mission, so she and her team are going to work you over a bit. Let's see if you can survive a game of capture the flag. Many of the kids cheer and wave at me. I love that some of them remember me and are at least excited to see me. The guys are all in their varying states of emotions. Sam waves enthusiastically. Mateo's wave is more subdued. Oliver is just looking anywhere but at me, and the twins are blank. I have no idea what they are thinking. You expect us to go up against elite warriors? Are you crazy? A boy, maybe a couple years younger than me, complains. Why not? Lil asks. You are here to train and get better, not be comfortable and complacent. The only way to get better is to go up against people who are better than you, have a skill that is better than yours, or work with people who have been training longer. Always be learning. Don't whine about the effort of getting better. Just do the things that make you better. Lil is in training mode now. She is one of our best trainers. She just isn't old enough to be an instructor yet. She should be a floor leader and a team lead, but she says she doesn't want those positions. I don't miss the looks on my guys' faces at her comment, though. They must tell this kid off a lot, too. That is the mentality of an elite warrior, Kyle says, proudly pointing to Lil. Now let's break you up into groups to go against their team. Kyle starts moving around and pairing up groups so there are an even amount of kids. This looks like our middle school-aged kids, so the ages and abilities are going to be interesting since many of them are probably in the middle of growth spurts. This is always such a weird age to work with because of that. You have your teams, work with your upperclassmen to come up with a plan. You have 5 minutes. He walks back over to us. Let's see how creative they get since it's against you. Don't go easy on them either. They need to see what real competition looks like. Many of the upperclassmen struggle with harming them during training. No one wants to hurt a child, and I feel like the idea that they are weak due to their size or age is actually hurting them more. You are my biggest case in point. For whatever reason, you are the smallest wolf I have ever seen, and I don't think you are growing anymore, little one. But you are one of the most skilled warriors to come from our pack. These kids need a push, just like our boys did years ago. It's why they do this now, why they still train just as hard as when you trained them. They saw how it improved them, but I also think they do it to feel closer to you. This was your thing, your project to improve the pack, and they refused to let it die when you left. I just blink. Tears are threatening behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I feel like my emotions are on overdrive being home. Or maybe being this close to the guys again. I can't stuff them down like I do when I am away. Hey, Biddy, you good? Oliver walks up to me, rubbing his chest. I can see the looks of my friends from the corners of my eyes. I just walk into his massive chest and wrap my arms around him, taking in a deep, calming breath. This is something I have missed. I'm still mad at you. He wraps his arms around me and squeezes tight. I know. I'm a terrible friend. I'm sorry. I squeeze tighter. Not good enough. But we'll get to that later. He lets me go and walks back to his group. What was all that about? Gina asks. He can feel my emotions. He just knows when I'm upset. The connection has saved me more than once. Really? Have you two always been like that? No, it was after I got my wolf and we really started to hang out. It kind of developed. The more we hung out, the more he could feel my emotions. He's most attuned to sadness and fear emotions. I shrugged my shoulders. And he's going to be your gamma? Lil asks. Yeah, why? Looks like a mate thing to me. Just curious. Not a mate thing. I don't think. Neither of us do. We have talked about it before well, that story is too long for right now. But he somehow could sense me having a panic attack from somewhere else in the pack house, and was able to find me based on our connection. But my brother, Sam, and the twins have the same ability to calm me that he does. It's something with our group. You ladies ready? Delta Kyle calls over to us. We look at each other and shrug. None of us even talked about a plan of attack for this game. Ready as we'll ever be, I guess. Gina laughs. Midge, you call the shots. This is your game and your pack. You know them best. Got it. The flag is on the top of the rope climb. They are probably really good at that now, but it's their go-to spot to place the flag. No different than trials, Lil. Don't underestimate how fucking fast these kids are, especially with a challenge. Get off the ground as quickly as possible. It's harder for them to hurt us that way, and we are faster in the air. Split right away. I'll go down the center and throw them off. We need to mess with their heads a bit, confuse them. Meet you at the top. Got it, boss. They both call back, not looking at me. We have perfected the art of talking over the mind link while paying attention to others. 3, 2, 1, go. Kyle calls out. We take off in 3 directions. I run right at a group of kids who look terrified. I just laugh and jump over them, landing soft on my feet and using the momentum to roll forward and continue running. Gio? Why are you staring at her? You see us do stuff like that all the time. I hear Sam yell and laugh at the same time. I can see Janelle to my right, her group following her like a rock star. Lil is to my left, and she is bobbing and weaving through the kids, messing with them and loving every second based on her cackle. None of them can touch her, and some are loving the game, and some are super frustrated based on the growls coming from them. Let's go, Lil. We are on a time crunch. No one said anything about a time limit. What the hell? It's a personal time thing, not official, but you are not going to slow us down. I laugh back at her. Yes, boss. She laughs back. I know she's put on her real speed when sounds of hay. Whoa. And how'd she do that? Erupt from behind me. I run full out for the 3 rope climb. I grab 2, but can't get the 3rd. They are set too far apart, but Lil reads my mind and grabs it. We actually had a drill like this for escape. We had to climb a rope, skinnier than these, but almost as heavy, while pulling the end up to keep the enemy from following. Hauling the 2 at the same time kind of sucked, but I managed. We met at the top and grabbed the flag. It's bigger than I remember, but maybe that's to make it easier for the kids somehow. What's the plan? 'Cause these kids are wearing me out. Gina calls from the ground, keeping a good chunk of kids busy. Lil, go down the cargo net and along the wall. Draw as many as you can. Gina, I'm coming for you. We need to throw them off a bit. Let's make it look like we are changing up who has the flag. Like cups. Got it. Lil laughs and takes off for the cargo net, not even stopping to assess the jump. Just goes for it. Crazy ass. There is a commotion of kids everywhere. I'm just lucky we are all fast, and they are still not working together to corral us into one place. All the kids running around makes it hard for us to cross paths at first, but we soon outstrip them and crisscross each other, making contact several times all the way back to the finish line, where Delta Kyle is waiting. We cross the line and groan almost as much as the kids from the exertion. We walk around and talk to the kids for a minute, chatting about the game, training, what it's like to be a warrior for the Alpha King. Well, kids, that was a great run. You gave the warriors a hard time and didn't make the win easy for them. I have a question, though. Who has the flag? Arguments broke out amongst the kids over which of the 3 of us had it. Why does it even matter? They beat us. The game is over. Who cares which one of them has the flag? Your superior cares, Dwight. If you would have seen who had the flag, you would have only had to chase one warrior instead of all three. Or you could have worked together to team up on them in small groups. There's only 3 of them, Cam says to the whiny kid. I think you should come to the Sky training tomorrow. WHT? No, I didn't do anything. You did several things. We'll talk about them in the morning, though. Dakota smiles at him, then looks at me and winks. Hold on. What is Sky training? And why does he sound offended to be required to go? I move closer to the twins. We now have a 4 AM training that we do. It has been deemed the Sky training because you are the only person crazy enough to work out at 4 on purpose. For everyone else, it's punishment. It is an eye-opening wake-up call for anyone needing a little extra motivation. We are off track, though, grumbles Oliver, who has the flag. We purposely set a larger one so Sky would have more difficulty concealing it. He finally looks at me with less irritation. They did change the flag because of me. I just rolled my eyes. At this point, she still managed to hide it from you. The discussion among the kids became a low hum as they discussed among themselves. My guys come over and stand making a wall behind the 3 of us. Who thinks Beta Sky has it? Raise your hands, my brother says to the group. About a third of them raise their hands, and several of those people look like they are just doing what the person next to them is. All right, who thinks Warrior Lillian has it? Another small chunk of confused hands go up. How about Alpha, Gina? More confused hands, but I don't think this has anything to do with the flag. He gave us all titles that no one has cared to use before. How is she an alpha? Whiny boy Dwight asks. This kid is asking for an ass beating. Do you really need that discussion here in front of everyone? Or can we just go with my dad was an alpha, and I am the only child of an alpha? Now that he is gone, I am the alpha. I would think you would have that concept considering you work directly with your future alphas. Gina lets her aura out a little bit, and I have to stop myself from smiling at the look of fear on Dwight's face. He might actually wet himself in front of the group. We're going to be at this early-ass training, right? Dwight and I have an appointment. Lil and I couldn't hide our laughter. Anything you want, Alpha. Lil, don't be an ass. Alpha or not, this little douche canoe is going to learn respect and how to ask questions with respect. I was hoping you could say alpha a couple more times. I don't think you got around half dozen. I add on. We clearly stopped paying attention the minute he questioned a female being an alpha. The problem now is observation. Don't make things more complicated than they need to be. See the objective and follow it. Everything else is fluff. Cam starts ignoring us. Who has the flag? Beta Sky got it down. She brought it over the line. A girl smiles at me. No, I don't have it. I got to it first, so I retrieved it. Beyond that, it doesn't matter who gets it over the finish line. There was no need to keep it when many of you made the assumption that I touched it. So I have it. I passed it off almost immediately. Lil smiles. Then we both split. You had to choose who to follow. Most followed Beta Sky. She looks at me with a smirk. We divided your ranks. We crossed paths about a dozen times before we crossed the finish line. All 3 of us connected each time. Gina fills in the rest. We speak as one person because we act as a unit. There's no way you switched off that big flag without any of us noticing. Another boy from the back. And yet we did. I had it at least 3 times. Warrior Lil, you? 4, I think. Unless you count when Beta Sky gave it to me on the rope climb. None of us had it for more than a few seconds. In a real fight, we all would have gone in completely different directions, leading pursuers to warriors who could ambush them and assist us. That is how a team works. We are all important. We have team leads and assigned tasks, so nothing is missed. It's not about being in charge or being the hero. It's about completing the task or assignment. I finish. There's your takeaway today. Go get cleaned up, You all have a couple more hours of classes, and Principal Duncan is expecting you in 10. All the kids scatter like ants. So which one of you really has it? Sam asks, laughing again. I saw it change a couple times, but lost it. Well, you should maybe go to Sky training too, since you can't seem to pay attention. Lil laughs back at him. Seriously, though, who has it? None of you look like you have it stuffed anywhere fun, at least. Now we all just laugh. Even Oliver cracks a smile. All right, Mom just asked that we get you back to the pack house for an early dinner and wants me to let all 3 of you know she's disappointed that you didn't rest after your ordeal last night. Cam interrupts and ushers us out. And don't try to run off either, Tiny. You 3 are riding inside the truck. Why do they have to keep reminding you to ride in the truck like you don't know it's there? Because the pack house is 5 minutes from here and I like to walk. They forget that I walked to the training grounds for literal years before they decided I was good enough to ride with them. I let out a huff and opened the passenger door to take my seat before someone threw me in like a doll. Will you stop calling me that? I'm not trying to be macho, Alpha. It's respect, you are a guest and my sister's friend. Just get in the damn truck, Mateo says loudly, putting effort into not yelling. Why are you so bossy? Is he always this bossy? Gina climbs in, looking at me with a shit-eating grin on her face. She knows what she is doing. I'm probably not the best person to ask. He's not really bossy to me. He's more overprotective to a suffocating fault. Get your ass in that middle seat. I'm hungry. The Luna promised dinner, and I love the food at the compound. But Luna Ava looks like a mama who knows how to feed her warriors. Let's go, Lil shouts, shoving Gina in as Mateo climbs in on the other side, basically throwing her in his lap. I turned to the front and fought the laugh. This is going to be interesting. I did notice that Oliver volunteered to sit in the bed of the truck. I need to get Oliver alone. He's clearly got something on his mind and he's keeping his distance from me and it hurts. The ride to the pack house was uneventful and yet amusing. My brother and Gina seem to have this need to have the last word situation going on, and I can feel the tension Lil was talking about this morning. I don't know how though, because she has her partial brand like I do, so the fact that she can flirt the way she does baffles me. I leaned my head on the seat back. The weariness hit all of a sudden as the truck rumbled down the road. Coda and Cam are holding my hands again, like they can't get enough contact. Their cocoon of warmth is hard to fight. But I do, just watching the town go by. When we get there, we head inside and up the stairs like old times, not really saying much after a hard training session. Gina and Lil head to their rooms, and we plan to meet them on our way back down. The guys and I head to the 3rd floor stairs. Have you guys been training all this time? I missed you back at school. I feel like I don't see you anymore. I wish you would come and have lunch with us, at least. Cam still has my hand still. Dakota has his hand on my lower back. And none of us are trying to hide me this time. But they do all move in closer. Kaylee, we have explained before. We are busy and we have obligations that keep us outside of the school. Our training and education has changed. I'm not sure what other ways we can tell you that. Excuse us. We have to get ready for dinner. He pulls me along next to him, and for the first time, I don't feel like hiding my eyes from her. But I don't make a point to stare her down either. I'm not going to incite a fight, but I won't cower anymore. This is why I left to get stronger, to be better. I need to quit falling into old habits. Why is she going upstairs? Luna Ava said no guests on the 3rd floor, that all the rooms were taken, and only you guys were allowed up there. Kaylee, enough. You know I have a room here. I have for a very long time. Also ranked, members are allowed on the 3rd floor. I am a beta. You are not. Stop trying to dig your claws into the guys. If you are their mate, you will find out when everyone turns 18. Until then, back off. You are exhausting. I didn't yell or scream. Just told her how it is, like talking to a toddler who doesn't understand no. We need to get ready. Luna Ava will shoot us if we are late. She just stares at me. I drag Cam with me. Coda doesn't break contact with me either. I unlock the door, making a point to show her I'm wanted, and she is not. I head up the stairs, knowing Oliver will make sure the door is latched behind us, so she can't. Who are you and what did you do with our timid little bit? Same person, just fed up with being called unwanted and a LR by her. I really hope she isn't mated to any of you. Her in any ranked position would be a nightmare. I let go of Cam and head to my room without a backwards glance to any of them. I am really tired. I'm glad Luna Ava insisted on an early dinner for us. I shower again and linger a little longer than necessary, but the jets feel so good. I forgot how spoiled I am here. I find new clothes in my closet and all my bags are here too. I don't know why, but I feel the need to have my blades on me, but how to do that and hide them. Luna Ava might freak out. After a perusal of the new clothes, I found a sweatshirt that would hide my wrist cuffs and still look normal. I stepped out of my room and almost burst into tears. All my guys are here waiting for me. I walk right up to my brother and hug him around the waist, then move to Sam and Oliver, who stops me mid-hug, grabs my arms by the wrists behind his back, and pulls them forward, looking at me curiously. It's a gut instinct to have them on me. I have learned to trust my instincts. He just nods and lets me go, saying nothing to the rest. I hug both the twins, who take my hands again, and we all head down. Gina and Lil are waiting by the door and do not look happy at all. It takes about 2 seconds to figure out why. I love how we all always walk down together. It makes such a grand entrance. She giggles and moves forward, like the leader in a parade. Lil, Gina, and I all roll our eyes. At least you laid the groundwork for telling her off. You were listening? Yeah, Midge. This idiot treats you the same way Drina does and you don't say anything to her either. I don't like causing trouble, and tattling because someone said words that are supposed to be hurtful is unnecessary. I could give 2 she-teas if you tattle. Just make sure you keep telling her where to shove it. And use your damn aura. Yours is almost as strong as mine. You don't have to hurt her. Don't give me that look. But making her not talk would be a treat for everyone. Gina smiles. I rolled my eyes again. You gonna let us in on your secret conversation? Sam whispers in my ear. Always a little too close for comfort, and managing to not trip either of us on the stairs. Nope, I smile back. I can't decide if you are trying to kill me, little bit. I hate secrets. We walk into the kitchen, and everything looks and smells even better than the scents that were wafting up. Luna Ava, this is amazing. I hope you didn't go to any trouble. Never trouble for you, sweet girl. And I made all your favorites. She lowers her voice a bit. I thought we could slowly move outside on the patio, since there's so many of us and it isn't too cool yet. Lucas and the rest of the old guys are already out there. You kids were the last to come down. A little louder, she says. Grab a plate and dig in. I made plenty and the boys know they can't have seconds until you do. She giggles, a little evilly, and my mouth drops open. Mom, is that really fair? Coda whines. I have seen this girl eat right alongside you boys, and with all this extra muscle, and the amount she has been training with her team. Yes, they get seconds first. Dad isn't going to like that at all, Coda muttered under his breath. Your father already agreed with me, so stop being a baby and go eat. We all laugh at her, directing her son, who's about 8 inches taller than she is, and twice her width. She shouldn't scare them, but she's a force when she wants to be. We all fill plates and head out, Gina and Lil right behind me so I can introduce them. Skylar, there you are. I was wondering if the boys would hog you all day. Come sit, some sit. Alpha Lucas waves us over, and I set my plate next to Delta Gwen. Before we sit down, I go through all the titles and introductions. As we get comfortable, Lil links me /. It's unnaturally quiet. Where's? Don't say it. Don't even think it. We are all out here having dinner, and everyone who paid attention to Luna Ava's setup knew exactly where to go. These plates and silverware are her patio set. Now both of you get ready to be grilled about training. We only made it about 10 minutes into conversation before the Cunninghams all walked out the patio doors, looking confused. My apologies, Luna Ava. I must have misunderstood your invite. I thought we were eating in the formal dining room, as usual. Oh no. With all the kids here, we usually eat out on the patio. There's just enough room. Now that the boys are so big, it's hard to have everyone crammed inside. Where would you like us? He starts to walk to the head of the table where Alpha Lucas is at. This is a new way of organizing for dinner. He smiles, and I think he's trying to make a joke. Maybe. I've never seen pups at the head of the table before. And there's the douche you know and love. Why is he still here? If he was in my pack, I would have made him the Omega that cleans the locker rooms in the training facilities. Damn, Jen, that's harsh. You'll see harsh when you call me Jen again. Luna Ava tried to tell me once, but we were interrupted. His family is an old family with the pack. Somebody was important once, and we're stuck with him. He's Kyle's brother, actually. Lil spits out her drink and chokes. Gina and I both pat her on the back and try not to laugh at the water dripping from her nose. What on earth is going on? I don't think the discussion of the state of our neighborhood streets is comical at all. No, you're right. The streets are very important, especially when you are constructing such a big, beautiful house. The surrounding area should match. Gina flutters her eyes at him. He goes to answer her, but she cuts him off. Although more than a year to construct a home seems like an overuse of resources, time, and labor. Surely you would want those resources to get done in a timely manner, and then they would be available to improve your street. I like your friend, little one. Alpha Lucas smiles at me, and I wink back at him. Luna Ava, what did you have on the schedule for tomorrow? We are still waiting on orders and would love to help out. I try to redirect the conversation. Actually, shouldn't you girls be in school? You can't have your education disrupted this way. It's truancy and lazy. I won't stand for it while you are in our pack. Kevin says this as if he's the alpha. We are all set, Mr. Cunningham. I graduated several years ago. Similar to Cameron and Dakota, I had my studies accelerated so I could also train as the next alpha. Lillian has also graduated. And Miss Smarty Pants over here was so far ahead in her studies that she qualified for and took college classes while running missions, and now the Alpha King himself has been teaching her. Gina sounds so polite, it's kind of scary. I'm wondering if she's possessed. And then I remember that there was a time when she was training to do all of this. She wasn't a hardened warrior, but a political princess, and she knows how to use her words just as effectively as her fists. It's just not a side we see very often on the missions we run. We tend to stick to the shadows as much as possible. I would still prefer you all in school. What kind of example is it setting to have teenagers running around gallivanting? Did he not just hear that we all graduated already? Lil doesn't hide her irritation very well on her face, and Gina nudges her under the table. Yep, just wait. I'm sure there's an angle here. I think it would be prudent if all of our young leaders spent more time in school, actually. Setting a good example and all. Mingling with the lower pack members and gaining their trust is always the best way to start a new rule. He's still standing there holding his plate looking ridiculous. No one says anything about his ruling comment. What kind of response do you give to a delusion like that? I wonder if he thought someone was going to move one of the pups to make room for him if he stood there long enough. Even Kyle is avoiding eye contact with him. They couldn't be more different even though they are brothers. It's actually weird to see them in the same place. Where Delta Kyle is all muscle and bulk from training, Kevin is wiry and lanky. All werewolves have a general muscle tone about them, but most of us still work for it. Kevin Cunningham is skinny by wolf standards and a little gaunt in the face. His skin is paler, just hammering home the idea that he spends more time inside than out, even though our wolves prefer being outdoors. There it is. I link to my friends. He wants the boys back in school because of Kaylee. He does realize that won't help her chances, right? Gina asks. Obviously not. They're both still trying. Well, if you all are done eating, why don't you run along and go hang out while the adults talk? Kevin tries to direct us. I look down at my plate, which is still half full of my first round, and back up to him, not hiding my confusion and irritation. We actually just started eating, Kevin. And I fully intend on having at least 2 more plates. I smile at Luna Ava, and she winks at me too. This food is too good and I'm starving. I don't know where your manners went, young lady. Maybe they don't enforce those kinds of things at that roguish camp of yours. But it's Mr. Cunningham to you. He huffs. And I would think that you would be more concerned about your figure. No male wants to see his mate all bloated up after 3 plates of food. He chuckles and looks around, expecting the other adults to laugh along with him. They all actually look like they want to throw him across the yard. First, Kevin. I emphasize. Elite warrior training has many rules and regulations when it comes to hierarchy. All of the titles are earned by daily actions. You have not done anything of the sort, so what I choose to call you is based directly on your actions and contributions to the pack. And I don't think the Alpha King would appreciate you calling his elite warrior training camp roguishes, considering the mission that brought us here. Second, I'm pretty sure you just called me fat and unappealing. I train with my warriors for up to 12 hours per day. I gesture towards Gina and Lillian, have been on a mission for some time now, and have been awake for over 2 days. I think I've actually lost track. I look at my friends again, and they both shrug. I burn more calories in a day than you do in a week, and train hard enough to eat what I want. Do not concern yourself about what I consume, and don't let me hear of you talking to any other females in our pack like that. I won't stand for it. I throw his words back at him. There's room for you at that end of the table. I point at the furthest end, near my father, who moved when Alpha Lucas called me over. He stands there, not saying a thing. I think hoping, again, that someone would overthrow my instruction of him going to the end of the table. He finally concedes when everyone just sits there and stares at him. Damn, Biddy. Tell us how you really feel. Yep. I like the new little bit that was so hot. You are an idiot, you know that? I ask Sam. Yes, but you love me just the way I am. And Miss Alpha here, also hot. I may explode from the amount of female hotness in the room. We're outside. Lil looks at him and smiles. I know. That's the amount of hotness you all bring. Stop saying hot like you're 12 and just discovered girls. You're embarrassing yourself. My brother throws a piece of his roll at Sam across the table. He leans towards Gina and whispers, He's not wrong. That was impressive. I don't think anyone has been able to get that guy to shut up at dinner yet. He looks at me and then Gina for a long moment. The rest of the night went more smoothly, if not as comfortable. The Cunninghams stayed as long as we stayed, and we didn't touch on any subjects that were more than surface deep. I really have to figure out what Kevin's deal is. Gina is right. He should have been kicked to the curb by now. Something is going on, and it is affecting how the pack leaders relax in their safe space. At the very least, they need to move back into their own home. Luna Ava, I was serious about what you need from us tomorrow. We are headed to early training to watch what that is all about, but... Oh, you're going to love Sky training. Gamma Brett asks. I can't wait until you see that. He laughs. Why does everyone say it like it's a bad thing? It's literally named after me and is viewed as torture. What the hell? I look around at my friends, waiting for anyone to answer. None of them look ashamed, though. I narrow my eyes at all of them and settle on Oliver. He may be angry with me, but he has never beaten around the bush. Talk. He takes a deep breath and rolls his eyes back at me. Fine. They meet with us and run the full, original patrol loop, then are in the gym for an hour doing bag work, with no break, then head to morning training, and must be in the front near the trainers, working full out the whole time. It's not really an insult to you, it's actually an insult to them, because they can't do it, and it was your everyday normal. He shrugs a shoulder. Oh, she-tea. How long does it take you to run the border? Lil asks. If you're not actually running a patrol and just doing the loop, it's about an hour if you go full out. And how long is morning training? It's now 2 hours, mandatory. Cam looks serious. We've had too many attacks. All the surrounding packs have, so everyone has increased training and security. We'll show you in the morning. I nod. Well, in that case, I had better eat up. I'm going to need the energy. I start to get up to go get seconds, and Lil and Gina follow suit. No wonder you came into elite camp and didn't struggle at all. We were all wondering, Lil says, and then looks shocked. I mean, it's not a secret you're small. It's deceiving 'cause you come out and beast mode everyone. Lil says as we walk back towards the kitchen. I see Kevin out of the corner of my eye start to move like he is going to stand, and I know he's going to be like a 5-year-old and try to take our seats. We'll be right back. I need seconds so I can carbo load for training in the morning. I look right at him and then my dad, who has a curious look on his face, and head in. We were outside longer than I planned, and I can feel my eyelids drooping, no longer able to fight the sleep my body needs. All right, Tiny, that's it. You girls need to sleep. You have been through a lot in the last couple days. Let's go. Cam pulls my chair out from the table and scoops me up. I'm too tired to react quickly, and once I'm in his arms, I don't even care. He's so warm and his scent is so familiar and calming, it's almost more difficult to stay awake now. I hear a yelp and look over his shoulder to see Oliver carrying Lil and my brother has Gina, who's actually trying to fight. But she's no better than I am, and doesn't resist for too long. Where are you going? I thought we were going to hang out tonight. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Kaylee just doesn't fit with our group, and either she doesn't get that or doesn't care. We didn't have any plans tonight, and since we do have Sky training in the morning, we need to head up and get some sleep. Clearly, the girls' mission has taken its toll, Coda said somewhere near me. We started moving, and the swaying was so nice, and he was so warm. I just snuggled into his chest. I could care less where I sleep at this point. I'm so tired and so comfortable. We're all going up to the 3rd floor. I'm not dealing with Kaylee tonight, or in the morning. I don't who said it, as I'm in and out of consciousness. The next thing I know is I'm laying on a pillow-soft bed. I take a deep breath in and feel my body just drift off. Skylar? I shoot up from a dead sleep. I have no idea where I am, but I look around for Gina. Skyhelp, please, she cries. I try to move, but the blankets around me are holding me down. I can hear her panic, and I can't move to get to her, making me panic. My heart starts to race as I scramble to try and get my legs free. Sky? HELPME. HOLDONJENA. I'm HEREICOMING. I fight harder. What the hell? I hear groggily next to me. I turn quickly and see Cam looking around. Tiny, what's wrong? Smalls? It's Gina. I have to get to her. She needs me. Get me out of here. Skylar. This time she's crying and I shove, I don't know who, off the bed and take off running. I'm a little disoriented as I run out into the hallway. Gina, I'm coming. Where are you? Here, she cries again. I ran towards her voice. She's in my room. I run in the door, straight to her on my bed, and wrap her up in my arms. I'm here. You're safe. You're in my pack. You're in my room. You're safe. I'm here. She just grips my t-shirt tighter and buries her face in my neck and cries as I repeat my words over and over. It's like this anytime we change locations. She just doesn't transition well. Most of the time, if we share a room, she can calm the panic pretty quickly because she can find me. But if the dreams are too real or vivid, then it takes a little bit to get her to hear me, like now. What can we do? I'm startled. I can smell all the guys here now, but I was so focused on Gina. I didn't know they followed me in here. Lil walks over and sits on her other side. Nothing right now. She just needs a minute. Then she should be all right. I say to all of them. Lil and I just rock her until she is calm enough to pull away herself. I'm sorry. I should be okay now. You can go back to sleep. That was a bad one, though. Are you sure? I ask. Yeah, I'm good. I think it was just the unfamiliar sense in here. That's all. I know I'm safe. Go back to bed. It's okay. Do you want one of us to stay with you? Lil asks. I have no idea where she was sleeping, but if it wasn't in here, it must have been Dakota's room. They would have given my friends their own bed up here and shared the couch in the media room. But I don't know why the thought of her in Dakota's bed sends a shard of ice down my spine. He was with me and Cam in Cam's bed, so it shouldn't matter. No, I'm good. Go back to sleep. We have to get up early. You two go back to sleep. I'll stay with her. My brother volunteers. When Gina doesn't argue, I nod my head and get up. I walk to Cam and Coda, who has his hand out. Let us know if you need us. She nods and lays back down. We all go back to our beds, and I look at the twins. Don't ask. Not my story. We get a couple more hours of sleep before we have to be up for training. I'm tired, but I still feel better getting actual sleep than I have felt in the last couple days. As we head downstairs to get something to eat, I hear my name from the stairwell. I stop and look at the twins behind me. They both shrug. You all might as well come on in too. You're going to follow her anyway, Alpha Lucas says. We walk into the Alpha's office, and I can feel the tension. Something happened. What's going on? Is everyone okay? Why don't you take a seat? This is not going to be a fun conversation. And I know you all have plans today. They are all alive, but your warrior friends were ambushed. Osistin just got into contact with me. That's why no one has checked in yet. It must have been really bad. Lil stands behind me. Yes, clearly they had other priorities. There were no casualties on your side. They just confirmed with everyone in the last hour. Your friend Wyatt was sent back to the royal pack, though. He was cut with a blade that had something on it, and he's having a bad reaction. Full disclosure, I do not think any of this information is helpful for you. But I was told you need to hear everything I am about to tell you. He takes a deep breath and rubs his face, like this is the worst information he could give me. But he just said all of the warriors survived, so what could be worse than that? The rogues still appeared to be moving in this direction, but they are dispersed among several packs. So it looks like whatever this attack is going to be, it will be big. We need to prepare. And since you seem to be the main target now, growls sound all around me. Knock it off? She's been a target, we have always known that. Now we believe she has become target now that they know of or suspect your abilities. He looks right at me. What in the hell are you talking about? Mateo blurts, forgetting who he is talking to. Alpha Lucas ignores him and looks right at me. Elena said your training is more important now, so she brought this. He shoves a bound package to me. I already know what it is without even looking. There is a note with specific instructions. That's all I was told. I nod and pull the book close to me. I have to train myself in magic. This should be interesting. Alpha Reggie has his pack on lockdown. Right now, no one in or out, and he has advised the same for the surrounding packs. Which means you ladies are here for the foreseeable future. You will still receive training and orders, so pay attention to your link. But they are focused on the injured warriors and resetting their plan of attack, so it might be a couple days. He stops talking and closes his eyes. He takes 3 deep breaths, and I can tell whatever comes next, I'm not going to like. I hear a faint growl from his chest. Is he talking to his wolf? His eyes fly open, but they aren't their usual soft blue. They are a deep crimson, the eyes of an alpha, and I jump back in my seat. His wolf has never come forward to me before. A message was delivered for you. Lucas does not want to share this information. It is not pleasant, and we would both like to shield you from horrors like this, but it cannot be helped. He leans over and picks up another small box. My hand flies to my mouth, but I have no idea what could be inside. They said all of the warriors were accounted for and alive. I just start shaking my head. What is that, and why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Gina asks. I yelp. I completely forgot they were all in here with me. The last time we had a box like that in the pack, the severed fingers of a Luna were in it. A chorus of different curses come from all of my friends. Have you looked at it? Cam asks. We can't. It won't open for anyone who has tried so far. My guess is it was sent specifically for Skylar. He slides the box towards me. Absolutely not. What the hell, Alpha? Oliver slaps my hand down as I reach for the box. We know they are using magic now. What if they put some kind of spell on this to incapacitate her? Or worse? 12 people have touched it, and Elena looked at it while she was here. She did confirm magic, but nothing she tried would open it. She suggested that Sky open it and we all be ready for anything. N.O.? We don't know this, Elena. What if she is working with them? I can feel Oliver vibrating with anger next to me. I'm with Oliver. Find someone else to try it. My sister isn't going anywhere near that thing. Did you see Luna Ava's face when we found those fingers? Not happening. Yeah, Alpha. It seems like too much of a coincidence to me. We need to look more into it first. Coda says from somewhere else in the room. Biddy, you're giving me a migraine. You need to calm down, please. I know this is scary. You think I'm scared? You are all morons. Why don't we start with, let's ask Skylar what she thinks about the mysterious package, before you go making decisions for her while she is sitting in the fucking room. I get loud. Let me see the box. Biddy, no. It's not safe. We need to... Oliver, I love you, but if you want to maintain the use of your arm and vocal cords, stop talking and step away from me now. I look up at him, and he stares at me for a long moment. He must see something that lets him know I have this. Alpha pushes the box towards me, and I hover my hand over it, and I can feel the magic radiate off of it. The sensation is like feathers tickling my skin. Now that I know how to feel for magic in a space or on an object, I can't turn it off. I sense magic everywhere. Elena taught me how to feel for different types of magic. It's not really the magic. It's the intention of the spell that makes it good or bad. Good or light magic feels like feathers. Dark magic feels prickly, like when your foot falls asleep and you have pins and needles running up your leg. The box is simple, off-white, nothing exciting at all, and tied off with brown string. Well, I'm sure if anything was on here to poison, then all the other people who touched it would be sick now. I untie the twine and slowly lift the lid off of the box and drop the lid as soon as I peek inside. I am instantly lifted and sat in a lap. Warm arms are around me, pulling me back to a warm chest. Breathe, Biddy. You're safe. We're here. Take a breath and tell us what's in the box. Oliver gives me another little squeeze. I feel my whole body relax at his contact and gentle honey scent. He just knows. I do what he says and take a deep breath. Then I look at Gina. It's Tyler. What do you mean it's Tyler? How is that Tyler? Gina points to the 8-inch square box in front of me. I take another deep breath and lean forward. Lift the box lid gingerly like it might explode. I slide the top of the box and my friends lean closer. Gina gasps and slaps her hand over her mouth. My brother has her in his arms in a matter of seconds. She just stares from the box and back to me. It's a pair of green eyes. Just the eyes, removed from their body. Green eyes I looked into many times and tried to figure out what he was thinking, how he was playing me, wondering how he could be involved with the rogue group when he seemed so sweet, before I knew about his mate. They are wrapped in a tattered piece of material that I think was the t-shirt he was wearing when we escaped. His scent strong. It's in here on purpose. They killed him for helping me, and I feel sad about that. But at the same time, I feel nothing at all because he was willing to sell us out for a mate that was not true to him. Hey, talk to us. I feel hands on my face, and I blink hard a few times, trying to focus. Tiny, you're freaking us out. Say something, please. Tyler was one of the rogues on campus. He was how we made contact with them in the first place. We kind of became friends. I mean, we were both working an angle, so it wasn't real. In the end, his mate was sleeping with Mike, who wouldn't let them reject each other so he could inflict pain. In the end, he helped Gina and I escape. I took a deep breath and blew it out slowly, letting my cheeks puff out. We left him behind like he asked, left him to his fate like he asked so he could finally be with his mate. I know that he screwed me over, and I guess I understand his reasons. But I can't find it in me to hate him. I just pity him and hope he finally got what he wanted. I feel fingers rub my cheeks. Cam is still in front of me. Oliver still has his arms wrapped around me, holding me tight. This is the thing I have missed. The comfort that their friendship brings. We are stronger like this, and I can't forget that again, no matter how far I go. I can't cut them off again. It hurts too much. You guys need to go. You have a pack to run and a moron to punish. I look at Cam. I have orders I need to hear and follow. We will meet up with you, okay? I place my hand over Cam's and squeeze it quickly before removing it. I go to remove Oliver's hands from around my waist. Not a chance, Biddy. They can go and take care of pack stuff. I'm not leaving you alone. I take another deep breath and let it out slowly, rolling my eyes at him being overbearing. Don't you roll your eyes. One of us is going to be with you all of the time. Get over it. How did he know? He can't even see my face. He has always been direct and a little dry with his comments. But I appreciate that he is straightforward with me. I'll stay too. This is clearly a threat, and I want to know what is being done, Mateo says, and I really look at him for the first time. He has Gina sitting across his lap, wrapped in his arms. Tears are falling silently down her cheeks. She hasn't said anything since my very brief explanation of Tyler. I'm glad he has her. The memories of being held captive can't be pleasant for her, and having it thrown in her face like that was probably a shock. I'm going to go with the guys and see the patrol loop. I want to get an idea and be able to report back to Nathaniel and see if we can get his eyes in the sky. Mateo is right. This is a threat in the way the rest of you reacted. This is not a new concept for you. She's looking between Alpha Lucas and the rest of the guys. Alpha Lucas just seems to be taking everything in before he takes a deep breath in and agrees with our basic plan. Cameron, Dakota, Sam, and Lillian, you take the early morning patrol. Take your time and scent the area. Keep Lillian furthest from the border, though. If anyone comes across her scent, they may use it as confirmation that Skylar is here. since they seem to team together often. Mateo and Oliver can act as a protection detail until I have a full understanding of what is going on. We all nod, and they all make contact with us on the way out. Oliver, you're going to have to let me stand. I need to pace and move, or I am going to go crazy, and I really don't want to hurt you. I huff and smile a bit, trying to break the tension. All right, Sky. I need details, from the beginning, even the bad stuff. I look at him worried and then look at my brother and Oliver. Some of the bad stuff is really hard. I look at Gina again, and she looks terrified. And not my information to tell. I am wringing my hands and pacing the office. Where would you like me to start? How about from when you got onto campus? From what I understand, you were just there to help. How did you end up as a student? I know I had to give permission for your transcripts to be sent over after Principal Duncan gave Warrior Brogan a hard time. I nod my head and start from when we moved into the house and got Mina settled at school. I told them about the partial brand and how long it took both of us to recover from it. Why I started school with Mina, meeting Tyler, Mike, and Robbie. I glossed over the runs and my birthday. Finally getting into more detail of the night I was taken and what happened with Tyler's mate. I talked about captivity, leaving out anything that had to do with Gina's abuse. It's not my story to tell, and she has been frozen since I started talking. I may have to stay with her tonight. Her nightmares are going to be terrible. I finish with how Robbie helped us escape. Now I know that Tyler was killed for sure. I'm worried about Robbie. I shouldn't be. He was one of the guys to lure us in and take us. But he never laid a hand on me, and if he was around, neither of us were assaulted. I think he did his best to protect us, while also maintaining his status with the rogues. Thank you, Skylar. I know that wasn't easy for either of you. Alpha Lucas looks at me with sympathy. I just nod and scrub my hands over my face. I need to go work out or run or something. Alpha Lucas, what are our orders? I obviously have training to work on, I say, patting the wrapped book on the edge of his desk. Is there anything else? Warrior Brogan wanted you three to maintain your regular warrior training schedule, and for you to focus heavily on Elena's directions for you. He was not concerned with you being in school. He rolled his eyes as we both remember Kevin's suggestion last night. But it might not be a bad idea for you to have a presence in the school. Those kids love you, and seeing you back will motivate them to work a little harder in their own training. We need everyone ready, especially if the fight is coming here. I nod at him. We could do a patrol in the school. I know they aren't doing regular gym classes now that it's being substituted with training to fit more time in. Gina could beef up security and monitoring too at the school and around the pack. I look over at my friend. She still looks like she is in shock, but she makes eye contact with me and nods. Yeah. We should really look at all of that since there are so many ways to get into your pack because of the water access. I also don't think Sky should be a part of the patrol loop. Don't look at me like that. You know I'm right. Those D-AC heads are after you. You can't deny it anymore. That is proof. She points to the box. Her fire is coming back. I know how she feels about being seen as a victim and feeling like a helpless girl. It makes her angry and she's in a mood. He may have been a backstabbing asshole, but he was the one person outside your team that got close to you. You don't get to be reckless. You have to be smart. Do what you do best. Analyze and give us a plan. Let the warriors do the patrols. You need to lead. The three men in the room are just watching us like a tennis match. Gina, I don't want to be stuck here in lockdown any more than you do. Who said you would be in lockdown? Who is dumb enough to try that? I tilt my head to the side and look around the room. Well, men are stupid, so there's that. What am I supposed to analyze and plan? We need to be in the school, Alpha Lucas said it himself. You get these kids motivated. We all need to be ready. Ready to fight. Ready to protect. We need to have a plan to keep those kids safe, to keep your pack safe so they can make it through this. Her eyes well up. I see what this means to her now. I move in to hug her. They have to make it through this, she whispers in my neck. It can't happen again. She sniffles and then takes another deep breath before letting me go. Okay, I will go into the school. You should be with me. That way you can see what they are working with and update whatever is needed. I will keep Lil on patrol detail. It will allow us to cover more ground. Go catch up with Lil and the guys and take notes of the surroundings, and we will get more border security. I really need to work out and figure out what Elena wants me to do. I turn and look at the guys and Alpha Lucas. Are you okay with that, sir? I'm not sure what plans you have for your warriors, but we brought this here. We really need to make sure it doesn't cost any more lives. Yes, Sky, that sounds good. Why don't you go do your initial run around the pack, Gina? And Sky, after you go through your instructions from Elena, we can all meet back here for lunch, and Brett, Kyle, Daniel and I can go over our strategy with all of you. We all nod and I turn to Oliver. Let's go, big guy. I need to hit something. Everyone but Gina laughs. She knows what I mean. You aren't going to fight me on following you around? He sounds skeptical. No. 1, you'd do it anyway, so there's no point. 2, I have been tied up, tortured, beaten, starved, and left for dead too many times. Clearly, I am not supposed to do things on my own, and this is karma's way of beating that into my head. He huffs a laugh and nods in agreement as I grab the wrapped book and head out of the room. I go to the kitchen because I'm starving, and Lenny still has the best breakfast ever. As I walk in, she has a smile on her face as she hands me a full plate, and then looks at Oliver behind me. I made you one too, Gamma. She turns and grabs a plate that was hidden behind her on the counter. Oliver takes it with a surprised look on his face. Thank you, Lenny. It sounds more like a question, and she giggles. You are taking care of our Skylar here, not just in the mood to be lazy. She winks at me. Are you planning to be out all day? Should I make you lunch? You like to forget to eat when you are onto something, and we can't have that, Miss Skylar. It might get a little busy. We just got orders and have things to do today. A lunch would be great, Lenny. Thank you. The rest of my team and the guys will be starving too when they get back. We got sidetracked on the way down here before training. Can you make sure they eat too, please? Of course, sweet girl. Now go eat before you get busy and forget. She winks again. We sit at the table set near the retractable window wall and start to dig in. Lenny is a genius. This food is so delicious. She knows exactly what we need and when we need it. But we aren't 2 bites in when the unmistakable sound of heels comes down the tiled hallway. Knowing what's probably coming, I start to stuff my face. Lenny, I need an egg white omelet with 1 ounce of cheese and no extra fattening ingredients this time. Oh, and a coffee with 2 creams, 2 sugars, 1 pump of vanilla, and 1 pump of caramel. And make it fast. I'm running late for school today. She still hasn't noticed us. Both Oliver and I have stopped eating and possibly stopped breathing to keep her from noticing us. Lenny, now. Unfortunately, the kitchen does not serve breakfast until 6 a.m. I am still preparing. There is coffee in the pot over there, if you would like to pour yourself a mug, Lenny says, as calmly as can be with her back to Kaylee, while shooting me a side look that tells me she wants to smack this girl in the head for her manners. Why do I smell food then? It smells like people have already eaten in here. Kaylee places a hand on her hip, stopping at the island where Lenny is prepping our lunch. Because all of our future leaders are already out working for the day, they eat before they go. Their schedule is different from the students, and I accommodate that. The breakfast buffet will be set up in 30 minutes for everyone else in the house. Lenny is calm and collected, like she is explaining something new to a toddler. I am your future Luna, one of your future leaders. You should accommodate me too. Kaylee growls at Lenny, and I am ready to get up and smack her myself, but Oliver shakes his head at me almost imperceptibly. Listen here, you little trollop. You may be in the Alpha's home, living off of his generosity, but you are not our future Luna. Our future Luna will be kind and respectful to all of the pack members. Our future Luna will appreciate everything that is done by the pack members. Our future Luna will see and notice each and every pack member. Before she takes the title, you will never be a Luna. Now get your coffee and leave my kitchen. You are interrupting my breakfast preparations. Kaylee's jaw is on the floor. I don't know if anyone in a service position has told her off like that, and I can't help the smile and small laugh that escapes me. I look back to Oliver, who is also smiling. We both cram the last of our food in our mouths. Lenny looks over at us. Miss Skylar, where will you and Gemma Oliver be? I will bring lunch to you after I deal with this. Lenny flutters her hand towards Kaylee. We are going to start in the weight room, but I don't know how long we'll be there. I don't want you to have to come looking for us. Why don't we stop back by when we leave? I will have it ready. Sorry for the delay. Lenny is laying it on thick, and Oliver and I are here for it. Thank you, Lenny. Oliver leans in to kiss her cheek. Yes, thank you. I give her a hug. Anything for you, sweet girl. She hugs me tight, and then we leave to head to Alpha Lucas's weight room. As we walk down the hallway, we hear Kaylee start to argue with Lenny. I can't help but smile. At least, not everyone lets the Cunninghams get away with everything. We walk down the stairs that lead to the cells. I can smell the rogue even if I can't see him. I was waiting until we had orders, but he may have no idea what's going on now, that it seems like the Rogue King's plans have changed. But I'm going to enjoy interrogating him anyway. We walk past the cells to the Alpha's weight room and head in. Once I get about 10 feet in, I notice the loss of Oliver's radiating heat from behind me and turn around. What's wrong? I can feel my whole face scrunch in confusion as he just stands in the door. He seems to be stuck in the doorway. He moves like he wants to follow but stops himself. I haven't been down here since, I don't come down here. He looks down at his feet, and it takes me a full 2 minutes to figure out what he's talking about. Oliver, that was almost 2 years ago. You're telling me you haven't been down here the whole time I was gone? No, I don't know if anyone has actually. That she-tea was scary, Biddy. You had no color and were limp in my dad's arms. I actually had bruises form on my arms. I didn't know why at the time, but I know it was a reaction to what you were doing to yourself. I don't know what's going on with us, but you have no idea how hard it was to sit outside that door and listen to you beat the chef tea out of the bag and feel all the rage you had towards me, and I couldn't do anything about it. I'm sorry you went through that. I wish I could turn that connection off so my moods wouldn't affect you like that. I look down at my feet. I know we need to talk. I guess now is as good a time as any. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't. If you could shut it down, I never would have found you. You wouldn't be here at all. What are you talking about? My heart rate is starting to pick up. Who do you think got to you first in that locker room? We are connected for some reason. I think part of it is so I can find you when you are suffering all alone. How did you know? I felt off when we were getting ready for the ball, but I brushed it off. Then I got a massive headache, the only kind I get with you. I tried to mind link you and couldn't. You were blocked from me. I linked Dad. I didn't want to say anything to the guys until I knew for sure you weren't still training or doing something equally stupid with him or Kyle. I got a small smile then. Then his eyes go dark and glossed over. Then my mouth started to bleed, like I took a sucker punch from Coda and my whole chest seized. My wolf took over. I shifted and he jumped out the window of Cam's room. You were so broken. He takes a deep breath in and a tear falls from his eyes. But I can't move. I'm frozen in place. I don't think there was a part of you that wasn't damaged. He takes another deep breath in and squats down, pressing the heels of his hands to his eyes. You told me to let you die. He sobs and sags to his knees. I couldn't hold back anymore and I walked over to him. Even on his knees, his head comes to my ribcage. He wraps his arms around my waist and buries his face in my stomach. We are both crying now. He found me. He always finds me. I'm sorry. Then you were gone. They ripped you from my arms. No information, no word of how you were, what happened, who was involved. We were just told you were alive, and that's all we needed to know. He takes a deep breath in and lets it out slowly. Then continues talking into my shirt. The only thing we got was that one-page letter. You said you were healthy and training and that was it. That's all I had. I was alive. I became a science experiment for Sierra's parents, a freak show for the other warriors. You know the usual for me. He huffs a laugh, but doesn't let go or look at me. I'm sorry, Biddy. I'm sorry it took you leaving for us to understand. My dad and Delta Kyle sat us down after we got back from that summer training and told us what was going on, or what they knew. I wish you trusted us enough to tell us, but I know we hadn't earned that right. Still haven't if I'm being honest. So many things are F-cup and we need you. I'm glad you're stuck here right now. You can't run away, even if you wanted to. He's crying. This massive, tattooed guy who is scared of nothing is crying into my shirt. My broody, moody gammas never shown this much emotion in living memory. But with just the two of us, he's breaking down and holding me tight, like I might disappear if he lets go. This is our thing. This raw emotion, this connection will stay in this room for only the two of us to bear. I let all my calming thoughts flow to him, like he does for me. Why have you been so angry with me if you missed me this much? I run my fingers through his rich, dark hair. You never looked this happy and healthy here. Even dead on your feet from lack of sleep, and covered in everything that you could possibly be covered in from fighting in the forest. I could see the glow in your skin and in your eyes. You have put on weight. You have so much more muscle now. Being away has been good for you. That's what made me angry. It was better for you to be away. You are better off without us. He takes another deep breath in and lets it out. That is not what I expected to hear at all. It's not that it was better or worse for me anywhere. I had to get away for a little while. I just needed a break from the drama and to experience life and things outside the pack. To see what I was capable of on my own in a place that was unfamiliar without the safety net of you guys around. I wish it didn't happen the way it did, but I can't say I regret it. I was always going to come home. That has always been the plan. It's still the plan, even if I have to leave again. What happens when you become an elite warrior trainer and they keep you until you find your mate? His hoarse voice is barely above a whisper. Is that really what you think will happen? Who knows? He shrugs, still maintaining a tight grip. You still have a lot of time. You make so many things happen in such short amounts of time. Who the hell knows what you'll do in under 2 years? Well, for now, I am here and the pack is in danger. I'm not leaving again until I know everyone is safe, and even then, I know I can't stay away from you guys like that again. It hurts too much, and I don't sleep well. We'll figure something out if the Alpha King needs me. I think we have all grown a lot since I have been away. Now I really need to work out, and then I need to figure out what Elena wants me to do. He lets me go slowly, scrubbing his face as he stands up. So who's Elena and what is she teaching you? He goes into business mode right away. The mushy conversation is over. Elena is a witch. She is actually in Gentry's coven. Gentry is Nicholas' mate. Long story. But turns out that I have more abilities due to my connection with Alpha Reggie, and she and I are training in the basics of magic. You're gonna have to give me more than that, Biddy. Magic? I'm sure that Alpha Lucas told you I'm Alpha King Reggie's relation. I forget the actual lineage, but he calls me his niece. And the firstborn females in the Alpha King's bloodline traditionally have an extra ability, like the power to be immune to things, manipulate emotions, heal others, use magic, things like that. Apparently there was a prophecy a long time ago about one of the females having more than one ability. Alpha Reggie thinks that my sense of smell is one of mine, but also my ability to withstand silver, even when it's injected into me. Who the F keck tested that on you? That's not something you just try out to see if you have the ability, Biddy. He blurts. His whole body is shaking with rage. I grab both of his massive forearms with my tiny hands. It wasn't voluntary. That's what happened that night in the locker room. It's why you couldn't link me. I was injected with wolfsbane and silver and possibly some other poisons. Doc Gannon and Doc Sylvia took a ton of samples and are studying it. But what I was given should have killed me within minutes, from what I understand. You need to tell me who did this to you. Is it the same person that gave you the silver scars on your back? Yes, it was the same person, and no, I won't tell you. You wouldn't be able to deal with it in a diplomatic way. Who gives a tea about diplomacy when you were tortured? I do when it is a pack member who has been getting away with things pretty much forever. I won't condone it, but at the same time, no one has ever made it clear the behavior is unacceptable. The pack leaders are responsible for that. Yes, things need to change, but current things need to be fixed. Past stuff has already happened and cannot be taken back. Keep working with the pups. Teach them to stand up for themselves. Teach them to be decent pack members, not to hurt people in order to get what they want. But we need to get back to the magic. I have some control over elements, and I need to work on that like I work with weights. Magic is like a muscle, but it still takes a lot of energy for me to sustain, so I need someone with me just in case I overdo it by accident. So let's get to work here. A quick full body thing. And then, where do we need to do your magic? Is there like a special room or what? I move over and start setting up weights, while I explain about being outside and what I have to focus on for the flow of magic to happen. I also have to read whatever instructions Elena gave me too. We don't talk much. We have never really had to when we work out. I love the silence and the ability to lose myself in my thoughts. But at the same time, I'm not alone. His large protective presence also makes me feel safe and loved. When we are done and clean up the mess of weights everywhere, we head toward the kitchen to check in with Lenny for our lunch. I am so sorry that I have been so distracted this morning. Some demands are more involved than others. Lenny, it is okay. We are more than capable of making our own lunch. I just didn't want to be in your way. There are so many extra people in the pack house right now. I know that prep takes time. She hands me a basket, and it's heavy. What's in here? We just needed lunch. I laugh. Well, your breakfast was on the small side, and I know you just worked out and you are planning some more training. I want to make sure you maintain that figure, little miss. You are finally healthy, and I want to keep it that way. She winks at me, and I giggle again as Oliver takes it out of my hands and leads me out the back door. So what are we doing? What can I expect from this magic thing, Biddy? Oliver asks as we head back to where my semi-hidden hammock is. Really, I can't do much with magic, but I'm focusing on how to sense it and have been able to start manipulating elements a little with it. Magic is really hard. Do you remember learning to shift for the first time? He nods at me. It's kind of like that when I use magic. Somewhere in me I have the capacity for it. But because it isn't my first nature, the learning is slow and draining. With the rogues using magic, sensing it is my main focus, and Elena agrees. If we can avoid things and people that are being manipulated and controlled by magic, we can keep more pack members safe. What happened to Gina's pack and Tyler's pack is unacceptable, and I believe magic is going to be the rogue king's weakness. How so? The rogues are lazy and weak when it comes to real fighting. They are too reliant on magic to take control with no real effort. That's how Gina and I were able to get away after Gentry kept the wolfsbane and other poisons out of our food. We had to fight a little, but not as much as I would have thought once they discovered us gone. I was also able to kill Janice without a lot of effort too, when she tried to take me on one-on-one. I didn't think about it at the time, but I don't sleep well, so I've had time on my hands. What do you mean you don't sleep well? You slept fine last night? I have always slept better with you guys around. I smile at him. I'm pretty sure it's the only time I actually hit a deep sleep, really. You guys are just my people. You're safe home. He pulls me into a hug and I can hear his wolf purr softly in his chest. That was the ego boost we needed. Now he isn't going to shut up the rest of the day. Oliver laughs. So what do I need to do? I walk him through what it looks like for me to work with the elements and some of the history that Elena has been teaching me. He's as big of a geek as I am, so I know he appreciates the in-depth information. The rest of the guys would have stayed and pretended to pay attention while spacing out. Cam would have lasted the longest, while Sam would have made it 2 minutes before offering to get snacks and drinks. I also explained that he needs to watch me for signs of distress. Because the concentration is so deep, I can't always pull myself out of it, and I can actually get hurt while I'm in a trance. We finally unwrap and open the ancient grimoire. I know that this thing has been around for generations, but the thought of it being here outside the safety of the royal pack makes me a little nervous and excited all at the same time. It is clearly important if she broke her own rule to bring it to me. There is an envelope tucked in between pages. I open straight to it and see why immediately. I open the thick envelope and unfold the heavy, hand-pressed paper. I can feel the hum through my fingers just touching it. I know there is magic, even here. I begin to read. Skylar, I wish I could be with you, but my coven needs me more right now. Your rogues are terrorizing my kind, and we must help put an end to the injustice. Our leaders can no longer avoid it or pretend it is not happening. We are going to bring our brothers and sisters home. You must continue your training. I believe you are vital to our cause. Read the grimoire from front to back and stop where the magic calls you. Your wolf can guide you as well since she is of the same magic. Make sure you are safe when practicing. Knowing who to trust is becoming a dangerous game. I have marked 3 pages for you to follow before and after you practice casting. This will keep you and your watcher safe as well as suppress your strong aura. The first will help you veil your practice area and bar anyone outside your space from entering until you drop the veil. This may affect your ability to mind link when you first begin to cast. As you get better at the skill, it will be less broad and you can manipulate it to your will. The second will help you ground and become in tune with the elements around you before you cast. This meditation is what we did together, but will take some energy from you as you align with the earth to cast. The third is instructions to infuse magic into elements that can be worn for protection. Make 1 protection piece per day and no more. The magic is powerful and contained, but you and your team will need the added protection. The elements can be placed in everyday wearable items. I suggest infusing at night before you sleep so you can rest and recover overnight, and no one will be suspicious of your lack of energy. Check in with Nicholas and he will get messages to me if you need anything. Good luck, my girl. Okay, well, I have my work cut out for me then. What do you think I should start with first? I look back at Oliver, who is rubbing his forehead. What's wrong? Every time I tried to read over your shoulder, I got a splitting headache. Is that a normal thing when you get a letter from a witch? No. I could read it just fine. I can feel magic on it though, so maybe she made it so only I can read it. I'm curious though. Can you read anything in the book? I know it has all kinds of magic cast over it, but does it have some kind of repelling spell too? He starts to slowly flip the pages. That one is fuzzy, but it doesn't hurt my brain like the letter did. He points to one that has the Coven's lineage. A-H. He turns a page and quickly flips it again. What? That one actually burned? It burned my fingers and my eyes. What the hell is on that one? It is Coven locations. Clearly, that is a bigger secret than the people in the Covens. I turn to the page marked with the spell to protect my practice area. Can you read this? You are my bodyguard for this whole thing. Yeah. I can. Is it weird that someone went through and put individual spells on pages and pieces of information? Not really, and it wasn't just one person. This is a collection from many witches, so I'm sure each entry was protected by the witch who wrote it. I shrug, admiring the effort that this book took to make. Let's just practice the protection spell and see how that goes. I've never done it on my own, but I've seen Elena do it. And Gentry did one when we got our warrior brands. I just didn't know it at the time. We spend the rest of the afternoon setting and unsetting the protection circle around us. We let our friends know so we could practice mind linking them too. Okay, I didn't do anything and I am exhausted. He really did this every day, Biddy? Oliver and I were sitting out at the patio table with the rest of the guys, Gina and Lil, eating dinner and going over what we did for the day. Yeah, I don't do it alone though. Not that you weren't helpful. I backtrack quickly. I just don't normally do the magic part on my own. It's a lot. What about you guys? How was Sky training? I smile at Gina and Lil. Was Dwight as lippy this morning as he was yesterday? Not after his smug ass was paired with me for the patrol run, and then Alpha Jen for the first hour of training. You have got to quit calling me that, Gina complains. And yes, that pansy will think long and hard before he says something smartass to a team lead again. Technically, you are an alpha, the alpha of your pack, in fact. Why should we not use your title? Mateo is just stirring the pot. I still call Alpha Lucas. Alpha and I will call the twins Alpha when it's their time. He shrugs like that is the most natural thing. But, like this, sitting here at dinner with no other pack members around, you will still refer to them by their title? I know you don't. You have been friends your whole lives. You use their names in casual settings. She is sitting next to me, so when he leans in to whisper in her ear, I can hear everything. There is nothing casual about you. He growls at her, and I can feel my own face flush, and she gasps low. I have never seen my brother like this with any girl. He would flirt a little, but he seems to actually be trying here. He's never given attention to one girl over another. I wonder if he is practicing for his mate. They will be 18 in the spring. Maybe his wolf can sense a connection with her even though we have our warrior brands. Stop. She pushes him away and Lil and I share a smile. When we are all done and heading upstairs, I grab the girls and bring them with me. We have each been attached to at least one of the guys since we got here, and I want a little time alone with my friends. No one questions it until I shut the guys out of my room and we laugh at their whining protests. At least dinner wasn't interrupted by the Banshee and her dad. Gina says, it's really hard to have a conversation with them around. They seem like the kind of people who take words and twist them, or they like to spread gossip. I don't know how your alpha deals with it or why. It doesn't make sense for him to just let them roam around the way that they do. And he seems like a pretty strong and authoritative alpha most of the time. No offense to your alpha, they just seem to have some underlying control that they shouldn't. None taken. I always thought the same thing, but being so far removed from everyone for so long, I didn't know that what they were doing and how they were behaving was wrong. Even when I was getting beat up on a regular basis, it never occurred to me that maybe someone should have stopped it. So it was her that caused you all the trouble, Lil says, pointing to me. The guys asked us today about it and said you would never tell them who was beating you up. I never said it was her. I try to sound convincing as I flop onto my bed. You didn't have to, but now you need to explain what the hell is going on. Why does she think she's going to be Luna? Why would anyone allow one person to cause so much trouble unchecked? Gina asks, sitting next to me. I sigh. I don't really know the origin. Luna Ava mentioned that Kaylee's parents have been trying to convince her and the Alpha since she was born to make her the twins' chosen mate. I know that Kevin didn't take too well to being looked over for the Delta position, even though Delta Kyle is older and the position should be his for that, and so many other reasons. She has never really liked me, and I have no idea why, other than no one liked me because of my dad's feelings about my birth. That's harsh, Lil says. What's with your dad anyway? You always said he doesn't like you, but you kind of avoid actually explaining. There isn't much to explain. I'm the spare beta, and a female, so that's usually enough for most people. Everyone in this pack knows that my mom died giving birth to me. I am the reason he lost his mate and the reason he suffers every day. I rub my hands over my face. I know more now that I've been training with the Alpha King. I guess the women in my family have a hard time giving birth to the next female because of the extra abilities our bloodline gives. They actually need to have special potions and a witch to help them get through labor. I mean, they had to have something bad going for them, right? I can't help but laugh. I don't wish for things to be easier, but would it be too much to ask that things aren't always the hard way too? So, you're telling me that when you get around to having kids, it's going to be this big production if or when you have a girl? Lil asks. Something like that. But I'd really like to be in my 20s before I even have to think about that. I feel like the more I know about mates and all of that stuff, I feel like the moon goddess should give us some more time without mates. You want more time to fool around with other boys before you finally settle down with your mate? Gina asks and winks at me, and of course I blush and shoot up. No. I just wish we got more time to be adults and do things that didn't involve settling down and having kids right after finally being considered an adult. I stick my tongue out to her. I think she's right. You want to play the field? Lil cackles and almost falls off my bed, which makes us all erupt in laughter. But really, your pack is kind of weird when it comes to Kaylee and her dad. It's not just here. I noticed out on the run too. People talk about them, but indirectly. No one likes them, and they don't seem to be of use to anyone in the pack, and yet they instill some kind of morbid fear. What is really going on? Honestly, I don't know about Kevin. He's been a part of the school forever. But Kaylee uses fear to stay in control of the kids at school. It started as small threats and mean girl comments, but people got used to it, and she had to up her game. I caught her physically beating a little girl and I stepped in. That's when she started targeting me. She broke the leg of one of the warrior's daughters with 3 of her minions and recorded it when I wouldn't give her the answers to a test. The message that came with the video was choose better next time. When I went to my dad, the video was gone and couldn't be found, and I got in trouble for causing problems. But the little girl was harmed and nothing happened to Kaylee. She didn't say anything. She was afraid. I'm sure they told her she would be hurt more if she did. That's how things always happen. We have cameras all over the school, and yet every time I was pulled into a closet and smacked around, or the day I was taken and whipped then dragged out to the forest, no evidence could be found, and therefore I must be lying to get attention, according to her dad, since of course I envy her intelligence and beauty. AHHH. This time, Lil did roll off the bed laughing. She pops up like a gopher from the far side. You have got to be kidding me. That makeup caked up diva wannabe? No one wants to be her. That's the dumbest thing I think I have ever heard. They are delusional. We need to get into the school and I need access to the computers. She can't cause this many problems and not make some kind of mistake. You are the smartest person I know. There is no way she is outwitting you. You just happen to take her threats seriously, and she is crazy enough to follow through on the violence. But there is something we are missing. You are a beta. Beat her ass at her own game and then beat her ass for real. I have been here 2 days and I want to punch her teeth in. Gina growls. I agree. We are stuck here and we train just fine on our own. We don't need to follow your puppies around every day. How do we get in? What's a good reason for us to be at school since none of us need to be in the building? We need a reason to snoop around and get into every nook and cranny of that school at all times of the day and night. Lil settles herself next to Gina, like she needs to show they are both in this for real. They are not my puppies, and I'm down with filling our time. I have to have some time between sessions of magic work. It's exhausting. I didn't realize how much Elena was helping me. You say they aren't your puppies, but you knew exactly who I was talking about. Lil raises an eyebrow at me. Who else would you be talking about? I don't have a large group of friends. And besides, I think one of the puppies has imprinted on Gina. I smile at her. Mateo has not imprinted on me. You are delusional. We annoy each other. She rolls her eyes and Lil snaps her head to the side. But you knew exactly who she was talking about. Lil's she-tea-eating grin says everything, and we all start laughing. I can admit that he is good-looking. They all are. I mean, I'm surprised you were able to leave, Midge. But he has a huge hero complex, and I don't need a knight in shining armor. She shrugs. The chivalry can be a little overbearing and condescending. Okay, I don't disagree. They are overprotective at the best of times, though. So I guess it's just something I got used to. I usually just tell them off and then go destroy a punching bag, or fight all of them in a round robin. And I also agree that we could be doing something specific with our time. I guess the school is the best place to start. The other thing is the severed fingers that were left, with no scent or anything, similar to Tyler's eyes. It was a message then. I just don't know if I was the intended target then, or if it was Luna Ava or Luna Queen Anne, since she was here too. Why does it seem like your pack goes through so much more than the average pack? Lil asks. I always thought it was because we are surrounded by water and a perceived easy target, or that Alpha Lucas is really close friends with Alpha Reggie. So we are targeted like family would be. I shrug. I mean, we haven't been attacked the same way Gina's or Tyler's packs were, so I can't say it's unique or unusual. But I don't remember having this much drama with pack members. Maybe they tried to keep it quiet too? Lil supplies. What do you mean? Gina and I ask at the same time. Well, think of it this way. You don't want the whole pack thinking that the alpha doesn't have control. So instead of addressing every single little infraction, certain things are allowed to slide, and only major life-changing issues are handled when they can't be avoided. So you're saying that Skylar being whipped and having silver powder sprinkled on for good measure isn't a big enough reason to discipline? Gina sounds offended. I think that anyone who causes problems should be made an example, but that is why I am a warrior and not a pack leader. If there was no proof other than Midge's injuries, who's to say that Midge didn't do it to herself and try to blame Kaylee? Don't look at me like that. It's a known fact that they don't like each other. I think Kaylee and her dad are a waste of space, but they have a great system. Think about it. If you want to beat your enemy, you have to think like them. It's what we are trained to do. And as Midge's enemy, Kaylee planted so much doubt against her, over literal years, that no one would believe her. So without concrete proof, no one is going to go near the Cunninghams. It's your non-credible avoid everybody word against their very involved in the community word. It's what I would do, 'cause doubt and chaos from the inside and watch it implode on its own. No effort, really. She shrugs again, and I have to fight to pull my jaw off the floor. I never thought of it like that before. All the times I went to my dad and he never believed me. Even Alpha Lucas and Luna Ava, everyone is always willing to help in the moment. But no one ever actually listened to me until they found out how good of a warrior I am, and things didn't add up. But by then, it was too late. We have to figure this Kaylee thing out. She is a train wreck and would be terrible for the pack, or any pack for that matter. I'm not so much worried about getting justice for the things she's done to me, but I do want to stop whatever her and her dad are up to. So, to school we go. What's the story we are going to tell? Lil jumps up. And do I really have to take classes? 'Cause I didn't exactly love it the first time around? She giggles. We spent the rest of the night coming up with a plan to get into the school and what we are going to do when we get there. I always just dealt with the ST thrown at me and never really thought to fight back off the training field. I didn't want to make waves and cause problems for others. It feels good to work towards making things better. We stayed up way too long coming up with our plans for getting into the school. Then, I just kept them up here to sleep. I have so much room, there really is no reason for them to have rooms downstairs. I know it's because of Kaylee, because she tries to push her way into places she doesn't belong. Luna Ava is just trying to keep the drama down in her home. But I can't believe that we have to sneak around our home just to avoid her. We have to figure out how to get her out of here. I mentioned that to the girls too, as our next project. Getting up was less off-putting than yesterday. Gina slept really well, but she always does when she's close to me. We all take it in turn to use my shower and get ready for training in our usual gear. At least Luna Ave has caught on to the fact that none of us really like the bright girly colors. It really doesn't make sense with how hard we train. I laugh as I tie my hair up. "What's up with you?" Gina asks. "What's so funny this early?" "You'll see." I wink at them both and walk towards the door and hesitate for a beat, before opening it, and just smile at Coda with his hand raised to knock. We don't want to be late. I look from the guys to my team again and smile. Show off. I hear someone mumble behind me, and I laugh again and head towards the stairs. None of us are super talkative as we head down the short flight. But as soon as I open the door to the second floor, I'm accosted in arms and then tossed back. What the hell? Where are my boys? Why are you leading them down the stairs? They always lead. Your alphas should always be first in line. Kaylee is screeching at me. What are you talking about? It is too early for your brand of crazy. I can't help the curdled feeling in my stomach at her mention of my boys. That has been my name for them. She can't use it. I stuff the feeling as I rub my arm where one of her fake nails caught me. It didn't do any real damage, and it's already healed. But the sensation is still lingering. You good smalls? Coda comes up behind me and places a hand on my shoulder. Yeah. Can someone translate? I can't speak crazy this early. What is she talking about? You should not precede your alphas into a room. It's not proper. They should always be first with their Luna. Translation. She wanted to jump them while they were too tired to fight her off, and you cock-blocked her. Lil stage whispers in my ear, and I smile again as Kaylee scoffs. I will not give her any more time, and I'm not even acknowledging the Luna comment. I'm sure she is still referring to herself when she says "shist" like that. Kaylee, we came down from our bedrooms. This isn't a grand entrance. It's the second floor landing. Dial the drama down. We need to go eat so we can get to training so we aren't late for school. I turn and keep walking, the rest of my friends in tow. She doesn't come down with us, and we don't see her at training, which should make me very suspicious. But I just don't care anymore. We have a great time with the high schoolers at training. They have all really come a long way, and the training is so well attended now. I wish it had more to do with kids wanting to train rather than them needing to, because of regular attacks. But I'll take what I can get. We were all entertained by Mateo and Gina's banter during their spar at the end. They are equally matched, and they both seem to have something to prove. You okay there, beta boy? Gina taunts after she sucker punched him right in the side, in the soft spot just below his ribs. It's a signature move that I have learned to not give her an opportunity to use. It sucks and hurts like a bee teach. Just making sure to stroke your ego, Alpha. He draws out the words. I don't want you to feel bad when I take you down. His smile is one I've seen him use before to seduce girls. My brother is handsome, I can admit that, but he doesn't stand a chance against Gina. She can't feel the hormonal pull, but she sure as she knows how to play the game. I've seen more guys succumb to her beauty and flirtatiousness than I have seen girls fall for all my boys combined. They both race at each other, and it's a volley of arms swinging, legs punching, and grunts and small groans as they each land hits. The movement is so fast, and neither of them seem to be tiring. Gina finally gets her leg to sweep Mateo's, and he starts to go down, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her with him. He twists so she ends up underneath him, and he drops all his weight on her, earning an oomph as her breath is pushed out of her lungs. He pins her arms above her head. Looks like our boy won, Sam says excitedly from next to me. Oliver lets out a grunt of agreement. Don't underestimate her. Neither have gotten up yet. Your beta is still in it, even if he doesn't know. Lil starts. The fight isn't over until someone is unconscious, or both people stand up and walk away. I finish, and I can feel the eyes on us. I can only imagine what is running through their heads. She's not done. He just doesn't know it yet. I smile because my brother's face is one of triumph and gloating, and his rug is about to be swept from under his feet. F-gak. No. You cheated. He tries to squirm, but she reminds him she's in control. How is using all of my assets and your weaknesses cheating? You don't make out with your enemy. That wasn't making out. You need someone to broaden your horizons if that is your definition of making out. That was a distraction tactic. Do you surrender? I want to table this fight until later. We are not done here. He grunts as she shifts again. I will take that as a win for me, this round. It was a pleasure rolling around with you. She lets him go and slaps his cheek, and Lil and I are openly laughing now. I have to agree. That was a low blow, bordering on cheating. Cam says as they both get off the ground, and Mateo is looking at Gina like he's never seen her before. So, you've never flashed a smile at a girl to melt her panties and get your way? I ask. I mean, that's different. He coughs. That's not how you win a fight. So if I was pinned down by someone 3 times my size, who thinks he's better than me because of his size, you're saying I shouldn't use all my strengths and all his weaknesses against him to win and get myself free? You should not be in that position to begin with. You should always have backup. That isn't always possible, and you aren't answering her question, meaning you agree, but don't want to. Lil chimes in. It really is a distraction tactic, and it works 99% of the time. On both males and females. I shrug, smiling as wickedly as I can, and start walking. Gina and Lil following me to the locker room so we can change. I think you broke them. Lil is looking over her shoulder. I turn to look back, and they all have various levels of surprise on their faces, but with jaws hanging to the floor. Nah, I just don't talk like that around them. I think they forget sometimes that I'm not a little girl anymore, even though technically speaking, I'm little. I laugh at my own joke and head in, not giving them a second glance. They have never liked the idea that I can defend myself, but they also appreciate that I am a good fighter. It's a weird dynamic. We get ready and head over to the school. I mind-linked Luna Ava this morning on our way to training and let her know what we were up to. She has always been the most understanding of what has been going on with me in regards to Kaylee, even though I never confirmed my bully, and she gave us a great cover story that our principal really can't go against since it's by order of the Luna. We walk into the principal's office, and as predicted, Kevin Cunningham is already here, leaning over the principal's desk, looking very red in the face. Something has his panties in a wad this morning. I assume it's the fact that we are here, but the guys are not. I take a deep breath and walk up to the desk. Hello, Principal Duncan. I'm sure that Luna Ava informed you of our involvement in the school. The Luna did call this morning and mentioned you. Ladies would like to help out with classes. We will work on a schedule for you to assist the teachers and have something by the end of the week. He moves to turn back to Kevin, who of course is smiling, thinking we have been outsmarted and will just back down. I think you misunderstood, Mr. Duncan. We are here to evaluate the school's safety protocols. Gina starts, and he goes to open his mouth. I'm sure to protest, but she holds her hand up. It's not a matter of us being assigned anywhere. We have our orders and will follow them through, with no interference. There is no need to trouble yourself. Kevin clears his throat. I don't believe you young ladies have run any of your plans by the school board for approval. We can't have non-students just walking around the school unsupervised. Weren't you asking for our enrollment? Not 48 hours ago? Lil asks. But now that we are here, you are questioning our presence? She cocks an eyebrow at him. He opens his mouth, but I stop him. There's nothing to be approved. There are attacks on the pack, and the pups are at risk. We are elite warriors. This is what we do. We will be using that office there. I point out of the office door and to the left. We will have safety drills drawn up for you, and full reports will be going to the Luna and Alpha daily. You are mistaken, child. That is my office. There is no need for you ladies to have any kind of office here in the school. All the warrior training should be done on the training grounds, as our current Delta and future leaders have seen fit to implement without your help. Actually, the training was Skylar's idea and main project before she came to train at the Royal Pack. Lil jumps in. The future leaders just maintained the program while she was with us getting stronger. Having a central HQ for us, near the principal, so we can bring our implementations to you directly, is vital for our operation and not up for negotiation. We were just informing you of what our next steps are. You have an hour to gather your things, Mr. Cunningham. Your home office has plenty of space for you. I look right at Kevin. We also need access to all of the security cameras within the hour. I'm going to give Lillian and Gina a tour of the school. When we are done, we will get started. Thank you, gentlemen. I look both of them in the eye before turning around and leading the girls out, appearing more confident than I feel. Yes, keep strutting. They are still looking at us. Lil encourages me as we walk out, and I just roll my eyes. Well, now that entertainment is over, I want to see where you got jumped the most often. Gina looks at me from my right. Why? What purpose is that going to serve? I stop in my tracks. I have a feeling we just need to get this over with. We haven't seen your favorite girl since you walked away from her this morning. What are the chances she's going to revert to old habit to see if she can try to put you back in a place she can control? I can't argue with that, and Kaylee isn't exactly original with her torture. So I led them down the hall. Our school has a central office that deals with all of the students, but from there, the school is like a compound that branches from the main office. Our elementary wing houses all of our younger pups from preschool to second grade. We even have a daycare that our high school students help with for the Omegas that have both parents working. Our gym and indoor pool separate the younger elementary kids from the older elementary kids. The 3rd through 6th graders were always my favorite kids to work with on the weekends. We pass the middle school wing, and the tardiness is amplified as we hear the kids and teachers in discussion. The area between the middle school and the high school area houses all of our maintenance offices and storage. This is where I was taken most often, when Kaylee had her goons grab me. What are you looking for? I asked Gina, who is very intrigued with the wall. There aren't any cameras visible here, but this is probably the most used portion of the hallway. All the lockers over there and the stairwell here, every single high school student passes this way. If I was watching for problems or really wanting to gauge literally anything going on with the high school students, I would have cameras facing down both ends of the hallway, up the stairs and down the maintenance hallway. 'Cause we all know if kids are skipping class, It's to get laid in a janitor's closet. Gross. I can't hide the look of disgust on my face. Meh, not really. It's probably the cleanest place. Better than the bathroom. Lil shrugs, and my eyes pop. What? You act like you've never gotten handsy with a boy. Even you aren't that innocent. No. Like I said, gross, and did you forget about the part where no one but the guys and Sierra talked to me before I left? Honestly, I assumed you had a little fun with all of them, except your brother, the way they hang on you. I choke on air. The coughing fit lasts longer than it should, with Lil laughing at me, and Gina doing a half-assed job at hiding her amusement. Anno. I try not to shout as I get the ability to talk back. What the hell? None of them look at me like that. Besides, Mateo would have killed any of them for trying, even if they did look at me as something other than a little sister. You, girlfriend, are blind, Gina says. Huh. I'm so lost. But I don't get my question answered when we're accosted by my favorite people. What the F are you doing here? Aren't you too good to be back at high school? Kaylee snarks. I wish I could just smack her, but old habits die hard, and here at school, I find myself frozen in her presence. I just want to walk away and not bring attention to our group, but my friends have no such problems. Get back to whatever diva hole you crawled out of, Lil starts in. We are too good to be here as students. We're here to make improvements. Move along. Lil twiddles her fingers down the hallway. You little B-teach. You don't have any authority here. That is where you are wrong. Gina steps out of the maintenance hallway. We all outrank you on so many levels. It's ridiculous. We are all elite warriors, placing us above everyone except your Alpha and Luna, for starters. If that wasn't enough, Lillian is a Delta rank, placing her above you. The Alpha of my pack, placing me above you. Skylar here is your Beta. Neither her or her brother have taken over the title, so they are equal. You are a Delta's second son's daughter. You have Delta blood, but do not act like a leader in this pack. No one respects you, which is why you bully the kids in this school. Let us do our job while we are here, and like Lillian said, move along. None of you will get away with treating your future Luna this way. You will all pay. I will have you thrown out of here tomorrow. Just wait until my dad hears about this. For some reason, the idea that she thinks she can kick me and my friends, who are helping in the fight against the rogues, out of the pack just because she doesn't like us is what sets me off. Kaylee, go fucking tell your dad whatever story you can come up with. It will be a long walk home for you. Like Gina said, you have no authority here. You never have. Go teach to someone else. We have work to do. I mimic Lil's hand gesture and twiddle my fingers down the hallway. Kaylee growls and stomps away, pushing people as she goes, and I notice that Marnie and Jeannie are with her, but not at her heels like they used to be. Please tell me when we can just beat her ass. I really think that's what she needs. Clearly, she's never had an ounce of discipline in her life. Lil growls at her retreating back. Actually, the bigger pain would be to make her an Omega. Someone who works all day out in the dirt, or slaving over the little kids, or something equally gross. I say, and they both laugh. What? I'm not kidding. You are way too nice. She needs to be a rogue and live without a pack. No money, no friends, no one to help her out, like you did inside this pack for years. Gina says, still inspecting the wall. Got it. Got what? Lil and I both move closer. I knew there was no way someone wasn't checking this hallway. But this isn't your typical CCTV school security camera. This is something that Nathaniel would design and put in for us on Big Ops. What the hell is it doing here? I ask. And how long has it been here? That is the million-dollar question. We need to get back to our office, and I need a laptop. Gina smiles. It is not the kind of smile that lets me know we are doing something fun. It lets me know she's on the hunt. Someone is about to have their ass handed to them. Are you going to take it with us? No. I don't know if it has sound yet, but if it doesn't, I don't want the owner to know we found it. Plus, if it stays live, I will be able to track the signal better. We need to get in contact with Nathaniel and Wyatt. But Wyatt is hurt, and we don't even know how badly. I don't want him to worry while he's trying to recover. Stop. Gina puts her finger in my face the way I've seen Luna Ava do with the guys. I can see where your head went. You know they both would be pissed to find out you needed them after it was too late to help. They are warriors, like us. They don't want to be put in a corner because they have been in a battle any more than you like to be pigeonholed into the weak little girl category by your friends. Fine, but let's get an idea of how extensive this is. We need to know where any device that could be attached to this one is and how many. That could take the rest of the day. Like you had other plans. Lil laughed at me. We actually have a mission, of sorts. You are just as bored as we are. Don't act like there is something better to do. She keeps laughing. We spend the rest of the day looking for and logging the locations of any camera that is for sure not a part of the school's security system. We went back to the office to see how Kevin was doing moving his worthless ST out. He actually thought he could appeal to the Alpha and was surprised to see us in his office again. Apparently, Alpha Lucas did not pass on whatever message Kevin gave him, so we helped pack any necessities and put them in his car for him, all in about 20 minutes. Principal Duncan wasn't going to challenge an Alpha in his face, and no one could get in contact with Alpha Lucas for clarification. We told him, when Alpha Lucas gave us orders to vacate, we would. From there, Gina borrowed a laptop from the tech department. She then proceeded to do all kinds of computery things to it and the desktop on Kevin's desk. She plans on going through all of Kevin's hard drive just to make sure he's actually doing what he should be here at the school. She made a copy of it to bring with us. She rightly doesn't trust anyone with digital information. Lil managed to change the lock on the door as well, which will be funny if someone tries to break in. Skylar, are you girls planning on coming home tonight? There is no way you still have things to work on at the school. Dinner is waiting. Oh, she-tea. What time is it? Luna Ava says, dinner is waiting. I look at the girls. We all jump up, looking at the clock. Lost track of time, Luna. Sorry. We are on our way. How is it 6 already? We all pack up our stuff and head out the door. The school is eerily dark with the fall night already mostly set. We run back to the pack house as best we can with all our bags, notebooks, and laptops. Lil and I grabbed one each so we could help with any searches Gina needed. Once inside, we all head up to my room to store everything, then back down to the kitchen. Luna Ava looks frazzled when she finds us in the kitchen, and we soon find out why as a screech of laughter comes from the formal dining room. Luna Ava leads us in slowly. Oh, it's so good you could finally join us. I know all of your jobs keep you so busy. I don't know how you're going to have time for your mates when you can finally find them. Isn't that right, babes? But maybe they will all mate with other warriors who don't mind them traipsing around with who knows late at night. Kaylee has herself planted in between the twins, a hand on each of them, and I can feel my blood boil. Gina places her hand on my back. Don't let her have this. She is nothing, and now knows that you know that too. She's retaliating. Yeah, look at your guys. They are just as angry as you. We will be able to expose her. We have a ton of footage to go through. We will nail her ass to the wall for the whole pack to see. I take a deep breath in and then let it out, trying to not look like a raging bull. We have a pack to take care of. Of course, that takes priority. Luna Ava, if you will excuse us. We are going to eat quickly and then head up to the 3rd floor and finish what we were working on. Thank you so much for dinner. Guys, when you are done, let us know. We are still up for our nighttime rituals. I wink at them and get a smile out of everyone but the twins, who are still in Callie's grasp. She's trying to hold her smug look, but has no idea what I'm talking about. Her grip on the twins' arms tightens, even as Coda tries to remove it rather forcefully. We turn around and Lil can't hold in her laughter as we enter the kitchen again. You are getting good at this game. She slaps me on the back. We eat quickly and head up to my room. Gina was able to mind-link Nathaniel and Wyatt earlier. Wyatt is getting better and bored because Doc Gannon won't let him do anything, even though everything is healed. Which means not everything is healed, but Wyatt wants out. She gave them jobs to do and asked them to figure out how quickly they can get here. About an hour later, the guys come barging in my room. We are sitting on the floor in front of my couch, with papers spread out everywhere. They have zero regard for what we are doing as the twins plop on the couch. Mateo and Olive drop into the 2 single chairs, and Sam sits on the floor next to me. "What the hell did you 3 do today?" Mateo asks accusingly. Those 2 are on a warpath, and Kaylee all but superglued her ass to Cam and Coda. "It's not funny," Coda whines at us. "Do you have any idea how much that sucked? We didn't get anything done, and we have a ton of stuff to do with all the new security protocols. That is a you guys problem. If you can't tell her to go away or leave you alone, how is that our fault? No one in your pack tells that girl no. If anything, it's your own fault." Gina shrugs. "I wonder if she skipped school after she accosted us in the hallway if she was harassing you guys that long." Lil mused. "What about her following me around when the twins got called in with Alpha Lucas? She said it was my job to be with her when the twins are busy. I didn't get anything done either. I tried to just work and ignore her, but she doesn't know what silence is and everything is about her." My brother scrubs his face with his hands, like he can wipe the memory away. Does she not realize that it would actually be Oliver's job to watch over her, technically speaking? "The F-cock did you just say?" Oliver sits up straight and looks at me. Well, I'm pretty sure her comment to Mateo was referring to her never-ending ploy to remind people that she thinks she is the next Luna of this pack. If that is the far-fetched case, Oliver would be her protector, not Mateo. With all her leadership, Luna, better than thou talk, you would think she would know what everyone's jobs are. I roll my eyes. I never really thought of that. She always talks about being Luna, and we all just ignore her. But she has no idea what we actually do. Sam breathes out. "We have to get rid of her, though. Do you know how hard it was just to come up here without her? She obviously knew that you have Lil and Gina up here. Thanks for ruffling those feathers, by the way. She tried to talk her way up here, too. Even her dad tried to intervene, saying we can't play favorites. Technically speaking, you guys aren't playing favorites. Midge is... It's Kaylee's fault for being a B-teach." Lil shrugs. "How did you shut her down?" Gina asks. Dad actually interjected, and Cunningham looked pissed, like he didn't expect Dad to side with us. Cam looks thoughtful. We did not hesitate, though, slammed that door and ran. "So you 2 are stuck up here tonight." Sam pointed to them. "We are not opening that door for anything." We all laugh. "It's still kind of early. Can we do a movie or something?" "I don't think we can get any more done here tonight." I gesture to the piles of papers we have. "Yes, Tiny, let's do a movie night," Cam says, standing from the couch and reaches for my hands. But instead of helping me to my feet, he throws me over his shoulder as I screech. "Old habits, Tiny. It's tradition for movie night." "You guys are stupid." I roll my eyes but smile as he walks us into the hallway. I hear my friends laughing at me until Gina's OST lets me know someone threw her over a shoulder. Mateo saunters out with her mumbling expletives about cavemen. "You come anywhere near me, Beefcake, and I will punch you in the balls," Lil says, to, I assume, Oliver. Sam is a big guy, but I wouldn't consider him a beefcake. We head into the media room and get set up to watch an action movie. Thank the goddess that Luna Ava keeps this room stocked with snacks and drinks, so we really don't have to go anywhere. We all find places on the giant-shaped couch and settle in. I actually made it through most of the movie before falling asleep. Something about these guys. I just feel warm and safe, and my body and brain just shut down. I woke up warm and snuggled with the now familiar cinnamon and citrus scent all around me. Why do I even have a bed here? I mumble into Coda's shirt. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've used it. Why do we have our own beds? Cam shifts behind me. Another great question. I roll over, moving to follow Cam out of bed. 5 more minutes smalls. Coda snatches me back, and I laugh as he cages me in his arms. Dakota, I need to use the bathroom and get ready for training. The girls and I have stuff to get done at the school today. Let go and move your butt. I reach behind me and slap the side of his butt cheek and hear a sharp intake of breath. Then he jumps out of bed, almost dumping me to the floor. What the hell? Cam's smile is from ear to ear. Apparently, he likes to be spanked. Then he winks at me. I can feel all the blood rush to my cheeks. My face is on fire with embarrassment. I'm gonna go get ready. I mumble, running out his bedroom door and straight to my own room. Once there, I head straight for the bathroom to shower. I don't stop to grab clothes. I just need to wash off the feeling of shame or unease or whatever this is. I hate feeling uncomfortable around these guys, and the moments always come at the worst times. I walk out to my room wrapped in a towel and drying my hair with another, not really paying attention. Yes, little bit. Nice legs. Oh, FCK! I jumped, wrapping the towel around his throat while planting him face down on my bed, causing Gina and Mateo to jump out of bed as well. What are you doing in here? I was just making sure everyone was awake. We need to get going so we can beat Kaylee out the door. He grunts under me. Nice reflexes, by the way. Do you use a towel as a weapon often? Just be glad she didn't have her blades on her. You'd be a shish kebab right now. Gina laughs at his expression as I let him up. I'm going to jump in quick to wake up. Give me 5, and we can go. Is Lil ready? Yeah. She used Coda's shower. You two might as well move your stuff up here. I mean, if Luna Ava hasn't already. We do seem to have clean outfits each day, Gina says, walking into the bathroom laughing. I feel like we are on a recon mission, trying to find entrance and exit points. Lil laughs over the mind link as I peek out the door from the 3rd floor stairwell. The coast seems clear, and it wouldn't matter if it wasn't. If she thought we had started sneaking around to avoid her, she would try that much harder to attach herself to the twins. That's our next project. We need to hack into the contractor's computer and find out what the holdup is on the Cunningham's house. It's been a year. Even if they did start over from scratch, it should be done by now. They need to quit stalling. On it, boss. Gina chirps back as we make our way down to the kitchen. Would you stop that? I am not your boss, Alpha. This time, Gina giggles out loud. Is it bad that I'm jealous that I can't hear your conversations? Sam asks as we walk towards the island where Lenny has a pile of foil-wrapped goodness for us. Yes, you and your FOMO are something special. But we have to move. Creatures are stirring, and we don't want to be here for that. Thank you, Lenny. You are amazing, I say, running out the back door and the rest of my friends following. We get halfway to the training grounds before I slow down and open one of my wraps. It is still steaming, filled with eggs and veggies, cheese and ham and I. Do not hesitate to devour it in about 3 bites. So how is it you could sense or smell her coming from a floor away, but you didn't notice me in your room this morning and almost decapitated me? Sam steps up next to me, eating, and for once, serious. I really wasn't expecting anyone other than Mateo and Jenna to be there, and your scent is already all over my room, so it wasn't something that made me wary or on alert. I am always on alert for her. It's like second nature now. I don't know if I could turn it off. Training was far more effective this morning as we all are getting our bearings. After the guys all divide to their various jobs for the day, Oliver and Mateo decide to escort us to the school to see how we are set up and if there is anything they can do to help. We talked a little about what we are up to, but they got the same story as Principal Duncan. Not because I don't trust them, but they are all really quick to jump in to save me, and we need to really know the origins of the trouble here at school. I need to know what the Cunninghams are up to and what their angle is, and I can't do that with the guys in tow. Actually, they are going to be helpful in keeping them distracted for us. I can't believe you took Cunningham's office from him. I thought you were joking. Mateo laughs as we walk in. The single mahogany desk is very upscale for a school, but very on par with his tastes and styles. Kevin Cunningham loves all things expensive and opulent. The wall behind the desk has a large window that overlooks the courtyard area behind the school between the elementary and middle and high school areas. This is where most students eat lunch on nice days. The wall furthest from the door has an extensive bookshelf that I thoroughly plan to look through. I'm not sure if all the books are decorative or if he actually uses them. The wall in front of the desk has a dark brown leather couch, similar to what Alpha Lucas has in his own office at the Pack House. The wall with his office door leading to the hallway has framed photographs of his family. Everything is very formal and no one looks happy to be in the photos. Perfect, Gina growls, sitting behind the desk. What? We all ask at the same time. Lil, check your lock. Has it been tampered with? She doesn't answer any of us. But that is Gina. She's like a bloodhound when she's on a mission, and nothing is going to distract her train of thought. Doesn't look like it from the outside. Why? Gina puts her index finger up to her mouth, indicating we should stay quiet. Someone has been here. I think someone has been in here, but they were good about covering their tracks. She gets up and starts to move around the room, not making a sound. I've seen this before. She thinks someone has eyes or ears on us. High school students are probably trying to play tricks on us, since we are new in the pack and the building. She rolls her eyes as she looks through the books. What are you looking for? Can we help? I ask over our team mind link. Someone wiped the hard drive and then installed a mirroring code. But they are stupid or have no idea that someone in your team has basic computer knowledge and would have set up defenses for general, remedial level hacking. The microphone is live on the computer, so I have to assume another one of those cameras we found in the hallway. Yesterday is probably here. Should we help look or stay put and act as a distraction? Lil is always hoping to be a distraction, usually in the form of destruction. Let's go with minor distraction in the form of talking too much, Lillian. Do not destroy the office. I link Oliver and Mateo to let them know what is happening while Lil rambles on. Well, I don't know about computers. So we are just going to have to wait. I know Alpha King Reggie wanted us to go through all the high school files and start to pinpoint potentials for the next trials. We didn't have as many people last summer as we did when Midge ran them. That was our biggest year yet. We had just started, so hopefully we can recover the information we gathered. It's so frustrating to have to start over again. I whine a little, walking over to the wall of pictures. What does that mean for your investigation? Mateo asks. Nothing really. We will have to gather our candidates manually, which will take up more time, so we will have more hours here. Less time to hang out with you guys. I keep up my pout while following my instincts to the family picture of the Cunninghams sitting on a side table. All the eyes seem to follow you no matter what angle you are to the picture. I get the chills thinking about any of them watching us. Ever. Then I see it, a small black camera set into the thick frame. If I hadn't been training with Gina and Nathaniel and looking for ST like this for the last year, I would never have noticed it. Gina, got it. She looks over at me and nods. Keep talking. I'll take care of that one. We need to look for more. If it was me, I would have one on each wall to cover all angles and blind spots. I relay to the guys, and they keep playing along. You missed the first bonfire of the year, Shorty. We should do another one to welcome you back, now that you are stuck with us for a little while. Mateo says, that would be awesome. We really don't get a lot of downtime in between missions. Are there really that many problems? Doesn't Alpha Reggie have a lot of teams to work different missions? Yeah, but our team has unique skills that make us the obvious or only choice for certain missions. I shrug. Lil waves, pointing to a camera inlaid in the frame of the window. Then we really need to relax one night. You still the DD, or have you graduated into the land of underage drinking with the rest of us? Oliver's attempt at being a smartass has Lil, Gina, and I all laughing. I smile at him playfully. You'll just have to find out. And this time the girls get to take body shots. Yes. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds like a challenge. Lil points at me. I will always take a drinking challenge. When is this happening? Sam is going to be so pissed he missed this conversation. Oliver laughs darkly. Mateo smiles, but ignores his comment. The twins should be done with their patrols around lunch, and we will trade out with them. They have a few things going on with the Alpha this afternoon, going over pack business since so many imported things have been restricted or slowed down because of the rogues. Maybe after dinner we can make plans. That's really the only time we are all together right now. We get a thumbs up from Gina as she moves to the desk and opens her laptop, then logs into the desktop. Her fingers are flying away on the keyboard, moving between the two devices. Is there anything we can do to help with supplies? That is one of Lil's specialties. Not sure. I think the twins have it handled. I mean, I haven't seen any shortages yet, but we can mention it to them. I just nod, not really knowing how to respond. After about 10 minutes of silence, the only sounds are our breathing and the keys. Gina looks up. All right, I have all of the cameras on a loop for now. I'll get a loop of the office empty here soon. Then we should be good to go. It doesn't appear that any of them are recording sound, but the microphone was on when we walked in, which means someone is trying to record conversations. I have control of that as well. It's just static now. That will eat up all the storage they are recording on, and whoever it is will need to come and try to fix it sooner rather than later. She takes a deep breath. I want to connect to the signals on the cameras in the hallways, and we will need to do a full sweep of the school. I wonder if there are any cameras in the bathrooms or locker rooms too. It's disgusting, but blackmail always needs proof, and your little girlfriend has some kind of leverage on people to get them to do what she wants. With the kind of pull her dad has, it wouldn't surprise me. Lil says, seriously, we also need to make sure that this isn't different people. I roll my eyes at their looks. I hate the B-teach, but I'm not going to assume this is all her and her dad. Every time we find something, this whole thing seems bigger than just the two of them. Maybe it's connected, or maybe we just have more than one She-T person in our pack. But I won't just try to target because I don't like them. Let's go figure out how deep your leech is in this then. Lil jumps from her spot on the edge of Gina's desk, slapping Mateo on the back. You need to stay here and figure out how someone got in here and how to prevent it without making any noticeable changes. I look at her. Boring. We already know they came in through the window. And that is an easy fix. What? How do you know? Oliver seems genuinely curious. This window was set up to be accessed from the inside or the outside. The way the latch sits here, it can be flipped from this spot on the outside of the window. She quickly goes through what she is explaining. Either someone was planning to break into the school, or whoever designed this office wanted to be able to get in and out without detection, and the first thing any intelligent person would do is check the locks on the windows and doors. Can you look at all the windows here and at the pack house for the same features? I'm curious now that you are bringing it up. Mateo asks. Sure, it will be easier when Nathaniel and Wyatt can be here. They will help this process go faster. Who are they? Oliver almost keeps the jealous tone out of his voice. My brother is not successful at all, and I smile. They are part of our team. Nathaniel is probably the only person smarter than Gina with computers, and Wyatt was here for trials. He was on my capture the flag team. I will need them for this project. You got it, boss, Lil says, laughing as I kick her in the ass as she runs out the door. Not your boss. Now get back here. You aren't going anywhere until this lock is secure. Yes, boss. We all laughed this time. I'll link you when I'm done. Shouldn't take me too long. The rest of us head out of the office and down the hallway towards the high school end of the building. Mateo, why don't you stay and work with Gina here? And Oliver and I will go to the second floor and look around, covering more space. Why do you automatically assume we will want to work together? Gina attempts snark, but she can't fool me. She is getting close to my brother, whatever that means, and I think it scares her. It didn't go unnoticed that they were together in my bed this morning. I don't think they were doing anything nasty. She physically has no desires like that right now. But she is drawn to him the same way she is drawn to me. For the first time since I have known her, she slept in a room without me and didn't wake up screaming for me in the middle of the night. That has to mean something. I don't know if that is because we are siblings or something else. I am not opening that can of worms, though, because Oliver isn't going to let me out of his sight while I'm in the same building as Kaylee. And it's my brother's job to protect the alpha. I wink at them and head up the stairs before either can protest. Once we get far enough away, Oliver touches my arm gently. How did you know that I wouldn't let you walk around here with Kaylee on the loose? It's a whisper, and it's almost unsure. Oliver, of all the guys, you have noticed the most about me. At this point, it's an unacknowledged fact that Kaylee has a massive problem with me. She always has. There is no way you are going to leave my side, even if Mateo was here with me. That is how reliable you are to me. I just turn and keep walking. All in all, today was productive for us. We found a total of 22 cameras and have every intention of searching the rest of the school. Gina was able to get schematics of the school, so Lil could map them out for us as we found them. We don't see any common theme or direction they are pointing in. It doesn't appear like they are targeting anyone in particular, but we also only found the ones in the most populated areas of the high school. We need to pinpoint more. Gina was also able to find the plans for the Cunningham's house while getting the plans for the school. We now can prove the unnecessary changes and permit submissions are what is holding everything up. At a glance, it just looks like red tape and paperwork that goes with all new buildings. Every time something is changed, everything needs to be approved and inspected again. And they have done a decent job of making it look random. But something always seems to happen to make the permits expire and need reissuing. Gina, Lil, and I have decided that we are going to join the construction crew and get this house done this winter. I mean, what else are we going to do with all of our free time? We sat down to dinner in the formal dining room again. The only people who look comfortable here are Kaylee and her dad. Even Alpha Lucas looks annoyed at the setup. It might also be that Kevin placed himself to the left of the Alpha, where normally my dad, the Beta, or the twins sit. And he has not stopped talking since we sat down. We decided to sit at the far end of the table, completely lost in conversation and ignoring the almost blatant begging of Kaylee for the twins to sit next to her, since she posted herself next to Luna Ava. I don't know what the deal is, but if the Alpha and Luna are going to let these two continue to walk all over them, they can be the ones to entertain them. I love the Alpha and Luna with all of my heart, but I know this whole situation is not right. I can't help them, though, if I don't know what is going on. As a group, we decided to see what happens when we stay in our own little bubble at the opposite end of the table. The twins placed me at the head, opposite Alpha Lucas, each of them flanking me. Lil and Gina sat across from each other, Naturally, Mateo sat next to Gina, leaving Oliver and Sam to sit next to Lil. We all walked in talking animatedly about everything that we got done today, although most of it was code so Kevin wouldn't get too suspicious. I could feel the different levels of stares aimed right at me. Why don't you children join us down here in your regular seats? We stop our conversation to look at Kevin, none of us moving. Kaylee gently pats the 2 open place settings on either side of her. We're good here. Thank you, though, Kevin, I say, as sweetly as I can. I believe that particular seat is reserved for visiting alphas and other important pack members, not general seating. Oh, you are right. How silly of me. I get up, grabbing my plate, the twins looking appalled at my actions until they notice Gina getting up too. We switch places, exchanging a wink. I am now sitting in between Cam and Mateo, who looks at Coda and gives some kind of guy head signal, and they both change places too, bringing a smile to all of our group's faces. They are clearly staking a claim in front of these adults. We go back to our conversation as if nothing changed. Sam tried to make plans over the mind link for having a bonfire, but it just became a pain to have to translate between my 2 groups of friends. So we decided to table that topic for later, and I ventured into something a little safer. Sam, have you heard from Sierra? She hasn't responded to me in a while, so I don't know if she's on a mission or what. Is she coming to visit soon? She is for sure coming for the spring ball, especially if you all will be here. I'm hoping to get her here for my birthday. He gives me a knowing look, and our biggest player has been tamed and is hopeful for his mate. That boy has been gone for her since the day they met, but it is so cute to see that look in his eyes. But there is a little bit of fear there too. He loves her, and what if the moon goddess decided they shouldn't be mates? I have to check in with Assistant and Alpha Reggie tomorrow. I'll see what her status is. His smile is blinding. So, do you all turn 18 soon then? Gina asks. Yeah, in the spring. We were all born within weeks of each other, so we usually just celebrate the whole month, wrapping up with Little Bit's birthday. That must have been fun growing up, Lil says, looking excited. A whole month of parties. Why didn't you say anything, Midge? I was on a mission last year for my birthday, so I couldn't say anything, and it kind of sucked anyway. I forgot about that. Didn't Mina hijack your date? She laughs, and I smile at the memory. It's bittersweet now. A clatter of utensils next to me makes me jump. What date? Coda asks, sounding pained. You never said you were dating anyone, Shorty. My brother's look is accusing. First, I was on a mission, trying to get close to the rogues so we could get into their camp. It happened to be a good excuse to do that, and second, I do not need to run my dating schedule by you, Mateo. The hell you don't. Who was this guy? Why did we never hear about him? Did you run all the girls you were seeing by me? I tried deflecting, but regretted immediately seeing Gina flinch and knowing I unintentionally caused her pain. Don't change the subject. I'm going to need more information. Who was the guy? You don't have to worry about him. He won't be an issue, trust me. I look at Gina again, but she won't make eye contact with me. Sky, what's up? Why won't you tell us? Oliver tries for a softer approach. If he isn't a problem, then it shouldn't matter if you tell us or not. Why are they always so pushy with this kind of stuff, but can't seem to tell Kaylee, Marnie, and Jeannie where to stuff it? They can F-ack around however they want, but the first mention of me hanging with a guy who isn't them sends them into guard mode. Even talking about Nathaniel and Wyatt today made Oliver jealous, and they know, or should know, that there are guys on my team. I take a deep breath and look each of the guys in the eyes, making sure I have their full attention. Tyler won't be a problem, because what's left of him is currently in a box. I stand taking my plate back to the kitchen. I have lost my appetite and just want to get away before any more of that conversation fills the ears of Kaylee and Kevin. I don't think there is much they can do with knowing I was on a mission, and as a part of that mission, I went on a date with a guy who is now dead. But my guys sometimes get tunnel vision when it comes to me, and they forget who is around and listening. We already caused enough of a stir with our seating arrangement. I'm sure most of the focus was on us. I head up the stairs and wait for Lil and Gina, who aren't far behind. Let's just grab your stuff. I'm sure most of it is already upstairs, but I'm done pandering to the Cunninghams. These idiots need to see when they aren't wanted. You are my guests and you are staying in my room. I roll my eyes and head over to the 2 bedrooms, housing my friends' belongings. It takes them all of 5 minutes to gather up their gear and then follow me up to the 3rd floor. We place their extra stuff in my closet and spread out on the floor in front of my fireplace. We have gone over the camera locations and the directions they were pointing when we found them. Still nothing significant, but Lil started penciling in the camera ranges and is now looking for blind spots. Gina and I moved on to the Cunningham's house blueprints. It's significantly larger than the original home, and actually more square footage than any of the homes on our block, with the exception of the pack house. Do you think Kevin is compensating for something? Gina laughs. Probably. If he is delusional enough to think that Kaylee will be Luna, he will think his own importance should increase as well, and his material possessions should reflect that importance. He tried to tell the Luna that she needed to redecorate the pack house every year, so when visiting alphas came, they would see the changes and know that we were a rich pack, and that alone would make them more likely to sign treaties and side with us in the event of a war. I rolled my eyes. But he puts no stock or emphasis on warriors or their training. We are just hired help to him, no better than Omegas. Lil adds from her corner of the floor, not looking up at us. He's no better than the leeches who chase Cameron, Dakota, and even Xander. Hey, there's a tap on my door as Sam pushes it open. Can we come in? Sneaky bastards. They know I can't say no to him. Technically, you already did, but yeah. Come on in. I shrug and go back to what Jenna and I have been working on. We deserve that. Sorry we didn't realize what the guy in the box meant to you. I rub my face and take a slow breath in and out. It's not that he meant something to me. Not really. I had to make friends with the rogues to get into their inner circle. I had to get to their compound and figure out how they are hiding themselves so well. Getting close was part of the job. It usually is when we have to go in. I gesture to the 3 of us. We always have to get close to people, and sometimes lines are blurred for the sake of the mission. What kind of blurred lines are we talking here, Biddy? I don't want to hear anymore if I have to hear about any guy putting his hands on you. He puts his hands up in a surrender gesture before going on. I'm sure feeling the surge of anger at his statement. I'm not saying don't do what you need to do to complete your mission and take care of you. I literally can't hear about any guy putting his hands on you. My wolf is losing his ST at the mere thought. Details might send him over the edge. Tell your wolf to calm his tits. Your itty-bitty is the innocent one of us. But for some reason, everyone is drawn to her, so she is usually our first point of contact with any group we are trying to infiltrate. Lil states matter-of-factly, stretching the truth, but I understand what she's insinuating to placate my guys. Now, you guys need to help us get the diva and her daddy out of the pack house. We have a plan. Are you in? We spend the rest of the night finalizing what we are going to do over the next month. We have limited time before winter sets in, and certain things need to be completed if we want to get them out before the new year. I'm sure this is part of Cunningham's plan, waiting for the weather to be too bad to move forward on the house and stalling all other projects at the same time. I also told the guys I moved my team up here, and when Nathaniel and Wyatt get here, they will be staying on this floor as well. We will make do, we always have. My team has slept in some pretty shitty places, so to have running water, bathrooms, and food at hand, we are all pretty set. I also told them I will make that announcement when the time comes. No more pussyfooting around what the Cunninghams decide is fair or not. Hopefully, though, They will be moved into their brand new, beautifully finished home by the time the rest of my team gets here. And some of the drama can be eliminated. It's close to midnight when we wrap everything up. I rub my eyes and stand to stretch my stiff muscles. I notice Coda and Cam have been rubbing their temples like they both have headaches. "You guys okay?" I ask, walking close to them, still seated on the floor. "Yeah, just figuring out how to block certain people is tough. And Kaylee has been going at it for hours," Coda grumbles. "What do you mean?" I kind of want to know and kind of don't want to hear this at all. They have everyone's attention now, so this is not common knowledge. She learned most likely from her dad that we have the same access as our dad does to the pack link. But since we are still in training, we can't always control the thoughts that come through to us. Our dad can open and shut the link at will. We aren't there yet, and Kaylee has learned how to push through while she's having an org-exam. Cam stutters on the last word. Is he blushing? She obviously knows we are up here with you three and wants to distract us. What she doesn't understand is that has never been a turn-on for either of us, especially if she is with someone else. Not my brand of entertainment. Coda shudders. So, you're telling me that if your mate was getting herself off and opened up her link to you, it wouldn't be a turn-on for you? Lil is always poking the bear. Our mate is a whole different story. She can send us dirty thoughts anytime she wants. The pack bicycle can keep her escapades to herself. Please call her that to her face the next time you see her, and she's acting like a skank. Gina laughs. I would also like to record it for posterity. We are all laughing as I move toward my bathroom. Tiny, where are you going? The bathroom, to get ready for bed. Just bring your stuff to our room. You know you're staying there anyway. It will just be faster. Fine. We have a ton to get done tomorrow. Oliver, are you up for another magic session? It will be easier when everyone is at school and work. I feel like we haven't had enough kickback from Kaylee, and her dad and I want to be ready for whatever they throw at us. I can feel something coming. You got it, Biddy. We can set up after training. Then, if they need you midday, we should be good to go. I nod and we all head our separate ways. I shower and dress quickly, feeling a little strange to be naked in Cam's bathroom, even though they are being perfect gentlemen and leaving me alone. I walk out in my usual tank and shorts. I don't know why I am hesitating. I am put in their bed almost every time I'm here, but this is actually the first time I am choosing to sleep next to them, and it feels important, special for some reason. What are you waiting for? Get over here. I'm tired and I need to shut my migraine off. Coda groans. So that's all I'm good for? A balm for your headache, I say with a smile, even though the room is dark and I don't know if he can see my face. You know it's more than that, but right now, yes, please, make it stop. He whines as he grabs me around the waist and flips me in between him and Camp. Just like always, they don't hesitate to tangle our arms and legs, and we all fall into a deep sleep quickly. As I dream, it dawns on me that they will all be 18 in 6 months, and I could lose this. What am I thinking? I will lose this. No mate would want to share them, any of them. I hope that I'm lucky enough to have Sam mated to Sierra. At least that friendship can remain. But what about Oliver and the twins? I am so close to all 3 of them. We have some type of symbiotic relationship. I don't even know if I will be able to leave them to go back to the training compound again. Just the thought of that hurts my heart. I stir from my fitful sleep and notice my cheeks are wet. Was I crying in my sleep? This is worse than I thought. I get up to go shower again. I can only imagine what my face looks like if I was crying. I let the scalding water make my whole body red as I try to wash away the sadness my dreams brought on. When I can't stall anymore, I hop out and get dressed, then step back into Cam's room, noticing both of them are standing in the middle of the room, waiting for me. clearly having a conversation over their mind link. Coda grabs for me as I try to pass them, and I let him pull my back to his chest as Cam steps in front of me, placing his hand under my chin to raise my eyes to his. He doesn't say anything, just searching for something in my eyes. I just take a deep breath, breathing both of their scents and letting it calm me. I shake my head. We have things to get done today, and I have months before any of my worries need to be dealt with. He looks at his brother and something passes between them. He nods, looking at me again, and they both let me go, following me out of the room. The walk downstairs is somber, or we are all just tired, only getting a few hours of sleep. But the drama hasn't even begun yet. As soon as we get into the kitchen, Kaylee's high-pitched screech greets us. "Good morning, my alphas. I hope I was able to help you sleep well." She bats her lashes suggestively, standing from the island where she was sitting with her dad. He's wearing a smug look of triumph. No, actually. Your nighttime activities gave us a migraine. Smalls had to help us out, Coda says, wrapping an arm around my waist as Lil spits out and Gina chokes on their first sips of coffee. What? Please try to keep your link closed when you are having SX. It's inappropriate and disrespectful to whomever you're with. Cam follows behind. How dare he? Kevin starts, but Cam cuts him off with a hand up. Lenny, thank you for breakfast. He leads us past the tray that Lenny has set for us with wrapped breakfast burritos piled high. We each grab a couple foil-wrapped burritos, then out the door to the training grounds. We have settled into a good routine, with training in just a couple days. I forgot how much I loved this. I love teaching and working with all the kids. I guess each of the lead warriors take turns doing the Sky training, because it is extremely early and kind of brutal since it is a punishment training. It is funny to watch the kids come from Sky training and then get paired with Lil, Gina, or I directly after. Many of them are not repeat offenders. We each shower and change after training. Lil and Gina head to the school with Mateo and Sam. The twins head back to the pack house to work on the pack financials for the month, and Oliver and I head down to the bonfire space, following instructions from Elena in the grimoire. Today I am going to try to manipulate Earth today. I have been able to levitate it, but not actually move it. And if it comes down to a war, Elena thinks that will be a good skill. I agree. So talk me through this, Biddy. What should I expect? A lot of misfires, actually. I started with water, and I think for the first couple hours, Elena was soaked even standing directly behind me. We both laugh, but I am serious. I can only imagine what I will do with clods of dirt. I sit on the ground with the book open to the marked page and begin chanting. The reaction is almost immediate as chunks of earth begin floating around me. It feels like my mind is holding lots of strings, pulling them up and suspending them in the air. Now I have to split my focus and suspend some and throw others. The first chunk I try to move explodes with a pop and shower of dirt. Oliver lets out a little laugh, so I focus on one closer to his leg, which also explodes, hitting him with some of the debris. He jumps and moves to the side, and I focus on another close to him, getting another explosion. I find that having him to focus on as a target helps me. I am still only making them explode, but I can isolate better. After about 2 hours, I can make little dime-sized pieces of dirt follow him around the clearing. Midge, we need you. Not an emergency, but wrap up what you are doing. I found something. Okay, give us 20 minutes. We are needed at the school. Gina found something. I pick up the grimoire and stand, brushing the small bits of dirt in my lap. Biddy? I finally look at Oliver and almost fall over laughing. My gamma is covered head to toe in dirt. He looks like he was crawling around on the ground through a mud pit and then let it dry. I don't know if there is more than an inch of him that is left clean. You look good. You should totally rock the look. I choke out between laughter. Oh, yeah? He comes at me, and I drop the book to defend myself. Oliver drops low to take out my legs. I spin, but he still manages to get one, and I am thrown forward, so I tuck in a roll, and he follows to try and gain the advantage. But I use his weight to my advantage. I flip us both around and end up sprawled out across his chest. He could easily reverse our position, but he doesn't. He just stays on his back and holds me. I lay my head on his chest, enjoying the closeness. He takes a deep breath. I know you don't want to talk about it, but I have to ask. He rubs my back a few more times before he continues. How fast are you trying to get out of here? I know you want to get back to training, and you are doing all kinds of stuff with Alpha Reggie, now that you know you are connected with them. But how long do we get to keep you? Last time was really hard. I know none of the others are going to say anything, but it was really bad. What do you mean, really bad? No one said anything. No one wanted to make you feel bad about being gone so long, and with how it went down, I think we just wanted to focus on having you back. But you need to know. Midge, what are you doing? Time is of the essence here. Lil, your timing is terrible, you know that? Why? You banging your gamma? You know I'm not, asshole. Then move your ass. You can ogle your boy later. I take a deep breath and press my forehead to Oliver's chest. Can we table this? Lil is being insistent that what she has is time-sensitive. I also feel like this is a conversation for all of us to have together, and shots will be needed. Shots? You have grown up, haven't you? I had to learn how to keep up with college kids and stay safe. So yeah, a little. We should maybe sneak out and do the bonfire tonight. Why not? Let's go see what your team found. We really should go clean up first. Nah. They interrupted something. They should know that. It will also help to spread some rumors at school. He winks at me. I just shake my head, picking up my book, packing it back into my bag, and we head out. He won't let us walk, though, and heads towards a black Jeep. Is this yours? He nods. When did you get this? I thought you guys went everywhere in the truck. I copy him and climb in as he starts it up and pulls out of the driveway. We still take the truck when we're together, but we have been divided a lot over the last year, really getting into our individual training and jobs. Like I said, lots of changes. I don't know if all they guys are going to come clean. You just need to know we were all in a dark place for a while after you left. For me, it was getting to you so late. The twins actually didn't speak to each other for almost a month. No one knows what happened there, but they stopped sharing a room too, and I've never seen them sleep separately in our lives. They did until you got back. Yep, drinks are needed, especially if we are going to trade horror stories like that. We pull up to the school and head into the office. We get strange looks from the few people in the hallways as we enter, making us both laugh. For only 2 people. Lil and Gina have a flurry of things going on. Papers and blueprints are spread out everywhere. What is all this? I ask, heading straight to the desk, tracing my fingers on a stack of blueprints. We have them, and we will be able to get the house built in a month. Cunningham is using PAC funds to pay for this big-ass house. She points at plans in front of her that he wants, and he has no actual permissions from the Alpha or anyone that should have signed off on it. The original report shows that there was suspicion of foul play and arson, but no one followed through on the investigation and everyone just skipped to rebuilding the house. She hasn't made eye contact yet. She is back to typing on her computer. That's strange. I don't remember anyone saying anything about foul play, and the guys and I were all a part of the teams that took care of the damage and cleared out the areas to make room for the rebuild. Cunningham's house was one of 5 that were really damaged to the point that the families needed to vacate, Oliver supplied. Both of them looked up at us finally with different expressions on their faces. Not banging your gamma, my ass. What were you 2 up to? I told you, magic can get a bit messy. That's what we're calling now? She laughs. You know none of us can do anything like that. Stop. Like what? I want to actually hear you say it. Why my friend insists on embarrassing me, I don't know. Your Gamma is a hottie. None of us would blame you. My eyes go wide. Stop teasing her and her Gamma. Even he's blushing. Gina chuckles. I clear my throat, then ask, where did the other 4 families go? We didn't kick them out of rooms at the pack house, did we? Trying to change the subject. No, their houses were fixed within 6 months. They all stayed at the pack house, while we rebuilt one house at a time and vacated as soon as they could. The Cunningham's project was the last to be started. Kevin said he was being generous and allowing the lower, more needy pack members to be taken care of first. Oliver rolled his eyes, going with the subject change. He just used it to stall. We all know that. As people moved out of the pack house, they slowly took over more rooms on the guest floor. Then there were constant problems with plans or inspections or materials. Kevin actually spent about 2 weeks going through each piece of lumber that was delivered, and if he found anything wrong, he would send the whole delivery back. We had a lot of angry suppliers. My dad had to placate them and then finally kick Kevin off the construction site because people were quitting. So, that begs the question, why would it take more than a year for one house when 4 others were completed in 6 months? Why did no one else catch this or allow it in the first place? Lil asks. I honestly think that they make so much noise and cause so many headaches that having them focus on the rebuilding of their house was a break for so many people, while being a massive irritation for others. And Kevin was in charge of the rebuild project, so any complaints about him didn't go anywhere. Oliver shrugs. But you guys can't even relax at home with them around. It used to be a safe space to be normal away from pack members, and now you don't even have that. They are everywhere, trying to insert themselves in everything. I mean, just listening to Kevin try to insert his opinion about training programs when he doesn't even train himself is painful. I don't know why I'm pleading with them. They get it. That's what we are going to fix. Gina looks like Christmas came early. He expects the pack to pay for the full rebuild of his house since it was damaged in an attack. Then recommendations for necessary improvements were made. Recommendations that came from an uncertified inspector Kevin hired personally, mind you. And before you ask, yes, I have concrete proof. With that knowledge alone, he isn't eligible to have the pack pay for the extra expenses. So we are going to build his house as originally planned when it was torn down. How long will that take? And how do we keep Kevin from stalling again? I ask. We take over the project. Oliver, I need you to reach out to the company who is in charge of construction. We need a meeting tomorrow morning, right after training. I also need to meet with Alpha Lucas to get a couple of things approved. If we can get everything finalized, it should take a month if we all help with labor to get framing and walls up. I know everyone I talk to is completely over this project and are all hands on deck to be done with the Cunningham's BES. They have been hateful and rude, blaming problems on workmanship and incompetence. They have burned bridges thinking they can because they have the Alpha in their pocket. You didn't say how you were going to keep the Cunninghams in the dark about this. I say. This is where you and I come in. Lil claps her hands. He already is banned from the construction site, but has regular contact with the contractors. I have talked to the current contractors, and they are going to basically move all communication to email, so we can have control over it without him knowing. That will cover that side of it. We will give him the plans and move forward. He will get what he is supposed to. We won't lie to or deceive him, but we will just word everything in a way to keep him placated. So how do we keep him from checking the site? We are scrutinizing all of the school's safety protocols as the Alpha King's first line of security. They, most likely, already know about the plans to move non-warrior pack members. But until we actually start the move, the safety of the pups is our. She points between herself and me, main priority and assignment from the Alpha King. Alpha Lucas has already sent him instructions to do as we say, which means he's going to be on our asses. We need to get really specific and have daily early morning meetings with him. And of course, since it has to do with taking care of the pack's safety, the future Luna should be involved. Lil rolls her eyes. I have already sent them both emails. We are starting right after training first thing tomorrow. That keeps us out of helping to build, though. I exclaim. I really don't want to deal with Kaylee for a month, even if Lil is there to be my backup. But you have such willing and strapping young men to do your bidding. Lil winks. It's perfect. Kaylee is going to be so focused on you that she won't pay attention to what is going on around her. She's also going to see this as a benefit since she will see you nowhere near any of your guys all day every day for a month. And they can't claim you did anything wrong because you will be with them the whole time. I can't really argue any other points. We spent the rest of the day planning out our security detail for the school. Both plans were a go. We were able to get a hold of the contractors in charge of the Cunningham's house, and they agreed that the constant changes were unnecessary and would only come back if we could guarantee that Kevin would not be involved at all. Alpha Lucas agreed to Gina's terms and even offered to pay a bonus to the laborers if they could have it done before the new year. He seems to be more willing to go against Kevin recently, as opposed to just letting him have his way. I would love to ask him about it when we both have time. Following training the next morning, Lil and I had a meeting with Kevin and Kaylee, highlighting all of the necessary changes for the school, and several that were not required, but would take time and of course needs their input. Lil and I made a point to make fun over MindLink of the fact that Kaylee was allowed to skip classes for this, when Kevin tried to give me and my friends a hard time about setting good examples to younger students. The more that Lil stroked her ego, the more Kaylee pushed for the extensive changes to her father, wanting to use it as her Luna project for the pack. He couldn't say no to her. She was on board with everything that Lil suggested, and said I shouldn't f-eck anything up and make her look bad. We were able to fill the guys in on what we were up to over the MindLink daily. But we didn't see much of each other until a few weeks later when they needed help hauling lumber to the Cunningham's property overnight for an early start the next day. The whole crew was buzzing with excitement and anticipation of being done with this massive irritation. We were able to organize the entire site with all the tools and supplies, and the general contractor was confident that with this many people, the second floor framing would be completed, and the roof started by the end of the day tomorrow. All of the other contractors have just been working quickly around adding pipes, ductwork, and electrical as they can. It's been really impressive to see the camaraderie and teamwork. I know they are hoping to put the drywall up in the next couple days, then flooring, paint, and appliances. Kaylee did throw a fit about Lil and Gina moving up into my room and repeatedly made comments at dinner each night. Until last night, Luna Ava told her to deal with it, and she would run her pack house as she sees fit. And she doesn't even allow the future alphas to act the way that she has been since our arrival. And with the expectation of warriors coming to the pack for the impending war, we need to make preparations. One of those is making room in the pack house for those warriors to have a place to sleep and eat. When Luna Ava told her that is what a responsible Luna does, Kaylee went pale and didn't say anything the rest of the night. Alpha Lucas had a smile on his face the rest of the night. I also heard from Elena this morning. She said that the Coven was preparing to come and do a barrier spell around the Blue Crescent Pack borders, and she wanted me to be a part of it. She had instructions that would be coming with Nathaniel and Wyatt for my part in the spell. Alpha Reggie checked in with Alpha Lucas and I, saying they were ready for us to start moving any non-warriors to the Royal Pack grounds for safety. The plan is to move them in waves so no one suspects what we are doing, and we will be placing warriors in the homes on the outskirts of the pack, so it still looks like everyday life is going on. Wyatt and Nathaniel were fully immersed into finding gentry for Nicholas, but said that they could do that from anywhere, so they were planning on joining us in the next week, and they could help with our construction labor team. By Christmas, the Cunningham's home was complete. And we even made time to pull all of their furniture from storage and place it all exactly as it was before the attack happened. Alpha Reggie proudly presented them with keys at a ceremony to celebrate pack unity and camaraderie, knowing full well Kevin Cunningham wasn't going to refuse in front of the whole pack, who of course was invited to this momentous event. We even made sure that all of the Packhouse Omegas carefully packed and moved everything out of the packhouse for them, so no strain was felt by the family most affected by the attack from almost 2 years ago. The air in the packhouse was light and giddy as we celebrated. Sierra was even able to join us, which was a loud and girl scream-filled reunion. Although I think the mistletoe got to her and Sam, and they disappeared early in the night. For the first time in a very long time, I felt happy and light. All of my friends are here and safe. All right, the plans for moving all the non-warriors are set and ready to go. Wyatt informs me from the desk in the office at the school. Just to piss off Kevin, he and Nathaniel have taken to joining us here and working, taking up more than just our office space. Every time he sees either of them, he goes on and on about non-involved people having too much access to the pack and the school, and being allowed to make decisions when they won't even be here long enough to deal with those decisions. It just made me laugh. He's a walking hypocrite, and Wyatt makes a point of informing anyone in our vicinity that we are fixing problems that should have been handled by people who live and work here, dealing with things. We are still working through the basic security systems in the school. That did take longer than expected. Kevin fought us on having cameras in locations like the office and the teacher's lounge, a place I found out is where many teachers have claimed they've been threatened, but there was never any proof. Wyatt, Lil, and I have been following instructions from Gina and Nathaniel on installing the new cameras, while they are busy in the office setting up the feeds. That also seems to be taking longer than it should for those two. But I keep those thoughts to myself. I don't know anything about computers and programming, and I have been spoiled with how fast they usually work on missions. About 2 weeks into setting up all the school cameras, Nathaniel started sending Wyatt and I out to areas surrounding the school with cameras and other equipment. No explanations, just instructions for very specific installation. Neither of us question what we are doing out loud. There are so many things going on right now. He may have additional assignments that we aren't privy to. I trust my team and their motivations, and that's all I have to work with. I did mention the excess cameras to Gina, just to see if she was aware of what Nathaniel was up to. There are too many things that don't add up, and so far everything leads or points to Kevin Cunningham. I don't have any concrete information, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Gina is determined to figure out how Kaylee's minions were able to grab me so often, and not once get caught on camera. She also wants to know how Kevin seems to be so well informed about things that he shouldn't have any knowledge. She has combed through everything, and now has Nathaniel double-checking her work. I told them we have better things to focus on, and they appear to have stopped. But I really think they just do it when I'm not looking, and I can't say that I'm mad about it. It has been too cold to practice magic outside, so Oliver and I have been improvising. But he did force all the other guys to sit through my manipulation of the other elements, after they all saw and heard our retelling of the dirt incident, and then laughed at him for not being able to fight off something as simple as flying dust. We played with water at the indoor pool at the school. I was able to raise almost half the water in the pool, but when I went to move it, as one big mass, I ended up catching all of the guys in it and almost drowning them. I had to drop the water in the pool, causing a massive wave to release them. At the time, it was really scary, but the way that Gina and Lil tell it, it's hilarious because somehow standing behind me kept them safe from the torrent. A regular retelling, complete with arm movements, sound effects, and puffed-out cheeks, they would run around the bonfire, describing each of the guys' faces. That is one thing we do every weekend, no matter the weather or our schedules. We sit at the bonfire and exchange stories from the week and share a drink. Oliver and I were able to find a type of protection spell in the grimoire to put a small umbrella over the bonfire clearing when it would snow. It has allowed us to get out and just hang out as a group. A really large group with my team here. But still as a group of kids, no jobs, no responsibilities, no one asking us for anything. Just to sit and be. Oliver is actually really good at helping me decipher the seeming rambling of all the different writings in the book. He's been almost as invested as I am getting through all of the things that Elena assigned me. He is the reason I have been training the elements in the order that I have been. He seems to understand the magic and how it works, and he hasn't been wrong yet. Fire was the most intense. I was genuinely scared of hurting someone after the earth and water shenanigans. But Lil actually came up with a great idea, and had me light several candles, and focus on moving the flames from one candle to the next. Although, I knew her faith in my ability was small, since we also did this round of testing in the indoor pool area. I didn't burn anyone, but it was so stressful, I actually slept for a whole day after doing that casting. The guys each took turns staying with me while I slept, just working from my room. Air actually came the most natural to me. Now that we are at the end of winter and the weather is starting to break, I have been spending more time in the woods behind the pack house. Like being able to decipher different scents, moving the breeze, speeding it up, slowing it down was just as simple as breathing. But I apparently make faces when I cast, and that has been the most recent round of entertainment at our current bonfire. The twins update lets us know that Alpha Lucas, Alpha Reggie, Delta Kyle, Gamma Brett, my dad and a few other warriors are in charge of moving our pack members to the Royal Pack territory. It has been slow going since each of them is taking one small family at a time. As they do, a warrior from the compound would move in to keep up appearances at the border houses. Alpha Reggie decided that all non-warriors needed to be moved from any packs in a 500-mile radius of the rogue's last known position. We still don't know their motivation, but we don't want to take any chances. They haven't made any other attacks that we are aware of since our attempt to track them, but the warriors also haven't seen signs of them collected in large groups since then either. I can't believe how tough these rogues are to find and track. Gina says. Well, they've been doing it for years, lots of time to practice. Especially if the motivation has been passed down a couple generations. I shrug, taking a drink of the whiskey Sam just handed me. Can it really be that simple, though? The Alpha King's uncle is pissed about his dad getting the position, because he was the oldest. That seems like a stupid grudge to hold on to for so long. Wyatt asks. It's no different than Kevin, grasping at any type of power he can get, because Sam's dad got the Delta title. I say. How do you figure? Mateo asks. He settled for power as the head of the school board in order to try and manipulate things for him and his daughter. It's why he keeps pushing her on the twins, why he stalled the building of his home, hoping a forced proximity will help her chances. When we were younger at school, she was always paired with Cam and Coda, even though she and I are a year younger than you guys. But she's not the only girl. Have you noticed the amount of female attention that has surrounded the guys lately? It's going to get worse before it gets better. I shudder. I hope you guys all find your mates quickly. Some of these girls are nuts. Gina grimaces. I actually heard 2 people plotting to get pregnant, so you would have to take them as chosen mate. You need to watch your backs and make sure you wrap it up tight. Yeah, we've started to feel the crazy vibe. Cam stares into the fire. I just wish they wanted us for us, though. Or could even have the smallest respect for the fact that we want our mate. So you're sure that you will both share a mate? Lil asks. They share a look and then nod. Do you know who it is? She questions with an eyebrow raised. No one knows. Not for certain. Cam tries to deflect. But that look on your face says you do actually have someone in mind. She points between them. Neither respond or look up from the fire. We need a game, Sierra shouts suddenly, startling everyone. What did you have in mind? Sam nuzzles her neck. The bonfire is supposed to be fun, not depressing, and all we talk about is work, which right now is depressing. I want to know about all the new friends Sky has made since I have lived near them all for years, but I don't know anything. As long as we can just sit here and keep drinking, I'm okay with that. This week has been rough. Mateo sighs. How about never have I ever? Or truth or dare, but the dare is you have to kiss someone of the questioner's choosing. We'll keep it short and simple. I feel like there is nothing of the sort when you are involved. Lil laughs. You are not wrong. She winks. Now what are we playing? Never have I ever. The twins say together, a strange look in their eyes. You afraid to have to kiss someone here? Sierra teases them. I'm not really interested in making out with Sam. I'm pretty sure I know where his mouth has been. Coda winks. Sierra pretends to be offended and throws her empty cup at him, but he bats it away easily and laughs. Fine, I'll go first. Never have I ever kissed someone in this group. Sierra and Sam drink naturally. Oliver and I both drink, but so do Lil and Wyatt. What's the story there? I ask Lil and Wyatt, ignoring the small growl coming from Cam next to me. I don't think that tension went unnoticed, but Lil starts talking like nothing is weird. Wyatt and I got our brands at the same time, and I was curious about the hormone suppression thing. I mean, that's a weird thing to shut down and oddly specific. I was curious if you could override it somehow. Like, was the suppression to just keep you away from the opposite sex, or could it keep you from desiring it at all? There are so many questions. So what happened? Sierra giggles. You know how when your hand falls asleep, and you know it's there, but you can't feel anything just before the tingles start. That's what it was like. It was hilarious. She kissed me and I knew that our lips were touching, but I couldn't actually feel it. So, you haven't had sex or done anything else in almost 2 years? Sam sounds appalled. None of us have. He tilts his head to each of us with warrior brands. It keeps our heads on straight during a mission and keeps us from getting manipulated. Some of our missions have been intense, and without the link we have all of us would have died at least once. Midge at least 6 times. Growls surrounded the clearing. I see what you did there. Thank you for throwing me under the bus. I shot through the warrior mindling, so they all heard. Do you want to keep talking about your sex life? Sierra will bring it back. Just you wait. She's a force that can't be derailed. Hey, no secret conversations? What does he mean you would have died at least 6 times? It's Mateo that asks. My job is dangerous, Mateo. I am a unique size and age for a warrior, so the missions that I go on tend to be more intense. Without the warrior line and all the restrictions that come with it, my team would not have been able to find me. That is all. It's not any different than you all putting your lives on the line each time you run a patrol, knowing that rogues are out there, probably watching and timing everything, just biding their time. ENOPE. We are back to depressing. What I really want to know is who did you kiss? She looks at me. Now I'm confused. Oliver kissed me, remember? She looks between Oliver and I, and he looks ashamed. Does he regret kissing me? No, I don't remember that. When did that happen? When we went on lockdown and they found the fingers of the 2 Lunas. I was in Luna Ava's room, and the memory of the silver kind of sent me into my head. She stopped breathing and wasn't responding to anything else. I panicked and my wolf took over, but it broke whatever had her frozen. He looked right at me. That is something else I am so curious about. But we will table it for another drinking session. Gina says. What's that? Sierra asks. This whole connection with Midge and everyone. I know you all feel it too, but like I said, for another drinking session. Never have I ever had sex in a public bathroom. Everyone but me drinks. Gross. Never have I ever received a BJ at school. Sam asks. Of course, all the guys drank, but I laughed when Lil drank too. What? I assume it includes the female equivalent. Of course. Sam agrees, laughing. Oh well. In that case, Sierra says, taking a drink, and Gina follows suit. We all laugh again. The questions keep coming and give me a lot of insight to my friends that I'm not sure I needed. Finally, though, Wyatt looks at me. You are far too sober for this game. Not if you do the math. I did not hang out with anyone until Sierra came to our pack. I was only 14, 15 then. Then I went straight to warrior training that summer and got my warrior brand, where all of my teenage raging hormones have been suppressed for almost 2 years now. Not a lot of time to fool around with anyone. I shrug. Hold on! That was your first kiss? Ever. Oliver looks like he's going to be sick. Before I can respond, all hell breaks loose. Attack on the border. Get everyone to safety. We need all warriors at the northern end NOW. Lil, Gina, Wyatt, Nathaniel and I all jump up. Everyone else looks alarmed. What's going on? Cam and Coda ask together. Border attack. Nathaniel, stay here so you can be my go-between. Their alarm hasn't been raised yet. Wyatt, you and Lil go now. Gina and I will meet up. On it, boss. They both shift and take off. You need to alert your dads. Northern border is under attack. Nathaniel can fill you in. I need to go. I look at my guys and Sierra, then turn and shift midair, taking off. Gina hot on my heels. What the F cuck, Tiny? How did you get the alarm before us, Smalls? That's what I was talking about with the warrior brand. It is stronger and has a farther reach. You guys have to relay a message across the pack. We don't. Now move your asses. This is a Shesh show. I can feel the distance weaken our link as I get further away. As Gina and I come up on the fight, there are at least 100 wolves fighting right now. We don't hesitate to jump in. Gina and I go between human and wolf form easily, which is disorienting to the rogues who probably have never seen anyone transition like that. I'm sure Lil is having a great time messing with them. I slide under another rogue, trying to get his nasty, rotting-smelling jaw on me. I punch him in the ribs and stand to kick him in the same place. There is fighting everywhere around me. Nathaniel, where are my guys? I grunt in between blows. Close. Why? I need eyes in the sky. There's no way this is one-sided. They should be close enough for you to link them. I'll double back, but it's going to take some time. This might be over by then. It's worth a shot. Go. See if anyone is close that can help out. Another rogue comes at me growling. I can see Gina not far from me, fighting 2 rogues in her wolf form. Everyone is fighting more than one rogue, but I don't see any rogues I recognize. Something is wrong, but I don't have time to think about it as I am fighting off my rogue. This dude is big, but a little too overzealous in his movements. I grab him by the front leg with my jaw and swing around behind him, but he flails too hard, trying to get loose, and dislocates his own shoulder and howls in pain. I kicked him hard in the ribcage, furthering the injury. I hear Gina scream next to me, then a fierce snarl rip from the trees. She is lying on the ground covered in blood, but I can't tell from here if it's hers or her opponent's. Probably both. I quickly move to my rogue and clamp my jaw down on the spot of his spine, where his neck connects to his shoulders and twist. I will not make any of them suffer for too long. I don't know how many of them are willingly fighting or being forced to. As soon as he's done, I move towards Gina, but my brother's dark gray wolf is already there next to her. I shift and run to him. He growls at me until he realizes who I am. Go, Mateo. I've got her. The pack needs you right now. He growls again, but this time he looks down at her. His wolf licks her face, and she stirs. See, we've had worse, I promise. She'll be okay. He grunts again and takes out 3 rogues before getting 10 feet from us. I need a status from all warriors. I put out to my team and all the elite warriors that are here. Every team checks in. That's a good sign at least. Does there appear to be a leader? Capture anyone who appears to be in charge. Take everyone else out. We have seen the size of their force. This is nothing. I try to get Gina moving. Her dead weight sucks, but this is not the first time I've had to carry her big ass somewhere. Nathaniel, status. I need eyes. Nothing yet, Midge. Sorry, I'm working as fast as I can. Don't apologize. Just work. Something isn't right. Are your perimeter cams working? Don't think I didn't catch that. Yeah, they're live. Do you have your phone? Yes. I dig my phone out of my utility pocket. My phone starts lighting up as Nathaniel sends me feed links. I flip through quickly. ALPHALUCAS. Get to the main entrance now. We have this edge covered. Take all available warriors with you. This battle was a distraction. Gina girl, you need to wake up now. We have work to do. I checked her over for any wounds, but I think she just took a hard hit to the head. I smacked her a couple times in the cheek, but she only groaned. Lil, I have Gina. She took a hit to the head. It looks like there is a second attack coming at the main entrance. My guess is the pack house is the target. I'm headed there to make sure it's secure. Keep me updated. You got it, boss. I just rolled my eyes, shifted, and then worked my way under Gina, draping her over my back. Then I took off as fast as I could. Luna Ava, we need to secure the pups. Not all of them are gone yet, and a large group is trying to breach the main entrance. On it, sweet girl. I have kids heading here into the school. Are your tunnels functional? Of course. I will head to the school to help corral. I have Gina with me, but she's knocked out at the moment. We'll take care of her. Anyone else? So far, all of our warriors have been able to check in regularly as teams. Last check-in was about 20 minutes ago. Let's get these pups and omegas set, and then we can worry about the guys who are trained to protect themselves. She huffs a laugh, like this is an everyday thing. I get to the school and it is chaos. So many little pups not sure where to go. I quickly find older kids and give them instructions to the tunnels that are built under the school to the pack house as an escape route. As quickly as we can, we get all the panicking kids down into the tunnels. I take 5 of the high school kids that have been doing morning training with me to sweep the school, just in case any of them had decided to hide. Once we were sure everything was clear, the high schoolers helped me lift Gina, who was weak but conscious. We head down the tunnels, constantly reassuring the kids that everything will be okay, even though that isn't a promise anyone can make. Once we get to the pack house end of the tunnel, everyone is stopped and asking questions in confusion. I move through them like a sea of quicksand to get to the front. As soon as I get there, I realize why there is a holdup. Get out of my way, you little gremlin. Kaylee shouts. Your future Luna should be first. Then she pushes this poor little girl who can't be more than 6 out of the way. Move your big ass and let me into the pack house. NOW. She yells at a warrior who was clearly stationed to protect the Luna. He's on a set of steps leading up to a door so I can't see his face. But he is clearly not fazed by Kaylee's outburst. I wade closer, Gina right behind me with a hand on my shoulder. It doesn't take much for the kids to move out of my way now that many of them have gotten a good look at us. Ramsey, I call out, and he looks at me. He's a castle warrior, meaning this is serious. How's the Luna? She is with Delta Gwen, preparing. They decided it would be safer right now for all the pups and omegas to stay in the tunnels. I nod. Do we have access to supplies? I have an injured warrior, and I would like to check over the children. There was a lot going on, and I'm afraid some of them might have gotten hurt. Yes, they will be bringing it down shortly. I would help, but some do not understand the need to stay down here and quiet. Luna, Ava, Delta, Gwen. We have the pups in the tunnels, but we have a Callie problem, and Ramsey cannot leave to come help you. Put that B-teach in her place. We are under attack and no one is going to die because she feels the need to be dramatic. Tie her down for all I care, and you can let her and her father know that her aunt gave the order for that. Done. He'll be up shortly. Let me know what else Gina and I can do. Kaylee, sit down. Ramsey has a job to do, and you are keeping him from that. His job is to let the future Luna into the pack house, where she can go into the safe room while we are under attack. She puts her hands on her hips and turns fully towards me. I nod to Ramsey, letting him know I have this. Gina moves around me to take his place, making sure to rub her bloody arm across Kaylee's. A-G-H-H-H. What the fuck? I ignore her and turn to the kids. Okay, I know everyone is scared and Gina and I look a little crazy right now. That gets a few giggles from the group. We need to stay down here and stay really quiet while the warriors take care of the rogues outside. Can you all help me out? I need to know if we are missing anyone. Get with any siblings or family members so we can get a quick head count. I want to go to the safe room. Let me through that door. I command you. You little pissant servant, do as I command. She is up in Gina's face, and it is a testament to Gina's alpha abilities that she stayed calm. Sit. Down. Now. Gina's alpha aura came through, and Kaylee stepped back from the door, but she didn't let that stop her for long. I was watching both their interaction and the pups moving around, taking a head count of who is here. Kaylee turns to me and walks with a purpose. I have to keep telling myself not to cower down to her. She isn't stronger than me, and clearly no one else wants her in any kind of authority role. I stand my ground as she stomps over. This is all your fault. None of this would have happened if you would have just stayed away. Why can't you just die? At least the last time I had you beaten, you were injured so bad you had to stay away for almost 2 years. It should have been longer. But don't worry, as soon as I am Luna, you will be gone permanently. You will never distract my alphas again. Never darken our doorstep. Never bring this plague of rogues down on us ever again. You unwanted, unneeded second beta. Now tell your minion to move so I can get to the safe room before these rogues come and kill us all. At her last words, many of the kids start to cry in panic, calling for their parents. I could punch her. I was feeling defeated at her admission of wanting me dead and out of the pack, and that she will have me removed the second she can. But the minute she scared these kids and threatened their safety, because of it every ounce of insecurity drained out of me. I stalked towards her and grabbed her around the throat, pinning her against the wall. Her surprise was clear. I've never retaliated against her, but she took it too far this time. I was assigned to protect the most important people, my Luna and the future of this pack. The only reason you are even here is because you ran like a coward, hoping to be protected by wolves, stronger than you instead of trying to help the pack you so desperately want to be in charge of. Even now, instead of being helpful, you are scaring these pups. You have been nowhere, know nothing of value, contribute nothing, so why should I even concern myself with you? I let that insult sink in and just stared at her wide eyes. You are not my Luna and will never be my Luna. A Luna puts the pack above herself and does not stomp on the weaker members. A Luna makes her pack better. She isn't selfish or self-absorbed. No one wants a Luna who can't or won't fight beside her alpha, who hides and needs a safe room. This is as close as you'll get to that, by the way. I move closer, almost touching nose to nose, and growl just above a whisper. You may get the chance to remove me, but I will always be a warrior and an asset to any pack that will have me. You will always be a weak social climber who has to put others down to feel important and use others as a shield to feel safe. You are not worth my time or energy. Stay away from me and my friends, or you will see what kind of warrior I am. Now sit your pansy ass down and let me do my job, or I will knock you out and put all of us out of the misery being stuck with you. I release her neck, giving her the full use of her airway. I step back and close my eyes and take a deep breath to calm myself, before I turn back to the kids who all have different mixed looks on their faces. Now that we know who's in charge, do we have everyone? Gina walks past me and winks while addressing the group. Not long after, Ramsey walks in with Luna, Ava, and Delta Gwen, followed by several Omegas carrying blankets and water and snacks. A few of the kids run to their parents, but most are the children of warriors who live closer to the center of our pack and haven't been moved yet. This was the reason we evacuated the way we did. We knew that if we were under attack, these kids would be able to get to shelter quickly, on their own, if their parents were out protecting the pack. They are children of warriors, trained like warriors by warriors. So at least our plan worked. I just wish it was one we didn't have to test. Luna, Ava, we checked everyone. None of the kids have any serious injuries. A few of the older kids need to be treated, though. They did a great job fighting their way here. I look proudly at my students, who are actually my age, but seem so much younger for some reason. What about you two? Delta Gwen looks at Gina and I. You both clearly saw some battle today. Don't even think about arguing. Do you know what Cam, Coda, and Mateo would say if we left you two like this? She rolled her eyes at me, walking us to a quiet section of the tunnel. Luna, Ava, what about me? I think I need to be treated too. Callie walks up, pretending to limp, the marks from my fingers clear around her neck, but only as red marks. When we have treated all open wounds caused in the fight, we will look at self-inflicted bruises. Delta Gwen walks up with wet towels and starts cleaning the wound on Gina's head. It looks like the head wound is healed closed. How do you feel? I'm nursing a wicked headache, but I'll live. I've had worse than that. Trust me. What? Did you watch a couple of the males have nosebleeds? Kaylee snarks from behind Delta Gwen. Gina stops moving and looks at Kaylee like she is an alien. Then, quick as lightning, she grabs Kaylee's arm and drags her close. Surrounded by the four of us, Gina looks a little deranged. But I'm not going to stop this. Kaylee has clearly lived a sheltered life, but she has been misled about what women and men do in a pack. I almost feel bad for what is about to happen. You want to know what I have been through, princess? I watched as my parents were shredded to pieces in front of me by the rogue king's army. Then I was taken captive and held in a dark room where I was chained to a wall by silver cuffs. I lived and slept in my own piss and she tea. I lost track after a year, but that happened almost daily. Don't question what other people have been through from your ivory kiking tower. You are no better hiring guys to beat the ST out of Sky because you were jealous. You left her to die once. That's why her wolf came early. The second time you left her to die, her connection to her gamma is so strong he was able to save her. Those are just the tortures that you caused her. You deserve far worse than either of us had to go through. You will be tried and punished for your crimes against your pack. Now go sit down. Kaylee just stood there stunned, but I don't know if it was from Gina's story or being called out for hurting me. Luna Ava reached for the cloth Delta Gwen was holding, and a look passed between them. Delta Gwen turned around and wrapped an arm around a shaking Callie. Come on, I have a special spot for you to stay tonight. No one will be able to bother you. I knew it, Luna Ava hissed. Why didn't you say anything, Skylar? I did, but no one listened or believed me. It doesn't matter now. Where is she going? The cells. Like Gina said, she will be tried for her crimes when this is all over. Can we just forget about her for a couple days? Gina asked. I really am all right, Luna, but thank you. Have you had a check-in from any of the guys? No, we haven't, but they did get your distress call, and were able to cut off the group that tried to come through the main entrance. Thank you for that. We never would have gotten everyone to safety. Is everyone safe? Have you been able to check? I have been sending out calls to all the Omegas telling them where to go. There are only a few not accounted for, but we can't leave without risking our position. I won't put the pups in danger. I nod. No matter how scared I am for my friends, my team, I can't the lives and safety of innocents. Guys, when you're clear, check in. We need a status update. Gina and I are with Luna, Ava, and Delta Gwen. The pack house, pups, and Omegas are secure. We have a few unaccounted for, but don't want to give away our position. I sent the message to my team and the guys. I got nothing right away, but I did ask them to update when they were clear. It's now just a silent waiting game. I know Luna, Ava, and Delta Gwen are both checking in with their mates often. I probably would too. Both Gina and I found some small pups alone and afraid. We wrapped each of them up and sat down to snuggle. A little girl asked if the bad guys were going to find us and if we were going to die. Clearly something on all of their minds as 5 little sets of eyes looked up at us. Not if we can help it. We've been through stuff like this before, and we always trust our training. Right now, our training tells us to stay put, because we are safe. If we went outside right now, we could fight. But we would also be a distraction for our warriors too, and they could get hurt. What else have you done? A little boy asks. A few of the other kids smile and move closer. Gina and I tell a few modified versions of our missions. Of course, we tell all the embarrassing details of things that went wrong, getting them to laugh. I have no idea how long we were down in the tunnel, but eventually everyone fell asleep. Cameron POV. We fought hard into the morning. I'm not sure what the purpose was or what the body count on either side is. All I can think about is getting back to the pack house to make sure everyone I care about is all right. My wolf is agitated. We all are. We have all gotten close, and not knowing where they all are and not being able to mind link is nerve-wracking. We haven't heard from Sky or her team since we all split up. Nathaniel said she was close, but by the time we got to where we could smell she was fighting, she was gone, and there had been too much going on to look for her. Mateo was going on about Gina being knocked out, but she was nowhere to be found. I hope it was minor and she was able to just get up and keep fighting or get to safety. We are cleaning up the dead bodies now, laying all of the rogues along our borders and setting a controlled fire. With magic involved, we don't know how dark the rogue king has gone, but I don't want any of these guys coming back to fight again. Dad, has everyone checked in? Yeah, son. A few of Alpha Reggie's warriors did not survive, but so far we haven't found any casualties from our pack yet. D. Skylar is with your mother at the pack house. He laughs. He knew what I was asking for. There was an injury. WHT? Is she okay? Son, you have to cool it. You are not the only one worked up here. Her friend Gina took a hit to the head, I think, just before the second breach. Your girl is smart. She caught it before they crossed all the way into the peninsula. She went to help protect your mother and the pups. I haven't had a check-in from them in a while, but they had everyone accounted for. That both answers and doesn't answer my question. I was able to track down Oliver, Mateo, and Dakota while we were cleaning up. We took the long way back towards the pack house and caught up with Lil and Wyatt. When we finally walk in the door, I see Sam, Sierra, and Nathaniel sitting at the coffee table, poring over computers. What's all this? Coda asks. Midge had us put eyes in the sky last night, and I have been following a couple of rogues who managed to get away, or they turned chicken and ran. We are trying to follow them, but they aren't completely stupid and are running in different directions. Nathaniel says without looking up. Is that the rest of my boys? My mom walks in looking tired, followed by Delta Gwen. She hugs us all, then steps back. Go shower and let us know if you need anything for your injuries. Mom, where's Sky and Gina? I ask, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. They're down with the pups, still sleeping. The poor things were so scared they couldn't sleep. The girls took turns caring for them and telling stories. Come see. She leads us down the stairs to the cells and Dad's gym. But instead of heading right to the cells or left to the gym, she walks around the metal stairs to just behind them and pulls open a trapdoor. It's small, just big enough for my dad's shoulder to get through. She continues down another set of steps. Mom, how long have these been here? Where do they go? Coda asks, the question floating in my head. Long enough. They go from here to the school for a quick evacuation in either direction. Thank the goddess for Skylar's plans, or we might have been in trouble last night. Delta Gwen, Ramsey and I had to handle 3 rogues who did get through your lines. I forgot how much I love a good fight. Mom, you are crazy. Just show us the girls, please. Coda practically whines. She gets to another door that has a keypad, like the one to our 3rd floor living area. She punches in a code and opens the door slowly. The dimly lit hallway or tunnel had just enough light from strips along the ceiling for us to make out shapes from this distance. We head down 5 steps to the metal ground and walk over to the mass of blankets, and what I see smack in the center completely crushes me. I will never recover from this sight, and I know my brother feels the same based on the force of his grip on my shoulder. Sky and Gina are side by side, but it is our little blonde that has my attention. She is propped against the far wall with a blanket tucked behind her head for a makeshift pillow. Her beautiful blue-gray eyes are closed, but I would know the color anywhere, and her full lips are in a small, pleasant smile. There is a pup wrapped up next to her, using her arm as a pillow. On the other side, another pup is using her thigh as a pillow, but it's the tiny burrito-wrapped pup in her arms, tucked under her chin with a chubby little hand, holding the end of her ponytail that has my heart beating 100 miles an hour. Why is that the source of my undoing? I just stare, burning the image into my core memories. I thought that might be the case. My mom rips me from my thoughts with her mumbling. We should get these pups upstairs. They are all going to be with us for a few days. I don't want them seeing anything they shouldn't. So until everything is cleared out, they are with us. We gave them all a quick check last night, but I have a healer coming over after all the warriors have been looked at. And Skylar and Gina both need to be gone over with a fine-toothed comb. Neither would let us actually treat them last night. I love that my mom is irritated by the fact that someone wouldn't let her mother them. Do you want us to wake them up or just carry them? I don't want to scare anyone. Use your aura to keep them asleep. Lenny, Gwen, and some of the other girls have helped me set up the guest bedrooms for them. We'll keep the siblings together as best we can. The teens with no siblings can move to the farthest guest room. Sky and Gina's kids are littles with no siblings. They can go together. That should leave enough room for 3 sets of siblings to be placed in each of the last rooms. Did you have to phrase it like that? I ask. Just making sure you're paying attention. She pats my chest and moves forward. We spent the next hour slowly carrying kids from the tunnels up to the 2nd floor and organizing them to my mother's specifications. We grabbed the kids on Gina and Sky last, and they both jolted awake, tightening their grips like the protective wolves that they are. It's okay. It's over for now. Let us take you upstairs. I brush a few hairs out of Sky's face and wait for her to focus on me. Mateo is less gentle with Gina, picking her and her pup up, carrying them together up the steps. He's never going to make it through the trapdoor, but that's his fight. Skylar POV. I am roasting. That is the first thing I think when my brain starts to come back to life and I am sore. But not where I thought I would be. I slowly open my eyes, expecting the twins to be smothered around me. But it's not citrus and cinnamon that I smell. What I smell is sweeter, like a tulip. Then I get a hint of fresh-cut grass. Then pine. I am not in my room or the twins' room. I slowly open my eyes, and I can't move my head and almost jump for a second. when another scent hits me. Gina's sharp and warm nutmeg scent. The spice blends with the others surrounding me, and I am almost overwhelmed. I can feel my heart rate pick up. I know Gina is here with me, but where is here? Gina. Hey, Gina. I can't move. Where are we? Huh. Her groggy voice comes through the link, but she's awake enough to respond through the link. I can hear rustling next to me and then a sharp intake of breath. She's stuck too. Who else is here? I don't recognize any of these scents, but they don't smell hostile. My wolf says we're safe. Mine too, I reply. But given our history, Gina and I need to see, feel and hear that we are actually safe. Okay, I have a headache now. Are you two okay? Mateo's voice comes low across the room that I am now realizing is dark. Mateo, what's going on? Where are we? I try to keep the panic down. He's here too. We aren't alone. You're in one of the guest rooms. We couldn't get your new fan club to let go of you two. He chuckles. You have no idea how complicated that was to get you guys through the trapdoor. Speaking of which, we need to talk about that design, Shorty. We should be able to carry an injured, or in this case, unconscious, pack member in and out of the tunnels. I sat up slowly, not wanting to disturb the little pup next to me, Lily. That was actually the prime reason for the design. The only reason to go to the pack house would be to harm the Alpha and Luna, or to kidnap them, or someone from the Alpha's family. So it worked exactly as it was supposed to. If a pack member was so injured they needed to be carried, they could ultimately stay in the tunnels safely, heal and get the medical attention they needed, and then join the fight again if possible. It is designed to have supplies. We just haven't gotten that far yet. We had to work in secret. Obviously, we did our jobs well. Yep, I think Cam and Coda are going to have some words with you. They aren't used to things slipping under their noses. Luna Ava, Delta Gwen and I are sure that someone in our ranks is double-crossing us, and they are close to you guys. We have to prove it though, and like everything else around here, that is proving to be the hard part. He stretches, and I really look around for the first time, noticing I am surrounded on all sides by pups and Gina. We are lucky the Luna keeps king-sized beds in all of the guest rooms. I have Lily right next to me, little Stephanie is on my other side, and Ronan is sprawled awkwardly across my legs. But he is out cold, so he must be comfortable. Gina has Sebastian across her chest, which explains why she hasn't sat up yet. And Juliana on her other side. I look back at Mateo and he is wincing through stretching. Did you sleep in that chair? Yeah. Neither of you have been away from us for a night. I still don't know why she has them, but Gina has nightmares. And I didn't want her to wake up panicking from whatever memories. And then also from being in a different room. You clearly weren't prepared to wake up here either. I don't know if I have ever heard your heart rate go that fast before. There's a knock on the door before any of us can respond. Dakota pokes his head in. I thought I heard voices. Are you guys all right? The healer is here to check the pups out, but they are under strict orders from my mom to check both you and Gina too. Don't argue. We let you all sleep as long as possible, but they are done with everyone else now. Okay, just give us a minute to get everyone up and around. Where do they want to see us? Down in the living room, we have a makeshift hospital set up. It was faster for some of the warriors to come here to be treated and find their kids. I nod. All right, give us 10, unless you want to help. I give him a wry smile. I've seen him play with the kids at training, but this is completely different. He surprises me though, and walks right over and gives Ronan a little shake. Hey, bud, let's go get you checked out, okay? The healers want to make sure you're nice and strong for the next battle. Ronan blinks a few times and then nods and crawls off the bed to stand next to him. Give me your little clinger. He points to Lily. I'll carry her down. She wouldn't leave you last night. It was hard to get the two of you out of those secret tunnels of yours. Even with both of you being small. He tries to pin me with a look, and Lily didn't hesitate to go to him and wrap her tiny arms around his neck. Like I told Mateo, that was the point. You ready? I look at Stephanie, then back at Gina, who was finally able to get Sebastian up and off of her, Juliana holding her other hand. They are all still really little. I think Ronan is the oldest at 5. They are all firstborn kids of warriors, explaining why they have no siblings yet. We walk out into the hallway and Cam is waiting for us. You're awake. Let's go. Lenny wants to make sure she gets to feed you some food before it's all gone. The warriors have been eyeing your pancakes all morning. He reaches down and picks up Ronan, giving him a toss before moving him to his back. Can I have a ride too? Sebastian asks, looking at everyone. Gotcha. Mateo snatches him up and flips him over his shoulder, Sebastian squealing in delight. We all head down and into the open living room, where there are 3 mobile cots set up, and various medical equipment, tape, garbage, herbs, slaves, creams, you name it, are strewn about. Oh, well, isn't this a sight? Luna Ava stops in her tracks, looking at us, her hand on her chest. Wah-huh. Oh, I see. Alpha Lucas walks in behind her, a huge smile breaking across his face. I'm not sure if any of my other friends caught the conversation before Luna Ava got our attention. Let's get you all checked, then we can have breakfast on the patio. Lenny makes the best pancakes. The checkups went as expected. The kids were more anxious about the bad guys, and if they would be coming back and how soon their parents could come and get them. Most of the pups were able to go with their parents right away, which was comforting. The warriors live close, so no damage was done to their properties, and most of them were healed of their injuries by the end of the day. Lily stayed with me overnight. Her dad took a nasty bite from one of the rogues, and it was taking time to heal all the torn muscle tissue. They recommended that his mate stay with him to speed up the process. But she didn't want Lily to see her dad like that, so we are having a sleepover. Gina and Lil kept her busy playing in the backyard all day, training to be as strong as her parents. Luna Ava was even able to get the pool cleaned and heated for all the kids to swim and wear themselves out. I gave her a bath in my small pool bathtub, and Sierra was now combing her hair, while we all watched some kids' show I have never heard of. Lily has one of my t-shirts on, and for the first time ever, something of mine is big on someone. She crawls onto my bed and curls up next to me under the covers. I don't think either of us made it 5 minutes before we were asleep. I woke up at my usual early time, Lily still curled into my side, everyone else gone. The side of her face that was in contact with me is sweaty, and a few of her soft locks are plastered to her forehead. I brushed them away before I moved to use the bathroom, which is what woke me in the first place. When I got back, Lily was sitting in the middle of my bed, tears streaming down her face, looking terrified. I ran to her immediately. Hey, I'm right here. Are you okay? I whisper to her. The window, it made some noises, and you was gone. She huffs in a big breath as I pull her into me and look out my window. Is anyone patrolling around the pack house? I have no idea what time it is or if everyone is asleep, but she's too little to make anything up, and I can't leave her alone to go look. As expected, all my guys responded. What I didn't expect was for them to come bursting into my room, further scaring this child. She screams and buries her head in my neck. I hold her tight, whispering that it's okay in her ears. The boys are here to check out what she heard, while I'm also giving them a look of irritation for not using their common sense. What's up, Tiny? Why are they all panting? Lily heard something rattle the window, and it scared her. I was in the bathroom. I just wanted to know if it was possibly a patrol or something. Even though we are on the 3rd floor and a patrol wolf would have had to climb up here to mess with the window, I'm still hopeful it can be explained. They all move as a unit. Sam and Mateo leave out my bedroom door. Oliver comes to the side of my bed between us, and the window and the twins approach the window with caution, taking in everything they can. I can tell they are linking with each other and leaving me out purposely. But I only have eyes for Lily right now, and she is trembling in my arms. I finally got her to look up at Oliver's back and explained that he is our very brave guard, and he is here to help me keep her safe, 'cause it's always better to have two warriors working together than be by yourself. Then we shifted a little so she could see the twins working around the window, checking the entire thing before opening it and looking out. I'm trying to explain what they are doing, so it takes her mind off of the idea of being scared and helps her focus on what they are doing to solve the mystery. I always found that if I could break something down logically, then it became less scary. It seems to be the same for Lily. Both the twins are hanging out of my very large window. I don't have a balcony or any kind of ledge to step out onto, but this look is funny to Lily, so we keep talking about it to make her giggle. It doesn't take the guys long to look around, then come back in and secure my window again. Then Coda closes the thick curtains, something I have never done. Cam walks over and sits on my bed, opening his arms to Lily. She doesn't even hesitate to crawl to him and let him bundle her on his lap. I need to borrow Skylar for a couple of minutes. Can Oliver sit with you while we talk to her? He brushes a lock of hair out of her face while she stares up at him, a little hero worship showing on her tiny face. She nods at him, and he smiles one of his blinding smiles. She hugs him around the neck, then turns back to me. Come here. Let me tuck you in, and I'll be back soon. She crawls back to the head of my bed and under the covers. I tuck her in and move to grab a sweatshirt out of my closet. It is so much cooler when I don't have her little body radiating heat next to me. When I come back out, she has already talked Oliver into laying next to her. He's got his head propped against the headboard, one arm tucked behind his head, the other has her tucked into his side. It's cute to see these big, tough guys just soften with a look from a cute little girl. I don't think any of them could ever tell her no. She's already back to sleep, so I follow Cam and Coda out of my room. I figured they just want to talk to me out of earshot, although I don't know why they couldn't do that over the mind link. Now that we are walking down the stairs, something is off, but neither are talking, so I just keep following. We head all the way down to the first floor and into Alpha Lucas's office. When we enter, they close the door, but I notice we aren't alone. Alpha Lucas and Luna Ava are both here too. Now I am nervous. How long has your team been working together? Cam asks, moving to stand next to his dad behind the desk. Coda moves to his other side. I can't read their faces, and that makes me worried. They didn't leave me out of the mind link so I could focus on Lily. They suspect me or someone on my team of something bad. It dawned on me that for the first time, neither of them held my hand on the way down here. We are not friends right now. I'm being interviewed like a suspect. I don't know what they found, but now I have to defend myself and my team, and everything I do and say is being scrutinized. My whole posture changes. My mind shifts as if I was debriefing with Warrior Assistant after a mission. I stand straight, assuming attention with my chin held high, hands clasped behind my back, and focusing on a spot in the wall just above Alpha Lucas's head. I take a slow breath in, then begin. Wyatt, Lillian, Nathaniel, and I met at Trials 2 summers ago. They were selected for elite warrior training and went through the branding process before I arrived. They helped me catch up with the training since I joined the program after their session started. Gina and I met while we were both held captive by Mike and the Rogue King's army near the University of Maine, while I was undercover with Wilhelmina and Warrior Nicholas. Heads up. She is going down. I'm down with the Alpha, Luna, Cameron, and Dakota being questioned. I mind link my team without so much as pausing in my story to my pack leaders. Mina and I received partial warrior brands, so Nicholas could keep track of us, since the end goal was for one or both of us to be captured. The brand was applied by Gentry, Warrior Nicholas' mate, shortly before she was captured by the Rogue King's guys. Gina and I were able to eventually escape, and warrior Osistin and Alpha King Reginald decided that she needed to stay with the warriors while we researched the outcome of the survivors from her pack. What the F cuck? Both Gina and Lil say together. Stay put for now. They don't know I can talk to you and them at the same time. They are asking about our team. I don't think they suspect me, but I don't know what's going on yet. Quick recon from where you are. There was noise outside my bedroom window. Start there. Got it, boss? Nathaniel responds. I take another deep breath, appearing to collect my thoughts. I have to give my friends time to figure out what the twins found. Gina and I both suffer from some PTSD from our time in captivity. We seem to do better when we are close together. We share a room at the training compound and typically bunk together when we are on missions. The 5 of us have been working successful missions under the direction of Warrior Osistin, Warrior Nicholas, Warrior Thomas, and Alpha Reggie, since Gina and I fully physically recovered. How well do you know your teammates? Do you have their backgrounds, histories? Alpha Lucas asks, staying stoic. He's in alpha mode. Well, for obvious reasons, I have an extensive background on Gina. She and I share a trauma. Hers is far deeper than mine. I look at Luna Ava, who heard Gina's outburst to Kaylee. She gives me a little nod. When Gina was captured, Mike thought that breeding with an alpha female would give him a strong heir. When we finally traced all of her events back to her pack being attacked, we found that he had her about a year. So when they caught me, he had been paying her almost daily for at least 10 months. My time with her allowed me to witness up close and personal his violation of her. I got her out of that situation. We have a bond. She is loyal to me. Anything? Nothing yet. It took me a minute to get a drone outside. We have warriors outside our rooms now. We are being observed, Nathaniel whispers, even though we are talking through our warrior link. Give me a job, somebody. I'm starting to feel claustrophobic now. I'm stuck too. I am with pups in the living room, but Delta Gwen just showed up. I have a clear sight to the front door, and I can hear into the kitchen. Nothing on the first floor other than the Delta. Lil reports. Wyatt, do you have a computer? Gina asks. I can't do anything. Mateo is here with me pacing the room. He's super pissed. Not sure what has him angry, though. Him being trapped with me. Being forced to watch me like a prisoner or knowing you are being questioned, Midge. Not sure what they said to him. He hasn't spoken to me yet. I have my laptop. Talk me through what you're thinking. First, surround yourself with blankets. Muffle the sound of typing. I drowned out her explanation to log onto the security cameras that they installed everywhere to catch Callie and her dad up to something. Nathaniel is our main computer guy, although Gina has plenty of skill. You've seen them work together. His pack is closer to Canada. He's the youngest of 5 boys, all warriors, like both parents. His dad is the gamma of their pack. He was obviously not going to gain that title, so he focused on becoming a warrior, and he happened to specialize in computer programming and with elite surveillance. There are 10 warriors patrolling the pack house, and none of them are our guys. I can't get too close or they will hear the drone. They are inspecting all the external walls and windows, though. Wyatt, what's on the cameras? Wyatt and Lillian are both warriors from neighboring packs and came up for trials. Both come from warrior families and have full elite warrior brands like Nathaniel. The brands bind us to Alpha Reggie magically. We cannot go against him or lie to him. Do you think he would put any of us here if he suspected us of foul play? Now that I have unnecessarily over-explained the legitimacy of my team, does someone want to explain what you found outside my window and why I am being treated like a traitor? I cross my arms and let my aura fill the room fully. I have never used my royal aura before, but the more that I talk and explain, the more angry I get. The only person who does not turn their head is Alpha Lucas. He stares straight at me. Show her. Alpha Lucas says, not looking away from me. These were hanging outside your window. You and your team are the only ones who use this kind of stuff. It's a camera and listening device, similar to our equipment, but not the same. Only we would know that though, since Nathaniel modifies everything we use. I don't even know if Warrior Osistin and Alpha Reggie know. Or, if they do, they don't say anything. May I touch it, sir? I'm keeping the formality until I know what's going on. He nods. I use one finger to spin the device in a circle. Then I laugh, just laugh. This is so stupid and they have been played. I pick it up and open the casing. It's empty. There isn't any mechanics. How many more of these have you found around the pack house? I look up at all of them. Obviously, you have had suspicions for a while of a traitor. The tunnel construction was a big giveaway, but there have been other signs too. This was clearly planted to make you think my team and I were spying on you. I bet this wasn't even outside my window. This isn't ours anyway. Explain. I open my mind link to my team so they can hear my explanation. The Alpha's office is actually lined in a way so no one can listen in, and only he and the Luna can mind link out. He still doesn't know all of my abilities. First, because we are guests here, we get permission for every ounce of surveillance equipment we use and give full access to you. It's a policy my team and I have. Second, we do not use off-the-shelf tech. I make a face. When did I become a tech snob? We modify all of our tech to suit our needs. Each mission is different, so the surveillance needs to fit. Do you want to tell me what you really found outside my window? They all just stare at me. Luna Ava looks stressed. She doesn't want to believe that I or anyone I would bring into the pack would cause them harm. But she won't go against her mate and Alpha. The twins have never looked at me like this before. They are angry, furious with me, and they look disgusted at the sight of me. It takes everything I have to keep my focus on Alpha Lucas. His stare has been unwavering during my interrogation. He sets a small device I have never seen before on his desk. My confusion must show. It's a homing device used to pinpoint locations. Our team found it outside your window after the attack. They also found that the signal matched one we found in another body parts dropped from a few months back. Did you lock Kaylee up after informing her of your time with the Rogue King and his guards, where he mated you both? SONOFABTCH IAMGOINGTOKILLHER NO. I had to put all my force into making Gina stay put. She will get hers. She's crossed the line now. But we will not be the people she claims we are. Nathaniel, I need proof it was her, now. Send it to the Alpha's computer. Hack his ST. He's being played more than we are. I am disappointed in you, Alpha. All of you. I stayed dangerously calm. She harmed pups to try and get herself to a safe room that doesn't even exist. Believing rumors you yourself put out there. When she was confronted, she remained disrespectful. Delta Gwen, her aunt, placed her in a cell so she would calm down and we could tend to the pups. Gina told Kaylee of her abduction and subsequent RP by Mike. Callie spun that information to her advantage. Both her and her father know what equipment we use. I'm glad to see where I fall in your trust hierarchy. My team and I should not be under suspicion. We have done nothing but protect this pack since we have been here. After everything you know I've been through and had to overcome. All the things done to me that were allowed to go unnoticed and unpunished by the four of you. You are going to question my loyalty to this pack? With all due respect, FKU? Got it. Let's do this. I think I'm about to get kicked out anyway. Look at your monitor, sir. My team was able to find the culprits. They were able to do the job you all can't seem to do correctly while being held captive in their rooms. The looks of shock show on all their faces. Stop underestimating me, and I will stop proving you all wrong. The screen lights up, and it's 4 camera views. One from the hallway outside, where Kaylee is placing the fake camera up in a corner, pointing towards the door to look like we are watching the comings and goings of the Alpha. Pause it there, Nathaniel. We are going to do a tutorial while this goes. My whole team laughs. I wish I could see their faces. Lil whines. I'll record it. First, notice that it is placed so it can be easily seen. When my team does plant devices, they don't get found. Prove it. Cameron growls. Yes, sir. I point to different corners of the room, and as I do, Nathaniel flashes the live feed on Alpha Lucas's computer. You have been watching us? Luna Ava says, shocked. My eyebrows come together in a look of disbelief. Now that the tables have turned, you are surprised? Someone has been manipulating you both for years. Of course, I have always had my suspicions, but no proof. You both allow too many things to go on unchecked in your pack. I figured it was blackmail and was trying to get proof to set you free. I shrug. How dare you? Dakota slams his fist on his father's desk. But Alpha Lucas stops him. You are onto something, but I have my reasons for my actions and you are not privy to them. He is direct in his answer, not accusing or mean. I just move on. I need to get away from all of them. Next, as I have already shown you, they do not work. They are dummy cameras. There are no lights or wires to indicate a power source. A basic point that anyone could look for. And whoever took it down should have had trouble detaching it from the wall. But it was probably put up there with double-sided tape. You were duped. I roll my eyes. As for the beacon, when were you told it was in my room? After Kaylee was released, she and Kevin had a meeting here to discuss what she had heard in the tunnel. Alpha Lucas looks uncertain. We found it while we did a full search of the pack house today. Was it only warriors that helped with the search, or was it all hands on deck, except for my team? Their looks tell me everything I need to know, but I ask anyway. Who searched my room? Was she by herself since she probably wouldn't find anything anyway, and it will keep her busy? I air quote, so you let the one person who hates me the most, and is not quiet about it, search my room for something planted by a potential traitor? Now I'm the one disgusted. The screen flashes again. Nathaniel speaking from his prison. It's the feed from my room this morning. Callie walks in and closes the door and starts to look around, touching literally everything in the room. She picks up one of Cam's sweatshirts and smells it before shivering. After examining for way too long, she moves to my window and opens it, pulling the device out of her pocket, not being secretive at all. She places it on the windowsill and then starts calling for someone. There isn't any sound, but Alpha Lucas, my dad, and a few pack warriors come in. I can see the smug look on her face at my dad's reaction. He is angry, yelling who knows what and pointing from my bed to the device, to outside, clearly emphasizing his distaste for me. I just stand there letting tears run down my face. I don't know why this letdown feels any different than the last time. I make a circling motion over my head, my signal for my team to pack their stuff. We can't leave the pack yet. Our orders were to stay here until the threat has been neutralized. We will just take one of the houses on the pack border and continue doing our jobs as assigned. I have never done anything except work to protect this pack. I was abused and neglected, and I still kept going. I left to get stronger, hoping it would be enough. I start in a whisper, but I can feel my anger grow and my voice begins to match. I have been here for months, allowing and helping your warriors to get stronger. My team is the best team the Alpha King has. We have busted our asses and helped plan the extra patrol routes and the evacuation routes. I designed and implemented the tunnel build as an escape or a safe space for the pups and your Luna, all as assigned by you and the Alpha King himself, who, I will remind you, I see a Ndeceive. I show my warrior brand to them. If I wanted to harm the pack, I would have done it when I first got here, when you all were weak and disorganized, not months later. Alpha Lucas hangs his head. Luna Ava has her hand over her mouth. The twins are frozen, and I can't find it in me to feel bad for any of them. I can't feel a thing. My tears have stopped and I am numb, except for anger. And in anger, I do the one thing I never thought I would. I rip my shirt and sports bra off and turn away from them. This is what you are rewarding. You are rewarding a serial abuser and narcissist. I was 12 when Kaylee had me dragged to the old greenhouse. She had 2 guys string me up by my wrists, while she whipped me with a silver-tipped whip. Then, for good measure, used silver powder in the wounds, hoping I would die slowly. Then she dragged me out to the woods where I was for 2 days, because no one looks for the girl no one wants around anyway. When I did survive, she just made sure I was in a constant state of injury. I pull my sports bra back on. I'm not hiding anymore. The night of the ball 2 years ago, I was changing in the locker room when I was attacked. There was no scent to warn me. This time, she was only there to give instructions. She didn't want to get her dress dirty. She needed to be presentable for the alphas when their date stood them up, and she needed to rescue them. I pinned the guys with a look. Everyone's problem is they still see me as weak and they see her as stupid. Neither of us are what people believe, and your pack is suffering for it. I turn as the knock on the door sounds. I open it to see my team seething on the other side. What's going on? Mateo sounds distraught as he and Oliver run down the hall, followed by Sierra and Sam. They were left out of this too. I think your alphas have pressing pack matters to discuss with you. There is a traitor in the pack. Let's move. We have patrols to run. I say to my team. Lil hands me my bag, and we all walk towards the front door. Wait, Biddy. What's going on? Where are you going? Don't leave. I'm sure this is a misunderstanding. Mateo shouts. I don't look back. The ranks are being divided. The guys never used to keep secrets from each other. This is really bad, but I can't save them from themselves. We make it to the front door, with everyone following based on the sheer volume of the footsteps. Oliver, tell Lily I had a mission, and I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye. I look over my shoulder at him. He looks close to tears, shaking his head. Don't do this, Biddy. Not again. He whispers. It's not again. I wasn't given a choice last time. I was removed from the pack for everyone else's safety, since clearly all the problems surround me. I look at my brother then, Sam and Sierra. I don't know what they know or think is going on, but no one else moves to stop me. So, they either agree or have an alpha command to stay put. Wyatt moves around me to open the door, and as if someone conjured them, Kaylee and her father are walking up the porch. Is our little traitor and her gang being cast out in the middle of the night? Have fun living as rogues. Wyatt snarls, and it takes both Gina and I to restrain him back. Bunch of heathens. No wonder the Alpha King has you on killing duty. It's all you're good for. Kevin waves his hand up and down Wyatt. We aren't rogues and we aren't heathens. You manipulating morons. Your pack was just attacked. We have ST to do, Lil explains, simply grabbing Wyatt's bag and leading us out. And, just for the record, Kaylee, come near any of us and we will treat you with the same kindness as you have shown Skylar. And remember this, we are all experts. How dare you threaten me? She screams. I'm sure waking people up to witness our departure. Are you going to let her threaten me like that? She looks at everyone, but her dad is the one dumb enough to step close to us. You are no longer welcome on our pack grounds or in this pack house. Leave and do not return. I don't know how you get away with threatening a future Luna, but we won't stand for it. Again, no sound from any of the ranked members watching from the porch. That's when I see it, a flash. The smallest thing I never would have noticed before, like a bubble that catches the sunlight just right and reflects a rainbow. There is some kind of barrier up, maybe an illusion, so they aren't seeing what is really happening. But if that's the case, then he has underestimated my abilities. I don't understand why it seems to be working the most on the alpha and just occasionally on everyone else. Even Sierra is stuck on the porch. Mateo looks heartbroken, but Oliver is staring right at me. Our bond clearly stands the test of all boundaries and barriers. I shake my head slightly at him, then shift my focus and step forward. I can feel the wild smile on my face growing menacingly. You have chosen the wrong enemy, I say, allowing my full beta and royal auras out together. They both begin to sink to the ground as if a weight is pushing on their heads. Neither can fight it, eyes wide, looking terrified for the first time. They may have Delta blood, but they don't have an aura to even resist me. Kaylee's nose starts to bleed. You will never be anyone's, Luna. You will both pay for your crimes against this pack. I turn and we all walk away. I'm still too numb to cry, and like Lil said, we have tea to do. Weeks go by, nothing is right. Everyone is tense and the whole pack is reacting to the tension. We keep our distance as best we can, but my team and the guys cross paths regularly during training and running patrols. Oliver has tried to talk to me a couple times, but I just head in the other direction. He knows things shouldn't be like this. I'm pretty sure he's the only one who saw through whatever enchantment was on the pack house. I just can't do it. He is the only one who sees the problem for what it is. The rest are just angry and aggressive, but we still don't know what they believe. The elite warriors fully run pack training now. None of the ranked guys show up at all. Not even Delta Kyle. And I haven't seen Sierra since the night we left, and I can't get a hold of her. But that doesn't stop me from messaging her and Mina every night. With no response from any of them. I am surrounded by people and have a job to do, and I still feel so isolated and alone. The depression is taking its toll. Gina and I have started staying together again. The nightmares are so bad that we sleep in the same bed most nights holding hands. We need our guys, but something magical is keeping them from us, and we can't risk being pulled in. I was able to link Osistin and fill him in on what is happening. He said he will inform Alpha Reggie, but they aren't going to send anyone and possibly cause suspicion. He agrees something magical is going on and will have Elena work on it. I have been trying to use my magic, and even that seems to be tied to how I feel, and I can't make the most basic things work. I am sitting out by the little fire pit in the backyard of the house we are staying in, just trying to move the ashes around. You don't really want to, and the magic knows it. It won't work for you like this. I jump from my spot on the ground, fully ready to fight Oliver. He has his hands up. I just want to talk. I need to know your version of why you left. I know what I saw and what we are being told are two different things. You aren't a traitor, but you are more powerful than you let on. Talk to me, Biddy. He walks next to me and sits facing the unlit pit. I wave my hand flippantly, but it ignites, much to my surprise and Oliver's. Hey, some warning next time, please. He adjusts back to a sitting position now that the flames are at a normal height. I didn't do that, I whisper. I didn't mean to do that. I move to sit on the opposite side of the fire from him. I haven't been able to make any magic work since that night. Well, you're talking to me, so that's a start. Tell me what went down. The last thing I remember is you and the twins walking downstairs to see the Alpha. Cam said they had information and needed to deal with it privately. I thought maybe they were going to tell you that you were their mate, and for some reason they were able to sense it early or something. Are you fucking kidding? No. They brought me in to tell me that I'm a traitor and that they could prove it. I don't know what in that moment made me start talking after weeks of silence, but I told him everything that I could remember from that night, down to the shimmer around the pack house. Damn, and the four of them just ganged up on you like that. That makes more sense than what I was picturing. That all makes sense to you? I know Kevin and Kaylee are behind the Alpha, thinking I am a traitor. I can see how that would be possible since he is an advisor and had been closely working with the Alpha on everything in the pack. But the Luna and the guys? I don't understand. I see it the other way around. Kevin is the leader of the school board. Why the F cuck is he talking to the alpha about anything related to warriors or pack protection? He isn't an elder or a warrior. He really doesn't need to have that much time with the alpha. With the guys, they're going with what their alpha says and trusting his judgment. But even that is off. They are almost brainless idiots. They are slow to make decisions and can't focus for very long on anything, like they are waiting for instructions. That's actually why we stopped coming to training. Luna Ava said we need to keep them out of the pack's eye until we can figure out what is going on. Yep, gotta protect that pack image, I say sarcastically. Or maybe she wants to keep the pack morale up, and seeing the twins acting completely out of character would cause panic to start to spread throughout the pack, causing more chaos. She is protecting the pack the best way she can, being under house arrest. She sent me over today, you know. Told me not to come back until I talked to you. She wants to know if you're okay. What do you mean house arrest? Why would she be under house arrest? Why would she care? She just sat there and let them accuse me of bringing the rogues here. Even with proof. According to the alpha, it isn't safe for her to leave the pack house, so he has an alpha command on her to stay put. She's a smart lady and figured out ways around the command, though. He points to himself. It's why Lenny comes over every day, too. Obviously, she wants to make sure you are fed, but she comes back and tells us how you are doing. Sneaky. I roll my eyes. We are all doing the best that we can. Right now, we have good reason to believe that the alpha is under some kind of spell. He mumbles low. I don't even have the ability to mind link with you now, because we are forbidden by alpha command. And as far as proof, no one else was in that room and their memories don't seem to be the best. Another reason we think there is a spell or something like it at work. Is it Kevin? Or something else? No idea, but he's a part of it because, for some reason, he and Callie are the only people that come to the pack house anymore. Even my dad stays away, and he's the Luna's main guard. But the logic from the alpha is that if she's in the pack house, she doesn't need protection. So he isn't needed. Oh, I jumped up. She's the target. Someone is going to try and get to her. You guys all know about the tunnel now, and I'm sure she shared the code with the alpha, whether she wanted to or not. Anyone could sneak in and grab her. You have to watch her, Oliver, especially if your dad has been worked out of her detail. They want her to control the alpha. He can't stay under a spell forever. I have Sam and Mateo watching her. They seem to be like me and see both sides of whatever this is. Oh, speaking of which, he takes the backpack he was wearing off and hands me 2 gallon-sized zip-top bags with clothes in them. What are these? I'm actually afraid of the answer to this question. I know you are having nightmares, so don't lie. He holds up his hand to stop my protest. I assume Gina is too, so I brought one of Mateo's shirts for her since that seemed to help. And I brought you one of Cam and Coda's shirts. And just so we're on the same page, I will be taking one of yours and one of Gina's to hide in their rooms. Actually, I will need 2 of yours. Cam and Coda have gone back to being in separate rooms. His look is so pained. They don't sleep apart, though. They never have. I whisper. They did once, remember? He looks me dead in the eyes. The last time you left, they slept in separate rooms for almost a year. If I had to guess based on all the crazy-ass timelines, it was right after the time you had been captured until you came back to us. They have also taken to dressing alike. Do you remember their social experiment? Yeah. I smile and laugh at the ridiculous memory. That feels like forever ago. They were trying to prove that it was some kind of great phenomenon that I could tell them apart. Well, apparently it helps keep the crazies at bay. And even their parents can't tell them apart. And they won't confirm who is who. They only speak out loud when they have to. They mind-link everything, and their wolves seem to be a part of all the conversations which change their voices. They don't trust, and for good reason. They have everyone at arm's length. Something deep in them knows something is wrong. I can see it in their faces. But they are stuck and can't fix it alone. Since I have been spending time with you, I have started to see their differences, and I think seeing them as individuals without assistance helps them focus. But it's a huge battle. Sam and Mateo aren't much better. Mateo has become more angry. He just radiates hostility. That is keeping people away from him. Sam just talks less and doesn't smile at all. Although Sam might just be sad about Sierra not being here, and doesn't give a shit about anything. What? Where did she go? Don't know. She left a note saying she had something to work on, and she had to leave in the middle of the night because of the lockdown. No one has heard from her since, and I think he might be losing his mind a little over it. I think he's nervous because she turned 18, and we all know that he thinks they are mates. But she bailed before his birthday. I think he's afraid he lost her. Oh, that would probably mess me up too. We all know he loves her, and it was just a matter of them waiting until they were 18 to confirm their feelings. I'll ask Assistant. I was able to connect with him. I have been sending her texts every day and they show up read, but she never answers. Same with Mina. Everyone is working on this rogue king thing, so they aren't worried about our trivial problems here. What's happening here isn't trivial, trust me. This is big, but still really fractured. Nothing makes sense yet. Oh, there you are. Everyone is wondering where you snuck off to. Oliver and I both jump at Lenny's words. Better walk home with me then. You don't want them smelling her on you now. They are already not stable. What is going on? Who isn't stable? Your twins are having a rough time fighting the control. They are, however, doing better than the alpha. But their possessiveness is at an all-time high. What control? Lenny, what's going on? I thought you would have figured it out by now. All three of them are being controlled. My guess is they ingested something along with a spell. I bet the boys only got a half dose each, which is why they seem to be mostly conscious, but still addled. What? Who would do that? I thought you were smart, girl. Who do you think? It worked for her daddy to gain the control he doesn't deserve. Why wouldn't she use it to gain the alphas she doesn't deserve? Now, we need to go and take a very specific route that will help us wear off your scent. Speaking of scent, I need those shirts. I want to know if your scent will bring them back to normal. Please. Fine. Give me a minute. At this point, I'm willing to try anything. I take the shirts inside and switch them out for Gina's and mine. I seal the bags so they don't smell me on him. Lenny made it sound like that would be a really bad thing. I walk back outside and hand the shirts to Lenny. If they do find them, they won't do anything to Lenny but question her. If they are as deranged as you both are making them sound, they might hurt you. I tell a confused Oliver. Then he just nods. Can you stop by tomorrow? I have my next assignment from Elena, and today was the first time I have been able to do magic since we moved out. I think I need you. I look back at the little fire I made. What you need, what we all need, is to be together. This break in our friendship is going to get us all killed if we don't fix it fast. I nod and move to hug him, but stop. I can't risk putting my scent on him and just shake my head and take a deep breath. I will be back tomorrow, probably in the evening, if I can sneak away. I'll see you in passing, on patrols in the morning. He winks, and I smile. He and Lenny walk around the backyard and toward the pack house. It will be a 30-minute walk from here, but I think that's one of the reasons she does it, so our scents can be dulled by the breeze. She also doesn't come in or make contact when she can help it. I head inside to tell my team what Lenny and Oliver think about the whole situation. Well, now that we have some information, I guess their behavior makes a little more sense. Lil shrugs as we dig into dinner. It doesn't make them any less D-kish. The alpha said he had his reasons, but you were on the right track. What did that mean? Wyatt asks. We have had the same debate every night during dinner since we've moved in here. So much of that whole situation doesn't make sense. There are just too many things going on right now. We can't figure them all out on our own, Gina says. And yet, we have to figure out which ones are more important, and some solutions may lead to others. I rub my temples, slowly losing my appetite the more we talk. Well, you and I can work the magic angle a little more, since Lenny is convinced, and all but confirmed the Cunninghams have the Alpha under some kind of control, and more than likely the twins now too. How do we do that if we can't get near them? We didn't notice anything before, and we were all basically on top of each other in the pack house. That's the thing. I think we were too close to everything, and none of us ever thought about anyone using magic here, so it wasn't something we were looking for. Typically speaking, wolves don't have or use magic. You are the first shifter I have ever seen that can manipulate magic like a witch. Now that we know we need to look for magic, we can approach it differently. I nod in agreement. I will try to get a message to Assistant to get Elena here sooner, rather than later. Something is wrong with our ability to mind-link warriors outside the pack. I thought she was supposed to be here putting a spell around the pack with her coven, but I haven't heard anything, and it's been like 4 months. My first thought is magic. I can't imagine the rogues have stopped their efforts after that small attack was a disaster for them. My guess is that attack was a test to see our defenses and how we respond to a basic attack. No idea what they learned, but I do know a few guys got away. Wyatt mumbles over his food. That isn't good for us, other than we took out quite a few. But they were probably the weakest rogues and could spare them. Well, Oliver said he will come by tomorrow and help too. He's just as natural with magic as I am, really. He seems to understand how it works, almost like it has its own personality. Like it can think and feel, and respond to my thoughts and feelings. He's probably right. My training was mostly in the physical, herbs and tonics for health and healing. I never did any casting with my aunt. So, tomorrow, we join in the patrol and training as normal. Let's see if we can get Sam or Mateo to talk to us too. The more allies we have, the better if we have to go after our own leaders as well as the Rogue King and his goons on the outside. Let's take a look in the book Elena gave you and see if there is a basic protection spell we can find to protect us, and maybe the rest of your guys from whatever Kaylee and her dad are using. It will be hard because we don't know what we are fighting, but maybe we can give them a small portion of their brains back. I nod in agreement. I feel so useless right now, and all of the information we keep finding is just that, information. There isn't anything that we can use to take action, so maybe this will be a catalyst. We finish and clean up. Wyatt and Nathaniel take their post in the living room, which has become our makeshift surveillance headquarters. With all of the talk and blatant reveal of cameras all over the pack house, none of them have been taken down. Just another sign that they are under some kind of control. But whatever it is, whoever holds the reins doesn't seem to have access to their memory or the information they hold. 'Cause if it was me, that would have been the first thing I took over, knowing that we have cameras all over the school and pack house and the pack borders. We now take shifts monitoring the pack house, the school, and the perimeter. There are only 5 of us, and we are exhausted. But this is the requirement of the mission. We can sleep properly later. If we can gain back some of my friends and hopefully their parents, things will get better, so that's my focus now. Gina, Lil, and I pore over the grimoire. It's like a diary, filled with notes about the moon at that moment, and the best place to find certain plants at specific times of the year. Then there are notes scribbled into the margins all around the spells and incantations. So many different hands have touched and contributed to this book. I feel special just being allowed to read it. It's not lost on me that my friends can now read it too. When it first came to me, only I could see the words. I'm not sure what's changed, but I love it. There! Gina shouts as she points to the topmost inner corner of a page. There is tiny purple writing to counter an attack. Start with the most simple solution. Cut the cord. She reads out loud. What in the hell does that mean? Lil asks. We are looking for a spell to use against whatever Kevin and Kaylee are doing. But what if we can find something to just block whatever it is? Something simple to cut the cord of control. Instead of wasting Sky's energy constantly casting a spell to protect everyone. I like where this is going. Elaborate for those of us in the room who don't actively practice the witchcraft. Lil points to herself and I smile. They aren't casters, so they have to be getting, most likely herbs or a tonic from somewhere. Meaning they have to go get it, and they have to continually give it to them. Like for us, when Mike had us locked up. We were fed herbs every single day. The spell isn't as strong as when a caster places it directly themselves. No witch is going to tell people that part if people are willing to pay good money for a spell. Especially if they are going to get paid over and over and over again. Okay, so how do we cut the cord, as you say? We need to find something that they can wear, like a stone or an amulet that can block the effects and protect them from further spells. Like Sky is able to fight most spells and poisons. She is literal living proof of that. We might be able to give the guys the same kind of protection. My heart lifts. For the first time in a very long time, I have a purpose and a mission where I get to save my friends and not the other way around. So many terrible things have happened, and I don't know how we will get past those. But I do know I don't want any of them to die or be harmed, no matter how awful they have been to me. I just can't bring myself to hate them. We search for the rest of the night. This time combining the information in the grimoire for protections and a good old-fashioned, highly encrypted internet search. We were able to find stones and runes that should help us in our efforts. And I have an idea of how to make them wearable. But the problem was getting them to my guys and then getting them to men to wear them, constantly. And we also need to get access to the stones we found. We decided to ask Lenny when she came in the morning if she had any ideas. Her and Oliver are our only true allies right now. Lil went to relieve Wyatt and Nathaniel so they could get some sleep around 4, and Gina and I went to run our patrol route. We'll sleep after training. Oliver was pleasant this morning, despite Coda looking like he wanted to murder someone. I also found that I could mind link Oliver. He just couldn't respond through the link. Apparently, the alpha command was literally, "They can't talk to me." That has to be Kaylee. But she didn't think that through very well. But everything she does borderlines on childish. My link is stronger than the pack's due to the warrior brand, so I can communicate with him from a pretty far distance. And even though it's weird to basically have a conversation with myself, I am able to keep him up to speed with what we find. I also reached out to Delta Kyle, Sam, and my brother, but I haven't seen them to know if they got the message or not. I'm not ready to reach out to the twins or Luna Ava. I don't know if Kaylee's hooks are deep enough that they would tell her I have access to their minds or not. As we head over to the training grounds, Lil meets up with us to relieve Gina. Lil and I head to the training grounds and see Sam and Delta Kyle waiting at the gates, and my whole heart seizes. It's like deja vu from years ago when Delta Kyle was one of 2 people who saw me, really saw me, and the things I was fighting through. I could feel the warmth pool behind my eyes as we walked closer to them. They both look around assessing the surroundings, but I don't care. At this point, I'm ready to rip out each fingernail and stand of hair individually for what Callie has done to me and my friends. I walk straight to them and let Sam wrap me up. No words, just emotions are shared. The moment doesn't last long though, and we head into training like nothing has changed, and they haven't been MIA for weeks. Delta Kyle lets me lead though with the elite warriors, just jumping in to assist where needed. It is strange to think so many things are going on behind the scenes, and most of these people have no idea anything out of the ordinary is going on. I mean, they obviously know about the rogues and the most recent attack. But we are werewolves, and someone is always attacking someone else for better land, more power, whatever. That was made clear to me at the Alpha Summit I went to with Alpha Reggie. But they don't know that their alpha is being mind-controlled by one of their own pack members, or that their future alphas haven't been around because fighting the mind control is basically making them crazy. They are all getting stronger and more confident in their abilities every day. And that is a bright spot in all of this. I can at least know that I am still being a positive influence on the pack. We were able to finally move all of the pups out to the royal pack for safety. At least Kevin and Kaylee didn't get in the way of that. But maybe after the incident in the tunnel, Kaylee realized that even the pups were seen as more important than her, and she didn't mind the removal of that distraction. As we all start to pack our gear and head out, Sam slips something in my hand as he passes by, not looking at me. Someone must be watching. This is so stupid. I bend down like I'm digging through my bag so I can read it. Bonfire, midnight, just you. What the uffguck does that mean? Just you, like anyone is going to let you go anywhere alone right now. I don't know. But they can't mind link me to tell me, and clearly this was written, so it didn't matter if it got lost or found. This could be for anyone. Yeah, but you still aren't going alone. That's for damn sure. We'll talk about it at the house. We are clear here. When we get back to the house, Lenny is waiting there by the cute little picket fence that lines the sidewalk. I have your food and a few little extra goodies. I was able to talk with Gina a little bit and catch up. I miss having you girls in the pack house. There is so much testosterone overwhelming the Luna and I. You girls softened everyone up a bit. Wait, Kaylee didn't move herself into Sky's room? Lil sounds surprised. Not everything is going that girl's way. Now, Martha will be by with dinner for you tonight. The Alpha is having guests, and I really need to be there to help with that. She winks at us and just walks away. I hate all of this talking in code. Is this what it's like to be human and have to share secrets with no mind link? This blows. Lil huffs as I laugh at her comparison. I hand her my bag and pick up the obnoxiously large basket. I think if I folded myself right, I would be able to fit my whole body in it. We make our way inside. Another basket? Lenny already left our food. What is that? Gina asks as we head to the kitchen. No idea, but it weighs a ton. I set it down on the floor. There is no way I am lifting it onto the table. I open the top and gasp. It's filled to the brim with books, ingredients, candles. It's like an old-world apothecary. There's a note on top. Gina points from over my shoulder. What's it say? Lil asks, and I don't know why, but a sense of dread comes over me. My little apprentice, it has been too long, but developments have come our way that I cannot ignore. Please forgive me. I have been made aware of your current situation. Please follow the instructions marked to protect yourself and your team from any further magics that are cast at you. I will be in touch soon. Do not give up hope. There is light coming for you through this darkness. Elena. I pull the deep emerald green book out. This one is small, like a notebook you would keep in a purse, but filled with spells and notes. I flip to the page marked with a sprig of holly and a fern leaf. The instructions are simple enough to follow. There are several ingredients that we must bundle together and place outside around the perimeter of our house, and then a few things for the doors and windows. There are also instructions for woven bracelets for my team, and I think I know how to break my boys from their prison. We spend the rest of our evenings setting up all of the pieces for the protection spell. I was hoping that Oliver would be here to help me, but Gina is more than adequate at helping me perform the incantation part of the protection spell. I light the fire in the fire pit in the backyard, like I do it all the time. I think Oliver was able to unlock whatever block I had with my magic when he stopped by yesterday. It doesn't take long for me to say the few lines of protection spell and feel the literal change in the breeze around the house. The cool night air warmed just a few degrees, but enough to be noticed. Then Gina and I set about making the woven bracelets. We tied red strings around the smallest herb leaves I have ever seen. The process was intricate since we had to knot the strings in very specific locations around the herbs. Then we made it more so when we made bracelets for the guys, by weaving in a piece of the bracelet they gave me for my 15th birthday, and by adding a small chunk of a green malachite stone and obsidian stone, both with hand-carved runes for protection. It took hours. Even Martha was able to drop dinner by, and Wyatt and Nathaniel had been here to eat, and then left again to run patrols, and we didn't even look up. It was well after 11 when we finished, but I had to finish. We need to get these on before anything else happens. I give Gina hers, and we both repeat the incantation that goes with it. She does the same with mine. Then we find Lil, who all but laughs while she repeats the incantation. Apparently, the spell tickles. We decide that Lil should follow me and Gina should wait for Wyatt and Nathaniel to set them up with their bracelets. We start walking, taking the route that Lenny suggests to get to the forest behind the pack house. It's been almost a month since we had our last bonfire here. Time seems to just be flying right now, and yet I wish it could go just a little bit faster so we could get to the light that Elena was talking about. Once I get to the clearing, a familiar tattooed, hulking form stands waiting. "Oliver," I whisper shout and run to him. I don't even care if anyone can smell me on him. I need the contact. Need the tight bear hug embrace that only he can give. He just holds me, then gives me a kiss on his spot on my temple, then lets me go. He gestures with his hand over our heads. "Do the umbrella?" is all he says, and I start but pause. "Lil, step into the clearing. I'm putting the umbrella up and I don't want you locked out." I'm pretty sure the direction was to come alone. He looks at me with a cocked eyebrow. "If you were Lil, would you have let me walk from our house out into the woods with those cryptic instructions alone?" I returned his look. "Fair enough. Did you get everything?" "That big-ass basket was from you?" Lil asks, patrolling the edge of the clearing. "Not all from me, but there seems to be a lot of underground things happening to make sure you can do what you need to do to save this pack from itself." "Yes. We got everything and I have something for you, and the rest of the guys, really. It will just be a matter of invoking the spell that goes with them. But I think you are close enough with the magic that you could make it happen." I pull out the bracelet that has a single orange thread woven into the red knots. I place it on his wrist and, holding his hand, say the incantation, and he repeats. Then I feel a whoosh of air that throws my long hair in every direction. Then a searing pain rips up my arm, and he must feel it too, as he cries out, but neither of us can let go. Then underneath the red woven bracelet, on my skin, I see a chain of black crescent moons circling my wrist. They are just the outline of a crescent and only a few millimeters in height. But there is no mistake that I now have a tattoo around my wrist. Looking at Oliver's hand where we are still connected, he has the same ring around his wrist. What the hell was that, Biddy? He doesn't let go, just looks surprised. No idea. It didn't do that when I did the exact same incantation for Lil and Gina. So maybe I can't work this magic with the guys. This, he holds up his arm, needs to come from you. I know I can get Sam, but what about the rest of them? Coda looked like he wanted to kill me yesterday this morning. Whatever. He was not happy. I might know why. I think he might have been mad at me because I can still talk to you. What? Both Lil and I say together. I told you, and after talking with Lenny, I'm convinced she has some kind of order on not talking to you at all. But if you were able to talk to Sam today and we can obviously talk, it might be on only the twins or the twins and your brother. But I don't know why they would include him. For majority rule. Lil pipes up from the edge, not looking at us. Having only the twin under her control still gives Midge majority rule, and our resident princess can't have that, so she would pick the person she thinks is the closest to her to cause more damage. Well, she chose wrong then. I blurt, then slap my hand over my mouth. I mean, if anyone really watches us, I'm more likely to be seen with Oliver than Mateo. I try to backtrack like I'm doing my brother a disservice. It's okay. We know what you mean. And no one ever said she was smart or observant if it doesn't directly affect what she wants at the moment. Her stupidity will be what sets us all free, hopefully. But we have to figure out how to get you enough time to get the bracelet on and do the incantation with the rest of them. Let me think about it, and I will have some ideas in the morning. He pulls me in for another hug, and I soak up the embrace. Won't they smell midge on you? That will give this whole thing away, won't it? Lil asks. The twins will no matter what I do. They are coming into all of their fully heightened senses. And frankly, I don't give a shit. They deserve the torture just a little. As for everyone else, he steps away from me and rips his t-shirt off and throws it at Lil. That should be enough to hide her scent. Most of it's on the shirt anyway. Damn, you and your tattoos. You make me almost want to test drive a guy just for fun. Oliver and I both laugh at her outburst. I'm keeping this, by the way, for research purposes. She waves his shirt as I let the umbrella down. Tomorrow, Biddy. I look over my shoulder, shocked, and he just winks at me and walks up the path to the pack house. Tomorrow. I sniffle, and I can feel my wolf purr at having this connection back. So what happened there? Right at the end, something happened. Lil finally speaks as the house comes into view. I'm getting my guys back. I take a deep breath in and let it out slowly. Something about the bracelet and the tattoo that showed up allowed Oliver to talk to me. I don't know if that is a me and him thing, or if it is part of the magic in the protection spell, but I can hear him again. We head in and try to get some sleep before patrols and training tomorrow. I skipped my nap time to make all of the bracelets, but if that is the result, it is totally worth every ounce of pain. I am actually groggy when Wyatt wakes me up. What time is it? I ask, sounding like I swallowed a mouthful of cotton balls. Time to get up, princess. Your patrol shift awaits, and Lenny said to make sure you eat a full meal. Apparently you are looking too skinny, he air quotes at me. If I had been under as much stress as you, I would have died by now. You are actually looking more zombie than death, so I think you're good for a bit. He laughs, running out the door as I throw a pillow at him. I get up and carefully take off Cam and Coda's shirts. Oliver was right, and the scents have been helping us both. I need to ask him for new ones today. They are starting to fade. I showered quickly and went down to see Lenny and Sam in my kitchen. I jumped into his arms, with no words. I know I did the same thing yesterday, but it still feels like years. All right, little bit. Magic me. I want my fancy bracelet and club tattoo. I smile at his childish antics, then dig in my pocket. I almost always wear a piece of the combat gear the guys got me for my birthday. But since my talk with Oliver and getting back to practicing magic, I have started wearing it all. I just feel like I need to have all of my weapons on me at all times. I have also started carrying herbs and things for healing minor injuries, considering how many times I have been stabbed and poisoned in the last couple years. I pull out the red woven bracelet. It has his piece of red thread from the bracelet he gave me and the 2 stones, with runes drawn into them. I slide it onto his wrist and then say the incantation, and he repeats it back to me. Another whoosh of warm air surrounds us, and the now familiar pain of the tattoo marking my arm singes. Sam cries out, "Oh, shit. Little bit. What the F was that?" When I look down, he has a ring of quarter moons going around his wrist. On my arm, 2 rings of quarter moons sit just inside the bands that mark Oliver's tie to me. I guess you belong to me now, too. I shrug. Not actually sure, and something that is on my list to talk to Elena about when she finally can get here. But I do know that I can mind link you now, no matter what the alpha command is. Yes, stick it to that B-teach. He jumps around like he won the lottery. But you really do need to eat, and we really do need to go, because we have to figure out how we are going to ambush your brother, and that is going to take some planning. Like with the twins, your rotation doesn't even overlap with his a tiny bit. With that, Gina shoves a plate in my hand, and I smash my food as quickly as possible. Then the three of us head out, and Lil finishes her shift at the computers. When Sam, Gina, and I walk up to the patrol house to check in, Oliver and Coda are there waiting as well. Sam, being the tea starter that he is, leans in and gives me a kiss on the temple in his spot, then laughs and starts to run off. He turns around to jog backwards. "I'll see you at training, little bit." Then winks and runs off, laughing louder. I just smile until I make eye contact with Coda. His scowl could freeze a volcano. "What, Dakota?" "Not everyone here thinks I am a traitor." I shove past him with my shoulder to check in and make sure our route hasn't changed. "Let's go, Gina." "Bye, Oliver." I don't even give Coda a final glance. That was harsh, bitty. Bullshit. He deserves it just as much as Cam. They didn't back me when they were forced to make a decision. That has always been our holdup. They both Well and Alpha Lucas too. They all try to stay neutral, but in the end, not choosing caused more problems. Problems the rest of us are stuck fixing. I know, but it doesn't make it suck any less to watch. Then don't watch. They deserve everything I have to throw at them. You got it, boss. Not you, too. What else should I say? Yes, Luna? Have a good patrol, Biddy. He laughs as I feel the connection weaken with the distance, but never totally go away. That's new. I tell Gina what Oliver said while we run. I find it weird that we got here following a massive rogue pack. Then they disappear. Then we have a two-front attack. Then they disappear again. Now for weeks, it's been crickets. I guess if you want to wear your enemy down, just make them paranoid and burn themselves out looking over their shoulders. But this is starting to really suck. We make it to the training grounds, and I trade out Gina for Lil, and this time, Delta Kyle and Sam aren't alone. Mateo is with them, and he looks awful. Like he drinks all night and doesn't shower or take care of himself. His blonde hair is long and a mess, not his usual style. He looks like he has 2 black eyes, but they are just sunk and deep purple from lack of sleep. He's looking at the ground, hands tucked into his pockets. I walk right into him, just slamming into his chest, wrapping my arms around his waist. He clearly can't reciprocate based on the tension of his muscles, and then he just whimpers and starts to shake. Then I feel it, a warm drop on my cheek. I look up, and his arm clamped shut, tears streaming, and he is shaking from the sobbing, but none of that can escape him because of his gag order. I lean back in and press my cheek to his hard chest. "I'm here. I'm still fighting." I whisper to him, and he takes a rattling deep breath in. "We will figure this out, okay? Just give me a little more time. Eat and sleep. I'm going to need you in top shape when tea really hits the fan." I let go of him and walked away with Lil and Sam. That was harder than I thought. We complete training, and as we are walking out, I link Sam. How am I supposed to get a bracelet on any of them if they can't even pull their hands out of their pockets to hug me, Sam? You were able to touch him though, right? Yeah, I was able to hug him, but not the other way. He looked awful. They all do. Maybe one of us can get the bracelet on. Maybe if you just have physical contact with them, it will work. It's worth a shot anyway. I wonder if it's going to be the same with the twins, or if you won't be able to touch them at all. This is so stupid. I huff through the link. Bright side. Birthdays are coming up, and no one can get in the way of that. 18, baby. You want to bet? And I will not be 18. We always celebrate together. It's an us thing, always has been. I was not a part of that us thing for 14 years, remember? Nope, I don't remember anything of the sort. You have been around since the dawn of time. You were just the silent partner for a really long time. Now you have your voice, and silent isn't even in your vocabulary. You are stupid, but I love you. You'll have fun no matter what. It's my birthday. Everyone else can fake right the fuck off. If we have to, we will party at your house in the backyard. I just want to be with all of my friends for my 18th. Is that so much to ask? Once a diva, always a diva. This is happening, Sky. It has to. All his playfulness is gone. This one is important. You know that? I know that. Everyone knows that. Does it surprise you that all this sh-t is going down right, as all of us are about to come of age? Yeah, I thought about that too. Not just the crap with Kaylee, though. Everything. All the attacks, the alpha going crazy, tons of new people coming into the pack. All of it. This is big. We just have to keep everyone safe until this all blows over then. Which means we have to figure out how to get the twins alone long enough for someone to get those bracelets on them, and for me to set the incantation. That's a big task. We'll figure it out. Go sleep. You are running on none right now. I do as he asks, for once, and head straight to the house. Wyatt and Nathaniel are eating before Wyatt heads to patrols, and Nathaniel heads to help with the next training session. Perfect. We didn't miss you. Heard a rumor today and think you should check it out. Nathaniel stops me as I walk by the island. What's up? Rumor is, the Alpha enjoyed the spectacle of the trails so much that he wants to run something like that again. But no other packs will come here with the threat of the rogues. So he is going to do some kind of mock trial soon. So what? He can run anything he wants. It's his pack. Maybe it will boost morale a bit, since everyone has been so focused on training and protecting the pack. It will be something fun to look forward to? Yeah, but we are pretty sure it's not his idea, because there is also a ball to follow to announce the winner officially. And of course, it is going to coincide with the twins' birthday. He gives me a pointed look. That got my attention. Of course, Kaylee wants a spectacle surrounding the twins turning 18. She thinks she is going to be Luna, and if she has them under mind control, that is exactly what is going to happen. I am so tired and I just want to sleep. But now I have to figure out what this is all about. At least I have a bit of a time frame. If it is set for the twins' birthday, then that gives me 2.5 weeks to set them free. Sam, Oliver, we have to talk. Little bit. I'm pretty sure the instruction was sleep, not overthink, and come up with more sh-t to do. What's up, Biddy? Such a suck-up. What do you know about mock trials and a ball to celebrate the twins' birthday? Now I have their attention. I explain what Nathaniel found, because that was actually news to them. Meaning they are being left out of conversations they have always been and should be a part of. We decide that we need to get to Mateo Finjecti's EP, and the best way to do that would be during patrols so Nathaniel can be our lookout on the cameras, as well as Gina, and the guys helping. I'm hoping that having Gina with me will help, and not hinder our plan. I'm pretty sure Kaylee has been keeping Mateo away from her in the hopes that he will choose one of her friends. I don't understand how one person can be responsible for ruining so many lives, and is doing it completely on purpose, for a title. Sam said he will get his dad to shift the patrol schedule, but to make it look natural, we have to wait until the weekend when a shift like that would normally occur. 4 days. I have to wait 4 days to save my brother. They seem to be the longest days ever. Gina and I have been keeping busy in the tiniest spaces of downtime that we do actually have planning a party for the boys. I don't know if it will happen at all, but the thought of something fun and just for them is helping us both cope with the very real thought that our plan has no backup or plan B. It has to work to save the guys and the pack. The pack was finally informed of the mock trials and the ball to follow. Of course, the kids who have no idea what's going on think it's great. Exactly what I thought. marketed as a distraction for all the bad things that have been happening. And of course, with the pack being thinned out, all the pups and non-warrior omegas are still in the royal pack. It has become a bit of an elitist thing. Only the people here are strong enough, good enough to be here. The cream of the crop, placing the best of the best as choices for dates to the ball. The elite warriors, of course, will be helping to run the mock trials, and then are expected to continue providing protection for the pack, while the pack members party to their heart's content. We are now getting all of our information via MindLink from the Alpha. He is too busy planning to be seen, planning defenses against the rogues, planning the mock trials, planning the ball and his son's 18th birthday. In all my life, I have never known him to plan any of those things without his team and his Luna. He was always a team player, loves to take an idea and have everybody run with it. He was always encouraging, never assuming his idea was the best or the be-all, end-all. Maybe that was his downfall. He never, in my presence, looked at someone and just said no. There was always the neutral peacekeeping answers. I'm sure he hoped that if the topic was never approached again, it would just go away. This time, it didn't go away and innocent lives are being lost and we are focused on the wrong things. We should not be having a ball to placate AF fucking princess wannabe, who decided to take, by force, what isn't hers. Finally, Sunday rolls around and the new patrol schedule was posted last night, effective immediately. This put Mateo and Oliver on the same patrol with Gina and I. We have to work fast, though, before someone discovers Mateo and Gina are together. I think that is the bigger issue over him being with me. Gina and I make sure we are fully geared up. I am not under the delusion that Mateo will be able to be freed as easily as Sam and Oliver. He has always put this pack first, above everything, including his own wants and needs. He was always taught that the Alpha is right and to never go against him. That kind of loyalty is great, until you have loyalty blindly. Then people get hurt. Oliver gave me a specific place to meet them on the route. He was afraid Mateo might lose his iced tea if he saw Gina and I both at the patrol house to check in. So we showed up early, ran to the location, and were just stuck waiting. Just as I really start to get antsy, I finally hear some noise in the underbrush. Oliver is being loud intentionally, and it's strange. Normally, he is the most stealthy of all of us. I wonder if my brother suspects something with him acting out of character like this. Then I see it. My brother's wolf barreling towards us at full speed. Not good, 'cause he looks pissed. Incoming, Biddy. I think he can smell Gina, or you, or both of you. I don't know if Mateo has control right now. We got him, is all I have time to reply as I let Gina know. Come here, baby, she whispers, and I pack that away for later, as she shifts just in time for his wolf to collide with hers. They are all teeth and fur, flailing, snapping, biting, throwing. His wolf keeps grabbing her forelegs in his mouth and flipping her to her back, but then releasing her. Like they are playing, not fighting for dominance. Gina, I need him human for this to work. Can you get him to shift? How do you expect me to do that? I can't mind link him, dumbass. Try shifting first. See if he'll mimic. I suggest wildly. They are just rolling and fighting, and the look in his wolf's eyes is devastating. He looks like he is in pain. They roll again, and he looks like he is going to take dominance again. She shifts mid-roll and lands flat on her back in her human form. His wolf straddled her, open maw over her throat, all teeth bared. She just stares up at him defiantly. I'm not sure if her look is more taunting or accepting, but it's disturbing on all levels. He doesn't clamp down, though. Just breathes, the steam billowing from his nose. Hot breath, leaving a visible moisture on her neck. Then I hear bones start to crack and see a shimmer as his body slowly shifts back. I've never watched a shift like this before. It is beautiful and terrifying. Every joint bends at an odd angle, starting from his spine and working out to his limbs. His hair retracts, eyes close, and head throws back as his face transforms. When he's done, he left kneeling over Gina, still panting and looking at her wide-eyed and angry. "Let us help you," she whispers and moves to touch his face. He turns his head away and out of her reach, but doesn't move to get off of her. Still fighting some kind of internal struggle, he whimpers again. While he's not looking directly at her, she makes eye contact with me. It's time. I tell Oliver to be ready. We are going to need him to help hold my brother still. Oliver runs forward out of the trees. Gina lifts her hips and thrusts them over to reverse positions, grabbing both his wrists and landing them in Oliver's lap, where he grabs Matteo in a headlock and pins one arm. I race for the other, taking a flying slap to the face in the process, but I manage to get the bracelet on his wrist and tight. He cries out in pain at my touch. I start my incantation. He's still bucking wildly under the weight of the three of us. "You have to repeat it," I shout at him. "Look at Oliver and repeat my words. Talk to him, please." I am crying, ugly tears streaking down my cheeks. Whatever spell is on him, he's trying to harm himself to get away from me, and my heart breaks at this fragile sight of my brother. I don't let go of his wrist, waiting for the now familiar burn of the tattoo on my wrist. With everything in my life, the one constant thing has been my brother and his strength, his physical presence, and right now he just looks wild-eyed and broken, whimpering and crying right along with me. Then white-hot pain shoots up from his hand to mine. He looks at me and is truly terrified, but I'm not. He's free. I know, as the half-moon bands form around my wrist just inside Sam's. There's a sudden jerk from Oliver, then Matteo's back arches, eyes smashed shut. He lets out a feral growl, then collapses under Gina. He is completely limp and barely breathing. I bow my head and pray to the moon goddess that he's okay. He has to be okay. Because if he's not, then the twins won't be either, and I don't know if I can lose the three of them all over again. We all just sit, not speaking or looking anywhere but my brother's face. Then he shoots up to a sitting position, sucking in air like he was drowning. He tucks his head into the crook of Gina's neck, and she wraps her arms around him. She lets him sit like that, catching his breath, and Oliver and I just sit waiting for what he might do next. "Nice of you to join us, Beta," she says into his hair, before letting go and getting up slowly. Oh, fuck, that sucked. He looks at the bracelet and the new tattoo. "How the hell are we going to get Cam and Coda? It took 3 of you just for me. It will be all hands on deck, because I think I have to get them together. Not one at a time. They feel everything the other is going through, and it might not work if they aren't together. And I can't risk Kaylee knowing or finding out if their reaction is the same or worse than Matteo's. But how do we do that? Matteo was ready to tear us to shreds. That's because that is the new order. It's why we've been trying to stay away. You are to be captured and placed in a holding cell. I never got those orders." Oliver looks shocked. "No offense, but Kevin doesn't care about you or your connection to Sky. Although, if he was smart, he would, seeing how this played out." Matteo rolls his eyes. "Whatever we do, we are running out of time. There is only 2 weeks until their birthday." Matteo walks to me and wraps me in the biggest bear hug that almost crushes my ribcage, but I couldn't care less. It is one of the best feelings in the world. "We will figure this out, shorty. Just keep fighting, never stop fighting. I'm pretty sure it's the only way any of us are going to survive this." We say our goodbyes and finish running our patrols. I try to check in with Assistant and Nicholas. I get no response, but I feel like they got the message and they just can't respond. It doesn't feel like they are blocking me, but who knows? I hate not knowing what is going on outside the pack. It's like we are on an island and completely cut off from the outside world. which makes no sense since our warrior links should span across any distance. I need to figure out how to contact Elena. There are a lot of unanswered magical questions I have, and I can't just keep using magic blindly. I'm lucky that all the guys and I have gotten were unexpected tattoos out of this protection spell. I know magic can be volatile if used incorrectly, and I am not a born caster. So there has to be some limit to what I can or should be doing. It feels like a disrespect to the craft to just go about willy-nilly casting when I don't know the expected outcomes. She has a phone, but rarely uses it or checks text messages apparently. There are just too many obstacles right now, and it is so frustrating. Gina and I head over to the training grounds. I am starting to feel like this never-ending cycle might break me. We are all just going through the motions. Even training has lost its appeal when it used to be my outlet. Lil saunters up to us. So, did we gain a club member? Never mind. She does not hide her elevator eyes. The way you two look, either we did or we have 10 new prisoners to question after a massive fight. She laughs at her own joke. You're an idiot. Gina smiles. And yes, we got our latest club member. Now I need some sleep. Let me know if you come up with anything. We both nod and watch her walk away, but I notice a little more pep in her step. Delta Kaylee walks to the front of the training before we start and holds his hands up, getting everyone's attention. So you all know we are going to do a mock trial, something the Alpha thinks would be fun for everyone who is stuck here while we wait for word on the Rogue King. What does he mean, wait for word? And there isn't really anything fun about trials. This is not Delta Kyle talking. I'm so tired of listening to puppets. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly, but apparently not very quietly, because he looks right at me and pins me with a stare. But it's not an angry or aggressive stare. He knows why I'm huffing, and he can't talk to me through the mind link either. Man, I really want to punch that B-Teach in the face. It's not enough she's hijacking the whole pack. She's got to take every single person I care about away from me? Like the last 2 years, you will run through a series of obstacles and challenges. Unlike the last 2 years, participation is mandatory by all pack warriors. Participants in the lowest 10% at the end of each trial will be eliminated until there is one final winner. Our visiting elite warriors will be setting your challenges. And I would like to remind you that many of them are warriors who placed in the top 3% of the last 2 trials held in this pack. They will not go easy on you. He looks at me again. This time I know he's trying to tell me something. I'm half tempted to make everyone take up sign language with all this can't mind link crap. Lil, he's trying to tell me something. What do you think it is? It's shady that it's mandatory. That's going to make patrols really light, which is not a good idea right now, but it's an elimination process. So people could intentionally suck to just get out in the first round and call it a day. It'll only be the lowest 10% though. The elimination process is going to make the whole thing take days. And what does he mean we won't go easy on them? We aren't going to intentionally hurt them either. We are all tired and overworked as it is. Maybe that's it. Someone wants our reinforcements down. Not just weak from exhaustion. Weak from fighting each other too. What? Like working with the Rogue King? Why would anyone do that? We know 2 people who, it appears, would do anything to gain power. Why not sell out if the promise was a whole ass pack in return? There won't be a pack left to control. That's the brilliance of the plan, because Kaylee and her dad believe the lie that the Rogue King will follow through. It's what I'd do. Get some stupid schlep to do the hard, tiring part. Weaken the strongest warriors, and then swoop in and collect the prize. I hate it when you make sense, and I agree with your crazy ass. This is bad. How do we fix it? One problem at a time, Midge. Let's save these boys of yours first. The lives of your future alphas are more important. We can talk with the team about the trials later. I nod. Just another F-cucking problem. I never thought of myself as a vindictive person, but I have found myself fantasizing about different ways to draw out tortures for Kaylee and her dad. Starting with a silver-laced whip. The atmosphere around the training grounds is a mixture of interested talk and downright pissed off. No one is excited for these trials at all, like they were 2 years ago when I participated. But I understand. No one wants to be forced into competition. We aren't gladiators here for the crown's amusement. Oh, she-t. Yes, we f-fucking are. I smack myself in the forehead and tell Lil my revelation. We need all of the warriors on high alert. We also have to plan this stupid thing in a way that doesn't seriously injure anyone, but also makes it look legit to whoever might be watching from the shadows. We walk back to the house fast, grab everyone and head out back to the fire pit. I think we have gotten a little bold talking outside, but with the barriers up around our perimeter, I feel safe. And frankly, I am slowly leaning into the world of I don't give a shit. I also know that almost everyone here is a warrior. This is like being back on the compound with Stella and Jack in the kitchens. We have only essential omegas still here, and by essential, I mean packhouse omegas. Everyone else is safe and out of Kaylee's reach. I figure, in one way or another, we all signed up for this bullshit. Wyatt and Nathaniel are actually excited to make the trial challenges. The idea of making it look hard, but not actually doing any damage or harm appeals to both of their weirdo boy brains. I stopped asking questions about the things that lit them up a long time ago and just accepted the help for what it is. Something being taken off my plate, because we all decided that the whole point was to keep me busy and out of Kaylee's hair. I mindlink Osiston and Alpha Reggie again to let them know what was happening, but still no response. I am actually worried now. I just don't know if I should worry about their safety or ours. I fired off a text to Elena, letting her know what was happening too, and I completely flipped my chair over when she responded. Elena, hope this one gets to you. I've been trying to contact you for days. Me? What do you mean? I've messaged every day with no response. Elena, no responses have gone through. No interruptions while I have you. Elena, there's a barrier on your pack. I'm sure you've figured that much. It is blocking your mind link as well as most technology. Elena, it's not my coven's barrier. You are prisoners right now. Elena, we are working on our end, but I need you to find the source. There is an anchor inside your borders. Elena, it will be near the centermost point of your pack, and with the size of the land it's covering, it will be hard to conceal. Elena, a pentagram with a candle in the center. The candle needs to be snuffed, but is designed to burn indefinitely. You cannot touch the pentagram or the candle, but you have to put it out. Me, any other cryptic instructions? Elena, don't be a smartass. You will know what to do. That is half of magic. Trust your gut, your instincts. Elena, we have also found where they are keeping Gentry. Nicholas is planning a mission to try and get to her before they move again, and he's going to need my help. Elena, I will come to you as soon as I can get through. Be safe and watchful. Feel for magic around you. Sense for it always. That may save your life. Well, who wants to help me with another assignment? I look up at my friends who are just staring at me. I look around and notice I'm still on the ground, sitting on my knees. Chair toppled over. Midge, you kind of froze for a second. You good? Wyatt asks. Nope, but when are we ever good? Elena finally contacted me. We're under lockdown. That's not new information. Lil snarks behind her beer bottle. The magical barrier holding us in by a caster, or more likely casters, that aren't a part of Elena and Gentry's coven to hold us prisoner is new information though. That's why our connection to Osiston, Nicholas, and Alpha Reggie had been spotty. And the new assignment has to do with that. Nathaniel states. I look over at Gina. It's a pentagram with a forever burning candle in the center. As suspected, she spits her drink out. Oh, effuck. No. You have got to be kidding me. Not according to Elena. We have to snuff a candle out that is supposed to burn forever, that sits in the center of a pentagram that we can't touch. Sound familiar? She sets her bottle down and starts to pace behind her chair, muttering things like, not again, never again, and can't be happening. The rest of the team looks at me, silent questions in their eyes. I take a breath and decide Gina needs me before they need an explanation. I walk over to her slowly. Her eyes are glazed over. She's lost in her mind. We have both been doing so well since we have been here. The nightmares are under control. The constant looking over our shoulder and paranoia are not gone and probably won't be with the job that we do. But we don't twitch at every little sound. Hey, look at me. We are safe. You have a whole team with you now, and Mateo and the rest of the guys. That's what I thought when my pack was attacked too, she whispers out. You didn't expect the attack. Now we do, and unfortunately for their side, the idiots running the show are Mike and Kaylee. We will end this. We knew he would come for us. Let him so we can end this. She nods at me and I pull her into a hug. Then we turn around and explain to our team what we know about the pentagram. I guess from your description, it could be the same thing, or at least similar. Nathaniel starts. And you're sure Robbie was telling you the truth? I nod. Funny enough, he was the only one who never lied to us. He actually tried to scare me off. And when that didn't work, he was an asshole hoping we wouldn't want to hang around Tyler or Mike if he was around being a dick. He said that's how Mike is controlling his warriors. I wonder if it's the same for what's happening here with the Alpha. But Lenny said she thought he might have been given some kind of herb or something. Lil speaks up. But if that was the case, wouldn't Midge and the rest of us be under control too? We were all living at the pack house when whatever happened went down. Nathaniel adds. Maybe it's the warrior brand. I mean, we all have some kind of magical protectant that comes with it. Maybe it stops or hinders magic set against us? I shrug my shoulders. And let's not forget that Midge is magic and could literally eat silver and poop it out like it was candy. Nothing affects her the way it's supposed to. Lil laughs and we all join in. You're disgusting. I keep laughing. But I think she's right. We have some kind of barrier. Maybe that's the reason your boys are getting the tattoos when you do the protection spell and we aren't. We already have our brands. It's basically the same thing. Gina absently rubs her arm. Even the partial brands that we have are clearly doing their jobs. Okay, so while we are on surveillance tonight, I will look for a place that can hold a pentagram big enough to control your pack. Nathaniel moves to get up. I'll help. If it's inside, we need to look for heat signatures, and you can do both on your own. Wyatt jumps up too. Thank you for that vote of confidence, ass. Oh, shut up. You know what I meant. We are on a time crunch, and the more eyes, the better. If we find anything, we can send Midge and the girls out to handle it. So now, how do we get your twins off the magic wagon? Lil asks. We all sit there for a long while. We should be sleeping, but I can't sleep. My pack is in danger. Mike or the Rogue King, or both, is at our doorstep, and could attack any day now, and Cam and Coda are still victims of whatever Callie and her dad have going on. I shouldn't care so much about what happens to them. They have been hot and cold with me my whole life, mostly cold and dismissive. But when we were friends, they got under my skin and made me care. And I don't know how to turn that off. I can't knowingly let anything bad happen to them. The three of us throw a couple of half-assed ideas around, but don't really get anywhere, so we decide to sleep on it and think fresh in the morning. Maybe talking to Oliver and Sam will help too. They might even have an idea of where this stupid anchor thing could be. As expected, I barely slept, but what I didn't expect was Gina sleeping like a rock. Even with the thought of Mike coming for her, she didn't move a muscle once she was out. I had to shake her awake for patrols. Something is different today. The air is different, not thick and heavy like something bad is going to happen, but also not light and fluffy like something wonderful is happening. Just a change, a shift in the atmosphere. We both get ready for patrol. I strap on all of my gear, my boots with blades, thigh holsters with all my emergency healing supplies, my back holster with 2 knives, wrist guards with small throwing knives, and my jacket with 4 extra blades. No werewolf should be carrying as many weapons as I do, but something about them makes me feel safe and confident. Elena said, "Trust my instincts, so I'm going with it." "You're going to wear that to training and stick out like a sore thumb?" Lil laughs at me. "Nah, I'll look like a warrior who is in charge of the stupid trials. No one else wants to, because we all know it's stupid and a massive distraction we don't need." We eat quickly and head out to do our shift. When we get to the patrol HQ to check in, that's when I notice it. The honey smell that has always brought me comfort is strong and demanding. Like someone turned on a burner and cranked up the dial on the fragrance. I turn and see my friend. How could I have forgotten? It's his birthday. He's 18 today. Oliver. Oh wow. Look at you. He's just standing there in all his man glory. His already rugged features are sharper somehow. His eyes brighter. Tattoos sharper, and on full display in his cut-off t-shirt. I think he might be bigger than even just yesterday. He has this glow around him. It's like an orange tint I have never noticed before. "Hey, Biddy." He breathes out and then smiles that devastating smile. "Happy birthday, big guy." I walk over and give him a big hug. He wraps me up and I melt into him. He buries his nose in my hair and we just stand there. Okay. Stop groping my sister. Cock, shorty. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle you finding your mate. I laugh and let go of Oliver. He doesn't release me right away, though. He reaches up and touches my cheek with the back of his knuckles. The gesture is very intimate, and I am all of a sudden very uncomfortable being this close to him. So I take a full step back and breathe deep again. "I had to try," he says roughly, still smiling, not looking ashamed at all about touching me like that. "Wait, what?" "Don't be dense. We all see how you two are together. It's natural to think you might be mates." Gina shoves me in the shoulder. "But I'm not 18. I won't know anything until then." Why do I sound panicky? I would be lucky to be mated to Oliver. Okay, I even think it's a possibility. Mateo huffs out. "And let's be honest, there is nothing normal about you. Never has been. So you being able to sense your mate early is absolutely in the realm of possibilities. But, man, seriously, keep your hands to yourself in front of me." They both laugh. "That's not funny." I grumble and walk past all 3 of them, who think this is a joke. "Stop by later. We are going to grill out." Apparently, there are traditions to try and live up to, she says over her shoulder, following me. When she catches up, she asks, "What was that back there?" "What do you mean?" "You let him hug you, hold you like he's your boyfriend. But the minute he touched your face, you froze up like something was wrong." "I don't know." Next to Sierra, he's probably the person who knows me the best. He is my best guy friend, always has been. I don't know how I feel about the idea of being his mate. Whenever I thought about mates, I never pictured any of the guys for me. With the amount of man candy you have just floating in your orbit, you've never thought about any of them as more? You are crazy, and Mateo's right. There is nothing normal about you. I'm going to take that as a compliment, jerk. We head to where we need to be, and shift to begin our patrol. As we run, Gina and I both feel for the magic that is surrounding us. Then I realized, with the birthday and mate talk, I was so distracted that I forgot to tell them what Elena said last night about the magic and the barriers. So I mind-link Mateo and Oliver and fill them in on everything she said and tell them to do the same. Mateo thinks I'm stupid and reminds me he is a wolf, not a witch. But Oliver shuts him down quickly and tells him what to look for. That's our other connection, though. We are connected by magic or with magic. I think he might be overestimating our connections into something they aren't. I just keep hearing Elena in my head, trust your instincts. My wolf and I agree, Oliver is ours somehow. But I don't know if mate is it. I've never even had a boyfriend, so this is blind territory for me. We finish our run and meet up with Lil, where Gina proceeds to exaggerate the entire interaction between Oliver and I. And then she laughs at me like everyone else, who seems to think this is the most natural and obvious thing in the world, and I'm an idiot for not seeing it. I told them to come over tonight so we can grill and celebrate. We need some normal downtime. Tell Sam, too. She points at both of us as she walks off. We walk into the training grounds with smiles on our faces. But that lasts about 2 seconds when I look to the head of the training grounds and realize hell has frozen over. Alpha Lucas, Luna, Ava, Cam, Coda, Kaylee, and Kevin are all standing there looking like a picture-perfect family. My breath hitches and I feel like I'm going to throw up just at the sight they present. And for a moment, I think I am too late to save them. My heart actually hurts. There is pain everywhere. My ribs feel like they are contracting in on themselves. Midge, inhale, exhale. Good. Look at them. I grit out. We are still walking forward, but stick to the outside edge of the group that approaches our pack leaders. I notice Sam, Oliver, and Mateo off to the side too. They're never all here. What the hell is going on? I whisper to Lil, momentarily forgetting that I should mind-link my asshole thoughts. None of them want to be here. Look at your alpha. If he balls his fists any tighter, his claws are going to go through his hand. And Kaylee may be in between your twins, but every time she moves to touch them, they shift so she misses. This is not them. Remember that? Whatever they say, whatever they do, it's not their choice. How did you see all of that? Because I'm not in the middle of that love quadrangle. They know you're here. She knows you're here. Don't let her see you're affected. She will get what's coming to her, and it will be as public as we can make it. You are here to do a job. That's what she needs to see. Keep everyone safe and just go through the motions. Lil's menacing tone is dangerous. She's a little dark at the best of times, but for me and Gina, her protective streak is through the roof. The alphas and future alphas have been occupied with the protection and security of our pack and have been noticeably absent from training. They would like to see what we have been working on and the progress the elite warriors have made with you all. They may even join in as a treat. Delta Kyle finishes his explanation. Lil and I look at each other and roll our eyes. But don't say anything as we move to a training circle to begin warm-ups, again staying as far away from the watchful eyes of my enemy as possible. What I do feel are 2 pairs of eyes drilling holes into the back of my head. Is it bad of me to wish that you would have seen Oliver right now and had that epic moment right here in front of them? The way Gina described it, everyone needed a cold shower after. Ugh, stop. I roll my eyes again and then smile. No, it doesn't make you bad, 'cause I had the same thought and funny enough. I don't feel guilty about the thought either. She smiles wide and wicked at me as she lunges toward me, working on a leg sweep maneuver. I should not have said that. She's up to something now. We get through our warm-ups and attack reviews. We all broke off to get water before separating to spar in 1-on-1 and 2-on-1 groups. Lil makes sure to move us as close to Sam, Oliver, and Mateo as we can be. I breathe a little easier. I thought she was going to put us in front of the twins and try and start sh-t with Kaylee and Kevin, although we are close enough to be within earshot of them. Hey, fuckers. It's been a while. Who wants to throw down? Midge here has been bored with 1-on-1 since she was 5. None of the 3 of them hide their amusement. So, apparently, talking to Lil is okay. They were just banned from talking to me. Good to know. She should have thought that through, but I guess that's the point. She hasn't really thought this all the way through. Just reacting in the moment to things that make her mad or feel left out. I'll go. Sam chimes in. I cannot wait for you to see how fast I am. Little bit. It's been 2 years, baby. He steps up to me. Hey, watch that baby she-tea. She's not your baby. Stick to little bit, like a good boy. Oliver walks up and slaps him on the back. Actually, step back. I want first crack at her. It's been too long. Oliver, what are you doing? You are not the only one that can have fun with this. It's my birthday, Biddy. Just go with it. Then he winks at me. That is not fair. You can't pull the birthday card. I can, and I will. I'm making a point, baby. Oh, so you can call me baby, but no one else can? Yep. He pops up. I am the only one who is 18 and has any right to even suggest you might be my mate. And I am just as sick of all this fake bullshit as you. He lunges at me fast, and I have to dodge his massive tattooed arms. I tuck and roll under him, then jump up to be ready for the next thing he throws at me. If what I say and do makes people think you might possibly be my mate, so be it. We can't live without you. We have proven that time and time again. Some of us just need reminding. Some of us are under a spell. I quip back. You were quick to pinpoint them. You were quick to sound jealous. I tried to distract him. My mind did go directly to the twins when he was talking about all of them. It's just because they are going to be the hardest to break, and they have been at the forefront of my mind since we have been able to break everyone else free. Another swipe. This time he gets my leg and tosses me on my back. A loud whoosh of air leaves my lungs and I'm dazed for a moment. Oliver leans over me. I let him get closer, then wrap my arms around his neck and my one leg around his waist, which almost doesn't fit, and I use the other to propel us around, so I am now sitting on him about halfway up his torso. I have one of his arms pinned above his head. He has my other arm pinned to my side. I'm at a standstill. He could easily flip us with his leg power. I am just too short for that. My knees barely hit the ground on either side of him. He extends the arm I am holding above his head, which brings me closer to his chest. Now I see he let me switch positions because he still has control. I can't let go of his arm. He'll just grab me and pin me. He slides me so I am holding all of my upper body weight in the extended arm in front of me. I won't be able to sustain this for very long at all. I am so close to him now. Our noses are almost touching. I narrow my eyes at him and he just smiles that pearly white smile that says he's all trouble, but totally worth it. Tell me the truth. Was that day really your first kiss? Why is that so important to you? I deflect. Because the first time someone kisses you, it should not be to save your life. You deserve something like that to be special. Yes, it was. But with the brand, I don't have any desire to do anything like that. Nothing romantic crosses my mind. Would you still feel it, though? If I kissed you right now, would you be able to understand what it means? I don't know. I'm sure people have tested it. Lil actually said she and Wyatt did. I would like another chance to show you what a first kiss should be like. I think I might have stopped breathing again. I have no idea what the look on my face is, but clearly I am scaring Oliver. He backpedals. Biddy, we aren't mates. I don't care what anyone says. We both know it. But there is something here. And I will be honest, this is because I care about you. But I also kind of want to rub it in that you will always be mine in some way. I think it might get us the in that we need to save the twins. Do you trust me? I just nod my head, because I am curious about what it feels like with the warrior brand in place. He extends his arm a little further, then tilts his head up to mine slowly. I close my eyes and feel pressure on my mouth. It was closed mouth and gentle. I don't open my eyes until I feel 2 hands cupping my face, and I look down at my friend, who just gave me so many things in a small moment. But then feral growls erupt through the training grounds. In a flash, Oliver and I are up, and he doesn't bother to push me behind him. He stands next to me, 2 warriors ready for a threat. Both twins are running at us, and there are yells everywhere, people scattering. It is chaotic. I see Alpha Lucas running after them, and Kaylee is screaming, but I can't understand what she is saying. I can't see Kevin at all. Cam goes for Oliver, who takes the impact, and they begin to grapple. Mateo jumps in front of me to catch Coda's flying mass. They tumble to the side of me. Sam runs in to take a place at my side, as Alpha Lucas runs straight for me. There is pain in his eyes, and his movements aren't as smooth as they should be. Sam, let me do this. He doesn't want to hurt me. They set him on me. I will be okay. All of you are fighters. He's fighting this too. It needs to be me. He nods, but doesn't look happy, then steps back from where I am standing just as Alpha Lucas collides with me. We both go rolling, but he has me caged in his arms. I knew he didn't want to hurt me, but he is under command to fight me. Again, whichever one of them is controlling this doesn't know what kind of fighters we are. I can hold my own against an alpha, and alphas aren't supposed to hurt pack members. It goes against the moon goddess laws. Not everyone knows that. But when you study with Alpha Reggie as much as I have, you pick up a couple things. When we finally stop rolling, I am able to break from his grasp and run towards the first thing I see, the obstacle course. We weave in and out of the legs of the structure. Then I climb on top and he follows. He is agile and can keep up with me. But I have been doing this course for so long that I could probably do it in my sleep. We run everywhere, all over it, up, down, in and out. We jump so many times I can hear the wood start to creak from the force and his sheer weight. The thing is sturdy, but I am probably one of the biggest people to really pound on it, and that isn't saying a lot. Maybe it wasn't meant to have one of the biggest people in our pack slamming around on top of it. I jump and swing on the rope climb and go down instead of up. I can't allow him to trap me up there and be forced to make me fall. Then I run under the structure towards the opposite side, where we have blocks elevated on poles at varying heights, so it looks like a garden of metal, and wood flowers sprouting from the ground. As we both pass under the center, the structure creaks again. But this time, the creaking doesn't stop. Then I hear wood splinter and snap, the sound of wood thunking as the whole thing tilts to one side. I am frozen in place. Everything is in slow motion. All the training I did, the focus, the speed drills, strength training, and it means nothing as watching one of my favorite forms of escape start to crumble, is what does me in. Skylarmove. The shout and the shove break me from my thoughts. I am thrown from my place under the obstacle structure. I hit something with my back, then roughly collide with the ground. Then all I hear is a loud set of snaps, then a cloud of dust from the training ground floor as the deck of the obstacle course smashes into the dirt. A few yells and screams, then silence. I can't see anything. There is dust and dirt flying everywhere. I stand up, sore from my impact, but I can't see the alpha. He was right behind me. He should be right here. Now I'm moving faster, adrenaline kicking into high gear. Where is he? ALPHA. I shout, and I can hear other commotion around me. ALPHA. Can anyone see him? I shout into the air. Naturally, Oliver gets to me first. Biddy, are you okay? Fine. Where's Alpha Lucas? I cut his perusal of my injuries off. Then I hear the groan. ALPHALUCAS? I shout, moving towards the fallen obstacle platform. Now that the dust is starting to settle, I can see it's tilted to one side. All of the 2-foot-thick support structures snapped and bent at odd angles. That shouldn't be possible. Those should not be the weak breaking points. Focus, Sky. I shake my head. The platform decking is all splintered too. Sharp wooden spears sticking out everywhere. The groan again, then I see a hand reaching out from under the decking. THERE. Help me. He's trapped. Oliver and I race forward. I touch the Alpha's hand and it moves. Renewed endurance surges through me. We have to get this off of him. Now, he's hurt. I hear footsteps near me, then hands all around to slowly lift the fallen piece of planking. I slide under to assess his injuries as they move the boards. We don't want to pin him down worse by tilting it wrong. He's on his stomach, head turned towards me, eyes closed, but I can see he's trying to breathe, watching the dust stir around his nose. Alpha Lucas, I need you to talk to me. I know you have some kind of don't talk to Sky thing going on, but I need to know where you're hurt. This is an emergency. Push past it, please. Luna, he grumbles. I'll have someone check on her, but I need to know about you. Tell me where you're injured so I can help. I turn my head to the random legs behind me. I need someone to get Luna Ava. NOW. Biddy, talk to us. This shy T is heavy. We need to get him out of there. I can't see his whole body yet. I don't want to move him until I know he's completely free of the structure. Get a few more guys to help. Move it slowly. Alpha Lucas, talk to me. I can feel my aura surfacing. I haven't felt it in a while, but I also don't always have control either. Apparently it comes out when I'm super emotional. Where are you injured? We need to get us both out of here. It's too dangerous to stay. The structure creaks again as it lifts higher. A muffled scream comes from the Alpha, and that's when I see it. STOP. Don't move. I need help under here. We have a problem. Cam and Coda crawl under with me, and they both curse at the large plank of wood sticking out of his side. Coda goes to move it. No. Don't touch it. If the wound is not bleeding, it's probably the only thing keeping him alive right now. I don't see anything wrong with his legs, so I think we can try to slide him out once we make sure the plank is free from the structure. You need to call for healers. I can't talk to the pack right now. Alpha, this is going to hurt a lot, but we have to move you, okay? I am using every ounce of training I have had with the elite warriors now to give directions to the twins where to hold him, and trying to jostle him as little as possible, we move him out from under the structure and a safe distance away. I can see Gamma Brett wrestling a frantic Luna Ava out of the corner of my eye. When he sees us clear of the structure, he lets her run to us. She drops down onto her knees next to his face, tears streaming down her face. We need to remove it so he can heal. She's shouting at no one in particular. Luna, we have to wait for healers. We don't want to do any more damage. Brett is trying to console her. I don't think anyone else knows what to do or say. Oliver is next to me on one side. Cam and Coda on the other. Sam and Mateo are behind me. I think there is commotion going on around us, but, like Luna Ava, I only have eyes for the Alpha. He was always such a big, strong man. His happy presence lit up a room. He is tough, but fair and kind. He would always listen more than he would give advice. But right now he seems small, like a fraction of his former self. I reach for his hand and squeeze. He jolts at the contact, but I don't care about whatever spell is on them to not touch me. I hold tighter, letting my aura do its thing. It seems to have a mind of its own anyway. I don't want to mess anything up, so I don't want to try and force him to heal. So I focus more on comforting thoughts, limiting the pain. Luna Ava leans over and lays on his chest, sobbing. I know that through the mate bond you can feel when your mate is in danger or seriously hurt. But I wonder if she can feel his actual pain, or just that he's injured. I'm sure it's only been minutes, but it feels like it has taken hours for the healers to get here. They are some of the most intelligent people in our pack. They will be able to save him. He's held on this long. Their knowledge and training is twofold. They have all of the ancient herbs, salves, and potions, and, more than likely, some level of magic training from witches. But they also go to school and train like human doctors. Because, let's face it, we're more than a little hard on our bodies, and not everything can be fixed by sprinkling some leaves on it. They do a quick assessment and get him on a stretcher. As they start to wheel him away, he shouts Luna, and grabs both Luna, Ava, and I, and won't let go. We just start to follow the gurney as they wheel it to the ambulance. I don't want to fight him right now. Right now, he needs to let these healers work. I have every intention of letting him go when they load him up, but he drags me forward. Alpha, you have to let me go so they can take care of you. I try to be soothing, but the delay could be terrible for him. I will come visit soon, okay? I try again to pry his fingers off of me, looking at the healers who are trying to get him in. He still doesn't let go, so I climb in as they load him in the truck. Luna, Ava on the other side. Luna, Ava, I don't know what to do. I can't go with you. They'll never let me go in with you. He needs to let me go so they can heal him. He'll never let you go, sweet girl. Let's go. She doesn't look at any of us, but the healers close the door on my guys and Lil, and we are rushed off to the hospital. Lil, let the team know what's going on, and the borders need to be double-checked. The Alpha, in this condition, is bad for the pack. Have someone contact Elena as well. She might have some tools our healers don't. And Osistin needs to let Alpha Reggie know if we can get a message past whatever stupid barrier is up. On it, boss. I'll get Nathaniel and Gina to get eyes in the air and check the perimeter cams. Thank you. I'll check in as soon as I can, and we can debrief at the house later. His eyes are closed the whole way to the hospital, and his breathing is labored, but his grip is strong and steady. I just focus any healing energy towards him. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I figure the intention is what matters. We get to the hospital and unload him, none of us fighting the grip he has on Luna, Ava and I anymore. He's wheeled into a room and they get to work removing his clothes and assessing any external damage quickly. I move back near his head, taking his arm as far as I can with me without stretching the muscle around the massive piece of wood in the wound. Alpha, we need to remove this wood. Now. You need to release your hold on the Luna and Beta. I promise they will be here when you return. An older healer is using her most patient mom voice. I tried to pry his fingers again. He fights, but eventually lets me go. Then Luna Ave leans forward to give him a gentle kiss, and he finally lets her go too. The healers use this opportunity to rush him out of the room and to surgery, I assume. Luna Ava sinks into a chair in the corner. She looks so sad and broken, but I probably would be too if it was my mate in danger and there was literally nothing I could do to help. I walk next to her and wrap her up in my arms. She buries her face in my stomach and holds me tight around the waist. She's not crying, though. I'm not sure if that's because she is focusing on staying calm for him, since they can feel each other through the bond, or if she's coming to terms with the worst possible outcome. I don't say anything. If she needs to talk to me, she will. This time, it was hours before a healer came back into the room. Someone brought in a small cot for the Luna to lay on and rest, and she insisted that I sit with her. She has kept contact with me since I hugged her. She seems to be as reluctant to let me go as the Alpha was. When the healer enters, we both sit up straight, listening intently. The Alpha is out of surgery now. When they are done dressing his wounds, they will bring him back in here for you to sit with him. It would be best if you stayed while he heals. It will make it progress more quickly. The young Alphas and a few others have been asking to see you for an update. What would you like me to tell them? Cameron and Dakota can come back. They need to see their dad. You can tell the rest he's out of surgery, and I will update them all soon. I can go talk to them, Luna. I need to update my team and make sure we have security set. No, you need to be here when he comes back. You promised you would be here. He needs to see you as much, maybe more, than the boys. I just nod. I don't agree with her, but I don't want to argue with her either when she's like this. The last time I was in a room with the four of them, I was called a traitor and accused of all kinds of things. I really don't want to repeat. I stay by the Luna as they wheel in the Alpha, fast asleep on his bed. At least he has color to him now, and with the drape of the blankets, you would never know what he just went through looking at him. He just looks peacefully asleep. Luna Ava doesn't move from her chair right away. She just sits and stares. I really wish I knew what was going on in her mind. The twins walk in soon after, and I can hear Kaylee's high-pitched squeals from the hallway. A Luna needs to be with her alphas at a time like this. Get your hands off me and let me through. I will have you know. Dakota slams the door shut and takes a deep breath. When he turns around, he avoids eye contact with me and stands next to Cam on the other side of the bed. They both look sad and lost, like the little boys I used to know. What did they say, Mom? Cam finally asks after a long silence. Nothing yet. We were waiting on you. He's here and alive, and that's the most I know. She finally stands and walks to them, wrapping them each in an arm. They both tuck their heads into a side of her neck, and I wish I could take a picture of the moment. Even though it is not an ideal situation, this moment is special and precious. These massive guys lean into their mother, who's at least a foot shorter than them, for comfort. The lead healer walks in and looks around the room at all of us. I lower my head and make myself as small as possible, back by the cot Luna and I were just sitting in. You can speak, everyone here is family. My head shoots up at the Luna's words, but I don't get to question them when the healer starts to speak. There was a significant amount of damage from the wood. The Alpha's entire oblique muscle on his left side will more than likely have permanent damage. Splinters also pierced his kidney, part of his liver, the lower lobe of his lung, and his intestines. He has a lot of healing to do, and after. I don't recommend he remains in the Alpha position. You boys should prepare yourselves. She gives the twins a serious look. This is not a suggestion. For now, he is stable, and we are monitoring him hourly. He has not opened his eyes yet, but I believe he will when he's ready. Let us know if anything happens or changes. She looks each of us in the eyes, then turns and leaves, taking the buffer of her neutral presence with her. I stayed against the wall next to the cot, wishing it was on the wall closest to the door, not the furthest. I just want to leave. My chest still hurts, and I know it's not from the fight with the Alpha or being thrown by him. It's from seeing them. I don't know why the Luna wants me here. This just isn't my place. I take a deep, slow breath and steel myself to just move towards the door. It won't go unnoticed, and it will be super awkward. I turn and start walking. Skylar McCain, stop right there. You will stay in this room until the Alpha wakes up. He needs you. Why? I ask, still facing the door. My voice is more confident than I expected. I have a team to organize and patrols to work out. I need to coordinate with Delta Kyle, and I am going to be bombarded with questions from people in the waiting room. Please let me do my job. Your job is here right now, and you can organize everything from this room. Don't run away from us. She doesn't sound angry or sad. She sounds hollow, all business. Now I am angry. It licks up my insides like a flame, and I see red. My wolf is letting her anger seep into mine as well. She has felt just as betrayed as I have. Wolves are pack animals. They need their pack, and she was just as betrayed by them as I was. This woman has been like my mother for a very long time, but when push came to shove, it was not me she chose to protect. You have made it very clear where I fall in your list of priorities, Luna. I have not run yet, and I don't intend to. This is my pack just as much as it is yours. Why would I want to stay in the company of people who openly despise me, think that I'm a traitor, and would sacrifice my pack? I did my duty. My alpha is safe and protected. I am not needed here. I will send Gamma Brett to stay with you. I think you need to be with someone at all times until the alpha wakes up. And as we are all aware, no one from the pack is allowed to mind link with me. So I cannot coordinate with anyone while I am here. I turned to leave again, feeling very much like the teenager I never really got to be. But proud for sticking up for myself for once. I love them all, but it's not enough right now. They need to love me the same amount in return. Firm hands grab my shoulders and I stiffen. He doesn't try to move me, just keeps me from opening the door. I take a breath in and that's when I noticed it. I can smell Cam's thick citrus smell, but faintly blending with that is her. The smell might be a day or so old, but it's there on his skin. He's been with her. They probably both have. It takes everything from me not to let the tears behind my eyes fall. I took another deep breath, willing them back, and it was a terrible idea. Please stay tiny. He wants you here. I shrug his hands off. If you put your hands on me again, I will remove them with the weapons you gifted me. And we have had this conversation before, Cameron. We are not friends. Only my friends get to use nicknames. And get to touch you, apparently, Kota says bitterly. I turn sharply. So we're going to do this now? Fine. Everyone knows you haven't been allowed to touch me. Talk to me, or in general, come near me. Kota rolls his eyes. It pisses me off. Had sex with Kaylee in the last 2 days? I go directly for the lowest blow and look between the two of them, just staring at me open-mouthed. I don't know what you're talking about. I narrow my eyes. Remember, I can smell the difference between you two. You may dress and act the same for everyone else, but you can't hide from me, Dakota. Do you think I wouldn't smell her all over you? Go be a hypocrite to someone else. They both have the decency to look ashamed at least. Even the Luna stays silent. None of them explain or defend themselves. I don't break the silence. They can live in this awkward moment forever. I have time, apparently. Skylar, you don't understand. This is so complicated. So many more things are at play here that you realize. Cam, always the placating one. I just laugh. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know if there is some way that Kaylee can listen in on their conversations, but I don't want her knowing we suspect her and her father of this whole fucked up situation. We still haven't put all the pieces together yet either. I know there is something I am missing. Please stay. Just until he wakes up. He wants you here for a reason. Luna Ava is pleading with me, still tucked under Kota's arm. Why am I even considering this? None of them deserve my help or consideration right now. So why can't I just storm out like my logical brain wants me to? I groan. Fine. I need some things so I can work. Some of us do spend every waking minute taking care of this pack, not just pandering to the princess every want and need. If I am in this room, I am his protection detail. No one comes in without my say-so. I still want the Gamma here for the Luna. Beta Daniel can be your go-between to get you guys set up to run the pack. Mateo should begin working as your Beta as well, learning the ropes since you guys are all being thrust into this sooner than expected. I want 2 of my warriors at the doors to this wing and at the hospital entrance. If you can't handle my demands, then I am leaving. Cam and Kota don't even look at each other before they nod. Whatever you need, Skylar, Cam says, and it sounds so patronizing. But it's what I asked for. I think we are going to need a bigger room. I'll just step out and… You stay put. You do not leave this room until Gamma Brett is with you. No offense, but I don't even want you going to the bathroom alone. This is the perfect time for anyone to try and attack you, and if you get hurt or worse, The shock and pain might kill the alpha. Her hand flies to her mouth. Clearly, this is not something any of them considered based on all of their looks. I just roll my eyes. The most efficient way to kill an alpha is to take out the Luna first. This is why I get paid the big bucks and apparently get no sleep. You aren't my first Luna detail, and it can get pretty bad. I would like to avoid the worst possible scenarios. I rub my eyes. Are you going to get everyone set, or should I figure that out? Gamma Brett is on his way, and Beta Daniel is out in the lobby waiting for orders from the boys. Luna Ava chimes in. What else do you need? I will contact my team, and they can coordinate with Delta Kyle and get warriors on the doors. I also would like Lenny here in the hospital to prepare food for all of you. She's the only one I trust, and having her here will make it easier to protect her. Have Beta Daniel go and get her. Everyone close to you will need to be protected from whatever the fuck you all got yourselves into. I am not holding back my absolute irritation anymore, I guess. I'm also a masochist, and I want to see if they put a warrior on Kaylee. Alright, she just continues to go down. I'm stuck at the hospital until the alpha wakes up. Or until I can find a legitimate reason to just walk out. This is what I need. I go through what I need from my team. They help me fill in any blanks and get a solid plan set. They divvy up and take on tasks like we always do on a mission. This well-oiled machine just operates, and I couldn't be more thankful for all of them just going with everything that has been thrown at them since we got here. You are too f-king nice. I would have punched them both in the teeth. So helpful, Lil. Elena said to go with my gut, and I am. Let me know when everyone is set. I also have Lenny coming to the hospital to keep her safe, and so she can take care of the Alpha family personally. You guys are out of luck for prepared meals for a little while. I would also like a laptop with all your best access, Nathaniel. I'm going to need to have something to do while I am stuck here, or I might bust some heads. I might as well be on surveillance duty. Of course they all laugh at me. I'm usually too antsy to do the sit-down surveillance stuff. This is going to suck. I'll sneak you in some whiskey, Midge. That will take the edge off, or make me more violent. I appreciate the thought, Wyatt. So does that mean the birthday barbecue is off? Gina asks. I guess, unless I get some kind of get-out-of-jail card, I'm stuck here. And we are all on mission right now, so it's not great timing. On it. Wait. Lil, what does that mean? None of them answer me. F-curs. I go back to sitting on the cot and lean my back up against the wall, pull my knees up to my chest and just stare at the Alpha. The three of them want me here, fine, but I don't have to play nice and friendly. I want to link Sam and Oliver, but the twins don't know that I can yet, and I don't want to slip them information they shouldn't or wouldn't know. They do deserve an update from me, though. I rub my hands over my face. I have to play this right, and to do that, I need to know what kind of hold Kaylee and Kevin really have on them. But I don't know if these three will be able to tell me anything anyway. I decide to let Oliver and Sam know what's going on, but make sure they know they can't interfere unless they get directions from the twins, Luna, or their dads. Naturally, they were both pissed. My team is organizing. I decided to start a conversation. Luna Ava has pulled up a chair next to the Alpha and is holding his hand and stroking his cheek. The way she looks at him is so amazing. I know it isn't just the mate bond pulling her towards him. They are so in love it makes me jealous. I can't wait for someone to look at me like that. What is the status of the Gamma and Lenny? My warriors are in place and haven't seen them yet. I don't take my eyes off the Alpha. Gamma Brett just got here with her. There was a complication at the pack house. Cam says. What did Kaylee want? Access to your rooms at the pack house or access to the hospital? I say in a bored tone. Nothing she does surprises me anymore. Here, Dakota huffs out and scratches the back of his neck. Look, I don't care what choices you have made. I have no control over you or have any right to make requests of you. But if she is here, then I will not be, period. Skylar calm pleads. But before he can continue, Gamma, Brett, and Oliver walk in the door. What are you doing here? Again, not holding anything back, I stare past the Gamma and at my troublemaking friend. Dad said everyone close to the Alphas needed a protection detail. I am here for you. He gives me that half smirk and a wink that tells me I am not going to win this argument, but he really wants me to try. Then he saunters over and sits right next to me, close enough for every inch of my left side to touch his right. I also caught Lil on the way in, and she said to give you this. He hands me a backpack, and now I know I'm in for trouble. I can guarantee she told him about our conversation, and they are conspiring together. He just smiles wider as I take it. I open it slowly. I'm almost afraid of what I will find. Lil has been known to pack some prank stuff on missions, especially if it's long and drawn out like this one. Gamma, Brett, we are going to need a bigger room if all of us are going to be here with the Alpha. Do you know if the hospital has a space that can house us all? The Luna asks. Not off the top of my head, I'll go ask. He thumbs over his shoulder and starts to head towards the door. I'll come with you. I need to stretch my legs. She jumps up from her chair. Boys, let me know if anything, and I mean anything, changes while I am gone. The twins nod. I pull out my laptop and set it next to me, ignoring the surge of testosterone in the room. That at least I was expecting. Then a change of clothes and basic toiletries. That had to be Gina. The next is a little velvet bag. I look at Oliver with an eyebrow raised. He just stares back. He knows what this is, but won't give anything away. I pull the drawstring open and peer inside. It's the twins' bracelets, one with a blue thread and one with a green thread woven into it. You sure you can tell them apart, Biddy? That's a stupid question, Gamma. It's now or never then. You may not get another uninterrupted time with both of them. You set me up? Who else? Besides, I don't know if they will fight you in here. No one is watching. They don't have to put on a show. I look at him curiously, and then just nod. I take both bracelets out and take a deep breath, then stand. As I look over at the twins, they are watching Oliver and I curiously, and I try to think about what we might look like from the outside. I guess I can see what Gina and Lil were saying about it not being a surprise if we are mates. We are really close, but I also thought I was close to the twins and Sam too. So who knows what rumors are flying around anymore. I walk over to them and pull Luna Ava's chair, so I am sitting in front of both of them. Oliver is right behind me. I know to pull me out of the way if they start to thrash like Mateo did. They say nothing, but look a mix between terrified and confused. Blue and green eyes scrutinizing every movement I make. I hold up the bracelets. I made these for you. I made them for all you guys. I point at Oliver, who shows his. I'm not going to lie to you because I think that has been done enough. They do have magic attached to them, but it is for your protection. I hope that you take them willingly, but I will force you if I have to. They both just continue to stare at me. I will not beg and plead. They have about 30 seconds before I move, and I know Oliver will back me up. They were warned and should know better than to test me. Skylar, please don't do this. You don't know what you're asking. Cam starts. I hold up my hand. Easy way or hard way, that's all I need to know. Sky, we can't. If you are trying to use magic, then you know we can't. You know what's happening. Coda tries. 3, 2, 1. I count down. Then I toss the bracelets up and spring forward, slide between their chairs and pin a wrist each to the arm of the chair. Oliver slides Coda's on first, and then struggles with Cam's, who's moving his fingers wildly at my touch. I start the incantation the second Cam's bracelet crosses his fingers. They are both struggling and grunting. Oliver is putting all of his weight into Coda's chair, holding him down and sliding us completely into the corner and smashing me between the thin, sharp plastic. I cry out, but don't stop the incantation. Oliver looks at me worried. I just shake my head. We can't worry about me right now. I will heal. They need the focus right now. I can't let go of their arms, but I have enough magic flowing now to keep Cam in his seat, although he is doing a good job fighting me. Repeat it, please. Talk to Oliver if you can't talk directly to me, but say the words PLEASA. I growl out between clenched teeth. I have started to sweat and feel really nauseous. Dakota gets the words out and we all start to vibrate. I have chills running through my whole body. Every time Cam opens his mouth, he seems to choke on his words. I cried out this time. Cameron, please. Another sob racks through my body. Do this for me, please. I dig my nails in his arm, holding on for dear life. He finally whispers the words, and the searing pain is worse than when Callie put silver in my whip wounds. Just like then, I throw up everything in my stomach, which isn't much, thanks to skipping lunch during the drama with the alpha. But my stomach doesn't get the memo, and I continue to dry heave. My hands are molded to the twins' arms. I couldn't let go if someone tried to rip my hands off. Both twins heave forward, dragging me with them. All of us hit the floor on our knees. Then a black mist starts to pull from their mouths, like a demon leaving their bodies. It swirls up and away from us. I don't know how long this goes on for, but I can feel my energy being forcefully drained out of me, through my hands and into their arms. Then all noise stops. It's like being in a decompression chamber, heavy and disconcerting, while also being comfortable. I have a kind of out-of-body experience, as I feel my sweaty fingers peel off the twins and my body starts to slump forward. I know it's happening, but have no control over my body to stop the movement that's happening. Then everything goes black. I hear that incessant beeping. Why am I always waking up to beeping? What the fuck? I mumble, and my tongue feels like sandpaper. I need water. I smell honey, which is expected, but then citrus and cinnamon too. I take another deep inhale and instantly feel my body relax, and my mind clear. I blink my eyes open, but I'm sluggish. My body doesn't want to move. I'm sitting on the cot, my back against a pillow, and my head is on a shoulder. Cam is on my right, leaning into me. Oliver on my left, as my pillow and Coda is on the floor, his head tilted back on a pillow in front of my knees. I smile at the déjà vu. I look ahead and see Alpha Lucas is still asleep, where we left him yesterday. I scan across the room, my warrior senses telling me I'm being watched, which is probably what woke me up and see Luna Ava looking at us intently. Gamma Brett standing close to her, arms crossed, leaning on the wall. I can't read his face at all. A glass of water appears in front of my face, blocking my view for a second and breaking the staring contest we were having. Drink, Biddy, and then you can tell all of us what the hell that was. Because that was the scariest fucking thing I have ever seen. That was worse than finding you in the locker room, half dead. I feel Cam stiffen next to me. Did he not know that? Or does he just not like that Oliver got to me? I don't remember a thing about who was there that night. Coda takes a deep breath in and sits up stiffly, rolling his head on his shoulders. Oliver places the cup at my lips, and I take a long pull of water and close my eyes to savor the cool sensation on my tongue. It feels like I haven't had a drink in a week. I take another, partly to stall. When I open my eyes again, there are 5 sets looking back at me. I don't know what that was. Nothing like that happened with the rest of them. I wave my heavy hand, gesturing towards Oliver. How many times have you done that? Gamma Brett asks. Used magic, I mean. A lot. Yep, super intelligent right now. Did you know that was going to happen? He points up, and my jaw drops. There in the center of the ceiling is a huge black burn mark about 8 feet in diameter. No, I scoff. Again, nothing like this happened with anyone else. I thought it might have been more intense because it was the two of them together. That's all. I go to sit up, but I can't move my body. What's wrong with me? I ask. I feel like I got hit by a bus and then backed over a couple of times. Whatever you did took a lot of energy. Your lips went blue again. I'm really over that look on you, by the way. Then you collapsed, and they couldn't get up for a while, but didn't pass out. He points to the twins. Before you ask, you've been out for about 12 hours. What do you think that is? I ask him like no one else is in the room. He has been helping me with my magic and seems to understand it better than I do. My real theory? I nod. I think it's whatever has been possessing these douchebags. I think your spell was stronger than the one placed on them, but there wasn't room for both and you literally ripped it out of them. And it is currently hanging over our heads like a big black cloud stuck to the ceiling. I look back up at the mark. I don't feel any magic radiating off of it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Just another thing to ask Elena about. I don't feel any magic in the room at all. I would think that I should be able to feel the presence on Alpha Lucas now that I can focus on him. You wanna explain this too, Smalls? Coda holds up his wrist. Or am I not allowed to call you that anymore? Let's work back to the nicknames. The indecisiveness you both have about being friends with me has given me emotional whiplash. The tattoos seem to be an addition to the spell, but only for you 5. I got a matching one, too. I hold up my wrist, showing the cuff I now have with a crescent moon layer as the outer edges. Quarter moon bands just inside that, then half moon bands with a full moon band in the center. As I look at mine, the moons get progressively bigger, like the full moons are closer to me. None of the warriors got a tattoo to go with their protection bracelet. How many times have you done this spell? A lot, actually, and what happened last night was insane. I need to see the alpha. Somebody help me up. Hold up. You saved everyone else before us? You don't want to pick that fight, Dakota. Oliver says, standing next to me, giving me his hand. The hell I don't. Why would you come for us last? Is he serious right now? Let me check your dad first, and I will tell you why you two are the low men on my totem pole. I take Oliver's hand and stumble a bit. Cameron catches my other arm. I am really messed up. These healing abilities of mine really need to come into play right now. That's it. What? I think I know why I feel like Shesti, at least. I think my healing powers were siphoned off to get rid of whatever that Shti is. I point at the ceiling. I'm probably healing normally now. Luna Ava looks over at the twins. Boys, I need to talk to Skylar now. Alone. She holds up a hand before they can protest. Brett, Oliver, you too. Go now, please, but stay close. Do not wander. Skylar is right, and we're all safest here right now. Oliver and Cam don't let go right away. I'll be okay. Just stay close so I can sense you. I don't look at either of them. I was talking to Oliver, but that would probably start another argument. I shift, so I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I just feel weak. Everything is achy, and I want to sleep, but I need to hear what she has to say. She's gotta give me something. Fill in some gaps, right? Reluctantly, the twins let their gammas push them out the door. Luna, we will be right here. I want to know if anything happens. Gamma Brett pins her with a stare. Of course. She waits until the door is closed, then walks over and wraps me in a hug. I am so sorry, sweet girl. None of this was supposed to happen. I don't return it, but I don't pull away either. I need answers. Now, I think Lucas should tell you. Huh. She walks me next to him, and his eyes are open. When the hell did that happen? I ask, shocked. While you were all sleeping. There is a lot to tell you, and not a lot of time. Your gamma is not going to leave you alone for long, especially while you are still vulnerable. I'm surprised Brett was able to get him to walk out the door. What do you mean, my gamma? Skylar, sweetheart, we've known for a while that you are our next Luna. I don't know why you don't see it. The fuck? How do you know? No one knows until the twins find their mate. There are a lot of reasons it's not important right this second. Just know that you are and your troubles aren't over. Now, you need to know that Kevin is dangerous, more dangerous than we ever realized. She looks down at the alpha. He grabs my hand. His is cold and clammy. Now what you would expect for a big, strong alpha. You have to understand that they took my family, my whole world, and I had to get them back at any cost. I was young and desperate. I didn't have the strength that you do to fight and push through my troubles. I sought the easiest way to save them. He's talking in riddles. Save who? What are you talking about? I'm so frustrated and tired right now. They took my Luna. They took her when she was pregnant with the boys. My whole world was just gone. They were hidden, and no one was able to track them, and I couldn't sense her, but I knew she wasn't dead. We thought it might be magic, so I found a witch who was willing to help me, for a price. Wait, someone took you? I couldn't help myself. She just nods. Did they hurt you? Hurt the twins? I mentally smack myself. Stop interrupting and stop caring. Just listen. No, I wasn't hurt, but they threatened to, unless Lucas gave them what they wanted. They wanted full control of my pack, and I couldn't let that happen. But I couldn't let them hurt my Luna either. This witch, Adrielle, helped me find my family, but her price was our daughter. WHAT? Just listen. When we had a daughter, she had some premonition that we would. She wanted us to force a mate bond with her son. I thought I could outsmart her. We knew we were having 2 boys, and she didn't want them, so I agreed, thinking we just would not have any more kids. Which tore us both up, but we had to do what was necessary to save our pack. She said our daughter would be special, get her wolf and her abilities very early and have natural control and leadership over the pack. It was also predicted that once mated she would gain and give additional abilities to her mate. After I found out about your wolf and saw you with my boys, I started to wonder. Luna Ava cut in. Then Reggie recognized something in you and odd things kept happening to you and around you. You think getting beat within an inch of my life and left for dead twice was odd? She held her hand up to stop me. I started to wonder if it wasn't our biological daughter, but the daughter that we would gain as Cameron and Dakota's mate and Luna. Anyone with eyes can see you are special and have a special bond with all those boys. But I knew when Oliver came to you that he's your gamma. You are the next Luna. You are what Adrielle wants, and apparently she's not the only one. I have it on good authority that Kevin and Kaylee are working with her. How they met, I don't know, but you know what they have done. You and your team have been smart enough to keep up with them. Kevin wants the power. Kaylee wants the boys, and they have been using more and more magic to gain that. As you found, magic comes at a cost. Right now, I have kept all of the attention on me. Kevin has only placed spells and hexes on me, thinking he can control everyone through me. You can break this cycle. He stares and realization hits. N-O. There is no way. After everything, you cannot ask that. The magic surrounding me will break. That won't stop what's coming for you. And the pack needs to be ready. Kevin would see the pack fall, hoping to build up from what's left. There won't be anything left. Just promise that you will give Cameron and Dakota a chance. Swear you won't reject them when the mate bond takes effect. I shake my head. Tears are starting to fall. After everything and the stuff with Kaylee, that's a lot to ask. Please, you are my only chance to do right. No one else will be able to go through with it. My heart is breaking and my stomach is in my feet. I'm shaking my head. Please, sweet girl, I have no right to ask you anything, but I am begging you, break this spell. Please, he's crying, and Luna is next to me, an arm around my shoulder. She takes my hand and places it on his chest. You can do this. Save us, please. I let out a wail and just cried, but I didn't pull my hand out from under hers. I love you, sweet girl. Take care of my boys. I close my eyes and just pray to the moon goddess to take him and free him. I have no idea what I'm doing, but a warmth surges through my hands, and the incessant beeping just flatlines. Luna lets out a cry and collapses on me. The door bangs open. Gamma Brett grabs her. Oliver scoops me up, and the twins run to their dad. What happened? They don't need to ask. We all felt it. Alpha Lucas is gone. The new Alpha bond formed immediately. What needed to be done? Gamma Brett said. You know magic was being used against us, through the Alpha. He and Ava made a decision, and it's the right one, to save us all. He's holding Ava tightly to his chest while she silently cries. I can't even call her Luna in my mind anymore. Skylar, how are you, honey? That was a lot for your young shoulders to bear. Oliver holds me, sitting on the cot, just stroking my back. Wait, you helped? Dakota sounds broken. Why would you help him do this? He's crying now, not trying to hold anything back. Because he asked me to. I sniffle. It was the only way to break the spell without also killing Ava. He chose to die willingly for her. The two of you and the pack. Kevin's not as smart as he thinks, and he didn't curse all of us. Once the Alpha figured that out, it was just finding the means for him to sacrifice himself, while also making sure you guys could survive. Killing an Alpha is not easy, and Kaylee in her jealousy gave us the opportunity. What do you mean? Cam's still standing by his father's head. His tears are floating in his eyes, unshed. You can't tell me this is a good thing. Kaylee can't get rid of Sky or her effect on this pack, no matter what she does. Sky's legacy runs deep. Kaylee tried to sabotage the trials, which Kevin intended to use to weaken the warriors, to harm Skylar. It backfired and hurt Lucas enough that even in her weakened state, Skylar was able to help him pass, painlessly, to the moon goddess and transfer pack control. With your bracelets, she can't cast anything else on you. Elena made sure of that, and Skylar made sure it's permanent with the branding you all received. Ava sits up and takes a deep breath. I need to contact Alpha Reggie. This is going to be the beginning of a lot of things. The pack will know the boys are Alpha now. We may be able to hold Kevin and Kaylee at bay if we keep the events of Lucas's death quiet. He was injured and had complications from that. We need to get Kevin to reveal how he's getting his magic and using it. I can tell you what he's using, I just can't tell you where it is. My team has been looking for it for a few days. There is a pentagram with a candle designed to burn forever in the center. We have to snuff the candle, but can't cross into the pentagram. Gina and I saw the same thing when Mike had us locked up. If you cross it, your life force powers the spell. We were instructed to take out as many of Mike's guys as possible to weaken the spell. I believe it's part of the issue with Sense too, which means it's been in the pack for a while. At least since our warriors found those Luna's fingers. What do we do? Cam and Coda do that twin tandem talk thing. You lead, Mike is coming. The Rogue King is coming. Alpha Reggie will be here, but he has his own family and pack to protect. You can't rely on him. Now is the time to man up. You don't get another summer. You have to figure it out. Brett is stern like one of my elite instructors. They both just nod. Then Cameron asks, "What about Skylar and Kaylee?" I growl, my wolf making her presence known. You say my name and hers in the same sentence again, and I will rip your lips off. I say. Coda puts his hands up. Got it? We just know she's a problem, and you are usually her go-to target. That's all. I need to check in with my team. And just so we are all clear, they will be brought up to speed on everything. I look at Ava and Brett, letting them know I mean everything. I think you guys should do the same with Mateo and Sam. You need to be on the same page. Ava's right. Mike will come for Gina and I. And he is more than likely the reason we are trapped here with limited outside communication. How do you know it's limited? Cam asks. I glare. I just thought we have done a decent job of keeping that under control. That's all. You both are idiots if you think you or Lucas had any control over the elite warriors that are here. Kevin is even dumber for thinking he could control wolves who aren't in this pack just by controlling the alpha. We have outside orders that supersede anything a pack alpha would or could give us. I have basic outside communication with Assistant and Nicholas on a regular basis from any distance. The last few weeks, it's been spotty at best. I have had contact with Elena recently, telling me there is a magic bubble of sorts around our pack. We are the target. We are not the target. You and maybe Gina are the target, Brett says. What do you mean Skylar is the target? Now all three of the boys in the room are speaking together. Skylar is special. We all know it. Mike figured it out. He wants her too. In that instance, you are lucky for the beating you took. He looks at me. He's going to let me dictate how much I tell or confirm to the twins. I need to know if they know I am supposed to be their mate, but that's a weird question to ask, and I don't really care right now. Instead of saying anything, I just nod. I have a few theories, but if you're right and he's here just waiting, he now has the opportunity to strike on the pack. We need to make sure everything is doubled and fortified. Way ahead of you. The Warriors doubled patrols the day we were told about the trials. Being mandatory for all Warriors was kind of a giveaway that they were trying to weaken us. This isn't our first rodeo. I have already replaced the twins, Mateo, Sam, and Oliver in the rotation. If I know my team as well as I think I do, they have replaced my route as well. Alpha Reggie has been updated. Alpha Reggie knows. How does he already know? Cameron asks the room. I told you my reach with the Warriors is far. I have to be 3 steps ahead of my enemy, or I die. What are you guys taught at your camp? To knit? You should have thought of that. He should be here in 3 days. He has a family issue. His daughter and youngest son have been traveling abroad with Assistant's mom and want to come home. But nobody wants that. I stand. I need to pace. I am sad and angry and confused all at the same time. I really need to use the ALF. Lucas Gym. That was always the best place to hit things and think. Well, okay then. Since you seem to be large and in charge, what's next, boss lady? Dakota is about to be my next punching bag. I need to go home and debrief my team, and we figure out where this F-King pentagram is. We need to move you and your team back into the pack house, Biddy. You can't be on the other side of town. You are too close to the border, too. We've been fine, and being on the border helps with patrols and checking in with Elena, Osistin, and Alpha Reggie. Cameron scrubs his face with his hands. What do you need us to do? Since you clearly have thought this through. I agree with Oliver. If you and Gina are targets, you need to be in the center of the pack. We will get the pack house set up to move you and your team in. I roll my eyes at him. I'm just used to odd things happening to me and needing to react. I look right at Ava. She doesn't look away, though. I guess prepare for your dad's celebration. Go over everything with the betas. Mike's attack is coming. We need to be ready. Ready to fight and ready for them to hold out. He's crazy and narcissistic, but he is patient. He will wait for us to starve or fight amongst ourselves. That's how he caught me the first time. Whatever you do, keep Oliver with you at all times. I'm sure that's not a hard ask. He mumbles the last part, and I find I'm not angry at the jealousy. It actually gives me a sick satisfaction. And I do want your team in the pack house in the next 48 hours. He pins me with a look, daring me to argue. I'm still pacing in front of Oliver. It's not an unreasonable ask. It's what I would do if the situations were reversed. I just don't want to be there if Kaylee has found a way to move herself back in. If her scent is all over our floor, I may have to move downstairs. Let me talk to my team. We will need a place to set up. Our surveillance is pretty extensive now, and Nathaniel is going to be pissed about having to move it and reset it again. I huff a laugh to myself. You can use my office. I won't be needing it. Ava pins me with a look. She's meddling, trying to force me into a proximity with the twins. Ava, don't do that. It's no better than what Kevin has done with Kaylee. It wasn't my intention. It's yours now, anyway. Use it as you see fit. She looks away from me. I won't let her push me at the twins. Everything they said about being mates may be true, but until I'm 18, it's just theories. I walk over to Lucas. He looks so peaceful, like he's just asleep. His inky black hair, the exact same shade as the twins, is all disheveled, but handsomely so. Even though I can't see them, I can picture his kind blue eyes, the feature he gave to Dakota. I lean forward to kiss him on the forehead. I love you too. I just stayed there for a few moments. No one else talks or tries to interrupt or interject. I take one last inhale of his comforting scent, pressing my forehead to his. I forgive you, Lucas. I stand and walk out of the room, not looking at anyone and knowing Oliver is going to be a permanent shadow. We head down the hallway, and I'm not really thinking about who we would come into contact with, walking out the front door. I just wanted to check in with the warriors stationed here and make sure they follow Ava and Brett, just in case there is an attack on her for some reason. Now that Lucas has passed. We pass through the massive double doors out to the waiting area, and a blur of blonde comes running at us. WHATTHFCKWERE. YUDOINGBA. No one is allowed to be back there with the Alpha family while they grieve. She's screeching, and Oliver is at my side in seconds. Skylar was seen because of the sabotage to the obstacle structure as well. Well, damn, Oliver. Just call her out. I like this. I can smell the Alphas. You were near them too. Of course we were, you moron. Lucas was attacked. I am in charge of patrols and security. I needed to meet with the Alphas to verify safety protocols. It feels good to just lash out. This might be a thing I can't stop. HOWDARE. YOU? YOUARESPEKINGTO YOURFUTURLUNA GTOUTOFM YW. A Y. She moves to push me, and I can feel Oliver adjust next to me, but I'm too quick for both of them. I grab her arm at the wrist and move in so our noses are almost touching. She gasps. We have had this conversation. You are not my Luna. You never will be, and if you think about touching me, talking to me, or planting evidence to blame me again, I will rip your hair out strand by strand. Are we clear? You psychotic B-teach. She snarls back and pulls her hand back to slap me. But every move she makes looks like slow motion to me. I shove her away from me and slap her hard enough to hit the floor. I take it back. You touch me again and I will deliver each and every abuse you have ever bestowed upon me. Then I will rip your hair out strand by strand rand. I look at the warriors. She goes nowhere near the Alpha family. She is currently a suspect in the attacks on the pack. Make sure everyone knows. Thank the goddess the elite warriors are made of strong stuff, because Kaylee was at least smart enough to not follow Oliver and I. But the minute we were not in her eyesight, she started ripping into him, I mind-linked him to apologize for leaving him with that hot mess. You need to move into the pack house, Biddy. It's important, especially now. Why now? I think we both know why now. But it'll also piss off Cam and Coda if you do it because I asked. I'll think about it. There really is a lot to do, and I'm not the only person to think about. We need to find that pentagram. It is huge. Robbie told us that once you step into it, you become a part of the spell. Your life force literally becomes a part of its power source. At least we know that none of you guys walked through the pentagram, because I think that fighting against my spell might have killed you. Wait, what? You weren't sure and you just experimented on us? We didn't know about the pentagram until after I set you and Sam free. The focus was just releasing you from the Alpha Command, really, and keep you from being susceptible to more magical attacks. This is why I don't do more than what I'm told to by Elena. There are a few things she says I can play around with, but magic is no joke, and those who wield it have a responsibility. It's kind of scary. You seem to be walking better now. You all healed? And don't lie. I'm okay, still sore, but I didn't get hit by anything but Lucas. I'm surprised he was even able to save me, being under the spell. He was ready to kill me when you kissed me. So were the twins. They knew. Knew what? They knew I was going to kiss you. I told them flat out I wanted to see if you could feel it. You have your warrior brand, but it's only partial and you aren't 18. But everything else has happened to you early, so it was a logical question. He shrugs. You're my Luna and have been for at least 2 years. With all the ST you have been through, and the more that I find out, the more I feel like I failed you. He scrubs his hands over his face. You didn't fail because you didn't know. I didn't tell anybody because it was my problem to handle. That's what I thought anyway. I shrug. And you need to keep that Luna stuff to yourself. No joking about it or teasing the twins. I don't know how I feel about the idea. Lucas and Ava mentioned the same thing before he died. I can't wrap my head around that with everything else right now. They called me a traitor when they had evidence that Kaylee was the problem right in front of them. Like they couldn't see or hear anything I was actually saying. You're not going to reject them, are you? You are this pack's Luna. We need you. They will pull their heads out of their asses soon enough. You think they can manage to do that before one of them gets Kaylee pregnant? He stops and grabs my arm. What are you talking about? They haven't slept with her since her massive tantrum at the mall when we took you for your birthday forever ago. There's no way they aren't sleeping with her. I could smell her all over them, on Cam's skin. How else would her scent get on him like that? Because she's a leech and literally attaches herself to their arms whenever she can. She's been showing up at the pack house every morning, pretending to help Ava. Since you have several warriors housed in all the guest rooms at the pack house, she hasn't been able to convince anyone to let her move back in. I told you they have cut themselves off as much as possible. I think that's how they were fighting the effects of the spell. They only left the pack house when it was absolutely necessary. They dress and act exactly the same, and they both even started to answer to both of their names, just to throw everyone off. I still feel numb, less angry at them for that infraction anyway. We walked up the steps to the porch of my team's house. They are all waiting inside, pretending to work. None of them have left wanting to hear what happened after we went to the hospital. Have you found out anything about this pentagram and candle? I ask, wanting to see if they'll just not talk about the last day and a half. I am not that lucky. You have lost your F-king mind, thinking we are going to talk about that bullshit. Were you injured too? Why were you there for so long? What happened to the Alpha? There are rumors everywhere, but nothing is consistent. Start talking, now. I can't talk if you're asking questions, dumbass. No, I wasn't injured in the obstacle fall. Not really, anyway. Lucas pushed me out of the way and took the force of the thing falling on his whole body. So even possessed, he was able to break through that and save me. Complications from his injuries is why he passed. That's the story we are telling the pack. You all are going to need to sit down for the full story. None of them hesitate to sit down. They don't even question Oliver being here with me. I go through everything that has happened since the collapse of the structure. The only part I leave out is all of them being mated to the twins' stuff. It was a little hard to navigate the prophecy part and keep me out of it, though. I don't want anyone's opinions on the matter, good or bad. I'm sure they all have varying thoughts on how my relationship with the twins has played out over my lifetime. And the very reason we're even staying in this house is because they couldn't acknowledge the truth right in front of them. The next thing is, now that the spell is broken and we are safe from that, Cameron and Dakota would like us to move back into the pack house. They believe Gina and I are the target for Mike. They gave me 48 hours to convince you all to move our whole operation. Ava said that we could use the Luna's office as our headquarters for surveillance. I wouldn't mind the move, again, but those two are going to get their asses beat. Don't try and stop me either. Lil pointed at me like I argued. Hey, get in line. It's kind of long right now. I roll my eyes at her. We spent the rest of the day packing up everything. They didn't hesitate, because it's for our safety. Nathaniel complained about the whole process and gave us each a very specific piece of equipment to be in charge of for the move. He wanted to set up all of the flat surfaces at the pack house first, so the move was quick. The twins said he could do whatever he needed to make it work. They were going to regret making that blanket statement very soon. It took a week to get the pack house ready for my team. We had to adjust and move warriors from the pack house into our house on the border to make space for us. Moving one person at a time was painfully slow, but necessary. We had to get Nathaniel here and set up first, so there was only hours of downtime from surveillance, not days. After several arguments, I also gave up my room on the 3rd floor. I rarely used it when I was here, and I'm not interested in falling back into old habits of all the guys in my personal space all the time. My winning argument was that the whole leadership team needed to be moved into the pack house. The twins could go back to sharing a room. Someone could take the spare. The media room could be turned into a room, and then one of them could have my room. They are the leadership, and all the guys are transitioning into their roles, right along with the twins. They aren't just here to hang out and sleep on whatever flat surface is available. It's real life now. Thankfully, having Mateo and Sam on my side helped. The twins don't care about Oliver's opinion at the moment, and he and Sam think it's hilarious. Mateo is better at hiding his amusement. My whole team has taken the 2nd floor. Gina, Lil, and I are sharing a room as usual, and Wyatt and Nathaniel are sharing, which leaves the largest room for Alpha, Reggie, and Luna Ann when they get here. A room for Xander, Mina, and Oscar, and 2 rooms for their warriors. Just organizing all the people in this house has been exhausting, and we still can't get a read on the pentagram with our technology, which means we are going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and search each and every house and building in the territory. At least Gina and I have a real idea of the size and scale, so we can strategically choose places to look. We set warriors on the hunt as a part of their patrol duties. We divided the entire pack territory into a grid system on a map hanging in our makeshift war room. Wyatt is leading that project. Nathaniel is basically at everyone's beck and call, but he is focusing on Kevin, who is still missing, and anything happening outside the pack borders. Alpha Reggie should be arriving tonight, so he is using this opportunity to make sure that we can still actually see outside our borders, not just what is shown to use by the magic from the pentagram. It's been 2 days since we have moved back in, and I haven't seen Ava at all. I didn't expect her to be hosting and throwing parties after losing Lucas, but I am worried about her. Gina, Lil, and I were talking about her last night, and wondering if the mate bond break was worse than she let on at the hospital. I haven't seen Brett either, so I assume or hope that he's with her, helping her process all of this. I have never witnessed a mate bond break, so I don't know what to look for or how to help, and it makes me feel terrible for her, but I also can't focus on that. I have to trust that Brett has her and focus on the Mike and Kevin and Kaylee problems. We know there is no way Kevin just vanished, but if he's using magic, he could be hiding in plain sight. Kaylee has been less hidden, but she at least took my threat seriously for now. She walks by the pack house regularly now, but without her little minions. Or really any pack members. She just looks ridiculous. Everyone who is still here is a warrior. All of our omegas, pups, and elderly, who shouldn't be fighting, were taken by boat 2 hours down the coast, and then driven the long way around to Alpha Reggie's territory. Lenny stayed with a couple other omegas to work the kitchens for us, but they are all well trained and can protect themselves. Kaylee, quite literally, has nothing to do. No one is at the school, and she doesn't fight, so we didn't even pretend to put her on a patrol. She would just get someone hurt protecting her. Although all the warriors are aware of her homing beacon stunt, and I don't think any of them would try to protect her after that level of betrayal. Gina, Lil, and I walk into the kitchen, where a buffet-style breakfast awaits us. When I look around and don't see her, I say, I hope Lenny is getting some rest. She has been going at this non-stop for days. I know. She mentioned Mateo's birthday tomorrow, and Sam's is in a couple days too, Lil says, filling a plate. I feel bad. Turning 18 is supposed to be fun and exciting, and none of these guys will get that experience because of this war. Gina follows behind. The problem is, if it wasn't our pack, it would have been someone else's, and they might not have fared as well as we have so far. I just hope Sierra is able to come for Sam's birthday. I still haven't heard from her since she left, and that freaks me out a little. My tornado friend is not one to go dark. I would expect that from either of you, but not her. I just hope these guys can find their mates soon, with all of this shesh tea. Even the twins? Lil raises an eyebrow at me. I look away from her. I'm still processing the info Ava and Lucas gave me, and I don't know if I believe it or not. Part of me wants them to find a mate, just to prove everyone wrong so I can move on. Another part of me rages at the idea of anyone else filling that role. I avoid her question and ask my own. Should we do something on Sam's birthday? Xander, Mina, and Oscar will be here, and we can celebrate Oliver and Mateo too. What about Cameron and Dakota? What about them? You are really so angry with them that you would celebrate the rest of the guys' birthdays and not theirs? Gina scoffs. Yes, no, maybe. But I figure now that they are alphas, it would probably be a whole pack thing anyway. I shrug. No, I don't think anyone deserves to have their birthday completely looked over and avoided. It was done to me for far too long that I couldn't inflict that on anyone, not even the twins. But I am sure as hell not going to be the one to suggest or plan anything. That they don't deserve. We head out to the patio to eat. It's really weird to actually have time together. Not running patrols and training is just strange. We still have a full day though. We decided that the school is going to be our next area to search, since Kevin had unlimited access, and there is plenty of space to easily hide something the size of the pentagram. Just as we were washing up, there was a bang at the front door. We all jumped and ran. Honey, I'm home. Sierra. I ran straight into her arms. Sam is going to lose his mind when he sees you. Where have you been? I slap her on the shoulder. That is a long story that requires drinks, but I think I have something that will help you. She steps aside and I feel the air change in temperature. Elena. I walk straight into her calming embrace. She just has a way of making me feel like everything is right in the world, even when everything around me is starting to resemble a dumpster fire. Finally, girlie. It has been too long, and I'm afraid you have suffered. She holds me at arm's length and takes a full perusal of me. You have overexerted yourself, that is for sure, which is to be expected when doing magic without guidance. First things first, do you have a bracelet for Sierra here? I nod. I made one for her with a yellow strand from the bracelet she got me with the guys. I have actually carried hers with me every day, like a talisman, waiting for the day I could give it to her, because it would mean she was here with me. I fish it out of my cargo pocket. Excellent. Let's take this outside. Sierra, Lil, Gina, and I all turn to go out onto the patio behind the kitchen. We set up facing each other, and I slip the bracelet on her wrist and hold her hand. This time, when I work the spell, there is no anxiety surrounding it. The spell is actually comfortable and warm. I don't know if that is because it's Sierra, and that is just what she has always been for me, or if it's because Elena is here with me. The biggest difference is the closing of the spell. Sierra repeats the incantation back to me, but Elena added some words that I've never heard or read before. Anamkara. She doesn't explain, just watches as the tattoo forms on our wrists. It's a thin double band around her wrist, which frames the moon cycle tattoos from the boys. She's my outer layer, the first line of protection right next to Sam. I am curious how you managed to make the spell permanent on your skin. Though, that is an interesting touch, and I fully approve. It's a nice backup if your bracelets break. I was kinda hoping you could tell me about that. It only happened with my pack members and Sierra. I thought it was a pack thing until right now. Like maybe the warrior brand was the equivalent for my team. Really? Nothing happened with your team members? No. Or any of the other elite warriors I have been able to get bracelets on. The spell doesn't exhaust me, but I am tired after doing 4 or 5 of them in a row. So it's taking time getting them all done. I told you magic has its cost. Most of the time it is your energy. So you must really think through your spells and choose carefully and wisely. Gina, let me see your warrior brand, please. She holds her hand out expectantly. Gina walks forward and holds her wrist out. The little crescent shape on the inside of her wrist looks just like it always did to me. The opening of the shape towards her elbow, and the tribal-looking markings filling the center are softer than the ones in mine. Then I noticed it. Why does yours look angry? It has a red tint around all the edges, like the tattoos is fresh. I step forward and touch her brand. I don't remember them having any color before. Lil, let me see yours. Lil shows me hers, and it also has the red tint. What the hell is that? I look at Elena. I have a theory, but let's give it a couple days and see what comes of it. Next line of business will be this barrier that is up, but I think you should go greet your king. He just arrived. I didn't even hesitate. I pushed past the girls and rushed back through the house and to the front door. Alpha Reggie was barely out of the truck when I jumped at him, wrapping my arms around his neck and making a poor attempt to wrap my short legs around his waist. Hello to you too, little one. I have missed you. He hugs me back and then sets me down so I can hug Luna Ann. What? No jumping hug for me too? I laugh. Give me a couple seconds to run to the porch and I can fix that. Nope, I'm good. Just like this. Thank you very much. How are you? Really? Not great, but there isn't a whole lot in my control right now, which sucks the most. Little one. A second oversized SUV pulls up with Nicholas and Osistin in the front seats. I don't know if I have smiled this much ever. I'm so excited to see all of them. I might actually cry. I walk to each of them, though, letting them pick me up and hug me like a little doll. With them, it's the only time I don't mind feeling like a little girl being protected, and I don't know why. But it feels so great. I don't care. The back doors open, and Mina climbs out, and my eyes almost pop out of my head. No way. Are you serious? I walk up to her very small but obvious baby bump. She nods and gives me a hug. Don't be mad, but we are only here for Lucas's celebration, and then Xander and Oscar want me back at the castle for obvious reasons. Oh, goddess, Enno. I could not be mad about that. This is so great. I'm going to be an auntie. I clap my hands and bounce up and down with her. Hey, stop stirring up our kid. Xander walks around the truck. Oh, shut up. I reach up to hug him too. Then Oscar. Okay. Come inside. We need to get everyone set up, and then my team has work to do. The guys are all out working on things, but they should all be back for dinner. I haven't seen Ava since the hospital. I look over my shoulder at Luna Ann. I think Brett is with her. We haven't seen him either, but Lenny assures me she's been taking them food. Things have changed a bit since you all were here last. Alpha Reggie, you and Luna Ann will be in the same room as last time. Xander, Oscar, and Mina will be in Xander's room from last time. Nicholas and Osistin, you can have the last 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, and the rest of the warriors with you can stay at the house at the end of the block. If that's okay with you, Alpha Reggie? I look over my shoulder, just now realizing I gave instructions to people who are authorities over me. I like your plan, little one. He chuckles. When we get settled, would you have time to show me your war room, and we can get started filling you in on our own adventures? Of course. Everyone dispersed for a little while. I did take pity on Sam, and mind-linked him that Sierra was here though. I think I am just as excited to see them together as he is, because it wasn't 5 minutes before he was banging through the front door, thundering down the hallway to the kitchen. He actually hit the glass door and bounced off onto his ass, because he couldn't stop his momentum before he could open up the door. The look on his face was priceless. I don't think he felt the hit from the door or the floor. Once again, he only had eyes for my friend. The rest of the world doesn't exist for him when she's around. He clambered up from the floor and opened the door slowly and walked to her. He seems shy for some reason. I still don't know what happened the night she left, just that she left with no explanation. You're here? How? Why? Where did you go? It was an emergency. Would it make you feel better to know that I accomplished everything I needed, and I am here to stay? If you want me to. She looks down and fiddles with her fingers and her new bracelet. I have never seen either of them act shy, not even pretending. This is so weird, and yet Gina, Lil, and I aren't making a move to leave either. You're here for good? No more leaving in the middle of the night? She shakes her head. And you are going to explain the disappearing act? She nods. He walks to her and wraps her up in a hug, lifts her up and walks back into the house, her face tucked into his neck. Well, we are clearly not going to hear her story anytime soon. Lil laughs. We should actually go see if Elena is settled. I'm interested to know if she can help us find that damn pentagram. You can't sense its magic, but maybe she can, or you guys can together. We both nod. Then we all get up. As we walk back into the kitchen, Alpha Reggie and Assistant come in. Anne is up with Ava and Brett. She's taking this hard and doesn't want to be a distraction for the boys. But Brett is keeping her fed and hydrated. Hopefully, Anne will help her process this too. As much as she says she doesn't want people around, she really needs it. You should go visit her, little one. She would like that. I just shake my head. No. I haven't wanted to see her face after I took the life of her mate. No matter what he did to me, he was just laying there, helpless, and I took his life from him. She must hate me for real now. He wraps me in a hug, but doesn't say anything else on the topic. Why don't you show us this war room of yours? I'm interested in the surveillance you have set up. And you said you don't have any idea where this spell is originating from? Osistin breaks the short silence. No. That's probably the most frustrating part. We are going to check the school again today. We did a quick sweep of it, along with the Cunningham's house and the pack house. But something still feels like it's just off. And I'm missing something staring me right in the face. And I know the guys don't want us to, but I need to run the border. My wolf has been asking for days. The one thing Elena told me was to trust my instincts, and that thought won't go away. I need to run today. So I was thinking maybe if Assistant and Nicholas join us, the guys won't get super angry. I raise my eyebrows at them. Does anyone actually tell you no, little one? Nicholas asks, laughing. Not usually, except for Sierra. She tells me no and tells me what I'm going to do all the time. All right, point me toward Nathaniel and go do your run. Calm your wolf, and then we can all make the trip to the high school. Thank you, Alpha Reggie. It's Uncle here, little one. He just smiles at me, then gestures for me to lead the way. You gonna explain that one? Not a lot to explain, Gina. Mateo and I are distant relatives of his from our mom, but the greats and grands and twice removed is too complicated. So he said to call him Uncle. I just don't when I'm in a warrior capacity. That simple? Yep, he found out when they brought me to the royal pack originally. That's what Doc Sylvia kept testing for. And you never thought to mention your royalty? Seriously, Lil? How would that conversation have gone down? I don't even call myself a beta here. Why in the world would I be like, hey, I'm Skylar and I'm 5th in line to the throne? I pin her with a look. Her only response is rolling her eyes. Nathaniel, I brought you some friends. I open the door the office he's posted up in. Perfect timing. We have movement and we are going to need all hands. What do you mean? I rushed over to him. There was a group that came into view about an hour ago. He points to the screen. It's an area just outside the mainland entrance to our peninsula. Nothing hostile in appearance, and they aren't carrying anything. Wyatt and a group of guys were notified, and they are hidden but on site. But about 5 minutes ago, 10 more people showed up. They clearly know that I have cameras. Their faces are covered. But this time they were carrying something. It was big, like the size of a person. He looks at me. We got confirmation that all of our people made it to the royal pack, though. So who could it be? No idea, but we haven't heard from all of the elite warrior groups that have been outside this stupid bubble we are in. I don't even hesitate. I run out the door, Lil and Gina hot on my heels. I shift to get my full speed as I link all the warriors, telling them to be on alert. All patrols are to slow and really take in all the details of their surroundings. Anyone not on patrol is now on call and should be geared up and ready to deploy at any moment. I send the same message to pack members. We slow as we approach the area. We are currently downwind and I want to keep it that way. We may not be able to scent them, but I'm so used to not being able to scent the enemy. I don't even look for it anymore. I can see another team about 40 feet from us, closer to the center of the entrance. I open my link to everyone. We have a visual. There are 22, and there is something in the middle of the group, but I don't have a clear visual. Does anyone else? Got you covered, Midge. The way they flopped it around, it's a body that is either unconscious or dead. They have been moving in a circle for a few minutes now. Looks like they might be starting some kind of casting, but no one has said anything. I shift to my wolf again. I can't smell them, naturally, so I can't tell if they are all wolves or if some of them are casters or something else entirely. Wyatt and George make a wide arc and double back to try and trap them in. Midge, this feels like a trap, but we haven't come across anything yet. What the hell is going on? No idea, but if it's Mike, who the knows what he is thinking? We all stop as one of the group approaches the lump that is Gentry. They sit her up and pull the cloth off of her head. She looks around, but it isn't wild or frightened. She is slow and confused. She's probably drugged like Gina and I were. Oliver, we need Elena here now. Where's here? Biddy, and when did Elena get here? No time for talk. Elena is here. Came in with Reggie and the whole crew. We are on the mainland border. A group has Gentry. We have eyes on her. And I need Elena. Move your ass. I thought we said no more patrols for you, Target. Why weren't we notified of a threat? Bite me, Dakota, and get up here to help, or stay the F-fuck out of my way. There's your notification. We're coming, but you shouldn't be on patrol. Please tell me you weren't dumb enough to go alone at least. I cut them both off. I will not be lectured. When you three finally kiss and make up, remind me to be in the next pack over. Shut up, Lillian. I can't wait to put a face with those flaming red cheeks. Oscar, no. More than one, as I recall. Oscar, mission, focus. The three of them keep laughing as we stalk forward. It has to be some kind of twisted, broken part of our brains that we can joke about SX as we are heading into a hostage rescue mission. Details will be needed, and if you don't give them freely, I will enlist the help of Sierra. Never mind. I'm going to just have her ask anyway. It will be way more fun. I hate you. You know that? Not a chance. You are stuck with me, Midge. We are in position. Check in. I get confirmation from everyone else. I can feel Oliver and the twins' clothes now. One of them must have carried Elena. They are coming in fast. Nathaniel? Any signs of movement outside of this group? No, boss. You look clear from where I'm sitting. Be careful on your approach. It looks like they might be waiting for you. I look at Nicholas, and he starts to run. We all follow. The masked group only puts up half a fight, though. They take swings, but I can tell no one is really trying. Stop! I shout, and there isn't any hesitation from my group or theirs. I take a look around and see a familiar build. What the hell is going on? I walk over and rip off the hood. Robbie, what the hell are you doing? It's the only way, no more talk. Get her out of here. She won't survive for much longer, and I know she is important to you. Take them with you too. He nods at the group around him. What the F is going on? Assistant is right behind me. Damn, I forgot how fast and quiet he is. I ignore him, of course. Are they trapped by the binding spell? Robbie hangs his head. Yes, but there has to be a way to free them. You have to find a way. No offense, but no. You may have let Gina and I go, but you have had plenty of time to reach out. I don't trust you, and you shouldn't. But I told you I am trying to make this right. Mike is getting worse, and you are the only thing he is focused on. He's even cut off communication with the Rogue King. How do you know that? We don't have time for this. He knows a small group came out to do recon on your border. He doesn't know I took her. He points to Gentry in Nicholas' arms. Or brought more people. So either kill me or let me go back before he decides to search. They are here to be freed, but they can be tracked because of the spell. They need to be released completely. Figure it out or don't, but now it's on your head if they die. What the F-guck did you just say to her? Cam slides in behind me. Don't lay out threats when you can't handle the consequences. None of your business, baby alpha. He doesn't take his focus off of me. Cam growls and tries to push forward. I shoot my hand out and feel Assistant move next to me, most likely holding him back. Cam stays right behind me and places a hand on my shoulder. Mike is obviously close enough, and I can't take him down alone. I can't get out until he dies. You and your pack won't be free until he dies. Dakota walks up and places a hand on my other shoulder, letting a soft grumble out. Robbie looks at their hands on my shoulder, then back to my face. Figures. He shakes his head and then smiles and leans so close our noses touch, takes a deep breath and whispers, "See you around, baby Luna." Then he just turns and takes off. I blink and look over to Elena, leaning over Gentry. She's in good hands, but she needs a hospital. Hey boss, do we follow? Wyatt asks, and I look at Osiston. I am so out of my depth here. I took the lead because it's my pack, but it's hard not to relinquish that lead to people I have been taking orders from for 2 years now. They have more experience at this than I do. Do you trust him, little one? No, there is always something more going on. But he has also had way too many chances to hurt me, so I don't think that's his thing. He still needs me alive for now. This brought on growls from behind me. I know it's the twins, but there are more too. I just don't care enough to look. I feel so overwhelmed all of a sudden. Let him go. Round these folks up and let's take care of Gentry. We are more than likely being watched, so take them as prisoners for now, and we can figure out what this kid's game is. We need to see if they all have trackers before we leave this spot. Mike may know we have them. He may not. But we are not leading him straight to where we will keep them. I look around for Sierra. I'm hoping that her time away was spent figuring out some of this shit with her parents. I know she's here somewhere. Neither her or Sam would miss this. Sierra, where are you? I yell over the crowd. Some of these people look scared and malnourished. Her and Sam walk up to me ready to work. Please tell me your mom told you how to locate and remove the trackers that Mike puts in his people. Yeah, but it will take time. Don't you think we are exposed out here? Yes, but I don't want to move them until all the trackers are out, that we can at least control. We'll just dump them here or see if Nathaniel can hijack these two and make it look like they took off as deserters. That would be best. Okay, she says to me and then looks at the group. Does anyone else have medical training? It would be helpful to get this done quickly. A few people raise their hands, including Gina and Lil. They are both rubbing absently at their warrior brands, and I make a mental note to watch them, especially after how they looked with the spell from the bracelet. I hope I didn't do anything to harm them. Do your thing. I will work something out with Osistin for holding them when you're done. She nods and gets to work. I walk to Osistin and the twins. I guess I should probably include them too. I'm trying to avoid talking to them as much as possible, but whatever. We can't leave them here, but I also think they very well could be a plant for something else. Like a Trojan horse. I want to really check them over, but we need to get them out of here and cared for. Mike is a DAK, and no one deserves to be treated like this. Even if they chose to follow him, they didn't sign up for this abuse. Where should we put them for now? I look at the twins. They are the alphas now and should be making this decision. Why don't we put them at the school? The nurse's office has basic first aid stuff, and the kitchen can supply meals for a lot of people. We should probably expect more if this kid thinks he can just drop captives off to you. Dakota growls. What's that story anyway? Not now. It goes along with the eyes in the box Gina and I receive. I'm going to help get Gentry loaded, and then Osistin. Alpha Reggie and you guys can go over some kind of plan, now that we know Mike's close enough to drag unconscious bodies around. Nicholas was able to carry her to a truck one of the warriors drove up in order to take her to the Pack Hospital. She's conscious, at least, but that's about all the good news. Gina made quick work of locating the trackers and teaching 2 other warriors how to get them out, while Gina and Lil helped patch them up after. Apparently, Mike's doctors were not super original, and they were all in the back of the neck like Gina's and mine. I did mention to Nicholas to have our docs do a full scan to make sure they were the only trackers placed. We managed to get the 12 people left loaded into 3 vehicles and taken to the school. Nathaniel set up a security alarm system for the doors so we could lock them in the gym. I swear that boy has tech growing off of him. Cameron and Dakota figured that would be the best since the locker rooms are attached, so they could shower and use the bathroom without having a ton of warriors on duty, escorting them around. It also gave us a chance to do a quick sweep of the school for the pentagram. It's like trying to find Waldo in a Where's Waldo picture. We know it's here, right in front of us, but no one can see it yet. By the time we are done with all of the newcomers and the second sweep, then checking on Gentry, who is fast asleep with Nicholas by her side. It is almost midnight as we are pulling into the driveway. The truck is overflowing between my pack friends and my warrior friends. I am so tired that I didn't even complain when Dakota put me in the front seat between him and Cameron. I just want to sleep and shower, possibly in that order. As we all step out, ready to trudge up to bed, we hear a voice from the porch. Oh my goddess. Look at you. You look so tired and worn out. Let me take you upstairs and help you relax after your hard day. Kaylee runs up to Cam. I now realize he is her go-to. Then it hits me. She can tell them apart because they dressed differently today. I didn't see them this morning because I don't do patrols, and they were out early working on whatever it is that they do when I'm not around. I can always tell them apart, so I don't usually look at their clothes for clues. They are both wearing black basketball shorts, but Cameron has a blue t-shirt on and Dakota is wearing a green shirt with the sleeves cut off. Not now, Kaylee. We have things to deal with. The day's not done. Go home. He holds his hand up for her to keep her distance and walks past her. The rest of us follow. She just stands there, mouth open. I wonder if he's ever told her no or just dismissed her before. We head in and follow Cam to the kitchen, where he surprisingly fishes out beers for everyone. And then we silently follow him out the back door, and to the side of the pool, where there is a brick fire pit set up surrounded by Adirondack chairs. I sit between Lil and Gina, who are both still rubbing at their brands. Sam has Sierra in his lap, as usual, next to Gina. Wyatt drags Nathaniel out to sit with us. He is obsessed with finding this pentagram. I think he takes it as a personal insult that every tech thing he's tried hasn't worked yet. But he's never let us down before. Oliver, Mateo, Cam, and Coda are across from me. Someone lit the fire pit for us, so it is glowing and warm. Everyone relaxes back in their seats. My feet don't touch the ground when I do that. And Gina and Lil laugh at the look. It's surreal to be here, though. This is where the Alpha and Luna would entertain their friends, while we preferred the clearing in the woods. We never got to celebrate Oliver's birthday, and Mateo has about 10 minutes. Shh, tea is going to hit the fan soon. So I think we should celebrate the good things while we can. Sam, we'll get to you later. He laughs, and we all join in. It's light and fun, and breaks the bubble of tension that has surrounded us since we found Gentry. We start to talk about the new people, and what that might mean, and of course Dakota brings back the conversation of Robbie, just as Mina, Xander, and Oscar join us. Isn't it past your bedtime, Prego? Not on your guy's birthday. But I probably won't last super long. She giggles and sits on Xander's lap, while maintaining a handhold on Oscar. That just seems overwhelming to have to entertain two all the time. I break that train of thought looking at my phone. It's time. Happy 18th birthday, Mateo. I hold up my beer, and the rest do the same. I hope it's enough to distract everyone, but of course, luck would not be on my side. Yes, happy birthday, Mateo. I hope your mate is strong enough to put up with you and smart enough to team up with your sister against you. Mina laughs, and Mateo smiles. Then she looks back at me. So what is this I hear about Robbie dropping off random people? I groan a little at her. That is it. Literally. He got our attention by carrying Gentry in like a dead body, and then he told me to keep her and the dozen extra people he brought. He told us to figure out how to free them from the binding spell, then just left. That is not all he did. Dakota growls. He was way too comfortable with you. And if he ever gets in your face like that again, I will rip his head off. Stop. He wasn't in my face. He just got close enough to tell me something he didn't want anyone else to hear. What did he say to you? Mina asks suspiciously. He wasn't overly talkative. Nothing relevant to this situation. I know this conversation is not over by a long shot. What I want to know is why did he bring those captives to you? How did he know you would take them in? Mateo asks. Once they had me with Gina, they spent a lot of time figuring out who and how powerful we were. They found out I was a Beta's kid, so Robbie probably thought I had some pull in the pack to bring in outsiders. He helped get us out, and as a former captive, he probably assumed I would help others. I shrug. So it's safe to assume he'll be coming back then? Oliver sounds irritated now. I need these boys to find their mates and give me a break already. Nope, we are not doing the pissing match thing again. There is no interest there, and yes, if he asks for my help, and we know the request is legit, I will help. I'm not dumb enough to think this is 100% innocent, but like so many times before, you guys weren't there, so you don't get to be angry on my behalf for the situation now. That's not fair and you know it. Had you kept any kind of communication going and told us what the plan was, none of us would have let you. Cameron stops, closes his eyes, and takes a breath. This is not about you being weak and not being able to handle hard situations. Clearly you can. You've apparently been designed specifically for them. He opens his eyes. This is about you putting yourself in harm's way and how gut-wrenching it is to witness. Or to hear about after the fact and not being able to do what we're designed for, to protect our pack members, which you are one of huge importance. I roll my eyes, but let it go. He had a decent save catching his misogynistic comment. I am tired and just want to hang with my friends a little longer in this kind of comfort. Gina stands next to me. I'm going to grab one more. Do you want one? She looks at me then, Lil. I'll take one, Lil says as I shake my head. I never really got the appeal of beer. Gina grabs both of our bottles and starts to head between Mateo and Oliver's chairs. Somehow she manages to trip, toss the bottles onto the grass behind them, and land with a hand on each of their shoulders. Mateo's growl rips through the backyard. DONOTTO, UCHMYMATE. What are you? She starts, but then grabs her arm. SKYLAR? ITBURNS? She turns to me, shaking her arm. Oh, Sierra, it's just like Mina. Do you remember what your mom did? Wyatt, go get Elena, we need help. Her brand is burning off. I run for Gina and kind of throw her in Mateo's lap. As far as I'm concerned, that's the best place for her. He should be calm-ish, and his presence will help her. What do you mean, burning off? Mateo yells at me, but wraps an arm around her waist, and the other is tilting her head back to his shoulder, stroking her hair. This is what happened to Mina when she felt her bond to Xander and Oscar. Yeah, but I passed out. That garnered another growl from Mateo. You have two mates, double the sensation. Gina, breathe for me, okay? I'm right here. Mateo is here. At least Mina was right. I try to joke. Mateo got a mate who would side with me in a fight. She smiles a small smile, and then her whole face falls, and she tries to get up, but her body breaks out into shivers, and she's sweating as she shakes her head. Mateo's grip tightens. I don't want a mate. I can't be someone's mate. You know I can't. This isn't fair to him. She's looking at me, pleading, like we are the only two people here. I know what she's talking about. We have had this conversation so many times. It's her biggest fear after everything she went through with Mike. Yes, you can. Breathe. She takes a deep breath in, and I know my brother's scent is helping her as Elena walks out. Well, you and your friends certainly have no idea of what downtime means, do you? Let me see. She pulls Gina's arm towards her, and she whispers a few words I don't understand. And then Gina's body is calm. But she is still very upset. She covers her face and I know she is crying, but it's silent. Mateo buries his face in her hair. She's been so afraid of finding her mate, and she probably thought the warrior brand would give her more time. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say, what the hell was that? Oliver asks. I didn't realize they had all gotten up to surround us. We have partial brands. They were only designed to last until the end of this summer. That was the deal I made with Assistant when he let me have mine. Mina and Gina were the same. The warrior leaders wanted us branded for missions, but we hadn't completed training yet. Mina's broke the night of the Alpha Games, and she was basically in a coma for almost 3 days. We all have thoughts on why, but they've never done parental branding before or anything like that, so it's only theories. I shrug. I look at Elena. Will she be okay now? She should stick close to her mate until the brand wound heals completely. But yes. I nod. Gina, I'm going to head up. Matteo will take care of you, okay? Get some rest. No, I don't want this. You know why I don't want this. She's angry and sad all at the same time. This is out of my control. Give it the night, sleep on it, and we can talk in the morning. I look around for any kind of help, and I see that I have been left alone with my brother and his reluctant mate. Bunch of traitors. I will just reject. Matteo claps his hand over her mouth. Stop talking, mate. You will not be rejecting anything. I won't accept it. You are mine, he growls, and I see the fire in my friend's eye reignite. I am so out of here. This fight and more than likely makeup session is not something I want to be a part of. I head in through the patio door, looking over my shoulder at them, and smile. She is up in his face, pointing a finger into his chest, looking back to her normal alpha self. I'll hand it to my brother, though. He's taking her alpha aura pretty well and gesturing just as wildly, fighting her on whatever excuse she's giving him. I don't make it 2 steps in the door when I run right into a hard chest. Oomph? The hell? I catch myself on the doorframe. Is that what will happen to you, Smalls? I roll my eyes. I can't help thinking, oh, now they care if something hurts me. I still don't know if they are aware of what their parents think about me, possibly being their mate. I can't bring myself to ask, though. I don't want to know right now. I'm still not done being angry with them, and if they don't know, I don't want to put the idea in their head only for it to backfire later. I also want them to want to try and mend our friendship because they want to, not because they have to. I have at least gotten that far with how I feel about this whole damn thing. I hope not. We were only supposed to have our warrior brands until the end of this summer, like I said before. They are both over 18, which is my guess as to why the mate bond was able to override the partial brand. The brand was already weakening. They seemed to itch like a month of cur, like a bad interaction with a wolfsbane plant. The mate bond probably speeds up the process. I will have a full almost 10 months after my brand fades before I can even sense my mate. I should be fine. I go to move past Dakota and see Cameron standing not far behind him. Why does she not want a mate? I take a deep breath and roll my eyes, then look behind me. They are still standing close, but they don't seem to be shouting anymore. This isn't my story to tell, but I don't think she really wants to tell it either. Come on. I lead them back to the Luna's office and walk in to see Wyatt manning the controls. I need the room for a few minutes. Don't go far, though. Yes, boss. I roll my eyes again. I'm not your boss, idiot. He chuckles and pats me on the shoulder. You keep telling yourself that, Midge. Whatever makes you sleep at night. I slam the door on his laughing face. Why not use our office, Smalls? You wouldn't have to kick him out. This time I do let my anger show. Are you fucking kidding me? No. What did we do this time? The list is getting kind of long and I'm losing track. Dakota actually looks sad, not like he's making a joke. I close my eyes, laugh a bit to myself, and then move to sit behind the desk, putting some space between us and fiddling with buttons to give my hands something productive to do. I will probably never step foot in that office again in my life. You called me a traitor, accused me of betraying my pack, took Kaylee's side without even asking me for mine. The one person who literally wants me dead, but can't seem to do the job correctly. I don't owe either of you anything. It's the last place I had a conversation with the only people who treated me like parents should, and when real lines were drawn, even they chose to believe lies. That is all that office will be to me. We're sorry, Tiny. That's all I can say right now. That night is kind of a blur, and the more we talk to Nathaniel and Wyatt and the rest of your team, the more we are beginning to understand why. We will be apologizing for the rest of our lives, I'm pretty sure. Cameron scrubs his face, then looks at me again. At the risk of sounding like a DK once again, though, can we talk about this after you tell us how to help Mateo and Gina? Our beta needs his mate. I just nod because this is how it has always been. I am never at the forefront of anyone's mind except Oliver, who, according to Lucas and Ava, is bound by the moon goddess to do so. My sadness and anger is growing again. Why can't someone just want me for me? Not because I have a talent or skill that they need. I clear my throat and go into business mode. All right, let's make this quick. These are not my details to share, so I will only tell you what I think you need to know as the alphas of this pack. Gina was RPD repeatedly the whole time she was being held. I have told you this, but I don't know if you have the mental capacity to remember. Yes, I had to witness her daily attacks while I was there. It's not something either of us care to talk about. Please don't ask. I can feel their anger radiating, but they show no other signs of losing control. She had an IUD in before she was taken, and no one thought to look, even when she never got pregnant. Mike was very rough and did some damage to her internally. When Doc Sylvia removed the IUD, she said there might be a possibility that Gina can't have kids. It's why she didn't want to be the alpha of her pack or have a mate. It wouldn't be right if she couldn't produce an heir. I am proud of myself for making it through that. We are going to circle back to some of that story, Tiny. What can we do to help Mateo? He needs his mate, and Gina is perfect for him. He needs her to accept him. I don't know. I was kind of hoping when she found her mate it would help her heal. There is nothing normal about any of us, so I couldn't even begin to guess at what to do. She needs time. We both do. Patience from all of you would be helpful. They both look at each other and then nod their heads. I'm going to ask another question, and I know we don't deserve an answer, but we really need and want to know. I'm sure you've already told Oliver, he grumbles jealously, but I want you to choose to talk to us too. I raise an eyebrow in question. He takes a deep breath. I'm not sure if I've ever heard Cam ramble before, but I'm pretty sure I know what's coming. You seemed friendly with that Robbie guy, like there was more with him and Tyler and Mike. He runs his fingers through his raven black hair. Did he or Mike, did any of them touch you? Were you with any of them as a part of your mission or when you were captured? He's vibrating with anger just at the thought, same as Oliver and Mateo. Yes, I did tell Oliver and my brother and your dad some of the details. Some I'll take to my grave. I let that just sit there. He's right. They don't deserve any answers from me. I'm tired. I need to sleep, and hopefully Gina doesn't need me in the middle of the night. Big changes like this set off her nightmares. Let Mateo handle it. That's his responsibility now. Oh, so you would have me turn my back on people I care about just because someone else is capable of doing the job too? Great leadership skills. I don't even care that I am being a B-teach. They deserve so much more. I walk past them into the hallway where Wyatt is leaning against the wall. You good boss? Yeah, who's on after you? You've been up far longer than necessary. It was supposed to be Gina, but for obvious reasons, we covered her shift. I'm good, Midge. Nathaniel will adjust the rounds for the next couple days. Go get some sleep. We need you on point for this magic chess tea. You now have both your witches here, and once Gentry's all healed up, assuming Nicholas will let her, the three of you can figure out this pentagram bullsh tea, so we can take on Mike. That asshole has a beating coming his way. Get in line, warrior. There are several of us who have dibs on that beatdown, Dakota says from far too close behind me. With all due respect, Alpha handled your Barbie B-teach problem yet? No. Good to know. Just so we're clear, Midge's whole team is aware of the things she went through before arriving at warrior camp. And obviously the bullsh tea that is still going on, because that skank is still here, fucking with her. Neither of you were there when we found Midge and Gina after THE, YSAVE, DTHE, MSELVES. If anyone has dibs on Mike's beatdown, it's them. Handle your pack first. He shoved past the twins. I'm surprised they let him. I just walked forward. Wyatt could handle himself, and he started that fight. Clearly lines are being drawn again, and it shouldn't make me happy, but it does. MATEO. PUTMEDOWN. Gina screams. I get to the end of the hallway, just in time to see my brother start up the stairs with Gina over his shoulder. Skylar, help me with this. Your brother is being an asshole. Skylar, if you come anywhere near her, I will forcefully mark her right here. You are coming with me, woman. Stop fighting. WHAT. Get your fucking hands off me. She thrashes more. You are going to get us both killed if you don't stop moving. My brother is so calm. Sky. She looks down at me, propping herself with her hands on his butt. No, I don't think I'm going to help you out of this one. You are safe and need to hear him out at least. Some friend you are. Lil, she's not going to help you either. None of them are. We all make it to the second floor landing. I turn to go to the room I share with just Lil now. Mateo grabs me with his free hand. Thank you, he whispers, and then kisses me on the forehead. I am not going to side with you in any arguments, jackass. She grumbles at me. Perfect. That means you'll side with me. Mateo laughs, and I smile at her indignation. Good night, you two. I ignore the twins as I walk away, and I can smell Oliver in the hallway. But for some reason, I'm a little irritated at him too, after the conversation in the Luna's office. He doesn't deserve my own insecurities lashing out at him, so I head in and close the door quickly. Well, that was an interesting end to the night. Lil laughs at me. What did the twins want? I walked over to grab clean clothes so I could shower. They wanted to know what could be done to make Gina accept my brother. Lil laughs hard at that. Have they met her? No one really makes Gina do anything. Or you, for that matter. Shut up. I laugh at her. We'll see how tonight goes. He had to haul her upstairs, and I refused to save her so she won't be super happy with me tomorrow. We can worry about that tomorrow. I think her mate will help her. She's just scared. At least it's your brother and not some rando. She can stay here when this is all done. She has a place to call home now. I think when all of that sinks in, she will be okay. I know she doesn't want to disappoint him if she can't have kids, though. Mike really messed her head up with that. Effic Mike. Better yet, let your brother fuck Mike right out of her. She laughs again. Seriously? You had to put that thought in my head? I don't want to think about my brother like that. It's better than the alternative. I just groan and head for the bathroom. I slept okay, considering Gina was on another floor of the house. I got up early despite going to bed super late, and decided to help Lenny with getting stuff ready to take to the school for the wolves Robbie brought over. Lil is already gone, I assume either on surveillance duty or running a patrol. 3 cents hit me as I approach my door. Are you all going to shadow me now? I ask, irritated, opening it. Hey, to my knowledge, I didn't do anything wrong, so explain or relax, Biddy. Oliver crosses his massive arms, tattoos flexing, making him look like the scary protector he is. It's nothing. I'm not in a great mood this morning. Sorry. It's the best he's going to get right now, because I still feel the unhelpful sensation that he is only here with me by force. We wanted to tell you that we finalized everything for our dad's celebration. We didn't want to do it on Mateo's birthday. Reggie agrees. Cam starts. We are going to do it in the morning and want you to sit with us, and Mom. I think other than Mom, you were his favorite person, and you should help us send him back to the goddess. Coda finishes the statement. I had the very dark thought I already did float through my mind, but I am keeping that to myself. I don't want them to have more ammo for thinking I'm a traitor now. Instead, I said sure, then walked past them, down the stairs, and headed toward the kitchen. Elena is there, helping to get things ready to take over to the school. She said she could add some things to their food to counter some basic spells that were probably cast on them. Here's some breakfast, Skylar. Eat up. No more losing weight for you. Lenny scolds me, and I roll my eyes playfully at her. Okay, I'm here to help. I groan as the screech filters in from the front door. I head over to Elena and Lenny, packing up tows full of supplies, as far from the hallway entrance as I could be. What can your future Luna help with today? She asks, walking in the room like we aren't in the middle of preparing for war. You aren't the future Luna, and you can help Lenny carry supplies to the school. Our new residents need them, Oliver says, not looking at her. That's Omega stuff. I was thinking more along the lines of signing documents or planning for the party after the Alpha's celebration. She smiles as if she is brilliant. We are about to be under attack. There are no Omegas here to help, and all pack members should be willing to participate in giving aid to people who come to us in need anyway. Cameron looks at her like he's never seen her before. The only people who are here are warriors who stayed to fight and protect the pack. If you weren't planning on fighting, I don't know why you chose to stay instead of evacuating. Dakota shook his head. No one said anything about a party either. We don't have time or supplies for that. What about the ball? She actually sounded horrified. We're still having the ball after the trials, right? I had to step in here. She's an idiot, and I feel dumber being in the same room. No. The trials were bullshit to begin with, and we lost our Alpha due to equipment that was sabotaged. I pin her with a glare. All focus is making sure our warriors and lands survive the fight coming at us. So either be helpful or lock yourself in your house until it's all over, so no one trips on your being in the way. She growls at me and starts to say something. She's right, Kaylee. If you aren't going to fight, you will get yourself and/or someone else hurt trying to protect you. Go home. Cameron repeated his words from last night. If it is that dangerous, I should be here in the pack house where I will be the most protected and the safest. I will just go grab some things and be right back. No, go home and stay there. You will be in the way here. We are trying to save this pack. There is no room for you here. Oliver starts to raise his voice. Didn't Mateo just find his mate? I will just take her room since she doesn't need it. She shrugs and smiles, thinking she found a workaround. First, where did you get your information? Second, there isn't a room available, I responded. Everyone in the pack talks when someone gets their mate. She looks guilty. Were you stalking the twins? I ask, a knowing smile forming on my face, looking at both of them. They really thought she was harmless. No, of course not. I forgot something and came back to get it, and I heard voices in the back and overheard Mateo say he found his mate. Bullshit, but I'm not arguing with her anymore. There is no room, and I think you have done enough damage to the people who do live here. Go home. I growled at the last part, and thankfully no one stopped me or corrected me. Before she could spout any more stupidity, we were joined by Alpha Reggie, Kyle, and my dad. The three of them looked around the room, and I'm sure felt the tension. We completed our rounds of patrol this morning. You are doing a great job, little one. The warriors have only been able to praise your work. Thank you, Uncle Reggie. I looked at Kaylee and winked. Her jaw dropped. We should have everything ready for Lucas's celebration by the end of the day. Will you kids be done with all of your shifts by dinner? I think the Luna wants to see you tonight, Kyle asks. I could go see her now if she needs company. No, girl. Did you not hear? We are preparing for Alpha Lucas celebration. She won't be available until tonight. I think my eyebrows shot off my face. My dad just told Kaylee off. Something has got to be in the water right now. He doesn't look at me though, which I shouldn't be surprised about. Have you heard how Gentry is? Cameron, always the peacekeeper, is trying to take the focus off of the unwanted person in the room. She is healing well, but that is due to the combined work of our healers and Elena here. Reggie pointed to the witch standing next to me. Like any of your packmates would do for you, I'm just taking care of my coven leader, Your Highness. My dad's head whipped around to stare at her, his eyes glazed over and a rumble sounding in his chest. Then he pushed past Kaylee and took off. "What the hell?" she screeched. "F-king rude." "Oh my," Elena said behind me. I turned to look at her, holding her chest. "Are you okay?" I moved closer to steady her a bit. I don't think I have ever seen her unnerved before. "I think so. We need to go. There are things we need to do for tomorrow as well." She grabbed a tote. Lenny followed her lead, giving me a wary look as she passed. I grabbed a tote as well. As any one of us predicted, Kaylee did not follow. But we didn't make it too far outside before Cam, Coda, and Oliver caught up with us and snatched the totes out of our hands and put them in the back of the truck, offering to drive us over there. I guess they are planning to give me 3 shadows today. The refugees were mostly women and a couple of men. They ranged in ages close to mine, all the way to a woman who could not have been much older than 40. But she looked so tired and weak. One was a witch, the rest were wolves. Mike is affecting so much more than just our pack to get to me. Elena must have sensed my inner guilt. I know the guys did, but they've been smart enough to keep their distance. The twins must have told Oliver about our conversation, because he is sticking to them and giving me my space. And by giving me space, they have made a 10-foot radius around me the whole time we have been here. Don't you for 1 second feel bad about this situation. The Rogue King and this Mike kid may have been looking for you. Don't argue. It's you they want. She holds her hand up. But they started this process a long time ago, long before you started showing signs of power. You are helping to set them and many others free. This is not always a pretty process. She gives me a side hug, which is rare. She's not one for affection. SKY. We need you. I think we found something, but I need your help to confirm it. Sierra comes running in like the tornado she is. Sam close behind with a couple other elite warriors. I look at Elena. Go, child. Lenny and I can handle this. What is it, Sierra? We need to get to the pack house. I need Nathaniel. Why didn't you just go to him first? I ask. But we are all running out to the truck with her. Like I said, I need you too. We all hop in and Cameron takes off. I have been doing research with my dad since I've been gone. My mom has been trying to figure out your abilities and what has been happening with the warrior brands breaking. But when I told them about what I was noticing in your pack, my dad started looking into magic from the practical side. Totems, plants, stones, crystals, all of that stuff. He was helping to look for gentry when he came across herbs that can be used for mind control and make people susceptible to suggestion. She stops to take a breath. Okay, I think I'm following you. But what has you so excited now? Well, we came across a spell that sounds like the one that Mike was using on his warriors. There's this star, and each point is made up of different plants, and then a spell is cast. She waves her hand dismissively, like that part doesn't matter. Then a candle is lit, and another spell is said to keep it burning in the center of the star. Well, that sounds an awful lot like this uffing pentagram we have been looking for. Did you and your dad figure out where it is, or what plants were used? Oliver asks next to her. That's the thing. You guys have looked everywhere for this candle and pentagram, even used Nathaniel's heat sensors. But what if the pentagram isn't small at all? What if it is so large it's easy to miss? What do you mean? How does something big go unnoticed? If it's literally a part of the pack lands. Her eyes widen and sparkle. We pull up to the pack house, and she literally pushes everyone out. Then we are all running toward the Luna's office. Nathaniel. She yells his name down the hallway like she did mine. He comes blasting out of his office, ready for a fight. I need you. Can you get me eyes on the pack borders in very specific locations? He looks at her with a due expression. And I need a paper map of the pack grounds. She looks around at all of us. I move to one of the side tables to grab the most recent one we have. Okay. Can you get me eyes on this spot here? She points to a spot on the map that is the easternmost edge of the island. Nathaniel pulls it up easily. Why, yes. I knew it. She circles the spot on the map. Okay, now this spot. She points to another spot. He repeated the process again and again, until there were 5 circles on the map, evenly spaced. We all just keep watching her as she progresses through whatever it is that she is doing with Nathaniel, and the search through the pack. She looks up expectantly. This is what my dad found. It's why I had to get out when I did. We couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't be affected by the magic. What are you talking about? Cam asks. This is the pentagram that you have been looking for. Look. She connects the different circles and it makes a star. The thing I notice is that the pack house is the center. Oh, shit. Are we safe here? Now the guys are looking at me. I think so. I think the spell was tied to the Alpha and the twins. The Alpha died, releasing his attachment, and you broke the twins free. I think that was the massive black stain you left on the ceiling of the hospital. I think you ripped the spell out of them. That's why it was so painful and aggressive. It didn't want to leave its host. But the spell's not gone, is it? I ask, feeling slightly defeated. Yes and no. I mean, you were strong enough to unintentionally cast out an evil entity living in the twins. For what I understand, that is hard to do with a skilled witch, and for you, it was the side effect of your protection spell on them. She looks at them, and they look at their simple little woven bracelets and tattoos. I do think that since all of the elements are there, the spell can be recast. The problem is, none of you can be touched with Sky's protection. So talk me through all the things you have circled. I point to the map. Well, in many spells, herbs and plants are dried and bound for the spell, but live plants can also be used. When I found that out, I started looking around the pack for crops of plants that didn't look quite natural when I got back, and I found them. Oleander is used in love potions. She points to the eastern point and gives the guys a look, but it is hallucinogenic. Aconite or wolfsbane, we are all familiar with, brings harm to wolves, but is also used in spells to bring harm, and it is a paralytic. She points to the next circle. Then we have belladonna. It is used for beautifying glamours, making people see things. Another pointed look at the twins, pointing to the next circle. Hemlock is a sedative, the next circle, and wormwood is another hallucinogenic. So you all were susceptible to the suggestions given to you by the caster or casters. Wouldn't a witch have to cast something this elaborate? I ask, and what about this forever burning candle? I think if all the elements were in place, the witch who cast it could do that from anywhere probably. Maybe even using a phone on speaker. That's a theory Dad wants to test, but obviously now is not the time. Or if all someone had to do was read words of an incantation, anyone could have set the spell. As far as the candle, I have a theory that only came to me this morning when we left for our run. I went out back with my coffee this morning, and the fire pit was lit. I thought it was a little strange, but then I thought maybe other come out to have their coffee, and it was just something nice in the midst of all the bullshit. But then I discovered the massive patch of wolfsbane, then the belladonna, then the hemlock. After that, I kept going and realized that they were roughly evenly spaced around the perimeter of the pack. Now that I've seen the map, I am convinced that the fire pit is the forever burning flame. That's crazy. There's no way anyone would put that much effort into a spell to control our dad. But they would, to get to Sky, or to take over a pack that they thought should be theirs. If the Cunninghams found common ground with Mike, or the Rogue King, they would both get what they want out of this whole thing, just by controlling your dad. What no one expected was for the girl in the prophecy to be a badass that could outsmart them, outfight them, and use magic willingly against them. I had to sit down. I went to find a chair, but I was so distracted by everything, I almost missed, and hands had to guide me down. Sierra isn't wrong, no matter how far-fetched all of this sounds. Those are all elements that are in the book Elena gave me to know well and be aware of. They have healing properties for those who know how to use them. But their evil properties are what they are known for, and many are used in spells for controlling the mind. Poor Alpha Lucas didn't stand a chance. And to think he also made a deal he thought he would never have to fulfill to save his mate and pups, not knowing he was betting my life. There are so many signs that all of this is connected. I might actually be their mate. And I don't know if I even want to be Luna, or to be with them after everything that has gone down. But this witch knew what she was asking Lucas for. And my life has been miserable because of it. I need to talk to Elena and Gentry about her. See what they know. I just wonder if this witch is working with the Rogue King, or if she is another problem that I have to worry about, and they are both coming at me at the same time. Then, I think if I am the twins' mate and I don't accept them, none of us will gain our full powers, which could harm the pack, and my wolf only wants her mates. I couldn't do that to them and the pack, being responsible for putting all of those lives in danger. I don't know what to do. Hey, Biddy. We need you to check in with us here. You went somewhere in your head again, and I don't think the alphas are going to let me get away with kissing you to get you out of it. Although it seems to be effective. He gruffly laughs at his own joke. I look at him and smile, only half seeing him, but I get what he's trying to do. My brain is all over the place, and I'm struggling to focus on any one thought. There is a lot going on, and I think I only caught some of it. What are you guys talking about? Dakota asks, squeezing my shoulder, and I laugh a bit. For being the leaders of this pack, so many people have left them out of things. I told them about the prophecy Reggie told me. I'm not ready to go down the rabbit hole their parents sent me on a couple days ago, if they haven't already been told that version. I imply there is a witch, most likely, working with the Rogue King, and that with my connection to the royal family, and showing signs of multiple extra abilities, he thinks I'm the one the Rogue King is after. This much I think they know, or have at least figured out with the little they have been told. But it's worth clarifying. The spell that was created on the Packlands, controlling your dad and you guys to different degrees, is not just some small thing for us to deal with. It is literally the whole pack. What I am curious about is the fact that we were told not to enter the pentagram or touch it. Well, we walked right in unknowingly. So how come some pack members were affected, but not all, and my team hasn't had any problems? I don't think the spell was completed before we got here. We all saw the change in Lucas and Kyle and even you guys. I look at Cam and Coda. It was gradual. I don't think I really noticed until the night you all accused me of betraying the pack in the Alpha's office, even looking right at concrete evidence to the contrary. They both winced. And why was Oliver and Sam basically spared from the effects? That's what I can't explain yet. I do think for you and your team, it's your warrior brands. It probably has the same kind of protection the bracelets you made have. You came in protected. Same as Alpha Reggie and Warrior Brogan and all the Royal Pack members. Elena would have natural protections against curses around or on her all the time. But somehow the control spell was targeted and used to manipulate the Alpha and the rest of the pack through the Alpha command. And obviously some people were deemed more important to manipulate than others. Sierra is talking at the ceiling, organizing her thoughts out loud. Or maybe because Sam and Oliver have always been focused on you as a priority. I mean, no one can argue the connection you and Oliver have. That's apparent to anyone with eyes. But you were also able to remove the spell or curse, or whatever this is, from all of them, which says something about your raw power. Well, we know the how, and we all suspect the who. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Kevin? I haven't seen him since the accident, and he doesn't usually leave Kaylee to her own devices for long. Oliver asks, quickly changing the subject, hearing the rumble coming from both the twins. A chorus of no's mumble around the room. And it still doesn't explain what we need to do now that we are inside the pentagram we aren't supposed to be in, and could possibly be powering. How to get rid of it and set the pack free, all while being ready for Mike and his goons who are close enough to get to us on foot without shifting. I rub my temples. I need to talk to Elena and Gentry. We need to be ready for a fight, and I think I may need to go out as bait again. A BSOLUTELYFCKINGNOT. Cam and Coda shout in stereo on either side of me. You may not have a choice. I am never alone, and if we are implying that Kevin is the link between the pack and the witch, or the rogue king, or Mike, if they aren't all the same problem, then someone would know I am never with less than 2 people at all times. When Mike took me the first time, he waited until I was alone. Mina and I spent tons of time with them, but it wasn't until she appeared to not be able to go that he did anything. It's still a hard no, Smalls. If you are as important to the pack and the kingdom as everyone seems to think, you don't get to just wade into danger, hoping you can get out on your own or any of us can get to you in time. He holds his hands up. I know you have gotten yourself out of everything, but you can't do anything reckless. You are important to all of us. You have to wait until we have at least gotten rid of the F-King pentagram spell anyway. Please just think through and talk to us before you do anything crazy. It's the most logical I have heard Dakota ever. Yeah, I feel like lots of decisions were made about all of us, for our own good or safety or whatever. But I feel very in the dark, and I have a suspicion that you are still holding out on us, Tiny. I think you're right. There are still a lot of pieces missing from our puzzle. But we can focus on the pentagram and the elements that are powering it. We need to know how to blow out the flame and get rid of the plants making the pentagram, and I'm sure it's not as easy as throwing some dirt on the fire to snuff it out and dig up the plants. You're probably right. Let's see if Mateo and Gina have surfaced, and then fill everyone in. Someone might have an idea of what to do before we bother Gentry, Sierra says, and I feel a little better having some knowledge even if we don't have anything to put into action yet. We talk a little more about the plants and what they look like so everyone in the room is aware and on the lookout for them. Because Sierra is convinced there are probably protection spells around the patches of plants to keep people from accidentally destroying them and harming the spell when Lil walks in. Hey, I heard there's a team meeting. What did you find out? Who told you there was a team meeting? Nathaniel asked, laughing. The 3 of us are here, Wyatt is running, and Gina is practicing procreation. The 3 of us laugh at his joke. He doesn't talk a lot, and jokes really aren't his thing, but when he does, it's usually hilarious, and at the expense of one of us, and he will never let us live it down. Everyone else in the room looks at us like we are stupid, but we don't care. We passed a lot of boring, uncomfortable nights like this. If you must know, Lenny told me Sierra came into the school raving like a banshee, and it was important. I let Nathaniel fill her in on the Cliff's Notes version of the details. Instead of killing the flame and all of that stuff, which sound like a ton of work to me, can we repurpose the thing into something that could protect the pack? Has anyone asked Elena or Gentry about that? We all just stare at her. It didn't even cross my mind to make the thing work in our favor. That was one of the first things Elena taught me. Magic isn't good or bad. It's the caster and the intention behind the magic that is good or bad. You are brilliant. I could kiss you. We absolutely read something about harnessing power used against us for our own purposes, but it looked complicated as hell. Oliver looks from me to her with his full-blown, panty-dropping smile, and eyes brighter than I have ever seen them before. Well, if I get the same reaction Sky did, I'm all in, 'cause we can't feel a thing. Bring it on, big guy. She uses my nickname for him, sticks her arms out, and puckers up. I don't find that it makes me jealous, though, like I have been when other girls throw themselves at him. I am actually comforted that all of my friends seem to be really getting along and gelling together. He scoops her into a hug, and they are both laughing as he gives her a kiss on the cheek. We have to talk to Elena tonight. She is going to be the make or break if we can do any of this, he says, setting her down. Problem is, I don't know if we will get a chance to talk about it tonight. Mom wants to see us all, and we really need to be there for her. I don't know how she is dealing with losing her mate. She hasn't really spoken to anyone but Brett and Lenny. Dakota sighs. My stomach drops. I have to tell the twins that it was me. They need to know what happened to their dad and that he chose to go his own way. Then I feel irritated with myself because I still care how they feel. If I am being honest, I never stopped. Even if they were under a spell, they didn't or couldn't fight hard enough to just choose me when their backs were against the wall. And this is what hurts the most. Oliver will always choose me. I never have any doubts. Even Sam was able to side with me at that moment. If they are supposed to be my mates, like their parents think, shouldn't that connection or pull or whatever be enough to override anything? Shouldn't I have zero doubts in them? I really don't like all of these emotions. Well, we celebrate the passing of the Alpha tomorrow. Then we celebrate my ascension into adulthood the next day. Sam beats his chest, and just like that, my negative thoughts vanish into other problems for other days. We all contribute thoughts to a notebook that Nathaniel has, with every question we could all come up with for Elena, and hopefully Gentry, whenever we get the chance to ask. Once we are done, we decide we need to have as much information as we can for the witches to work with. We divided up the task of documenting the plants that make up the pentagram tips, making sure to note anything unusual along the way. As we are leaving, Mateo and Gina walk down the stairs. I can't read her face, but my brothers tells me I have a new sister. And I could not be more excited. I run up to her and wrap her in a hug. We don't need words right now. I know that she is scared out of her mind and is so unsure of the future that she doesn't want to risk anyone else's. But she is making my brother so happy, and I know he will do everything in his power to erase the memory of her time with Mike. I hope she feels that in my arms. She is home, for good. I'm so excited to have a sister, I whisper to her. Then I let her go and move to hug my brother. Congrats, big brother. You are one lucky man. Don't congratulate me yet. I still have to convince her to let me make it permanent. But for now, she isn't rejecting me. So it's a start. He smiles at me. What fun would it be if she didn't make you work for it? I wink at him and move back to my friend. We have been busy while you have been, well, busy. I fill her in on the day's events and what we are up to now. Gina doesn't disappoint. She jumps right in. Like me, she likes to have something productive to do to take her mind off of the hard, emotional stuff for a little while. It helps to process if we can step away for a bit. She volunteers to help us with the documentation, and it makes me ecstatic when she chooses my brother as her partner. Lil grabs Oliver, who is reluctant to leave me until both twins tell him to pull his head out of his ass, and they are actually capable of watching over me. To which he replies, it only takes one of him. Sam and Sierra take the 4th point, and Nathaniel sends coordinates for the 5th point to Wyatt, and tells him what we are up to, and then heads back to his surveillance center, acting as go-between for all of us. We collect samples of each plant very carefully, take pictures and measurements of the crop that is growing, and the area surrounding it. I don't know what information Elena will need, and I don't want to be delayed because we missed anything. The twins and I decided to take the wolfsbane plant. I don't want anyone else to have to come into contact with it, and I know that I can heal from it quickly. I can't willingly put them in harm's way. And I know all of these plants are poisonous, but wolfsbane is the worst. As we moved to the area Nathaniel directed us to, I notice magic traces in the air and slow down. We had shifted to get out here quickly, but I forced my wolf to shift back to protect her from anything still lingering in the air that might harm her. What is that? Cam shifts and asks me. I look at him and then slam my eyes shut. He is completely naked, and I don't know how I feel about the sight of him right now. You still afraid of a naked man, Tiny? Dakota is right behind me. Afraid? No. Do I go around checking out naked people? Also, no. Most of us have learned to shift and keep our clothes intact, so it's not something I'm used to. My eyes are still squeezed tight. It's been a really long time since I have been in the middle of a twin sandwich like this. I don't count sleeping, because I could lay next to any of them and sleep like the dead. Why does that thought actually make me happy? Cam rumbles way too close. Nope, we are not doing this. You do not get to flirt with me like this, like one of your rando girls to give you your SX fix. I step away from them, eyes still slammed shut. I am so grateful for my enhanced senses. I don't need to see to move away from them. Our SX fix? Is that what you think you are, Smalls? I don't know. All I know is that you all had a hard time keeping it in your pants before I left for training. I can't imagine it has gotten any better since then. You even slept with Kaylee, the one person who hates me the most and has done the most to hurt me. We haven't been with anyone since you left. Don't believe all of the rumors you hear. That's hard to believe when I could smell her on you. Not on your clothes, on you, your skin. Your scents were mixed with hers. Just because she tried often doesn't mean we slept with her. Why won't you believe that? I whipped around, my temper flaring. I don't care that they are absolutely gorgeous specimens and completely naked, showing off every cut line and curve of muscle that they have earned from serious training. They both take a step back from my glare. Good, they should be afraid right now. My wolf is going feral in my head, trying to break free to teach them a lesson. Falsely accuse anyone of betraying their pack recently? Why would I trust the people who would see HOOSE my enemy over me? Who were so blinded that they couldn't see the truth staring them in the face? YUCHOSEHER. According to everyone else, including both your parents, I should be your everything. Your only choice. But they are all wrong. The people who should choose me, like my dad and my brother, always put the job first. Unless the choice is between Sierra and I, Sam chooses me. Oliver chooses me every time, no question. Even knowing I was the enemy that Mike wanted, Robbie chose to save me, risking his own life. They both are breathing heavily, jealousy and anger radiating heavily off of both of them. I have never really talked about how my placement in my friends' priorities makes me feel. I can feel the tears starting to fall, and I turn quickly to hide them. They don't get to see the pain they caused. I can't let them see my weakness, because they are my weakness. They always have been. I love them, and not even my warrior brand can stop the feeling like I wish it could right now. I take a shuddering breath and move forward, distracting my thoughts by looking for magic and heading straight for the wolf's bane. We have a job to do, and I think that was enough emotional dumping for one day. The twins shifted into their wolves and came up to walk beside me. Their wolves are an interesting combination of mirror images and inverted colors. Cameron is dark gray, with a light gray triangular patch on his chest, and at the tip of his tail and ears. Dakota is light gray with the dark gray triangle and tips of his ears and tail. They are both so massive that their shoulders are almost the same height as mine on all fours. They walk so close to me that I am brushing their sides with my whole arm as we walk. I hate that it is calming. I don't want them to comfort me when I just want to be mad at them. They don't talk to me through the mind link, though. There isn't anything that they can say to me. It's a point they can't fight. It is late afternoon by the time we get all that we need and talk to the other groups, making notes of what we found that is similar and different from each site. We all meet in the backyard of the pack house and just stare at the fire pit that is still burning. The flame is small and inconspicuous, so no one would really notice or question it if they walked by the kitchen and looked out the window. And no one really sits out here during the day. The idea was brilliant. Place the heart of the spell right under their noses and keep everyone busy with other tasks and projects, and the Omegas who would normally handle it were probably Alpha commanded to leave it alone and let it burn. Now that I'm standing here and really paying attention, I can feel the power flow off of it in waves, like a heartbeat. Can anyone else feel it? I ask the group. The twins have still not shifted back or talked to me since I told them off. They are just sitting next to me, their wolf's faces showing no expression. I can feel the magic, but not the pulse, Oliver says, and Dakota's chest rumbles. Jealous? I ask, and get no response from him. Hey, Ava, Sierra says, looking over my shoulder. I spin around to see the former Luna. She seems so small and frail, but there is color in her cheeks. She's trying to hold on. She looks at me, tilts her head, and tries for a weak smile. I walk into her embrace, letting the tears fall again. My sweet girl. I'm so sorry I left you alone with this. I didn't think it would be this hard. We talked and planned and did everything we could to make the pain as minimal as possible. How are you doing? That was far too much to ask, but there was no other way. She whispers into my hair. She wraps her arm around my shoulder and leads me in, not giving anyone else attention. I can feel the stares, and I don't know how much of what she said was heard by them, but it was enough to know that I was involved with his death. We head to the formal dining room where the head seat has been left empty, but a single red rose is placed where his plate would have been. My dad, Brett, and Kyle are all here waiting by the far wall. Alpha, Reggie, Luna Ann, Xander, Oscar, Mina, Nicholas, Gentry, Elena, and Osiston are all standing behind their respective chairs. She sits me in the seat next to hers wordlessly, takes her seat to the right of the Alpha's chair, then everyone else files in and sits. The one major difference is that my dad, Brett, and Kyle take their boys and move them up the table into their former places, opting to sit towards the middle of the table where the boys used to be. Mateo doesn't let go of Gina's hand and sits her next to him as he takes his place next to the twins across from me and Ava. Sam does the same with Sierra, sitting next to Gina. And even Oliver moves Lil up with him, sitting between her and I. They have been talking in low voices and animatedly, well as animated as my broody gamma can get since they got back. I wonder what they found. Just as everyone gets settled, food platters are placed and Ava takes a deep breath to speak. Thundering footsteps proceed from the front door after it is banged open. All of us jump to our feet, ready for a fight, and then a blonde tornado flies into the room. I am so sorry for being late. She moves around towards the twins. I didn't realize how early you would be having dinner tonight. Thank you so much for waiting for me. Lil scoffs and Kaylee glares at her as she moves towards the empty seat at the head of the table. The only empty seat at the table. The growl that comes from Ava as Kaylee reaches for the chair is one I have never heard her use before. And Kaylee stops in her tracks, looking terrified. We weren't waiting for you, Kaylee Dakota starts. This dinner is for family and close friends of our father. Cam finishes, gesturing around the fully occupied table. Everyone who should be here has a seat already. You can see yourself out. But I want to be here to support you. It's what a good Luna would do. She simpers and reaches for Cameron's arm. He pulls away before she can touch him. Any Lunas that should be here are already present. He and Dakota shot me a sideways glance that was so quick I might have imagined it. Good evening. But your alphas asked you to leave. Do you need your betas to show you out? Or can you follow simple instructions and find the front door on your own? Gina growls darkly at her. With her head turned like that, I can see the mark at the base of her neck that was so not there before we went on our plant assignments today. My brother has the biggest she-tea-eating grin on his face at her comment, and I can't help but smile at his happiness. Even being mated to a beta, her alpha aura is strong. We all just stare at her until she gets the hint or just can't think of any other excuse to stay. No one moves until we hear the front door close behind her. The rest of dinner was bittersweet. Ava started by saying a few words about Lucas as an alpha, a mate, and a father. She hinted at things he went through and what brought him to this point. She even thanked me for helping make his journey back the moon goddess as painless as possible. Many tears were shed until Alpha Reggie started to fill his plate and tell us when he first met Lucas, which involved them getting stuck in a human town, naked, because they couldn't shift back and trying not to get caught by human police. We all laughed hard and then followed suit and ate and drank and heard and told our favorite stories about him. The night got lighter and happier as we talked about him. We all called it a night around 10, since his celebration was going to start at dawn. All of the pack warriors were working until midnight, and then elite and royal pack warriors were going to take over patrols so they could attend the celebration. I hug Mina, Oscar, and Xander, who have been staying in their room. None of them are going to risk Mina getting hurt if an attack comes while they are here. She is carrying the future of the royal pack, and if Mike and the rogue king and this witch are coming after me, because I have royal powers, what would they do to her, putting another layer between them and the throne? Brett wraps an arm around Ava after she hugs everyone and leads her to the elevator to go to the alpha floor. From what she said, they have been packing and plan on moving her out after the celebration tomorrow. I'm not sure where she plans on going, but I think I understand. That was her place with Lucas. I don't know if I could live where I made a home with my mate after they passed either. I stop Elena and Gentry and tell them what we found. We don't have to do anything with it until after the celebration tomorrow. I just wanted you both to know what we discovered and get your input on how to either use it to our advantage or destroy it. What made you think to try and change the spell to something productive? Gentry asks. She is still a little gray-looking, but she sounds strong and determined. That was actually Lil. She's our resident pit bull, always on guard duty. Hey now. I'm not sure if you are trying to insult me or compliment me, but I have seen what magic does to Midge, and I wasn't sure if there was something we could use the current spell for, without draining her of energy right before a fight. She shrugs like it's nothing. You have a good mind. Much like the Gamma here, you seem to understand the way magic works. Elena says, appraising my friend. Let us do some digging and we will let you know. Gentry grabs my wrist firm, but gentle. Stick close together tomorrow. The full transfer will render the alphas weak for the briefest amount of time. Maintain contact with them during the whole transfer. Gentry looks right at me. They will need your added strength. I close my eyes and breathe deep. It's like the universe is conspiring to put me in their constant orbit now that I don't want to be near them all the time. Like she's reading my mind. She says, trust your goddess. She has a plan, and I know that you have had the worst of things to deal with. But you are better for everything that you have dealt with. I just nod, no matter how frustrated that simple thought makes me. Nicholas wraps Gentry up in his arms and guides her away. I'm sure to rest more. I also watch Elena walk over to my dad and start a conversation. I don't feel bad at all for the twinge of happiness at how uncomfortable he looks too. The rest of my friends disperse, and I make my way to the staircase alone. It's almost weird to be walking without the usual entourage, but I don't mind the space to breathe, no matter how brief. I get all the way to my room, knowing I am being watched, but no one is interrupting or forcing their presence on me. I take a shower and climb into bed, not waiting for Lil. Her and Oliver were in a deep conversation when I left, or at least appeared to be. My dreams were all over the place. I started back in Gina's and my cell, but this time I was alone. She got out safe and found my brother. I strained against the cuffs like always, and for some reason this time I was able to free myself with my own strength. I traversed down a hallway I have never seen before and out a giant metal door. I saw Tyler fighting through a sea of tall grass that kept whipping at him, and he just fought and fought, shouting something to me, but I couldn't hear. Then Robbie was throwing some kind of stone at me, but not hitting me. They sparkled as they flew through the air, but I couldn't see what they were, and they disappeared as they hit the ground. Then Luna Ava was trapped behind a wall of fire and screaming for Lucas, but Brett was holding her back. My dad and Kyle were laying on the ground dead. All my friends were fighting for their lives, bloody and bruised. Kaylee and Kevin were on the top of a white tower, eyes glowing red, waving hands around, conducting the wind, but still, I heard no sound. There was a shadow behind them, dark and ominous, who pointed straight down. As I tracked where it was pointing, I gasped. Suspended from the ground were my guys hung by their wrists, heads lolling. I can't tell if they are conscious or breathing. I run towards them, but I don't seem to go anywhere. Then a soft, lispy voice is in my ear, coiling around me like a snake. Choose. You cannot save them all. Look at the ones who claim to love you, sacrificing themselves. But these 5 have always undervalued you, always thought of you last, if they even thought of you at all. Who will you try to save? The brother who loved you only slightly better than your father. The boy who only sought you out to gain your friend's attention. The boy who thinks you are not strong enough, always needing protection. Or the twins who never seem to want you enough. You are a novelty, a tool to be used, and nothing more. Choose who lives and who dies. Take their lives to spare them pain, just like your alpha. Or come with me, away from all of this heartache. You will be better off without this never-ending turmoil they cause you. A hand flies at my face, and I jump up and out of bed, spinning around to try and find my attacker. When I'm sure no one is there, I run my fingers through my hair and head to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. I head back out to the room, and for the first time, I realize that Lil isn't here with me and Oliver didn't come for me. He's never not come for me when I am scared or lost in my thoughts. The tightness grips my heart. What was that dream about? I am never going to get back to sleep now, so I throw on some sweats and decide to go see who's in the office monitoring. As soon as I step out of the door, I hear footsteps coming down the stairs. The door to the 3rd floor opens wildly. What's up, Biddy? Why does it feel like you're having a panic attack? Have you been crying? I had a nightmare, and I woke up alone and confused. I don't know. I rub my face again. I think Lucas's death is getting to me more than I thought. The twins get to me first. Cam picks me up, and I don't even think or hesitate to wrap my legs around his waist, my arms around his neck, and bury my face into his neck, breathing deeply. Coda is rubbing my back. After a couple minutes, I look into Cam's eyes and then turn to Dakota, shifting so he can take me in his arms. I need to feel them both. Know that they are here and alive. Once I take several breaths of his cinnamon scent, I climb down and move to Oliver, placing my forehead on his chest like I always do. And he wraps me up in his arms. That must have been a serious dream if you came to us before Oliver. Coda tries to joke, and I huff out a teary laugh into Oliver's shirt. I have a feeling Mike and the Rogue King are going to be puppies compared to this witch. Do you want to tell us about it? Cam asks softly, tucking my hair behind my ear. Not really, but I think I need to. There was a lot going on, but I think I might need Elena to listen too. She might understand what the dream meant for me and all of us. Come on, you are going to stay with us the rest of the night. Coda grabs my hand and leads me to the door. Wait, you said you had a crazy bad dream, but we didn't even feel it until you were already out of it and leaving the room. What happened, Biddy? I should have felt your dreams scaring you. Oliver looked just as panicked as I felt when I thought the same thing. I just shrugged. What were you doing just a little while ago? I asked, not really sure if I should. I was sleeping in my room. Lil had an idea and wanted to run a few scenarios by Wyatt and Nathaniel. We talked about things that might happen when the twins hit that weak time Gentry was talking about. If they are weak and you are sharing energy with them, that means you will be weakened too. It would be an ideal time for Mike to attack. If you were just sleeping, then you should have felt it. It was awful. He cocks an eyebrow and moves to the bedroom door, gives it a solid once-over, then starts running his hand over the frame. When he yelps a mother of care, we all rush to him. It's a bundle of the different plants we found today, and the spell that is on it singed Oliver's fingers. That's it. I have had it with this magic being used against us. Bullshit. Coda is pissed. I know that you all but hate us right now, but you are staying with us until we figure this out. Someone is now attacking you directly from inside this house. Don't argue or my wolf is going to go ballistic and do something very dangerous. My sweet, fun-loving twin is at the end of his rope, and I can't help myself. I walk over and place my hand on his cheek, so he looks at me. Okay, I whisper, and he looks down at me, breathing heavily for a moment. Then his whole body calms down. He scoops me up and wraps my legs around his waist again. I reach over his shoulder to hold Cam's hand as the four of us ascend the stairs like a wonky train to try and get a couple more hours of sleep. I was surprised when Dakota put me down in order to hug Oliver goodnight. It lasted about 10 seconds though, then Cam scooped me right back up and took me to their room. Like every time I stay with them, I get the best sleep ever. The twin sandwich is the one place where I don't seem to dream at all. My mind and my wolf completely shuts down, because I know I am safe. We have been on a mission almost since Gina and I got back from being imprisoned, and I seem to just always sleep with one eye open, suspecting everyone but my team. We get up only a few hours later, groggy, but ready to celebrate Lucas with the warriors of the pack. The ceremony was beautiful. He was laid out on a pyre and so well cared for that he could have just been sleeping. Our eldest warriors performed the ceremony in place of our pack elders, invoking the moon goddess to take care of his spirit and his wolf until they can rejoin us here on Earth. Gentry and Elena both said an incantation over him that is used in their own burial rituals, and a soft blue hue floated over him, swirling and dancing in the sunlight that is now cresting over the small mountain that sits just east of the center of the pack. The blue light flickers remind me of the pups running and dancing around, and him playing with them when he would join Kyle and I for training. A tear runs down my cheek at the thought. Each of Lucas's team stood and said something about him, then finished with Luna Ava. Alpha Reggie came up and said a few words about Lucas and the twins, and the importance of this transfer of power, and what it means to be chosen by the moon goddess, to be the next alphas. When it was time to light the pyre, Ava stood as well as the twins. But per Gentry's instructions, they didn't let my hands go and pulled me up with them. I felt very out of place and don't want to be part of the center of attention. But there was no getting out of this without causing a scene. The four of us stepped up next to him, each elder warrior offering a torch to light the pyre. I shook my head when one was offered to me. Not only did I think I didn't deserve the honor, but I refused to break contact with either Cam or Coda. They both move in closer to me, pressing their whole sides into me. They all lay their torch on the kindling, and it quickly engulfs the former alpha. The blue mist from Gentry and Elena turns indigo, and then a deep maroon red as the fire burns. I feel the second the transfer of the alpha starts to take hold. It's a squeeze in my chest. Both twins clench their hands around mine, but don't move anything else. Cam has his other arm around his mother, and Coda moves closer to me, switching to hold my hand with his opposite, so he can wrap one around my waist. It only takes about 5 minutes for the deep red mist to swirl around the four of us and into the twins. They both take a deep breath in, and as they let it out, I can feel the power of their aura radiate off of them. Ava sags against Cam, and Brett moves forward to help him hold her up. She has been so brave and strong through all of this. We watch the flames rage and all silently let our former alpha go and welcome in the reign of our new ones. The celebration took most of the morning, even starting at dawn. We all sat in silence as the pyre burned, watching the former alpha being returned to the earth and the moon goddess. I'm not sure how long the twins were supposed to remain in contact with me, but they did not release my hand until we were back at the pack house and headed to the fire pit that now burns forever, until we can figure out how to make it not or make it work in our favor. They did move their chairs to basically touch mine, though. We all sat and let the warriors have the first crack at the spread Lenny, and Elena set up. Several people milled about. Some talked to us a little, but most gave their condolences to Ava and went about their day. We are all here to do a job and keep these packlands safe for the families to come back to. This war isn't done yet. I don't think it has even really started. Eventually, we took our turns to eat. No one is really hungry, but we do know that we need the strength. We all just stare into the fire that now means so much more to us. Elena and Gentry stop by our circle, Nicholas, Osiston, Kyle, and my dad in tow. I'm not sure what the angle is, or if he is just lost because my dad literally has no other thing to do without the alpha. As I looked around while they all pulled up chairs, I noticed the sun already starting to set. Sure, he's training Mateo to help the twins, but this situation is not a typical transition. Most of the pack isn't even here. We are basically running it as if we were back at elite training camp. There's not a lot of general pack business to attend to. And, to my surprise, he has now spent more time in my presence in the last couple days than he has in living memory. I'm pulled from my negative thoughts by Gentry. So we have discussed your idea about altering the pentagram. She starts. It will be difficult and draining at first, since we do not have the original caster to alter it for us. But I think that we can use it to our advantage. Elena says. They talk in tandem, almost like the twins do sometimes. For now, I believe that everyone here is safe, due to your quick thinking and added protections. Skylar, it will take us time to come up with the right incantations to counter everything that we know is affecting the pack, and then cover our bases for anything we suspect could be working against you. But it will take a few days. Gentry smiles at me. We believe what allowed you to be minimally affected was that you were already on the packlands when the incantation was set and complete. Your friend Robbie said something about needing to cross into the pentagram for it to take effect. That might be a literal need for the spell to work. None of you have left the barrier since you have been here, and you have your protection bracelets. When you finally came for me, the spell had been tainted due to the passing of the alpha, whose life force was maintaining the spell. That was a mistake on the caster's part, Elena explains. Or the whole point. What do you mean? I ask. If the spell was tied to and using the alpha, the plan was probably to eliminate him no matter what. Now, whether that was to elevate Cameron and Dakota to the alpha position, or to make an attempt to weaken the pack, we don't know. But what it did is make everyone suspicious, which puts a strain on the pack. Gentry finishes, just adding to the many questions we don't have answers to. We all talk a little while longer. Osiston has been sticking close to the whole royal family, while Nicholas has been tending to Gentry, but Reggie is with them now to give him a break. It sounds like Gentry is actually considering going through with the full mating, especially after just having Nicholas' clothes sped up her healing from all of the poisons and abuse she took while in Mike's camp. I wonder what her elders will say since they were the ones with all the objections in the first place. And I wonder if she will move her whole coven to the royal pack, or just herself, and travel back and forth since she is their leader. Witches are not like wolves. They are close, but don't need the closeness of being with each other all of the time like we do. They tend to travel and move around as their lives and training need them to. Someone clears their throat to get everyone's attention. We will be leaving in the morning. We need to get Mina to safety as soon as possible. We are all on edge right now, having her here. And she is about as happy as Skylar is when confined, and ready to kill all of us. Existence says, and I can almost see him vibrating while everyone is laughing at me. I wonder if he has slept at all since being here. Once she is safe, I plan on coming back and helping out little one. But before we go, we wanted to celebrate all of you coming of age. He looks at the guys and then stands up to go grab a cooler I didn't even notice was sitting behind his chair. I know Oliver and Mateo had birthdays recently, and Sam's is almost upon us. I don't know if we will be back before Cameron and Dakota have theirs, and Mina actually threatened me within an inch of my life if I did not bring you all a beer to celebrate before we go, since Ander just about shifted in their room when she fought him to come down herself. For obvious reasons, she's not allowed anywhere near this damn fire. He chuckles, handing a bottle to everyone. So cheers to you all from your future Luna Queen and Alpha King. He raises his beer, and we all follow suit. After finishing their drinks, the adults all filed out and we were left sitting together in a comfortable silence. Finally, it is about time. I thought they would never leave. We have traditions to uphold, and I, for one, am not missing another one. Sierra jumps up. What are you talking about? Lil asks, concerned and rightly so. Typically, when Sierra is excited late at night, it means many of us are getting pushed out of our comfort zones. I mean, there is a tradition of swimming in the pool until midnight, and celebrating birthdays here at the pack house. The last time we all did that together was for Sky's 15th birthday. So, chop chop, it's time to strip and swim. YES. I'm so in. Sam jumps up, ripping his shirt off. Let's go. And Sky, tell Wyatt and Nathaniel to get their asses out here too. Put another warrior on surveillance for a couple hours. They both need a break, and your whole team deserves to be here. There's no getting out of this, is there? Lil asks, but she is smiling. Nope, she will hunt you down and force you to have fun. I laugh. Trust me, I tried and I got thrown in fully dressed. I forgot about that. Coda mumbled. Let's go, woman. Mateo looks at Gina and pulls her up from her seat. I am not stripping for any of you idiots. She tries pulling away from him. You asked for it. He picks her up, squealing, and runs for the pool. Don't you even think about it, Cam says sternly, and I look over at him as he pulls his dress shirt and pants off. You got your turn last time. He's looking over my head at Coda. What I am swept up, roughly, and wrap my arms and legs around Cam as he runs and goes flying before we hit the bath-warm pool. My black dress floats around me. We come up and I wipe the water out of my eyes. You do know that you can just ask me to jump in, right? The manhandling isn't always necessary. There's no fun in that, though, and you definitely hold on tighter this way. He winks. You know that I'm still mad at you, right? Yes, but I figure we should take advantage of when you are in a good mood every time we can. More splashing lets me know that more of my friends have joined us. WHOASHT, Lil yells before hitting the water. She comes up and is flailing a bit before Oliver grabs her. She scrambles onto his back. Don't you let me go. I hate swimming. I'm like a brick and just sink. Well, it's nice to finally find a weakness. I was starting to feel inadequate around all of you ladies. Oliver laughs. We swam around joking and laughing for a long time. Then Sierra and I got another volleyball game going. Lil was more than happy to watch from the side of the pool and play ref. Somehow it ended up my warriors versus my guys, which became a very playful but intense round of ST talking more than actual play. My guys have always been like a well-oiled machine, the way that they work together. But my team and I are no different. None of us actually have to talk to each other while we play. It just happens naturally. We anticipate the moves that are coming next. So, of course, that would make the game boring if no one reverted to cheating. I set Gina up for a spike, and Mateo grabbed her by the legs under the net to pull her into the water. Sierra was able to save it though, and we kept playing. Then someone grabbed my leg, but the guys were splashing so much I couldn't see who it was. After that, the game turned into an all-out war of dunking and splashing. Wyatt and Nathaniel ended up siding with the guys and Gina. Sierra and I were outnumbered, being tossed around between all of them. There was so much noise and laughter. It's been so long since I have laughed like this with these guys. Then the most murderous growl erupts from one end of the pool, and all play stops. HANDSOFFMY. Sam demands through clenched teeth, his pupils blown wide. His wolf is close to the surface. None of us move except for Cam, who is holding Sierra. "You mean this mate?" he says, a look crossing his eyes that I don't quite understand. But he hugs Sierra tighter, and she giggles. Oh man, Cam is playing with fire. Sam lunges towards him, but Dakota moves in to snatch her up first, moving behind his brother. Now all the guys are in on it, but Sierra doesn't seem to mind. She is either okay with the teasing or doesn't feel it yet. Either way, Sam is getting more and more pissed as time goes, but all the guys are laughing. "How does it feel when someone else messes with your things, asshole?" Mateo asks. Now I get it. This is payback for all the flirting Sam has probably ever done in his whole life. They are making him earn his mate, and Sierra is all about it, eating up every second of attention from all of them. "What are you laughing at?" Mateo asks Gina, swimming up to us. "I was just thinking none of you would have caught me to play keep away." "Is that so?" "Yep." He lunges for her, but she dives and swims to the other side, jumping out before he can grab her. He jumps out to chase her into the house. They're not coming back tonight. Another squeal pulls my attention to my most flamboyant friends. Sam finally caught her. It is about damn time. He kisses her hard on the mouth, and I look away, not wanting to intrude on their moment. Who knows what they'll do with the mate bond officially intact. I am out to here. I climbed out of the pool, only now realizing I am in my dress from today, and it isn't light now that it's soaked. I don't even think twice about just ripping it off and draping it over a chair nearby. Oh, fuck, no, absolutely not. "What happened to you being shy?" Cam asks, throwing his button-down shirt over my shoulders. I have lived in a communal co-ed living space and been on missions where sometimes we all have to share a single hotel room, or worse. You kind of lose modesty after a while. And my scars aren't an issue anymore. They aren't the worst thing that has happened to me. I turn to look at him, sliding my arms through the sleeves, but not buttoning the shirt. Besides, I wear warrior-issued underwear. This is more sturdy and covers more than Sierra's average swimsuit. "Hey, I heard that." "Nope, they are not here. You cannot talk to any of them right now." Sam pulls her attention back, and I just laugh again. "And Cam, your shirt is white. This is not actually helping any." I look down at my back undergarments, soaking into his shirt. Yep, she's still hot. "You guys are all screwed." Lil laughs, heading inside with Wyatt and Nathaniel. "Whose side are you on, Lillian?" Cam shouts at her back. "Mine." I appreciate all forms, and, like all the leadership here, she is a fine specimen. She cackles and heads down the hall towards the stairs. I'm laughing as I follow her in, knowing Cameron, Dakota, and Oliver are all following. "Oh, she. Lil, wait." Oliver shouts, running after her. I'm confused, so I start running too. "Oliver, what's up?" I ask as we catch up. He's searching the doorframe again, and just like last night, he yelps as he pulls out another bundle. "Someone is trying to give you guys bad dreams, or make you hallucinate, or just disorient you so you can't fight." He shows Lil. I forgot she was on duty last night when we found the other bundle. "We know Gina and Sierra will be upstairs tonight. I think you both should be too. Biddy. Will you link Nathaniel and ask him to look at the footage from today in this hallway when he's on shift next? I only trust him, but it's not urgent since we will keep you guys close. All of our stuff is in there, though. Lil protests. It's not worth it after what we saw last night. I don't know if it was only an effect if you were sleeping, or if it's another one of those cross the barrier things. You can borrow clothes tonight. Let's go. There's no question or room for argument from Lil or I. Oliver steers her towards the door to the third floor, and I'm pushed forward with each of the twins having a hand on my back. I took a deep breath and tried not to sound angry when I spoke next. Oliver, will you check Nathaniel and Wyatt's door, please? He looks at me like I'm crazy. You won't let me do it, and I need to know if the target is my whole team or just the girls. He rolls his eyes at me. I think we all know what the actual answer to that really is. Just do it. No more guessing or assuming. We need to check all possibilities. There are too many maybes and possibly in this whole situation. It's like there's a multi-front attack on us, and we just can't keep up enough to even think about getting ahead of this. Fine. He walks over, searches the doorframe, and as predicted, he yelps. Someone remind me next time not to volunteer for this part of the job. Tell your whole team to look for this bundle. We should probably warn the rest of the warriors too. Who knows if this is just in the pack house or all over. Clearly, whatever this is, our bracelets don't completely protect us from it. I nod and mind link all of my warriors, Nicholas and Osistin. The twins do the same for the pack warriors as we all head upstairs. Well, if your blonde BT is up to this to separate you guys from us, or, let's be honest, Midge. She sucks at her job because it's making all of us closer. Lil laughs. We all divide. Oliver ushers Lil towards his room. The twins push me towards theirs. Oh, I want to go to the training grounds when we get up. I need to move and get back to some kind of normal. Got it, boss. Lil is in the same boat as me. The other three just stare at me. Is that really a good idea right now? Maybe Coda asks. I dare you to keep talking right now. I was not asking permission or for opinions. I want to work out. Either join me or don't. It was information, so you know where I'll be. I walk past them and into the room. I don't wait for them to grab me anything. I find a t-shirt and shorts, which I have to roll down 3 times and crawl into the center of the bed, wet hair and all.
As if my body knew I needed to get up and away from the guys for a bit. I woke up before dawn and slipped out of bed. I turned to look at them before I left, and like always when they are sleeping, they actually look young and at peace. Each tangled up under their own sheet, chest bare, leaving the big fluffy comforter for me. They are both so handsome, it's kind of ridiculous. And they have been giving me my space while staying close. It's a start, I guess. I should talk to them about that night and figure out what they were actually thinking. But it still hurts too bad knowing they took her side over listening to reason and having the evidence shoved up their nose. I'm not ready. I'm still angry. No matter how much they draw me in, I am just still angry. And for the first time in my life, I am making sure people know when they hurt me. I'm not just going to brush it under the rug and take it. They need to realize that they can't shield me from a fight, literally coming for me. They can't force me to do anything, and there is something very powerful in that knowledge. So I strode down the stairs and into the room I share with Lil to find her already dressed and waiting. I wasn't sure how early you wanted to train, and I figured with the other half of our girls' band occupied with their mates you would go alone, and I couldn't have that. That is the one thing I agree on with these guys. She laughs at me. Did you check the door before you came in? I asked, gathering things to change. Of course I did. I'm done being cursed, but that seems to be an occupational hazard being teamed up with you. Did you check it? No, actually. I could smell your scent all over the door, so I knew I didn't have to. I winked at her. She stuck her tongue out at me, and I just rolled my eyes and changed. There's no use taking a shower. We are just going to get disgusting. We ran downstairs and grabbed quick protein bars from the kitchen. I don't know why I just really wanted to get out of the house before any of the guys figured out we left. There is something so satisfying about that thought. We jogged over to the training grounds. There is a small group of warriors training. A few waved, but most just let us pass and do our thing. The wreckage of the obstacle course is still there. There's no need to waste energy on it right now with the pups and teens gone. The pack is actually so quiet right now without all the hustle and bustle of life everywhere. I hope they're all okay. I miss the pups the most. That was a huge motivation for getting back home eventually, and now they aren't even here. Lil and I get started not wanting to waste any time. It only took about a half hour for them to join us at the training grounds. But they didn't interrupt us. In fact, they didn't talk to us at all, just got to their own training. Mateo, Jaina, Sierra, and Sam are still notably absent this morning. But I don't blame them. We are about to be attacked, and they just found their mates. I would probably do the same, knowing the possibility of losing them is very high right now. It felt so good to really train for once, and after getting actual sleep. My body feels good, my mind is clear. I really want to work with Gentry and Elena to figure out this pentagram thing. As we were walking back to the pack house, the guys actually didn't bring the truck for once. We were stopped by Ava and Brett. I haven't seen her since the ceremony yesterday. I know she was mingling with some of the warriors at the pack house after, but I lost sight of her about an hour in. Hey boys. She hugs each of the twins, and then Oliver. Then she hugs me. My sweet girl, Lil. How are you all? She gives Lil a side squeeze. We're good, Mom. How are you doing? Cam asks. I'm actually better now that the ceremony is done and your father is back with the moon goddess. I feel like a weight is lifted, but it still hurts. She absently rubs her mark on her neck, which I'm just now noticing is faded. Is that what happens when your mate dies? You start to lose all traces of their connection to you. That sounds awful. I lean in to hug her again. I wish I could take her pain away. I actually wanted to find you boys. I have something to show you. She links her arms with Cam and Coda and starts to lead them to the pack house. Brett, Oliver, Lil, and I all follow. We head in the front door and she leads them to the elevator. She hasn't looked back at us once, so I know this is something she wants to share with just her and the boys. I head on towards the kitchen with Lil. Brett and Oliver are following. I think this is the first time Brett has left her side since Lucas passed. I wonder if it's hard for him to give up his position as her gamma, or if this is exactly what his position was designed for. Hey, it's all the mated saps. Lil shouts, Sierra, how you doing? Walking all right today? Lil laughs at her own joke. I'm actually good. Lots of practice before the real deal. Sierra winks back. I can't say if I will ever join into their sexual innuendo banter, but at least I don't feel like my face is on fire out of embarrassment. The rest of my friends laugh. You good, Biddy? You're a little red there. Oliver traces a finger on one of my cheeks, which of course makes it worse. I stand corrected. It still makes me so uncomfortable I turn into a tomato. Yup. I walk over to make a plate for lunch with the rest of my friends laughing at me. So, Sam, did you even make it all the way upstairs before you marked your girl? Lil asks, taking the attention away from me, thank the goddess. Of course I did. He is so dramatic, acting offended. Marking your mate is special and once in a lifetime for most of us. We got to the top of the stairs and made it to the couch in the common area of our floor. I don't suggest anyone sit on that couch anytime soon. We are all rolling with laughter. Of course, they would mark and mate in a semi-public place, not caring if anyone caught them. Well, I'm glad we were all safely tucked into bed when that happened. Lil finally came back with after calming down a bit. You two were bad enough before the bond kicked in. You need to be quarantined to another part of the pack for a bit. Oh, shut up. It wasn't that bad. Besides, everyone knew it was coming. Those of us with extra good hearing did anyway. The whole room went silent, and Oliver dropped his fork halfway to his mouth. My eyes went wide. I did not mean for that to fall out of my face. Sierra starts laughing. The rooms are soundproof, but I'm glad to know you can play along. I shot up from my seat, walking my half-finished breakfast to the sink, took a deep breath, then I turned around. Just make sure you clean the arm of the couch and the back of the couch, too. I winked at her. and then took off. I can't believe I just said that out loud. I head to the office to check on Nathaniel before anyone can stop me. They were terribly loud, though. I wondered why neither of the twins said anything. None of them could hear it. Just another freak thing about me. I knock on the door as I walk in. "Hey, have you found anything about our hallway intruder yet?" Nothing, but there is a glitch in the feed around the time when we all would have been getting back from the celebration. Watch. He pulls up the feed and plays it for me, and if I didn't know to look for it, I never would have seen it. In the bottom right corner is a small flash of what looks like static, but with a shimmer. No interference I have ever seen has ever shown as a shimmer. Someone used magic to cloak themselves? Yep, and obviously doesn't care about having to reset the little dream bundle as often as needed because of their cloak. I did talk to Gentry this morning while you were training. How did you know I was training? 1, I run surveillance. That's my job. 2, you are a slippery, sneaky one that likes to get lost, so I put a tracker in your weapons belt. I know when you are more than 100 feet away from me, and don't give me any privacy bullshit. Losing you to Mike was scary for all of us. We just handled it in different ways. Wyatt trails you like your gamma. Lil sticks to your ass almost as close as your alphas, and I track every move you make from here. Just like your guys here, you mean a lot to this team. And whoever is trying to harm you knows that, which is why they're doing minor things to everyone. I wish we could figure out this spell shot too. I mean, we showed the guys videos of Kaylee actively framing me, and they didn't see it, couldn't see it. I don't know. I can't believe they would ignore it or disregard it, but maybe under whatever spell that's exactly what they would do. I rub my face. That day has been bugging me since it happened. Ava heard what Kaylee said to Gina and I, but she said nothing, didn't defend me or back me up, or even just confirm that Kaylee was being a bitch to the pups, or even that Gwen took her to the cells. She just looked at me like she was disappointed. Yeah. I thought about that too. I was watching you mostly and messing with the videos, so I didn't see much, but with the new cloak theory, I might have something. He pulls up the video feed from the 4 different angles. You didn't notice anything from the room, and I didn't see anything live on the feeds, but magic generally doesn't show up on the electronics. But look at this. He pulls up the feed where Lucas shows me the fake camera. Yep, I remember that. Everyone seemed really angry at the sight of a camera, especially since we had been placing them everywhere with their permission. I thought it was weird then, too. Yeah, but watch this. He backs the video up about 30 seconds. It's when I am asking why I am being treated like a traitor and giving off my alpha aura. I was so irritated I never noticed. I had them all submitted, even Lucas. I demanded an answer, and from the looks on their faces I was going to get one, until the shimmer on the screen. Then the twins' faces morph and they come out of the submission like it didn't affect them anymore. Did you see the shift? Yeah. My aura came out, I had them submitted, and then it just broke. How did that happen? Look at the floor. You all were divided, but not until this moment. Huh? Up until then, Cameron, Dakota, and Lucas were all behind the desk, but Ava was leaning against the side, halfway to you and halfway to them. She didn't shift until she stood up and stepped back after you submitted them. I bet there is some kind of spell, or maybe even one of those little bundles like we keep finding on the doors hidden near, or more likely, in the desk. But it didn't seem to be activated until the whole Alpha family was completely behind the desk. We need to check the office because your twins have been using it without any problems that I have noticed, but if there is something there, it needs to go. Great. So it's probably my fault they turned on me by activating the asshole spell. I rub my face again. I'll go find Elena and hopefully Gentry. I wish there was a way to do a sweep for magic like we do for heat signatures. I'm kind of over finding things randomly. This is taking up so much time. I roll my eyes. We also need to figure out if that shimmer means there's magic in the room or if there is an actual person in the room hidden. Uh-huh, I whine. You are supposed to be helping me solve problems, not give me more questions. I am helping. Just the long, highly detailed way around. He laughs. Also, no sign of Kevin, so I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing. Kaylee has been around, but really out of place, I think. She goes to the training grounds, but sits in the stands. She doesn't talk to anyone, and I can't tell who or what she's watching, but we can all probably guess. She's been by the pack house too, but I really only see her in the kitchen and dining room for meals. Her behavior is off, for sure. I wouldn't even know what to do with her anyway. What are you talking about? She abused you for your whole life, tried to kill you or seriously injure you enough to leave the pack. She clearly pegged you as her competition for some reason and really early. I would beat her all the way she beat me if I was you. But there's something so wrong with her, though. Don't get me wrong, I know she deserves to be punished, but what if she was put up to all of this by her dad playing some really long game? What if she's possessed like the twins and their parents were? All her screeching and yelling and demanding was just for show, that I'm sure of, and what in the world would make her think I was any kind of competition? Are you seriously asking me that right now? Like a real question? Sure. What do you think? That you're insane. From what everyone says, you have been beast moding it out of necessity since forever. You didn't have to get stronger. That's what you chose. Many people in that situation would have caved into the depression and wasted away. Not you, Midge. You just keep blowing everyone out of the water. That's the kind of competition you are to Kaylee. You are hot and strong and can defend yourself. You aren't waiting to be saved. But you are also a good leader. You listen and try your best to help. All things I don't think she is even capable of. I think that is the most words I have heard out of his mouth ever that didn't have to do with programming or surveillance, and I am speechless. That's new. I don't think you've ever not had a comeback or answer to something. It's all true, though. You walked into this pack, covered in blood, fresh from a fight, after disappearing. He gives me a look. I do want that whole story, by the way. And just started giving orders like you weren't gone for 2 years and you own the place. Even your Alpha and Luna just took direction from you. That's impressive. I rolled my eyes again and then deflected. When are you done? I want to show this to Alina and Gentry and see what they think about this and the pentagram, 'cause I have a feeling we don't stand a chance against Mike, let alone the Rogue King, with that thing actively working against us. Lil is on next, then Gina. I don't trust anyone but us in here right now, so it's just the 4 of us running Overwatch. I nod my head in agreement. Did you check this office for secret little bundles of herbs? I smiled at him. Of course I did. There wasn't anything here. And that makes me think that whoever is setting them is very limited in their thinking. They didn't target the Luna, only the Alpha, probably assuming that he would control everyone. All these little things are to try and control you, but no one is coming after you directly. Not yet anyway. I guess I never really thought of that, but why would they want to control me? I'm nobody to most people here. I really want to hit you right now, but I like having all of my teeth. Why are we hitting Midge? Lil asks, walking into the room, because she thinks she's nobody to most people in this pack. He air quotes at her. Yep, smack her. Not a chance. I like living and having the use of all my fingers. Do you remember the guy in Arizona who tried to touch her ass? His hand will never be right again. He looks terrified and Lil is openly laughing. That guy had it coming. Nasty pedophile deserved it, thinking he could take her on because of her size. Still in the room, assholes. Let's go find Gentry and Elena and ask about the shimmers on your screen. Is there something I need to know, Nathaniel? I mean, it's okay if you're into glitter and rhinestones. I just need to rethink what I'm going to get you for your birthday. She laughs. Possibly, but we have more important things to do right now than discuss your non-existent birthday shopping habits. She keeps laughing for a second, then scooches him out of the chair. All right, tell me what you really found? A way to end this whole shot show, maybe? Not quite, but hopefully to even out the battlefield. I start telling her what we have noticed, letting Nathaniel answer her questions. Yeah, let's bring in the big guns, big casters. They need a nickname. And you're right, we need to be able to do a magic sweep. This shut is getting old. Go see what Gentry has found after your revelations this morning. I'll be here spying on Kaylee because at this point I really don't give a shot about anyone else. Nathaniel and I walk out laughing at her, saying we'll be back soon. Ah, good. I was hoping to find you together. Alina is waiting for us. Gentry walks down the hallway, through the kitchen and onto the patio, then turns towards the ever-burning fire pit. What I don't expect is Nicholas and my dad sitting there too. What is he doing here? He's never around, at least not when I am. My confusion must show on my face. Don't look like that. I hate it when you look at me like that, he says, and I all but combust. I try not to look at you at all. It used to get me smacked and sent to my room or yelled at. It for sure would have cost me a meal. What are you doing here? Are you lost? Yep, my filter has been inhabited by Sierra, Gina, and Lil all at the same time today. Like all three have possessed my vocal cords. Elena whips her head towards him, while Nathaniel moves to my side, standing shoulder to shoulder. You never said you laid a hand on her. How could you do that? You starved her? Why does it sound like she is taking this personally? It's hard to explain. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not, I grumble. My mom died giving birth to me since no one thought to explain the whole having a girl might kill you family trait. You hated me for killing your mate. I knew it, the whole pack knew it. You encouraged people to ignore me and for my training and discipline to be more intense for that very reason. I was not important enough to be spoken to unless it was to criticize. I only attended functions where it was general knowledge that you had 2 children, and I wasn't allowed to speak or interact. Should I go on? Elena stood up and came to hug me. I was a little frozen at the gesture, her fiery locks swarming me. Well, that is something we will have to work out, and I plan on revisiting this abuse. She turns her head, I assume looking at my dad. Why does this matter at all? I really don't want to talk about any of that. We're supposed to work out this pentagram thing. It does matter, since we will all be a part of it. All of the mates will. I think my brain short-circuited. What do you mean, all of the mates will? And what does that have to do with the beta? I don't know if I have ever called him Dad, or any variation of that out loud. Because Daniel is my mate, she says calmly, not letting go of me. I can feel the color drain from my face along with the rest of the feeling in my body. Then I hear a bang and loud thumping, then 2 arms are wrapped around me, pressing me up against a hard chest and keeping me upright. What the hell did you do to her? Oliver snarls. It's the only thing I can clearly hear. Every other voice sounds like it's underwater. More stomping, and then I feel warmth in both of my hands. Tiny, what happened? Breathe, Smalls, we need you to breathe. I hear them too, but still no one else. Elena is my dad's second chance mate? What the fuck is the moon goddess playing at? She's helping me. He hates me. She's a witch and he's a werewolf, just like Nicholas and Gentry. Oh, that explains why I keep seeing the 4 of them together. When did this happen? Will she stay here in the pack? Will he go with her now that he is free of his beta duties? Will she want to keep training me now that she is with him? My stomach plummets at the thought. We have been doing so well, and I love training with her. I don't want to lose that because she chooses her mate over me. My heart actually hurts at the thought of the loss. No, you are not spiraling. Get out of that head, Biddy. Oliver picks me up, and I can tell we are moving by the flexion in the muscles in his torso. I don't know where we are going, but I can smell Cam and Coda with us too. I bury my head in Oliver's neck. I know he says we aren't mates, but his scent is the thing keeping me sane right now. I can feel Cam and Coda close too. One is touching my ponytail as it swings, and the other brushes my shoe as his arm swings. I'm trying to stay out of my head, like Oliver said. I'm thinking about what I did with Gina when she was having full-blown panic attacks. 5 things I can see. I see Oliver's shirt below me. Behind him I see trees and a path. We're in the forest. To his right, I see Cam's legs walking a step ahead. Looking down, I see Coda's arms swinging behind me. 4 things I can feel. Oliver's breath on my head, my hand fisted into his shirt, his firm grip on my ribs and legs. The temperature change as we move further down the path. 3 things I can smell, them. I can smell all 3 of them separate but together, crisp citrus, sharp cinnamon, and warm honey. It's like my personal dessert. 2 things I can hear, all of them breathing, deep controlled breaths. I can hear the crunch of twigs and rustle of the damp earth under their feet. What can I taste? Salt. Was I crying? I don't even remember. Give her here and start a fire, she's shivering. Cam. I can only whisper his name. He sits on the ground leaning against one of the large logs with me across his lap. I tuck my head into his neck and breathe in, letting his scent add a wave of calm to my nerves. We've got you, Tiny. What happened? We were talking with Mom, and my knees almost gave out. Then we were running out the back door. I didn't even realize we were running to you until I grabbed your hand. It's like my wolf took over. Coda says over the pile of wood he made inside the rough stone-clad circle. I felt your fear. This was probably just as bad as the locker room. Biddy? What did they tell you? I let them get the fire started and just stare for a minute while I gather my thoughts. They sit on either side of Cam but facing towards me. I shift so I'm sitting in Cam's lap, my back to his broad chest. Coda plays with my fingers, and Oliver brushes the exposed skin between the hem of my leggings and my sock. Cam has his arms loosely belted around my waist. Elena and Gentry think that we can override the pentagram magic. She said all of us have to be a part of it, including mates, and my dad will be there because she is his second chance mate. I take a deep breath in and let it out slowly. I can feel tears slowly rolling down my cheeks. Oh, damn! Coda squeezes my hand. Shh, Tiny, I'm sorry. Cam's arms tighten. How can we help? Oliver holds tight to my leg. I don't know. I love working with her, and now that she's his mate, I might lose her. I pull my hand from Coda's and wriggle out of Cam's lap to stand. They just watch me like a cornered animal that might lunge at them. Not a completely wrong thought, though. She might choose him over me, just like Ava, just like Lucas, just like you guys. I start pacing around the fire, trying to keep myself under control. What do you mean, like us? Cameron stands when he asks, but doesn't come close. The other two follow suit. I've had to let you guys go more than once because it was what was best for the pack. And now all of you are old enough to find mates, and so far they happen to be my friends. And I am so glad that everyone's finding people that are amazing. But I'm afraid that now everyone is pairing off. It's going to be like my dad after losing my mom, or Luna Ava the night you all called me a traitor. I really need to let that go. I've thrown it in their faces so many times with no real response. They both chose their mates over me when I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm the one who ended up hurt in the end. You guys are all going to end up choosing your mates, because that is what's supposed to happen. You two will have your Luna, who will want nothing to do with our friendship. Oliver will have his mate, and he will stop being my shadow. As much as I complain, it makes me not feel alone, and I will lose that. Elena will choose him, and he won't let her be around me, let alone train me because he hates me, and the thought just makes me feel hollow. And that sounds so selfish when I say it out loud. But being everyone's go-to, reliable person, but no one's top priority, it still hurts so much. I grasp at my chest. Tears are still falling slowly, like I'm running out of them. I can't look at any of them after that tantrum. I feel like a brat, but I can't hide the feeling or stuff it in the back of my head. I think the situation in the office with Lucas and Ava, and then replaying it with Nathaniel, brought it all bubbling to the surface again. And now I am overflowing with that insecure voice that sounds so much like a mixture of my dad and Kaylee telling me I'm not important enough to be a priority to anyone. I am just a tool to be used and then forgotten. It's why I wanted to leave in the first place. I wanted the warrior bond, to not feel those emotions for just a little while, and then to find a mate who would choose me no matter what and sail off into the distance. Hey, Biddy, I think we need to set some things straight. Oliver has his hands up in a surrender gesture. You do not need to explain anything. Of everyone you see me the most, it's just a lot and overwhelming. I'll get over it and go back to work. I just need a minute. I wave him off and turn my back to them. We have to handle this pentagram soon, and it sounds like a process that will take time. Skylar, stop. Just stop, please. Cam says my name like it might scare me off. Elena won't stop training you because of your dad. You can't know that, I whisper. Based on the look on her face, I think she was ready to blast him into next week. Coda slides closer. You aren't being selfish, Biddy, but this is probably the first time you're telling any of us how you really feel. We don't have time for my feelings. They seem to be running in squirrel mode anyway, and don't make sense half the time. We need to handle this or we're all gonna die and it won't matter anyway. Skylar, stop deflecting. Now we need to talk about that night and get it out once and for all. You are holding that over us, but you have never heard our side. Fine, what is your side of the story? I stop pacing and stand there staring at the three of them, and it hits me. I am so fucked right now. The three of them standing side by side, Oliver in the center only an inch or so shorter than the twins. The three of them are built so similar, tall and thick, muscles rippling under every piece of exposed skin. Cameron with his full lower lip and piercing green eyes that challenge me without words. Oliver and his kissable full lips and chocolate brown eyes that look into my soul. Dakota's mouth matches his brother's, but it's always turned up on one side like he's hiding a secret. Ocean blue eyes that are playful. They all have inky black hair in varying levels of disarray. With the low fire in front of them highlighting all their dips and curves, it's a picture right out of any red-blooded girl's fantasies. I love all three of them. It's not a lust thing, I don't think. I don't feel any of the body stuff Sierra mentioned when we would talk, but I know it anyway. I am in love with all three of them. What the hell do I do with that information? Biddy? You short-circuited there. You okay? I blink a few times and look right at Oliver for what seems like the first time, and just nod. I have no words right now, and I think he knows what is on my mind, or has a suspicion based on the cocky way his mouth turns up, like he's fighting that full, blinding smile. I blink again and finally find my voice. What is your side of the story? Why don't you put up your little bubble? We never know who's listening anymore. Oliver points at the surrounding area. I just nod and like so many times with him before I say the simple incantation. Things like this feel natural and easy. The twins look between the two of us. Dakota rolls his eyes and Cam takes a deep breath. You know that we have talked to Nathaniel and Wyatt. I wish we could have talked to you too, but that wasn't possible until recently. We also talked to Mom and Dad about that night. Cam starts. We are all still standing, them on one side of the fire and I'm on the other. I can't be near them right now. What's on the videos that Nathaniel has is not what we remember, but if there was magic at play... What am I saying? Since there was magic at play, our reactions wouldn't make any sense to you. Kota finishes. Let's just start at the beginning and we can figure out where things got messed up, Oliver suggests. I'm pretty sure I have the answer to that already. They all look at me. Nathaniel, Wyatt, and Lil have been going over the video from that night, but we have also been looking into the situation on the second floor with the bundle, and we found a similarity, and we have a theory. Nathaniel is working on that right now. Start at the part where you gave me the camera you found. They all look at me. How do you do that? Do what? You were a panicky mess needing protection and reassurance 10 minutes ago, and now you have totally switched to boss mode. How do you bounce like that? Kota asks. I try not to be a mess in the first place. Some things I don't have control over. That's usually when Oliver has to jump in to get me out of my head. Being all business is easier. It's tangible. I can deal with it and work with it. Emotions are not simple or easy or make any sense to me whatsoever. I try to avoid them as much as possible. I shrug. Fucking superhero. Cam mumbles and Oliver huffs a laugh. You guys came for me today too. Why am I trying to placate them? I internally give myself an eye roll. Anyway, we found this shimmer in the corner of the camera view when we were going over feeds on the second floor, and Nathaniel found the same shimmer in the feeds from the Alpha's office from that night. We can't record magic yet, but we think that might be him catching magic that is in place or maybe showing signs of magic in the space. He's checked out other camera views from other days and found similar shimmers when he knew magic was being used. So something was going on that night. How do you know it happened when we showed you the camera? It was actually right after that when I got angry and submitted you all. Wait, you guys didn't tell me she did that. Oliver's accusatory tone at least lets me know he's been playing go-between for us. Would you tell anybody that your 120-pound, 5-foot-nothing beta/alpha warrior submitted the entire alpha family? Because no one outside this group gets to hear that. Kota snarks at him. Before anything else can distract us, I go on. Anyway, when I let out my aura, the Luna stepped behind the desk. It was the first time all 4 of you were separated from me by the desk. The theory is that something was activated then. So I basically did this to myself after losing my temper. I was having Nathaniel show you the different feeds, but what were you seeing? We are going to jump back to the you were giving Nathaniel orders from the Alpha's sealed office thing first. I rolled my eyes for real this time. Have you not figured out yet that my abilities supersede anything you have set up in this pack for protection? I can always contact my team, so yes, that night I did to prove our innocence. Now, what did you see? We saw you placing cameras, but the image was blurry. You also confessed to spying because you thought we were weak and none of us deserved to run this pack. Cameron seems to be trying to hold his anger in. Dakota, however, wears his emotions on his sleeve. You said you were glad you met the Rogue King and couldn't wait to get back to him. He looks so sad and distraught. He scrubbed his hands over his face. Obviously, Nathaniel has showed us the videos with sound and you said nothing like that, but that was probably the worst kind of torture ever, Smalls. They all just go quiet. Was that it? Seriously? The conversation was so much longer than that. I told you with my brand I can't lie to Alpha, Reggie. I showed the scars on my back, the ones Kaylee gave me. You all just stood there. Tiny, you said you were disappointed to be associated with this pack, that helping us was bullshit and you were only assigned here because you're from here. You said you never wanted to come back, that you were better off being as far away as possible. Well, that helps explain their behavior in the office that night. What about out on the porch when Kaylee and Kevin were talking to us? Kaylee outright called me a traitor. She knew I was questioned. I didn't even think about that until just now. I know there was some kind of magic on the pack house itself. I could actually see it. Oliver, I think you saw it too. Oliver just nods his head. I saw her talking to you. I wasn't in earshot, though. Then you got pissed, and your eyes flashed, and they were down on their knees. You told them they chose the wrong enemy. I did tell them that. Kevin tried to tell me I wasn't welcome in their pack, and I should know how to treat a future Luna. I chanced to look at the twins, trying to gauge their reactions. Her and this Luna shot. She has been going on about being our Luna since the 6th grade. We didn't even care then. Dakota is pacing now, frustrated. You know her dad told us before we left the summer after 8th grade that he would be all right if we wanted to sleep with her. Said she would be up for anything we wanted. I knew it wasn't right at the time, but we were leaving, and then I forgot about it. But he was basically worrying her out to us, I'm sure hoping we'd get her pregnant. He shivered. You did sleep with her, though, didn't you? I mean, I guess I shouldn't put much stock in rumors, but that would be one I would believe. Once, we have only ever been with her once, and no, we didn't take her together. We were both too drunk for that kind of coordination. Cam doesn't look at me. I remember Oliver mentioning the tequila. Yep, and we haven't had it since. I vaguely remember it, enough to know I did, but that was it. Yeah, I really don't need any of those details. She hasn't let it go, though. She has pulled us in empty classrooms, closets, and the locker room at school, trying to catch us off guard. She used to sneak up to our rooms, which is why we have the keypad now, but somehow she kept figuring out the code. Dakota rolled his eyes. The day in the hospital with Dad. Cam looks me in the eye now. I have never had little Dakota shrink up so fast in my life. We had to kind of fight her off, and then we all were told to go to the training grounds to talk about the trials. Then this fucker made out with you in front of everyone and all hell broke loose. We didn't make out and it was my birthday. Why have you kept her around if she is such a problem? It's probably my biggest question. We can't just kick people out for being annoying and chasing us. But she has harmed people in the pack, not just me. Ben's daughter had her leg broken, and so many other kids were hurt, although I think my injuries have been the worst. The twins look at each other and at Oliver. They are trying to come up with an answer for me, but I can see it in their eyes. They don't have one. I want to cry all over again. Cam finally takes a deep breath after way too much time and is the one to fall on the sword. She's been smart about what she's done. No one can prove things she did in the past, and everyone she messed with is too afraid to come forward. At least now we have something to work with. Yep, when no one in the pack is here for a trial. I shake my head. Whatever. You guys know the truth now, at least. It's something. We need to go and handle this fucking pentagram. Wait, you said you saw a shimmer of magic on the pack house the night you left. Is it still there? Coda asks. And what about the people we rescued? Are they being tracked magically? No one went over shit like this when we were at training. Yeah, magic is a lot, especially when no one really explains it until you have to just use it and hope that you're working it right. As far as we know, there were no other magical trackers on the hostages. Osiston was working with Doc Sylvia to do a better sweep of physical ones. They are coordinating through Sierra. I haven't noticed anything more on or at the pack house, but I'm sure if there was Gentry and Alina would have handled it. They seem to be pretty offended about the magic being used on innocents, too. I will ask to make sure, though. Are you ever going to forgive us, Tiny? I mean, really forgive us. No one deserves to be treated the way that you have, but we can't go back and fix it or change it. We're obviously learning from it, the hard way. I twist my hands together. Am I capable of that, or will I hold a grudge? I can just say that I am trying. I know not everything is your fault. But the thing about magic is most of the mind control stuff is just suggestion. You had to have some inkling of a thought in your head for it to take root. That is the part I'm having the hardest time letting go of. You had to agree with the sentiment in some way for the magic to work on you. They all nod in understanding. I'm not sure what that means, though.